The case of Ali Kemp. Alexandra Ali Elizabeth Kemp was born October 11, 1982 in Leawood. She was the oldest of 3 children and the only daughter of her parents. After graduating high school with honors, Alexandra enrolled at Kansas State University. Following her freshman year, she returned to her hometown of Leawood for summer break. During her break, Alexandra took a part-time job at a local outdoor swimming pool near her parents' house, where her younger brother Tyler already worked. The pool was a quiet neighborhood spot, catering mainly to local residents, and it still operates today. On June 18, 2002, Alexandra reported to work on an overcast day because resulted in fewer visitors than usual. At 5 p.m., Tyler arrived at the pool to start his shift, but his sister Alexandra was nowhere to be found. Her phone and purse were still on the table where she usually sat, which made Tyler confused and worried. He immediately called his parents to report that Alexandra had vanished. Their father, Roger Kemp, rushed to the scene and began searching for his daughter. He first checked the pool, but it was empty. Next, he went to the small pump room near the pool which contained equipment for water purification, a ladder, and other items. Upon entering the pump room, Roger didn't see anything out of the ordinary at first. However, he soon noticed a leg protruding from under a tarp. As he lifted the tarp, he was met with a horrific sight. His daughter Alexandra, brutally beaten and naked from the waist down, with multiple bruises on her face and body. Roger quickly called 911 and spoke with the operator. When the ambulance arrived, Roger was performing CPR on his daughter. The paramedics took Alexandra to the hospital, but despite their best efforts, she sadly did not survive. Alexandra was declared dead shortly after arrival at the hospital. An examination revealed that the cause of death was strangulation despite the presence of multiple severe injuries. A thorough investigation found no evidence of forced intimacy, although her body was partially unclothed. The police collected DNA samples from Alexandra's body and secured the pool area, searching for clues to identify the perpetrator. Evidence of a struggle was evident in the room where Roger discovered Alexandra's body, including her flip-flops found in separate locations. Additionally, an open bottle of antiseptic gel and its cap were found at the scene. A few days later, while the police continued to investigate, Alexandra's family and hundreds of mourners gathered to pay their respects at a funeral ceremony. Phil Howes, Alexandra's boyfriend since high school, was initially suspected in her death. As a pool administrator, he worked the morning shift on the day of her death, and Alexandra arrived at noon to start her 5-hour shift. Although Phil often stayed after work to spend time with Alexandra, he left promptly after his shift that day because they had plans for the evening. Despite being an early suspect, Phil had a solid alibi and was quickly cleared by the police. In an interview with detectives, Phil mentioned that Alexandra often felt uncomfortable being alone at work because some of the lawn maintenance workers would stare at her and try to flirt. The police investigated the lawn workers, but each of them had an alibi. However, the inquiry wasn't entirely fruitless. Several workers reported seeing a suspicious man with a video camera lurking in the bushes near the pool the day before Alexandra's death, apparently watching the female lifeguards in swimsuits. The police were given conflicting reports about Alexandra's final hours. Some people said she left the scene in an old Ford pickup truck, while others mentioned different circumstances. A study of Alexandra's mobile phone activity revealed that she had made plans with a friend, Laurel, to meet on the day she died. However, Alexandra didn't show up. When Laurel went to the police station to give her account of events, she explained that Alexandra had asked her to come to the pool to keep her company until her shift ended. According to Laurel, the pool was empty that day due to the poor weather, which made Alexandra anxious. When Laurel arrived at the pool at around 2:30 p.m., she didn't see Alexandra anywhere. Instead, a man she didn't know emerged from the pool house and waved at her with a smile. Laurel thought this man might be Alexandra's boss, and she decided to leave so as not to get her friend in trouble for socializing during work hours. At the time, she had no reason to think that anything was amiss. Police investigation led them away from Alexandra's workplace and to a completely different suspect. As a witness, Laurel provided a detailed description of the person she believed committed the crime. The police used this description to create a sketch of the suspect, who was identified as a white man around 30 years old with a stocky build, short brown hair, and driving a 1980 Ford pickup truck. The suspect's identity was narrowed down when someone recognized the description as matching James Strader, a local mechanic who owned an old Ford pickup truck. James was questioned by the police and appeared to match the sketch, but he denied any involvement in Alexandra's death. His employer verified his alibi, stating that James was at work on the day of the murder. As a result, James was released from custody. While the police had eliminated James as a suspect, forensic analysis of evidence collected from the crime scene revealed male DNA on an antiseptic gel tube and on Alexandra's body. Unfortunately, the DNA did not match anyone in the police database, leaving the case still unsolved. Alexandra's family, friends, and boyfriend were ruled out as suspects after DNA tests showed no match with the DNA samples found on her body. The investigation was driven by Alexandra's father, Roger Kemp, who was determined to find his daughter's killer. After losing his child, Roger felt like he had lost his purpose in life. However, he found a new reason to keep going: justice for Alexandra. In an interview, Roger explained his approach: "You can either give up or keep fighting. I chose to fight." Impressed by his dedication, the police department gave Roger a workspace where he could collect and share information and collaborate with the investigators. As they explored all available leads, Roger and the investigators contacted the popular TV show, America's Most Wanted, and asked them to feature Alexandra's case. The show's producers agreed, and her story was aired. The episode generated hundreds of calls from viewers with potential tips. Although the authorities thoroughly investigated each lead, none of them led to a breakthrough, and the case stalled once again. In February 2003, 8 months after Alexandra's death, a promising new lead emerged. Following a thorough investigation, police in Utah apprehended a suspect. 3 separate witnesses, including 2 women and a 14-year-old girl, came forward to report being forced into intimate encounters with a man. He had managed to evade capture initially, but was eventually tracked down and arrested in Utah. The arrested individual was identified as James Strader, the same person who had been questioned by Kansas police earlier. Notably, James bore a strong physical resemblance to the suspect's composite sketch. James was questioned by the police, but they failed to collect his DNA sample at the time. This might have been because his employer had convinced the police that James was at work on the day of the crime and had not left the premises. Despite this, James denied any involvement in Alexandra Kemp's death. Although he resembled the suspect in the composite sketch, James claimed he had not been near the pool on the day of the crime. He eventually provided a DNA sample for analysis. The results indicates that his DNA did not match the DNA found on Alexandra's body or the antiseptic gel tube. James was later imprisoned for unrelated charges, and the investigation into Alexandra Kemp's death hit a dead end once again. A year after Alexandra's death, the police still had no leads. Roger Kemp, Alexandra's father, and Phil House, her boyfriend, continued to fight for justice. Phil, who was also the president of the student community, sent the composite sketch of the suspect to students at other universities via email and asked them to watch an episode of America's Most Wanted that featured Alexandra Kemp's case. A year had passed, but the police and relatives' efforts had yielded no results in the Alexandra Kemp case. Undeterred, Roger Kemp, Alexandra's father, continued his quest for justice. He reached out to the America's Most Wanted program again, requesting a rerun of the episode about Alexandra's death. The show's creators asked if there were any new developments, and although Roger replied that there were none, his determination impressed them, leading to the episode being aired again. The rerun generated a fresh wave of calls to the police, prompting Roger to offer a $25,000 reward for any information that could help identify the person responsible for his daughter's death. The city of Leawood authorities increased the reward to $50,000. Roger also distributed flyers featuring his daughter's photo, a sketch of the suspect, and details about the reward. As Roger drove along the highway, he noticed billboards and realized they could be an effective way to raise awareness about the case. He began contacting advertising agencies to inquire about the cost of posting the information on a billboard. When he called the Lamar Advertising Company, the owner refused to take his money, offering to display the information on multiple billboards for free instead. Raja decided to publicize a sketch of the suspect and reward information on billboards along a major highway. The police received hundreds of tips, which took time to investigate. Notably, multiple tips mentioned the same individual, Teddy Hoover, who owned an old Ford pickup truck and worked in pool maintenance. His appearance matched the suspects, making it unlikely to be a coincidence. The police launched a search for Teddy Hoover and found his address in Kansas. When they arrived, Teddy answered the door, appearing surprised and nervous. However, this reaction didn't necessarily imply guilt, as many people become nervous when confronted by the police. When questioned about his whereabouts on June 18, 2002, Teddy claimed he couldn't remember, which was understandable given their time lapse. Teddy denied any involvement in maintaining the pool where Alexandra worked. Nevertheless, the detectives asked him to provide a voluntary DNA sample to rule him out as a suspect. Teddy declined, stating he needed to consult with a lawyer first. He promised to contact the police after speaking with his attorney. The next day, Teddy's lawyer reached out to the investigators, expressing his client's concerns about his DNA sample being added to a database. Teddy reportedly believed in various conspiracy theories and feared that if he cooperated with the police, they would use the information against him in other cases. In an effort to alleviate his concerns, the investigators promised not to enter his DNA into any database and only use it to compare with the DNA found on Alexandra Kemp. The lawyer agreed to speak with his client and said he would call back. As they waited for the call, the police reviewed the case materials again and stumbled upon a piece of paper in one of the folders with a name that caught their attention. On the day of Alexandra's death, detectives began questioning onlookers who had gathered by the pool, trying to determine if anyone had seen anything suspicious. Interestingly, one of the people they spoke with was Teddy Hoover, who had claimed he had never been to the crime scene before. As the investigation continued, detectives grew increasingly confident that Teddy Hoover might be the man they had been searching for over the past 2 years. After several days, investigators contacted Teddy's lawyer to ask if his client was willing to provide a DNA sample. However, the lawyer responded by stating that his client had refused his services and broken off contact. Police immediately went to Teddy's house, but he had already escaped. As a result, the 29-year-old suspect was placed on the National Wanted list. Despite the efforts of the detectives, Teddy managed to evade capture for months. Billboards featuring his image were still up, but the search had yielded nothing. It wasn't until September 2004, when an anonymous caller contacted the police, that a new lead emerged. According to the caller, he knew the name of Teddy's girlfriend, with whom Teddy was living in Kansas. Detectives sought to locate Laura Barr, a woman connected to Teddy Hoover, but discovered she had left the state at the same time he escaped. This led them to investigate further. The U.S. Postal Service informed the Kansas State Police that Laura was receiving mail in Litchfield, Connecticut, along with a man named Benjamin Appleby at the same address. The house where they resided was secluded and located in a rural area. Authorities suspected that Benjamin Appleby might be an alias for Teddy Hoover. To aid in the investigation, detectives from Leawood contacted the Connecticut State Police, requesting their assistance in locating Benjamin. It was discovered that he had a prior record in Connecticut, with an outstanding arrest warrant stemming from a 1997 incident where he had exposed himself to a schoolgirl. However, Benjamin had evaded capture and fled the state. With the existing warrant, detectives proceeded to the address associated with Benjamin's mail. Upon arrival, they found him at home and immediately took him into custody. As suspected, Benjamin Appleby was confirmed to be Teddy Hoover. It was revealed that while detectives in Kansas had been seeking a DNA sample from Teddy in connection with Alexandra Kemp's death, he had returned to Connecticut and resumed using his real name, attempting to maintain a low profile and escape notice. To apprehend Benjamin, detectives from Leawood traveled to Connecticut anticipating that he would once again claim innocence. Before bringing him in for questioning, they devised a plan to unsettle him. They filled the interrogation room with crime scene photos and pictures of Alexander, and placed folders with his name on the table, creating the illusion that the investigation had substantial evidence against him. When Benjamin entered the interrogation room, he was visibly shaken and unable to speak. A detective confronted him, inquiring about the implications of obtaining his DNA sample. Shortly after, Benjamin broke down in tears, confessing to Alexandra's death. He then recounted the events of the fateful June day, explaining that he had noticed Alexandra, found her attractive, and attempted to flirt with her. When she entered the pump room, he followed her, locked the door, and trapped her inside. When Benjamin touched she fought back, leaving him feeling humiliated. In a fit of anger, he attacked her, beating and strangling her until she lost consciousness. Benjamin then attempted to take advantage of her body, undressing her partially. He retrieved a tube of antiseptic gel from a first aid kit, intending to use it as a lubricant. However, just as he was about to proceed, the sound of a car horn distracted him. The victim's friend, who was waiting in a car behind a fence, had noticed something was amiss and sounded the horn. Fearing he would be caught, Benjamin hastily covered the body and fled the scene. Later, Benjamin returned to the area, where he encountered Alexandra's friend, whom he greeted with a smile and a wave, trying to appear nonchalant. He then got into his pickup truck and drove away. Hours later, Benjamin returned to the crime scene again, this time blending in with the crowd of onlookers gathered near the pool. The DNA evidence ultimately led to Benjamin's downfall. Tests revealed that the DNA found on the tube of antiseptic gel and on Alexandra's body matched Benjamin's. Thanks in large part to the efforts of investigator Roger Kemp, the police were finally able to identify the man responsible for Alexandra's murder more than 2 years after the crime was committed. Benjamin Appleby claimed he initially wanted to plead guilty to avoid putting Alexandra's family through further emotional distress. However, at his first court hearing, he suddenly declared his innocence, stating that his confession was made under duress. Despite this, DNA analysis revealed that his DNA was the only sample found on the victim's body, making it difficult to dispute his involvement. Benjamin's lawyers attempted to argue that their client did not intentionally take Alexandra's life, admitting that he was responsible for her death but claiming it was not premeditated. However, forensic experts pointed out that Benjamin had strangled Alexandra for approximately 10 minutes, during which time he could have stopped but chose not to. The prosecution argued that Benjamin's sole intention was to observe Alexandra. On the day of the incident, June 18th, the pool area was empty due to cloudy weather, allowing Benjamin to take advantage of the situation. He was found guilty by a jury in December 2005 and sentenced to life imprisonment with the possibility of parole after 50 years, as well as an additional 19 years for attempting to force Alexandra into intimacy. In 2019, Benjamin appealed the decision, but the court upheld the life imprisonment sentence for first-degree murder. The Court of Appeal also ruled that the attempt to force Alexandra into intimacy was already taken into account during the initial sentencing. Benjamin was sentenced twice for the same crime, prompting the court to overturn the second conviction. However, even if Benjamin is released on parole, he will be 81 years old by that time. The authorities involved in the case credit Roger Kemp's persistence for helping them catch the culprit. While Benjamin was in prison, Roger and his wife established a self-defense program for girls, teaching thousands of girls and women across the country basic self-defense techniques. Roger Kemp's tireless efforts to bring attention to the case and his work in creating a safe community did not go unnoticed. He was awarded the Presidential Citizens Medal by Barack Obama at the White House. Until his passing at 77 on March 1, 2022, Roger continued to work for the foundation he established in his daughter's name. His ultimate goal was to make a difference in at least one person's life. Joseph, Summer, Johnny, and Joseph Jr. were a joyful family, living in a lovely new home in Fallbrook, California. Joseph, the family's main provider, ran a successful decorative fountain business. February 4, 2010, began as a regular day for the family. Joseph called his father, Patrick, to explain that he was running late for a business lunch. Meanwhile, Summer had been in touch with her sister, who had recently given birth, telling her that she was busy setting things up in their new home. Over the next few days, communication from Joseph and Summer to their relatives abruptly stopped. While some thought it was simply due to their busy lives and caring for two young children, Joseph's father, Patrick, found the situation odd. He had a close relationship with his son and wasn't used to being ignored. As his concern grew, he asked his other son, Michael, to check on Joseph's home. At first, Michael didn't share the same level of worry, believing that his brother was simply caught up in daily tasks and would reconnect soon. Patrick, however, persisted, and eventually Michael agreed to visit the house. When Michael arrived, he noticed that the family car was gone, but their dogs were still at the house, seemingly uncared for. The doors were locked, but Michael managed to get inside through a window. Inside, things were off. There was spoiled food in the kitchen and popcorn scattered in the living room. Despite these oddities, Michael initially thought the family had gone on a trip. However, it was unusual that they hadn't told anyone, so Michael alerted the authorities to his brother's disappearance. The police found no sign of forced entry or violence, though it seemed the family had left in a hurry. By February 8th, the family's car was discovered abandoned near the border crossing between the U.S. and Mexico. Surveillance footage from the border showed a family of 4 walking into Mexico, but the video quality was poor, leaving the police uncertain if it was indeed the McStays. Further investigation revealed that Summer had recently searched for information about Mexico on her computer, leading to speculation that the family had left voluntarily. However, Joseph's father, Patrick, firmly believed that his son would never leave without informing anyone. Joseph's mother, after viewing the footage, was sure the man shown was not Joseph, based on his walk. Michael and Susan took over Joseph's business, while Patrick felt increasingly left out, especially as he was estranged from Susan and had little contact with Michael. Months passed with no solid leads, and the case was handed over to the FBI by April 2010. Unfortunately, the authorities still considered the family's disappearance a voluntary departure, resulting in a lack of exhaustive efforts to find them. The absence of any clear evidence of a crime also prevented police from obtaining access to Joseph's financial records. For more than 3 years, the case remained cold until November 13, 2013, when a motorcyclist stumbled upon a horrific discovery while riding in the Mojave Desert. He found what appeared to be a child's skull and promptly notified the San Bernardino Sheriff's Department. Upon further investigation, authorities uncovered 2 shallow graves containing the remains of 4 people, 2 adults, and 2 children. Dental records confirmed that the remains belonged to Joseph, Summer, Johnny, and Joseph Jr. Alongside the remains, a 3-pound sledgehammer was found, identified as the murder weapon. Forensic examinations concluded that the family had died from blunt force trauma, likely having been tortured before their deaths. The autopsy revealed that young Joseph Jr. had suffered multiple severe blows to the head, while Joseph Sr. was found with an electrical cord wrapped around his neck. With this grim discovery, the case took a dark turn and was now considered a homicide. Investigators began reconstructing the family's final months by interviewing friends, family, and examining phone records and security footage. A key breakthrough came when security footage from a neighbor's camera revealed that the last person to meet with Joseph on February 4th was his business partner, Charles Chase Merritt. Prior to the discovery of the bodies, Chase had been interviewed by authorities, during which he claimed to have spoken with Joseph on the phone at least twice on the day of the disappearance. Chase had also told the media that Joseph was his best friend, and in one interview, he mentioned being the last person to see Joseph, a statement that raised suspicion among detectives. Chase's behavior after the disappearance was concerning. In an early police interview, he referred to Joseph in the past tense, saying, "He was my best friend." When questioned about this after the bodies were found, Chase claimed he hadn't realized he was speaking that way. Chase had also told police that on February 4th, he and Joseph had a business meeting over lunch to discuss financial matters. During that meeting, Chase said Joseph gave him physical copies of checks for ongoing projects. Further investigation into these checks revealed discrepancies. Digital records indicated that while the checks were dated February 4th, they had actually been written several days after the family disappeared. This led investigators to suspect that Chase had forged the checks to make it appear as though they had been issued before the disappearance. Moreover, Detectives uncovered that Chase had a gambling addiction and had been stealing money from Joseph's business accounts for months. It was speculated that Joseph had discovered this, leading to tension between the two and possibly providing Chase with a motive for murder. Police later uncovered that Chase had also issued checks totaling over $21,000 from Joseph McStay's business account in the days following the family's murder. Marcotte then went on gambling sprees, losing significant amounts of money in casinos. A bank's customer service employees also revealed to investigators that someone claiming to be Joseph McStay had called to request the complete deletion of his account and all related information. However, the caller failed to provide the correct password, so the request couldn't be processed. When authorities traced the call, they discovered it came not from Joseph's phone, but from Charles Marcotte's. Further investigation revealed that on February 1st, Joseph had sent an email claiming that Chase owed him almost $43,000. Adding to this, cell phone data placed Marcotte in the Mojave Desert 2 days after the McStay family disappeared. Authorities believed Marcotte knew the area well, having grown up nearby. During the investigation, police also received a DNA profile from the McStay family car. DNA found on the steering column and gear shift matched Charles Marcotte. With mounting evidence against Marcotte, detectives concluded that he had murdered the McStay family. The theory proposed by investigators was that Marcotte had killed the family with a sledgehammer, transported their bodies to the Mojave Desert, and buried them in shallow graves. He then drove the family's car to the border near Mexico, abandoning it there to mislead investigators into believing that the family had fled to Mexico. It's also believed that Marcotte was the one who conducted searches about Mexico on Summer's computer. On November 5, 2014, Charles Marcotte was charged with 4 counts of first-degree murder. Though he vehemently denied the accusations, he was arrested and brought to trial. However, the trial faced numerous delays as Marcotte fired several of his attorneys and even attempted to represent himself at one point. Over the span of 2 years, he cycled through 5 different lawyers. The trial finally began on January 7, 2019. Prosecutors entered the trial confident in their case, presenting substantial evidence linking Marcotte to the murders, along with a clear motive. They argued that Joseph had confronted Marcotte about the money he had been stealing from the business, threatening to report him to the authorities. Marcotte, who had a criminal record involving theft and fraud, panicked, fearing a lengthy prison sentence. As a result, prosecutors suggested he decided to kill Joseph and his entire family to silence them. The prosecution believed that Marcotte first killed Joseph and then lured Summer and the children to their deaths. After murdering the family, Marcotte hid the bodies for 2 days, during which time he accessed Joseph's bank account and issued the fraudulent checks. On February 6th, he allegedly transported the bodies to the desert, dug 2 shallow graves, and buried them along with the murder weapon. He later abandoned the family car near the border, though his DNA left inside the vehicle would become crucial evidence. During the trial, the prosecution presented security footage that supposedly showed Marcotte's truck leaving the McStay residence. However, the video was blurry, leading to debate over whether it truly was Marcotte's truck. The defense seized on this and other inconsistencies, including the unclear location of the murders. Prosecutors could not definitively say if the killings occurred in the family home or elsewhere, such as the desert. Marcotte's defense team argued that he had an alibi. His girlfriend at the time testified that Marcotte was with her at home on the night of February 4, 2010. His daughter also stated that she remembered her father being home that night. As for Marcotte's cell phone data placing him in the Mojave Desert on February 6th, the defense explained that he could have been in the area to visit his sister. Juanita, Chase's sister, testified that her brother frequently visited her, though she couldn't recall if he had visited on that specific day. However, prosecutors confronted Juanita with a recorded police interview from 2013, in which she claimed that Charles rarely visited her and hadn't done so for 5 years, which contradicted her trial testimony. The defense also tried several tactics to derail the trial, including accusing prosecutors of withholding evidence and requesting that key figures in the case be removed. However, the judge overseeing the case rejected these motions, allowing the trial to proceed. Chase Merritt's defense attorneys argued that the prosecution failed to thoroughly investigate other individuals who had motives to harm Joseph McStay. They pointed to 3 men they considered persons of interest, with the first being Joseph's brother, Michael McStay. When Michael took the stand, Charles Merritt's attorney asked him several pointed questions, suggesting he could be responsible for the crime. The lawyer inquired about Michael's relationship with his brother, to which both Michael and the rest of the family asserted that it was good. However, the defense raised doubts, questioning why Michael did not immediately go to check on his brother's home and why he was slow to report the family's disappearance. In response, Michael admitted that he hadn't been overly concerned at first, thinking his brother had simply gone on a trip with his family. The defense also suggested that the truck seen in the security footage could have been Michael's, not Charles. But a particularly strange detail that led some people to suspect Michael was that before the family's bodies were found, he told officers that he hoped they weren't buried in shallow graves. This statement caused significant debate, as the McStay family was indeed discovered in shallow graves in the Mojave Desert. Many found it suspicious that Michael could have imagined this scenario with such accuracy. However, Joseph and Michael's parents dismissed the comment as an unfortunate coincidence, while others found it highly unusual. In addition to Michael, the defense also pointed the finger at Joseph's other business partner, a man named Dan Kavanaugh, who managed Joseph's online sales. Dan, known as Dan the Hacker due to his computer expertise, worked with Joseph to promote and sell their products online. His compensation was a percentage of the online sales. Dan had previously been on police radar when his ex-girlfriend Tracy accused him of confessing to the murders in early 2018. Tracy's claims were dismissed, however, as she had a history of substance abuse and was on bad terms with Dan, leading the authorities to believe she might be trying to falsely incriminate him. According to Charles Merritt's defense team, Dan had a strong motive to harm Joseph. At the end of 2009, Joseph and Dan had clashed over profit distribution. Dan believed he was entitled to a share of not just the online sales, but all sales, while Joseph disagreed and initially refused to pay more. Dan allegedly threatened to ruin Joseph's online business by redirecting his website's traffic to adult sites. Ultimately, Joseph agreed to give Dan more money, including his BMW and additional payments. The last of these payments was due around the time of the family's disappearance. After the murders, Dan continued to work with Susan, Michael and Charles to keep the business running, but he later sold the company in June 2011, pocketing over $100,000. The defense argued that Dan's exclusion from certain projects and lack of payments could have pushed him over the edge. However, Dan had a solid alibi. He was vacationing in Hawaii with his girlfriend during the time of the murders. His ex-girlfriend testified that they were together on February 4, 2010, and posted photos to Facebook as evidence. While some people questioned the validity of social media posts as proof, the ex-girlfriend maintained that she had no reason to lie for Dan as they were no longer together and had parted on bad terms. The police eventually confirmed that Dan had indeed been in Hawaii at the time of the killings. During the trial, the defense also brought up Joseph's ex-wife's partner, suggesting that he too could have been involved. Joseph had a son named Jonah with his ex-wife, and tensions between Joseph and her new partner had escalated prior to the murders. Nevertheless, the police ruled him out as a suspect. Despite the defense's efforts to shift attention away from Charles Merritt, by June 2019, the jury found Merritt guilty on 4 counts of first-degree murder. Before the sentencing hearing, the victims' families gave emotional statements. Patrick, Joseph's father, addressed Merritt, saying that Joseph had done so much to help him and his family, particularly when Merritt faced legal troubles in 2009. Susan, Joseph's mother, called Merritt a despicable monster who had brutally killed 2 innocent children, her grandchildren. She labeled him a coward and a baby killer. Summer's sister tearfully shared how their family would forever be scarred by the loss of their loved ones. Joseph's eldest son, Jonah, also spoke, recounting the devastating impact of losing his father, stepmother, and younger siblings when he was just 12 years old. After hearing these victim impact statements, Merritt asked to speak. Through tears, he insisted on his innocence, declaring that he did not commit the murders and did not deserve what was happening to him. "I didn't do it," he said, "With God as my witness, I will prove everyone wrong." He added that he loved Joseph and would never have hurt him or his family. Merritt's sentencing was delayed after he once again requested to dismiss his attorney, though the judge rejected this motion. His legal team also filed for a new trial, accusing the prosecution of misconduct, but this request was also denied. Finally, on January 21, 2020, after years of delays, the San Bernardino Superior Court sentenced Charles Merritt, then 62 years old, to death. Despite the death sentence, it is unlikely that Merritt will ever be executed, as California has not carried out an execution since 2006. Instead, Merritt will likely spend the rest of his life in the death row. In June of 1995, it seemed like life couldn't possibly get any better for Mark and Donna Winger. The nuclear technician and his wife had been happily married for several years, and they had just adopted a newborn baby girl named Bailey. Donna was the oldest of 3 sisters in what they described as an incredibly close-knit family. The Dreschers grew to love Mark too. He was smart, Jewish, was attractive, and he was fun. Donna's sister, Jenny Levin, told the media, "Donna just felt like she had found her person." After Mark and Donna Winger were married in 1989, he was offered a job and the newlywoods settled in Springfield, Illinois. "We always joked about the fact when one sister marries, that husband marries 3 sisters," Levin said. "We shared our lives with Mark." Donna was working as an operating room technician and Mark was a nuclear engineer. Donna couldn't have been happier. The only thing she would have liked to was to have a child, her stepfather Ira Drescher said. Donna's mother, Sarah Jane Drescher, said her daughter was overwhelmed when she learned that she could not get pregnant. But then one day while working at the hospital, a doctor told Donna that a teenager was looking to put her baby up for adoption. Adopting the child was an easy decision for her. She looked at me with tears when she said, "Michelle, I knew it the minute they put the baby into my arms. She has always been mine." Donna's sister Michelle Hansen said. The Wingers welcomed baby Bailey into their home on June 1, 1995. Donna's family said the couple loved their new roles as parents. They seemed to have all the makings of a long and happy life together. Mark was just as excited to become a dad as Donna was to become a mom, Hansen said. Donna had met the woman who would eventually become her best friend, Diane Schultz, at the hospital. And with the arrival of Bailey, the two bonded over motherhood. But then everything turned dark. In August 1995, took baby Bailey on a trip to Hollywood, Florida to visit Donna's family. Her mother had just dropped the two of them off at the airport and hired a driver to pick them up in St. Louis, Missouri and drive them back to Springfield. So after the visit, the two flew into St. Louis airport and hopped in a cab driven by Roger Harrington with a 2-hour ride back to Springfield. During the course of the drive, Harrington reportedly began flirting with Donna and talking about drugs and orgies. Detective Charlie Cox, a police officer who investigated Donna's death, later said, "This gentleman started opening up to Donna about issues he was having. He had a voice in his head named Dom. Dom would tell him to do bad things. Recently, Dom was telling him to hurt people." After Donna safely arrived home with Bailey, she called the transit company to make a formal complaint about Harrington's behavior, and the driver was suspended. Cox later said that the driver started flirting with Donna, telling her he liked older women and even invited her to attend what he described as one of his sex parties. Donna had told her family that the ride was terrifying because he was driving erratically at 75 miles per hour. After the harrowing ride, Donna had been the victim of some strange phone calls, Weinhoff said. The family had believed that the driver had been stalking her and was a danger. Donna called the limousine company to file a complaint, and Harrington was suspended. Mark argued his wife to write down the story in case they might need it. Elise later found the note describing Donna's harrowing ride in her handwriting at the crime scene. Donna also told Mark about the experience. And though he played a part of the supportive husband and helped her file the complaint, it turned out that he had ulterior motives for doing so. Just days later, Mark invited Harrington to their home, perhaps under the pretense of helping him get his job back. On the 29th of August, 1995, the cab driver wrote Mark's name, address, and the time on a scrap of paper in his car, drove to the Wingers' home, walked inside with a coffee cup and a pack of cigarettes, and was shot twice in the head. Mark Winger then called 911 and told the dispatcher he'd just shot a man who was killing his wife. He informed police that he'd been walking on the treadmill in the basement when he heard a commotion upstairs. He grabbed his gun, went to investigate, and found Harrington swinging a hammer at Donna. In an effort to defend his wife, he'd shot the man twice. Police arrived on the scene to find that both Donna and Harrington still had a weak pulse. Mark was in a back bedroom, rolling back and forth in total shock. When former Springfield Police Detective Charlie Cox arrived at the Wingers' home, he remembered they could see the victims from the front door. Donna was clinging to life, said Sangamon County Assistant State Attorney Steve Weinhalt. She had been hit no less than 7 times in the head with a hammer. The second victim, a white man, had suffered 2 gunshot wounds to the head, but still had a pulse when police arrived, said Weinhoft. It was quite chaotic, Cox said. I knew that they were probably going to be transporting the victim soon, so I wanted to try and get identification on the male suspect. Cox found the man's wallet and was able to identify him as Roger Harrington. Police recovered a bloody hammer near the 2 bodies and found Mark's .45 caliber semi-automatic handgun, a yellow mug, and a pack of cigarettes on the same dining table. They also noticed that Harrington's car had been parked against traffic, facing the wrong direction. At the crime scene, said Mark was very upset and very emotional, and that he repeatedly asked who the man he'd killed was. Cox avoided identifying Harrington and tried to calm Mark down. As police combed through the scene, Mark asked police if the intruder's name was Roger. Cox confirmed that it was. Mark was shocked, and he said, "Oh my gosh, that's the man who's been harassing my wife this week," Cox said. Cox, who was familiar with Harrington after he'd lived in a trailer park owned by Cox, believed Harrington might have snapped. "I knew him as a very volatile type subject. He and his wife rented a trailer for me," Cox said. "Knowing what I knew about Mr. Harrington in the past, how quick he was to anger, I thought that very well he could have gone over there to try to get his job back. There's a hammer laying right there on the table. He picks it up and goes into a rage. Then the husband shoots the bad guy. Tragically, both victims succumbed to their injuries." After learning about Donna's previous run-in with Harrington and listening to Mark's version of events, the police closed the case within days, listing Roger Harrington as the culprit. Because once police examined the scene and listened to Mark's story, detectives concluded that he had acted in self-defense. The case was closed in about 48 hours, Weinhoff said. But Harrington's family insisted from the beginning that their son was harmless. He was no troublemaker. He was a good kid. He wouldn't even strike at anybody, his mother, Helen Harrington, said. "I don't think he would hurt anybody, and I don't think he was crazy." So it seemed like Mark Winger was going to get away with murder. Donna's mother spoke to the media about the evening, and the family received the news of her daughter's murder. "It was 4 in the morning, and I said, 'Jenny, it's Mom. Something terrible has happened,' Sarah Jane Drescher said of her call to Levin. "We sat there in my room, just crying at this unimaginable loss," Levin said. In the following months, Donna's mother and sister took turns traveling to Illinois to help take care of Bailey. "I loved Mark because he loved Donna, and that's what was important to me," Sarah Jane Drescher said. "But I had to be very careful because I did not want to ruin my relationship with him because I did not want to ruin my relationship with the baby. I wanted to be a grandma, and Bailey made me a grandma." Mark was now a single father raising his infant daughter on his own. Donna's family initially flew to Illinois to help out, but they couldn't stay, and they suggested Mark hire a nanny. In January 1996, he met 23-year-old Rebecca Simic, who was searching for a nanny job in the area. Rebecca told reporters, "It just felt like Bailey was the one that really needed me the most. She had been through so much already at the age of 3 months." Rebecca was wonderful with Bailey, and even Donna's family agreed that she was like an angel sent to help Mark. While she felt a little uncomfortable in the house, where 2 people had died violently, she was dedicated to giving Bailey a good childhood despite the trauma of losing her mother. "I didn't want to like Rebecca, but it was hard not to like her," Levin said. "Seeing her with Bailey, there was really nothing bad we could say about her." Meanwhile, Rebecca's role at Mark's home had begun to evolve. "When you live with someone and you're taking care of a child together, it's very easy to kind of play house," Rebecca said later on. Rebecca told the media that she was blown away by what the infant had been through in such a short time. Mark made me feel like I was like an angel sent to him from God or Donna. And it was my purpose to make this family whole again, Rebecca said. She lost 2 mothers by the time she was 3 months old. And she was so smiley, Rebecca said. I wanted to get in there and say, I'm going to help, and I'm going to make this little girl's life better. Mark helped Rebecca feel at ease in her new role. After a few months, the two found themselves sharing conversation and a glass of wine at the end of a long day. And then one thing led to another as their relationship turned intimate. Within the year, Rebecca was pregnant with Mark's child. The couple eloped in Hawaii in October 1996, just 14 months after Donna's death. I remember asking him how he could move on so quickly, Rebecca later recalled. And he explained to me that when you have a good marriage, it's natural for you to just want that again. Rebecca said Mark had told her he wasn't able to have children. So she said she was very surprised when she found out she was pregnant with his child only months after moving in. Obviously, I wasn't careful. It was just kind of a shock, she said. Mark, on the other hand, was thrilled, Rebecca recalled. Felt like it was a victory to him, she said. Mark put pressure on me to marry him and have children with him. Rebecca said that Mark, who was Jewish when they met, even started going to church with her. She said he told her they could raise a family in a Christian home. I would be honored to be your husband and blessed if you were my wife, Mark wrote in a letter to Rebecca. March Rabbi Michael Datz asked him about his change in faith. And he said that Mark explained Judaism is just too difficult and unforgiving. Rabbi Datz didn't understand, asking Mark, I don't know what you're talking about. What do you need forgiveness for? He said Mark didn't respond. But then it seemed like Mark was trying almost a little too hard to leave the past behind. 16 months after his wife's death, Mark told Sarah Jane Drescher that he was going to sell the house where her daughter Donna had died and buy another one just outside of town. He and Rebecca had started a family of their own, and he started cutting ties with Donna's parents. I received a letter from Mark one day saying to me I could not be called grandma, Sarah Jane Drescher said. I wrote him back and I begged him, please let her call me grandma. And he said, I'm sorry, there's no way I am going to allow her to call you grandma. And that's the way it is. Sarah said she mourned that loss for a long time. Bailey Simic, now 25, told reporters that her grandmother and grandfather, Ira Drescher, would send a birthday card to her every year. I always remember asking my mom, who's Sarah, Jane, and Ira? She said, my mom would always explain like, those are Donna's parents, and they just want to let you know that like, they love you and that they remember you. Eventually, Mark sold the house where Donna had died and moved with his new wife to the suburbs outside of Springfield. Things seemed great on the surface. They had 3 children together, and Rebecca raised Bailey as her daughter. Though chaotic, their life seemed almost perfect. Mark was a loving partner and a very involved father. That would all change quite soon. One day in early 1909, when Mark was feeling ill, Rebecca took him to the emergency room in the hospital where Donna had worked before her death. There, they saw Donna's best friend and co-worker, Deanne Schultz. She seemed upset to see Mark, and Rebecca remembered that Deanne had acted strangely when she first came on Bailey's nanny, as if she were anxious to stay involved in Bailey's life. After they returned home, Mark commented that that may not be the last they heard from Deanne. He was right. In February 1999, Deanne dropped a bombshell on the police, revealing that she and Mark had been having an affair before Donna's death. She said that at one point, he'd remarked to her that things would be easier for them if Donna was dead. She told them that after Donna's fateful ride with Roger Harrington, Mark said that he needed to get that driver to the house. All you'd need to do is find the body, he told her. Deanne never thought Mark was serious, but when Donna turned up dead soon after, she knew he had done it. Mark had threatened her not to tell anyone about the things he'd said, and she'd attempted suicide several times while struggling with her guilt. After seeing him in the hospital, she decided she couldn't keep quiet any longer. After hearing Deanne's story, police decided to take a closer look at the evidence from the day of the murders. The more they thought about what they'd once assumed was an open and shut case, the more questions they had. Why were there no signs of forced entry into the Winger home that August day? Why would Roger Harrington bring his cup of coffee and cigarettes into the house with him if he'd planned to attack Donna? And why would he use the Wingers' hammer as a weapon when he had a tire iron and a knife in his car? At that point, investigators came upon 3 never-before-seen Polaroid photos taken the day of the murders. They'd been, with the evidence collected in a civil suit, Mark had filed against the transportation company that had employed Harrington. Position of the bodies in the photos showed that Mark's version of events were not possible. Mark Winger had stated that Roger Harrington was kneeling right next to Donna Winger's head, and he was beating her with a hammer, Weinhoff explained. He stated that he shot him and that the man fell backward so that his feet remained near Donna's head. In reality, the Polaroid photographs show the exact opposite. Blood spatter experts agreed. Cox later told the media, "I was ashamed of the way the investigation went. I heard Roger Harrington's family. I ran his name through hell for no reason. I mean, he was an innocent victim. It had become clear that Mark was the real murderer behind the scenes the whole time." Rebecca Simic was left to make sense of the tragedy. She had no idea what Mark was capable of, and afterward, she moved her 4 children out of Springfield to feel safer. While Mark had tried to keep Bailey away from Donna's family, Rebecca encouraged them to be reunited. "We'd been hurt a lot by the same person," Rebecca said, "but it didn't break us." Donna's family and Rebecca spoke to reporters about the horrific realization that Mark was a manipulative killer hiding behind the mask of a brilliant engineer and a kind, loving husband and father. In December 1999, more than 4 years after the murders, the Springfield State Journal-Register ran an article based on allegations in the civil lawsuit that Mark had arranged the murder himself and killed both his wife and Harrington. The allegations were based on a blood spatter expert hired by BART Transportation in the case after the arrest of their employee Harrington. Everything came to a head. "It changed everything," Rebecca said of the article. "I mean, it went from Mark as the hero who was defending his wife, this noble stand-up guy that every man wanted to pat on the back, to a manipulative, deviant murderer." As the detectives continued their reinvestigation, they learned that Harrington's roommate, Susan Collins, had initially told police that someone asked to meet with Harrington on the day of the murders and that she had seen Harrington on the phone arranging that meeting. Inside Harrington's car, they found a note written on a bank deposit slip with Mark's name, his address, and the time to be there. Roger Harrington was not an intruder, but rather he was lured into that home by Mark Winger, Weinhoff said. Deanne Shelter's cooperation with police and evidence that raised questions about Mark's story prompted the voluntary dismissal of the civil suit against BART Transportation. "I didn't see it coming," Rebecca said. "I didn't know that this whole investigation was brewing. I never thought the whole time that they thought my husband was a diabolical murderer." A warrant was issued for Mark's arrest, and he was taken into custody while at work. "I had made plans to go to McDonald's Playland," Rebecca recalled. "We were there and I got a phone call, and it was Mark's secretary, and she told me that Mark had just been arrested. I was just sick, like my whole body kind of went numb, and I just couldn't believe it. I was shaking so badly, and I just remembered feeling so scared. I felt that I owed it to him and to my kids to just stand by him," she said. Hanson, Donna's sister, said she didn't feel relieved following Mark's arrest. "I still wanted to believe he was innocent," she said. "Here's this person that I know in handcuffs, and what's going to happen?" Bailey was just 6 years old at the time of Mark's arrest. She said no longer having her father home was scary. "I just remember everyone just trying to remain calm and kind of at the time being like, Dad's just going away for a while and that he'll be back soon," she said. But that was no longer possible. On August 23, 2001, Mark Winger was indicted for the murders of Donna Winger and Roger Harrington. At the trial in May 2002, a visibly shaky Deanne testified against Mark. The court granted her immunity in exchange for her testimony, though there was no evidence linking her to anything other than keeping Mark's terrible secret. Mark was sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole. One of the key points the prosecution had to prove was that Harrington had gone to the house to meet with the Wingers, not to commit a murder. They presented the cigarettes and coffee mug that he'd brought inside, as well as the weapons he'd left in his car and the note with Mark's name and address. Mark's attorney argued that Harrington was mentally ill, that he behaved erratically, and that these traits indicated he was capable of murder. When prosecutors presented the Polaroid showing the position of the bodies before they were removed from the scene, Mark's attorney argued throughout the trial that first responders could have moved the bodies. It's our belief that Roger comes to the house, he's allowed into the home, now retired Detective Jim Graham said. There were no signs of forced entry, and he was executed at that time. Hearing the gunshot, Donna Winger then comes from the bathroom to investigate. He then beats his wife to death with a hammer. Mark then calls 911. In the 911 call, someone can be heard moaning in the background when Mark tells the operator he can hear his baby crying and hangs up. He had told the operator there was a bullet in Harrington's head, but when police arrived, Harrington had been shot twice. Diane also gave damning testimony at the trial, saying that Mark told her it would be easier if Donna just died. I thought it was crazy talk, she said during her cross-examination. After a chance meeting years later, Diane testified that she confronted Mark in the hopes of gathering information and asked him how he lived with himself, and that he'd replied that he had found Jesus Christ and was forgiven. She said he warned her that if she ever said anything, they would both be in trouble. I didn't think that anybody would believe her, Rebecca said. I just thought if Mark truly did that, she would have come forward right away. Mark's defense argued that Diane was emotionally unstable and just a woman who had been scorned. Deanne Schultz's testimony was able to demonstrate that in reality, Mark was obviously unhappy, unfaithful, and had specifically talked about wanting to kill his wife, Weinhoff said. Schultz was granted immunity for her testimony, he added. There was no direct evidence that directly linked Deanne to actively participating in this crime. In the end, she was such a valuable witness as it relates to presenting the motive. After a trial that lasted 3 weeks, the jury found Mark Winger guilty of 2 counts of first-degree murder. Rebecca said she believed he would be going home with them. After the verdict, she said the words guilty rang through her head and that she wanted the earth to open up and swallow me. Sarah Jane Drescher and her daughters Donna's sisters were with her when they heard the verdict. The 3 of us just embraced and cried, she said. And the story gets even more twisted because 4 years later, Mark was also sentenced to an additional 35 years in prison when he tried to hire a hitman to kill Deanne, or testifying against him. He even attempted to put out a hit against a childhood friend who had refused to pay his bail. Helen Harrington was relieved and grateful that her son had been vindicated of Donna's murder. We knew that Roger was innocent, and it finally got proven, she said. He was branded a murder at the time, but then all this came to an end. The police also had to come to terms with the faulty initial investigation. I was ashamed of the way the investigation went, Cox said. I heard Roger Harrington's family. I ran his name through hell for no reason. I mean, he was an innocent victim. The police department had too hastily closed the case and turned a blind eye to some red flags. And to right such a wrong, it felt great, Bram added. But Rebecca said there wasn't any closure for her or her family. When we lose someone, you know, we gather. We have a funeral, Rebecca shared. But when someone goes to prison, well, what do? You're just kind of left with this emptiness and this hole that you can't really have closure with that. It wasn't just him being sentenced to life, she said. We were sentenced to a life of a father in prison. Bailey Simic says she missed having her father around while growing up. It was really hard being in school, seeing all the other kids had their dads in that relationship, she said. And now suddenly, I couldn't just go to my dad's room or have him pick us up from school or anything like that. Ben Simic was only a year old when his dad went to prison. I can look at the pictures and look at myself and say, that kid has no idea. He was way too young to know anything that was going on, he said. Rebecca had to move out of Springfield with her kids, and the home that she'd bought with Mark was foreclosed. She had been a stay-at-home mom for 7 years, so she had no option but to file for bankruptcy. I didn't have anything to give my kids. Everything had been taken away. All I had was love, she said. Rebecca never remarried as far as we know. She raised all 4 of the children on her own, and Bailey has since reunited with Donna's family. It was so incredible to see that there's this whole big family that loves me. And Sarah Jane still has my baby picture on her kitchen counter with all of her other grandkids. Even though we've been gone for so long, she said. We've been hurt a lot by the same person, but it didn't break, as Rebecca said. Although Sarah Jane Drescher says there will never be closure for the murder of her daughter, the family has worked together to set up Donna's fund, which is a part of Women in Distress, an organization that works to provide shelter for women trying to escape abuse. Think her legacy will live on through people that we help, Levin said, and through the beautiful memories that we have of her. Fiona Anderson, born in 1990 in the United Kingdom, was one of 3 daughters to Carrie and Michael Anderson. Her father served in the Royal Air Force, while her mother was a devoted homemaker who cared for their 3 children. Fiona had 2 sisters, Claire and Laura, and they shared a close bond, growing up in a harmonious family environment. Fiona attended various primary schools in Lowestoft, a town in Suffolk, England. She was often described as a bright and beautiful child who loved Disney movies and playing with her dolls. In her early years, she was outgoing and popular, but as she grew older, Fiona became more withdrawn and easily prone to mood swings. Her sudden changes in behavior worried her parents, who took her to several specialists. Although she was diagnosed with mental health issues, no specific condition was identified and her situation worsened over time. Despite the efforts of her family to support her, Fiona insisted that she could manage her problems on her own. She eventually met a young man named Craig McClellan and they began a relationship. In 2008, Fiona and Craig decided to move in together, even though neither had steady jobs. Craig frequently switched from one job to another, leading to an unstable situation for the couple. That same year, Fiona became pregnant, adding to their financial and emotional strain. According to family members, her mental health continued to deteriorate during her pregnancy. She refused to attend regular prenatal appointments or follow the advice of her parents and doctors. Craig also resisted any outside interference from Fiona's family. In June 2009, due to concerns about Fiona's prenatal care and the unstable family environment, obstetric services referred her case to Child and Youth Services. Soon after, the authorities intervened to ensure the well-being of the unborn child. On July 21, 2009, Fiona and Craig welcomed their first daughter, Lavina. After her birth, social workers requested that the couple agree to place Lavina under voluntary care, but they refused. Just 2 months later, Lavina was admitted to the hospital, where doctors found that she was severely underweight, likely due to malnutrition. After receiving care, she began to gain weight, confirming that she had not been properly fed by her parents. Despite repeated attempts by social workers to convince Fiona to surrender custody due to concerns about her mental health, she insisted that she was a good mother and would never give up her daughter. Shortly after this incident, Fiona and Craig were evicted from their home due to unpaid rent. They were forced to rely on the generosity of friends and family, which did not provide the stable environment needed for raising a child. For a time, they stayed with acquaintances and then moved in with Craig's parents. Things seemed to improve for a while, and the involvement of social services lessened. In June 2010, Fiona gave birth to their second child, a boy named Addie. However, with 2 small children and Craig's inconsistent income, the couple faced increasing financial challenges. Fortunately, Craig eventually secured a stable job, allowing them to rent a house in Lowestoft by February 2011, and it appeared that they were finally finding some stability. However, by May 2011, social services were once again alerted after neighbors reported that Lavina and Addie had been sleeping in a double stroller for 13 nights and had been fed only biscuits. When social workers and the police visited the home, they found the children malnourished and confined in playpens. The children were assessed, and it was determined that they were emotionally affected and had delayed language skills, leading to their inclusion in child protection plans for neglect. Fiona felt victimized and deeply offended by the suggestion that she was not a good mother. Craig, meanwhile, was often absent from home, claiming he was working extra hours to provide for the family, although his income did not reflect this. Despite their troubled relationship and the challenges they faced, Fiona and Craig did not take precautions to prevent further pregnancies. In May 2012, their third child, Kaiden, was born. Social services quickly became involved due to concerns about the parents' ability to care for another child. By August, child protection officers decided to initiate legal proceedings against the family. However, due to a lack of follow-up by a social worker, the case stalled. As their financial difficulties continued to mount, Fiona discovered in late 2012 that she was pregnant with their fourth child, a girl. Fiona's mental health, already fragile, was further strained by the hormonal changes brought on by her frequent pregnancies and childbirths, leaving her unable to cope with the mounting stress. According to her family, Fiona Anderson was growing increasingly isolated and refused any help from others, allowing only Craig to remain close, though he was drifting further away each day. By then, Craig had started an affair with a beautiful Polish woman he had met at work. The idea of moving in with her was highly appealing, as there would be no children to care for, and they could live a carefree life together. In March 2013, Craig decided to leave Fiona and move in with his lover, though he never disclosed the real reason for their separation. He simply packed his belongings and left, abandoning Fiona with 3 children, another on the way, and no job. Meanwhile, social services continued to monitor the family's deteriorating living conditions, especially now that a 4th child was soon to be born. On the afternoon of Sunday, April 14, 2013, Craig visited the house, bringing chocolate biscuits for his children. After spending some time with them, he told Fiona they needed to talk. During their conversation, the 24-year-old revealed that he had started a relationship with another woman and that their separation would be final. This news confirmed Fiona's suspicions about why Craig had been staying out late, supposedly working extra hours in recent months, and his intention to leave her and the children. Fiona's reaction was explosive. She completely lost control, and during the argument she grabbed a sharp object from the kitchen and stabbed Craig in the shoulder. He fell to the floor, bleeding, while their terrified children watched. Craig managed to escape from Fiona's rage, covering the wound with a napkin, and called an ambulance which took him to the hospital around 8 p.m. At the hospital, Craig lied to the doctors, claiming he had been attacked by a stranger trying to steal his phone. He later explained that he lied to avoid further complications with social services, fearing his children might be taken away and placed in foster care, a threat they had faced many times before. Craig believed Fiona was solely to blame for their problems with social services, and he denied any responsibility for the negative assessments they had received. As he prepared to leave the hospital, Craig received a text message from Fiona. In it, she told him to say goodnight to their children, as it would be the last time he would ever see them. Craig left the hospital and went to his new partner's house, not giving the message much thought. The hospital staff reported the attack to the police, but by the time officers arrived to speak with Craig, he had already left. They decided to visit the last address they had for him, the home he had shared with Fiona and their children. When they rang the intercom, Fiona refused to open the door and claimed she hadn't seen Craig in over a month. With no further leads, the police left. At around 8:30 a.m. on April 15, 2013, the police and emergency teams rushed to a parking lot after receiving a call from someone who had found a woman's body in a residential area. Paramedics tried to resuscitate her. Unfortunately, she was pronounced dead at the scene. The investigators noticed 4 names written on her body, and judging by her heavily pregnant appearance, it was clear she was in the advanced stages of pregnancy. After examining the scene, it was apparent that the woman had fallen from a high building, resulting in her immediate death along with that of her unborn baby. Forensic analysis would be needed to confirm the cause of death. An investigation was quickly launched to identify the deceased woman, and surveillance footage from the area showed a woman wearing the same clothes as the victim. This footage helped the police identify her as 23-year-old Fiona Anderson. With Fiona's identity confirmed, the police learned that she was known to Child Protective Services and had 3 children. Police rushed to Fiona's home, and when no one answered the door, they forced their way inside. What they found was beyond anything they were prepared for. The 3 young children were discovered lifeless on the bed in the main bedroom. They were tucked in, surrounded by stuffed animals, each with a kiss mark and lipstick on their foreheads. Messages written in green marker covered the walls. One note read, "I love you and will keep you safe. I tucked them into bed with their teddies. They love their teddies. They look so peaceful together." Each child had a message written on their torso, "I love you," along with their name in green ink and a small heart on their abdomen. Investigators also found a torn letter in the trash, offering a heartbreaking glimpse into Fiona's mental state. In the letter, she wrote about her inability to cope with Craig's abandonment and expressed her intent to take her own life while also taking her children with her. She reiterated her belief that a mother never leaves her children behind and pleaded for Craig to allow them all to be buried together. The children's bodies were taken to a hospital for autopsies to determine the causes of death. Meanwhile, police cordoned off the apartment to continue their investigation. The tragic news spread quickly, and neighbors and friends gathered outside the building, leaving flowers, teddy bears, and other tributes in a makeshift memorial at the entrance. Craig, accompanied by his mother, also visited the site, where they were met by a crowd of media reporters. In an interview, Craig admitted that he had a gut feeling it was Fiona when he heard the news about a woman who had taken her own life. He expressed his devastation, saying he had just lost his entire family. During an interview with investigators, confessed that Fiona had attacked him the previous night when he told her he was leaving for another woman. For the police, Craig's departure appeared to be the final trigger that led Fiona to end her life and the lives of her children. A young woman who knew the couple described Fiona as a charming person who didn't seem like the type of mother who would harm her children. As detectives continued their investigation, they discovered that just hours before the tragedy, Fiona had posted desperate messages on social media, revealing that Craig had left her for someone else. In her posts, she wrote that all she ever did was love him, and despite the pain he caused, neither she nor her children ever gave up on him. She also uploaded photos of her children, expressing how much she loved them. In one of her final posts, shared an ultrasound image and wrote that she was expecting a baby girl. After piecing together all the evidence, investigators concluded that it was Fiona who had tragically ended the lives of her children. Authorities released surveillance footage to the media in hopes of piecing together the final moments of Fiona Anderson's life. This strategy proved effective as around 13 people came forward to tell the police they had seen the young woman walking through the city on the morning of April 15th. Thanks to these witness reports, officers were able to obtain clearer footage showing Fiona wearing a long white coat and black shoes captured outside her home around 6:20 a.m. on that tragic morning. Fiona was seen heading toward Craig's residence where she left a note in his mailbox. She then dropped off the keys to her apartment at a local hostel so Craig could pick them up later. Afterward, she wandered through the city for over an hour carrying her youngest son's favorite teddy bear. Several passers-by reported that as she walked, she softly sang a lullaby. By 8:30 a.m. that same day, a cleaner in a multi-story parking garage spotted Fiona climbing up to the top level, still humming her lullaby. The cleaner watched as Fiona climbed onto the railings and then, without hesitation, leaped into the air, ending her life and that of the baby she was carrying. At this point, the police had received the results of Fiona's autopsy, confirming that she had died from severe head injuries consistent with a fall. However, investigators had not yet determined the cause of death for her 3 children, so further tests were needed. A close friend of Fiona's created a memorial page on social media in her memory. The page quickly filled with comments, many asking for respect and remembering Fiona as a warm and kind-hearted woman who would do anything to help others and adored her children. Other comments from friends and family expressed their grief over the loss and hoped that Fiona had finally found the peace she was searching for. Amid the mourning in May 2013, partial autopsy results were released for the children, revealing that all 3 had drowned. The post-mortem examinations found no signs of abuse or violence. According to the police's reconstruction of events, Fiona had prepared the bath, and after submerging her children one by one until they stopped breathing, she dried them off, laid them on her bed, and covered them with blankets, placing their favorite teddy bears in their arms. Once the examinations were completed, Fiona's family was able to claim her body, while Craig and his relatives took custody of the children's remains. In a televised interview, Fiona's parents, Michael and Carrie, pleaded with Craig to allow their daughter to be buried with her children, as it was her final wish, expressed in the letter she had left behind. Despite their heartfelt pleas, refused to let the children be buried alongside the woman who had taken their lives. On June 5th, surrounded by friends and family, the funeral for the children was held. Fiona's family was not allowed to attend. 10 days later, around 75 mourners gathered to say their final goodbyes to Fiona. Dozens of people, many dressed in pink, attended the funeral, which also served as a memorial for her 3 children. A horse-drawn hearse carried Fiona's body to the cemetery, where she was buried alongside her unborn daughter. Fiona Anderson's mother expressed deep gratitude to the local community for their support as they navigated the aftermath of the tragedy. She described Fiona as an amazing woman and a devoted mother who adored her children. In the wake of Fiona's death, many began to question the roles of both the police and social services in the tragedy. As a result, the Independent Police Complaints Commission launched an investigation. It was revealed that officers had visited Fiona's residence just hours before her death while investigating the stabbing of Craig. The inquiry centered around whether the police could have prevented the tragedy if they had entered the home, rather than merely speaking with Fiona through the intercom. After a thorough evaluation, the commission determined that there was no way for the officers to have predicted what would happen in the following hours. Between 2009 and 2013, social workers had visited Fiona's family more than 50 times. There were documented concerns that the children were often left in their stroller and, on some days, were only fed biscuits. An independent expert involved in the investigation noted that Fiona had been reluctant to cooperate, which hindered any psychiatric evaluation and prevented necessary legal actions. Although the deaths of her children weren't deemed predictable, the expert believed that if the children had been taken into care earlier, the tragedy might have been avoided. The coroner overseeing the case echoed this sentiment, stating that while it was not his intention to assign blame, it was evident that key steps, such as evaluating Fiona's mental health, had not been taken. He called for UK health authorities to prioritize providing support to parents with mental health challenges. The investigation also revealed communication failures and a lack of coordination between the various services involved in Fiona's care. It emerged that the assigned social worker was an unqualified trainee who had not handled the case appropriately due to inexperience and a lack of understanding of the severity of Fiona's situation. This worker should have been supported by a more experienced mentor who could have guided them in dealing with such a complex case. The head of social services in Suffolk defended the lack of intervention, acknowledging that some families are harder to engage than others. However, he also emphasized that it is the duty of social workers to protect children and provide the right support to families. As a result, several recommendations were made to improve the system's ability to support families in crisis. These included better training for social workers, improved communication between services, and a more proactive approach to identifying and assisting those at risk. Fiona Anderson's case shocked the community and underscored the need for meaningful support and monitoring for families facing similar crises. Mental health analysts confirmed that Fiona deeply loved her children, but had a distorted perception of reality due to her mental health struggles. Although she was aware of her actions, she had lost her sense of direction after Craig's departure, leaving her isolated with her darkest thoughts and fears. Fiona felt lost, and the only solution she saw to free her children from future pain was to take them with her to a better place where they could all be happy together, free from the stress of bills and financial worries. Despite knowing about Fiona's struggles and the challenges she faced with their children, Craig abandoned them all for a new life with his lover. He ignored the warning signs, including the final message Fiona sent him, which hinted at her intention to take drastic action. Many people sympathize with Craig, sharing his grief as a father who had lost 4 children. However, others criticized his behavior, considering him partly responsible for the tragedy. They believed Craig should have recognized Fiona's deteriorating mental health, especially after their first child, and taken steps to help her. Instead, by leaving her pregnant with their 4th child, he had abandoned her when she needed support the most. In this tragic story, the only innocent victims were the 4 children. They suffered from their mother's mental health problems, their father's abandonment, and the lack of protection from the official agencies that were supposed to safeguard their well-being. In the northern suburbs of Toledo, Ohio, lived the Liskey family, a blended household of 5. The family included 53-year-old Bill, his wife Susan, aged 48, and their 3 children, Devin, Derek, and William. Devin and Derek were Susan's children from a previous marriage, While William was Bill's son from his first marriage, the family seemed to live a relatively peaceful life in a spacious home situated on hundreds of acres near Lake Erie, close to national parks and wildlife areas. Their favorite pastimes included hunting and fishing, activities that allowed them to enjoy the outdoors together. Susan, who had worked as an office manager for the Northwest Carpentry Training Board, loved gardening, camping, and was known as a loving mother. Bill, a retired Air Force veteran, shared her passion for the outdoors. The kids, especially William, enjoyed spending time near Lake Erie. As the children grew older, they attended church every Sunday, blending into the quiet rural life. However, William had a more turbulent personality. As a child, he was often irritable, bullying other children and stirring up conflict wherever he went. His parents initially dismissed his behavior as typical mischief, expecting it to improve with time, but his disruptive tendencies only worsened during adolescence. By the time William was 15, his behavior had escalated to a point where he had several run-ins with the law. It was around this time that his father, Bill, met Susan through their work and eventually married her in 2001. William resented Susan's arrival into his life. He disliked her presence in the household and openly rebelled against the strict rules she introduced. As the tension between William and his stepmother grew, so did his disobedience. By 2002, at age 16, William had been placed under house arrest for a crime. He had threatened to harm himself, and when the police arrived, the situation escalated into physical violence. William was charged with assault in juvenile court. In 2004, during a heated argument, William struck Susan in the chest. 2 months later, he assaulted her again, hitting her on the head with a coffee mug and stealing her car. Susan, overwhelmed by the violence, pressed serious charges against him. However, William was diagnosed with schizoaffective disorder and was deemed unfit for trial. The assault and theft charges were dropped, though his relationship with Susan remained fraught. His father, Bill, made the difficult decision to place William in a psychiatric group home near Lake Erie in Sandusky. Even though William was under treatment, he continued to pose a threat to those around him. During his time in Sandusky, William had multiple violent encounters with law enforcement, one of which occurred when his father was present to pick him up. Despite the treatment, William's condition didn't improve and he remained agitated. In the fall of 2004, at 18 years old, William's aggression took a frightening turn. One morning, he attempted to attack Susan while she was in the shower. Although Susan managed to fend him off, she was left injured, both physically and emotionally drained from the prolonged abuse. That night, Bill made the painful decision to expel William from the family home. From that point on, William had to fend for himself. The strained relationship between him and his family worsened, particularly with Susan and his half-siblings, leading to frequent arguments whenever they crossed paths. Over the next few years, William continued to receive sporadic treatment for his schizoaffective disorder. By 2007, Bill, despite all the challenges, remained committed to helping his son. He sought legal guardianship over William in an attempt to secure his release from the psychiatric hospital. Bill's hope was to place William in a halfway house or group home where he could receive more appropriate care. Though William's condition could be somewhat controlled with medication, he often refused to take it, believing he was fine. Instead, he turned to alcohol and marijuana, further complicating his behavior. Thanks to Bill's efforts, William was eventually released from the hospital and placed in a relatively free-living rehabilitation center. However, his visits to his father's home remained tense. Around this time, a neighboring family lost their pet dog, which was found shot. Suspicion fell on William, though no proof was ever found. While it was just a pet, the incident hinted at something darker, raising alarm among the community. To minimize William's interactions with Susan and the neighbors, Bill often took him to the family's cabin in Carroll County on weekends, hoping that some time away might calm his son. The cabin was just a few hours' drive from northern Ohio. Bill often took William there to hunt and talk, hoping these trips would ease the tension between William and the rest of the family and improve his mental state. Unfortunately, This only provided temporary relief and did nothing to address the underlying issues. William's dislike for his stepmother remained unchanged and his mental health continued to deteriorate. A family friend, Mark, recalled numerous conversations with Bill, where he voiced concerns about the safety of the Liska family. When William started causing trouble and had physical altercations with Bill would frequently call Mark for help. Despite the physical harm he endured, Bill was determined not to give up on his only son, convinced that William wouldn't intentionally hurt his family. On the morning of October 31st, 2010, Halloween Devin, Bill's 16-year-old stepson, returned home around 9:30 a.m. after spending the previous night at his biological father's house. He was getting ready to change clothes before heading to church. As he came downstairs after changing, he encountered William, which struck Devin as odd, as William had already moved out and rarely stayed at the house. The couch had been made into a bed, suggesting William had slept there the night before. They exchanged brief pleasantries, and William asked Devin where he was going, how long he'd be out, and how he was getting there. William's unusually chatty demeanor surprised Devin, as their relationship had always been tense, marked by frequent arguments. Devin shrugged off William's sudden friendliness, answered quickly, and left for church. By 1:30 p.m., after attending church services, Devin returned home. He headed upstairs to play video games in his room. Shortly after, he noticed something strange. The house was eerily quiet. Curious, Devin walked downstairs to check on his mother and stepfather, assuming they had overslept. To his shock, they were still in bed, and his mother's legs were hanging off the edge of the bed. Devin approached and tapped his mother's leg, attempting to wake her. That's when he noticed her pillow stained with what looked like blood. Initially, Devin thought it might have been a Halloween prank from the previous night's party, but as the minutes passed, it became horrifyingly clear that his parents had been murdered. In a panic, Devin fled the house and called his Aunt Lori. At that moment, Devin didn't think to check on his brother Derek or his stepbrother William. Lori quickly alerted the police and rushed to the Lisk house. When law enforcement arrived, they found a gruesome crime scene. In the master bedroom, under the sheets lay the bodies of Bill and Susan. Bill had been shot in the face while still in bed, seemingly asleep. Susan had been shot 3 times in the head, and her body appeared to have been moved after her death. Forensic evidence later revealed that Susan had also been bludgeoned after she was already dead. In another room, police found the door locked. Upon forcing it open, they discovered 23-year-old Derek curled up in his bed, also killed. He had suffered blunt force trauma to the head, and a bloodied hammer matching his injuries was found nearby. The forensic investigation concluded that the family had been murdered in their sleep, starting with Derek, followed by Bill, and lastly Susan. Muddy footprints were found around the house, leading to a pond in the backyard. Initially, investigators believed the murder weapon might have been discarded there, but after draining the pond, they found nothing. In total, 3 people had been murdered: Bill, Susan, and their son Derek. Later, during Susan's autopsy, it was discovered that she had been sexually assaulted post-mortem, a heinous addition to an already horrific crime. Aunt Lori immediately told the police that she suspected William, Bill's son, as the killer. William had a history of mental illness and deeply resented Susan. He had previously threatened and assaulted her. Adding to the suspicion, William had been staying at the house the night before the murders, and the family's white truck was missing, pointing further in his direction. Neighbors interviewed by the police mentioned hearing some noises, possibly gunshots, around 6:30 a.m. on Halloween morning. But living in a rural area, they didn't think much of it at the time. They also recalled seeing Bill and William returning from a hunting trip the day before and attending a Halloween party with the family that night. Everyone at the party seemed happy, but neighbors noticed that Derek wasn't present, which wasn't unusual given that Derek and William didn't get along. William rarely stayed overnight at the Lisk home, but because Bill and Susan had been drinking at the party, they allowed William to sleep over after the festivities ended. This exception would later prove to be fatal for the Liska family. Reports suggest that when Devin returned home that morning before heading to church, his family may have already been killed by William. The fact that William spoke to Devon upon his return implies that William chose to let Devon leave the house without harming him. However, William did ask how long Devon would be gone, indicating that he might have murdered the rest of the family after Devon had left for church. Phone records show that the last call from Derek was at 2:02 p.m. the day before the murders. Authorities quickly tracked William down, finding that he had returned to the family's cabin. He had been hunting there with his father less than 48 hours earlier. Bill had taken a week off, and the two had only returned home 24 hours before the killings. A police officer reported spotting a white Ford truck and decided to check the cabin. The truck matched the description of the one missing from the Liska home. As police kept watch over the property, they observed William step out onto the porch, leaning against a post and smoking a cigarette. William was promptly arrested. Surveillance footage from a nearby restaurant showed William purchasing the sandwich. Forensic experts searched the cabin, gathering the truck and William's clothing as evidence during his initial arrest. At first, William was only charged with a single count of murder, which allowed the police to hold him until further charges could be brought before a jury. The jury would decide if additional charges would be filed. When William was transferred from the detention area to the intake unit, he was instructed to wear a suicide prevention suit, which he refused. An officer was tasked with overseeing William. He insisted William to wear the suit, leading to a physical confrontation where William scratched the officer's face. Another officer intervened, threatening William with a stun gun before he finally complied and put on the suit. Despite this altercation, no further charges were filed against him. The police were already familiar with William, as he had been in and out of trouble frequently. In November 2010, William was officially charged with 6 counts of aggravated murder, 2 counts per victim. 3 of the charges were for premeditated murder, while the remaining 3 were for aggravated robbery. William pleaded not guilty to all charges, with his defense lawyer entering an insanity plea on his behalf. He was held in jail with bail set at $3 million. Sometime later, William appeared in court. He faced 6 counts of aggravated murder. He underwent a 30-day evaluation to determine if he is competent to stand trial. The 24-year-old was accused of murdering his father, Bill, his stepmother, Susan, and her son, Derek. If convicted, William would face the death penalty. Despite his history of mental illness and after being evaluated twice for competency, William was ultimately found fit to stand trial. Knowing he could face the death penalty, William altered his defense strategy. On August 12, 2011, in a pretrial hearing, he pleaded guilty to 3 counts of aggravated murder in exchange for the prosecution waiving the death penalty. William was sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole. Before his sentencing, William expressed remorse for killing his family, attributing his actions to Satan and his mental illness. William had struggled with long-term mental health issues, frequently stopping his medication, which only worsened his condition. Despite efforts from those around him, especially his father Bill, who never gave up on his son and tried to find treatment for him, the family conflicts continued. Tragically, Bill's love and efforts were in vain, and his life ended at the hands of his own son. The case of Bobbi-Anne McLeod. Bobbi-Anne lived with her parents, Donna and Adrienne, and her brother Lee in Plymouth, a lively coastal town in southwest England. On November 20th, 2021, Bobbi-Anne left her home around 5:45 p.m., heading to the bus stop on Sheepster Road. She had told her father that she was going downtown to meet her boyfriend and friends, something she had done many times before. The bus stop was familiar to her, and she reached it within a few minutes. An hour and a half passed, and Bobbi-Anne's mother, Donna, sent her a text to check if she had arrived safely. When Bobbi-Anne didn't reply, Donna tried calling her, but her daughter also didn't answer. This was unusual, and Donna became worried. About an hour later, Bobbi-Anne's boyfriend called her parents, asking if she was at home. He was concerned because Bobbi-Anne hadn't shown up for their scheduled meeting, and he hadn't been able to reach her by phone. Bobbi and his parents called all her friends, but none of them knew her whereabouts. With growing concern, they reported her missing to the police. It was already past 9 p.m. The next morning, November 21st, police, along with McLeod's family and volunteers, began a thorough search of the area. Flyers with Bobbi-Anne's picture were distributed across the city, and her disappearance was shared on social media and local news outlets. Bobbi-Anne's brother, Lee, made a desperate plea on social media, urging everyone in Plymouth to help search for her. He asked people to report any information or sightings to him. The police investigation revealed that Bobbi-Anne had planned to take a bus downtown, but she never boarded it. However, a local resident came forward, stating that he had seen Bobbi-Anne at the bus stop the previous evening. This new information confirms that Bobbi-Anne did indeed arrive at the bus stop, but did not get on the bus for unknown reasons. Further evidence was found when police discovered Bobbi-Anne's wireless headphones in the walkway behind the bus stop. The area was sealed off and police officers conducted a meticulous search of the surrounding area, scouring every inch for potential clues. Evidence was collected along the girl's usual route from her home to the bus stop, as well as on surrounding streets. Since Bobbi-Anne was last seen at the bus stop but never boarded the bus, and her headphones were found nearby, authorities suspected she might have been kidnapped. Investigators attempted to locate her cell phone, which was detected within the city limits, but they couldn't pinpoint its exact location. All calls to her number went straight to voicemail. The police eventually found Bobbi-Anne's phone. On November 22nd, police, family members, and volunteers conducted a thorough search of the area surrounding Bobbi-Anne's home, but unfortunately, no leads were found. The following evening, November 23rd, the police announced the discovery of a woman's body at Bobbi-Anne Beach, approximately 8 miles from the bus stop where Bobbi-Anne was last seen. The body was found in a wooded area near the shore, about half a mile inland. The body found was indeed Bobbi-Anne's. Her death was a devastating blow to her loved ones. A vigil was held in her memory near the bus stop where she was last seen, and the family expressed their gratitude to everyone who attended. During the vigil, Bobbi-Anne's mother, Donna, sent heartfelt love to her daughter. On behalf of her family, she expressed gratitude to everyone for coming together during this difficult time. She admits that although their beautiful Bobbi and his life was taken, she will always be remembered. Bobbi-Anne McLeod's brother, Lee McLeod, paid a heartfelt tribute to his sister by sharing a childhood photo of the two of them. The picture showed the siblings smiling and wearing their primary school uniforms. In a message accompanying the photo, Lee expressed his grief and love for his sister. He wrote, "You didn't deserve this. You were a beautiful and talented girl, and I'm grateful to have had you as my little sister. I'll always treasure the adventures and journeys we had. Rest easy now." The police investigation revealed that Bobbi-Anne's body was found naked, but the medical examiner found no evidence of rape. However, she had suffered severe head and facial injuries, including 14 lacerations. The investigation has made progress. A man who walked into the police station on November 23rd, the same day the body was found. At 1:17 p.m., he approached the police and offered to provide information about the missing girl, stating that he wanted to help the police and her family. That man was Cody Ackland, 24, admitted to the crime. He confessed to kidnapping and killing Bobbi and providing details of the offense. Cody lived fairly close to the bus stop where Bobbi-Anne was last seen, and he was taken into custody as the prime suspect. Cody confirmed that he had abducted Bobbi-Anne from the bus stop, despite never having met her before the evening of the incident. Cody Ackland was a talented musician and guitarist in a local indie rock band, but he had a dark secret. Behind his charming facade, Cody was fascinated with serial killers and had a list of idols that included notorious murderers such as Joseph D'Angelo Jr., Andre Sacchettio, Ivan Milet, Fred West, and Tommy Sells. However, he worshipped a criminal he considered a hero, Ted Bundy, who confessed to killing at least 30 people. Cody's obsession with Ted was evident in the content he consumed. Investigators found 3,216 images on his phone, many of which were disturbing and reminiscent of horror movies. In the lead-up to a young girl named Bobbi-Anne's death, Cody's internet searches became increasingly focused on serial killers and crimes. He also researched remote locations on Dartmoor, potential weapons, and browsed online stores for items such as baseball bats, ski masks, and waterproof clothing. However, His clandestine activities eventually led him to commit a serious crime. In a tragic twist of fate, Bobbi-Anne unknowingly crossed paths with Cody. On the evening of the incident, Bobbi-Anne arrived at the bus stop around 6:15 p.m. Cody, who was driving his Ford Fiesta in the area, spotted her and decided to target her. According to Cody's own confession, Bobbi-Anne's resemblance to his ex-girlfriend was merely a coincidence and not the reason for the attack. In reality, Cody had been planning to carry out a violent act for some time and was simply looking for a victim. The police investigation concluded that Cody would have carried out his plan regardless of who he encountered and that Bobbi-Anne was a random victim. Cody parked his car behind a bus stop after spotting Bobbi-Anne. He observed her for a few minutes to ensure no one else was around. Then, he retrieved a hammer he had previously purchased and crept up to Bobbi-Anne, striking her twice in the head. Believing she was dead, Cody returned to his car and began to leave the scene. However, as he drove away, he noticed that Bobbi-Anne was alive and attempting to get up. Cody returned to the bus stop, moved Bobbi-Anne's semi-conscious body to his car, and drove 20 miles to the beloved Forest parking lot in Dartmoor. At 7:45 p.m., he stopped in the parking lot, which was located in a wooded area. His intention was to leave Bobbi-Anne's body there, but he discovered that she was still alive and conscious. Despite this, Cody did not seek help or take Bobbi-Anne to a hospital. Instead, he assisted her out of the car. When Bobbi-Anne expressed her fear, Cody responded by saying he was scared as well, admitting that he had never committed such an act before. He then struck Bobbi-Anne 12 times on the head with the hammer. In an attempt to destroy evidence, Cody burned Bobbi-Anne's purse. Even after inflicting severe injuries on Bobbi-Anne, she was still able to make a noise, prompting Cody to express his surprise for her resilience. Cody had one last opportunity to save Bobbi-Anne's life, but he chose not to take it. Instead, he claimed to have ended her suffering. He then placed her body in the trunk of his car and drove approximately 30 miles to Bobbi-Anne, where he hid the body after removing his shoes, clothing, and jewelry. He returned home around 10 p.m. and went to bed. The next day, Cody traveled to Tamerton Foley, north of Plymouth, and disposed of the hammer he used in the crime by throwing it into the River Tamar. He also discarded a bag containing his and Bobbi-Anne's blood-stained clothing in nearby allotments in Coombe Lane. Despite a thorough search, the hammer was never found. On November 21st, Cody spent the day socializing with friends, attending a pizza gathering, a band rehearsal, and a night out at the pub. Those who saw him that day noticed he was in an unusually good mood, happy, joking, and affectionate with his friends. The following day, November 22nd, Cody continued to enjoy himself, buying popcorn and watching a movie at the theater. Meanwhile, police, family, and volunteers were searching for Bobbi-Anne, and Cody was keeping up with the latest news on his phone. On November 23rd, Cody went to work at a car service company. During his lunch break, he sent a message to a chat room for his music group, expressing his love for them, and also texted his mother to tell her how much he loved her. Shortly after, he went to the police station and confessed to the crime. Shortly after, Cody's band members have issued a statement on Facebook announcing that they are disbanding the group with immediate effect as a mark of respect for the late Bobbi-Anne McLeod. They expressed their shock and disbelief at the tragic events, saying their thoughts and prayers are with Bobbi and his family and friends, who must be devastated by their loss. The band members explained that they cannot continue as a group and have decided to go their separate ways. They will not be making any further comments at this time. In a separate development, police revealed that they had found physical evidence linking Cody to the crime scene. This included Bobbi-Anne's DNA in his car and on his sneakers. The trial of Cody Ackland took place in May 2022. Cody's attorney, Ray Tully, stated that psychiatrists had evaluated Cody and found that he did not have a mental illness. However, Cody had experienced a difficult childhood and had been diagnosed with ADHD, dyslexia, depression, and anxiety. By the age of 19, Cody had a 7-year history of depression. Ray explained that Cody had not received much support or comfort from his family or school life. Specifically, Cody's father had not provided him with the guidance and support he needed. During sentencing, Judge Robert Linford told Cody that his actions were premeditated and brutal. The judge stated that the evidence showed Cody had intended to kill his victim and that the crime was a prolonged and horrific ordeal for the victim. The judge emphasized that Cody had planned and carried out the murder and that the victim's life had been brutally cut short. As a result, Cody Ackland, 24, was sentenced to life in prison. He will serve a minimum of 31 years before being eligible to apply for parole. Case of Brooke Skyler Richardson. In Ohio, the Richardson family, consisting of Kim, Scott, and their children Jackson and Skyler, seemed like a typical family. Skyler was a cheerleader who struggled with an eating disorder from a young age. Her mother Kim first noticed this when Skyler was 12 years old and refused to buy gum with more than 5 calories. As a flyer on the cheerleading squad, Skyler felt pressured to maintain a certain weight. This obsession with her body image led to a constant fear of gaining weight. During cheerleading season, Skyler started throwing up after meals to control her weight, which only made her issues worse. When the season ended, her struggles intensified. Skyler experienced episodes of binge eating, followed by periods of starvation or extreme dieting. Her parents grew concerned, but Skyler shut down whenever they tried to talk to her about it. They sought professional help from various doctors and therapists, who eventually diagnosed Skyler with body dysmorphia, a condition where she obsessively focused on a perceived flaw in her appearance. In July 2016, Skyler began dating a friend's cousin, but the relationship didn't last long. By January 2017, she had moved on to a new boyfriend, Brandon, and seemed genuinely happy and healthy. Her parents noticed her weight gain and thought her eating disorder was under control. In February, Skyler picked out her prom dress, a tightly fitted gown that required her to be laced into it. During a family vacation in mid-March, she wore a 2-piece bathing suit and looked wonderful. Her mom, Kim, wanted her to start taking birth control pills to protect her health. In mid-April 2017, Skyler visited her mother's gynecologist to obtain a prescription for birth control. However, during the visit, the doctor informed Skyler that she was approximately 8 months pregnant. Skyler requested the doctor not to tell anyone, and her mother remained unaware of the real reason behind her tears. Skyler and her boyfriend Brandon attended the prom on May 5th, despite her advanced pregnancy. 2 months later, on July 14, 2017, the police showed up at the Richardson home. They informed Skyler's parents, Kim and Scott, that they needed to speak to the teenager about something she may have witnessed. The police officers assured the parents that Skyler was not in trouble and took her at their word. Scott decided to drive Skyler to the police station, unsure of what awaited them. The police wanted to question Skyler regarding a call they received from a gynecologist's office. A patient of an OB/GYN doctor gave birth to a stillborn baby and buried it in their backyard. The police were informed and took Skyler, the patient, into custody for questioning. Her father was not allowed to be present during the initial interview. The police read Skyler her rights and shared the details of the doctor's report. According to the doctor, Skyler had discovered her pregnancy on April 26th, but later reported that the baby was not alive and had been buried in the backyard. Skyler admitted to the police that she had given birth to a stillborn baby girl on May 7, 2017. She explained that she delivered the baby in the bathroom, noticed it was not breathing, and had no heartbeat. Feeling the need to bury the baby, she retreated to the backyard, dug a shallow grave, and buried the body. To mark the spot, she placed a vase with a flower at the burial site. The police informed Skyler's parents, Kim and Scott, about the true reason for her detention. They were shocked to learn that Skyler had been pregnant, as they had no idea. They expressed sadness that Skyler had gone through this ordeal alone and without their support. Skyler revealed that she had named the baby Annabelle and claimed the father was a close friend's cousin, whom she briefly dated. Crime scene investigators searched the Richardson backyard, removing weeds and debris to uncover the baby's remains. Despite the challenges, they found several bones, including pieces of the skull, which they carefully collected and preserved. After more than 5 hours of questioning, Skyler and her parents were allowed to return home. However, 6 days later, the police contacted Skyler again, informing her that they had received new information from the coroner's office. They claimed that the baby's bones showed signs of burning, which Skyler vehemently denied. She insisted that she would never harm her child. Police suggested that Skyler might have tried to cremate the baby to hide the evidence, but she continued to deny any wrongdoing. However, Skyler suddenly changed her story, admitting that she may have used a lighter to try and cremate the baby's remains. She also stated that the baby might have been born alive and made a noise or even cried before dying. Skyler confessed to holding the newborn too tightly, which might have contributed to its death. During a lengthy interrogation, the police gathered enough evidence to arrest Skyler on a charge of reckless homicide. They believed she had suffocated her baby. After presenting the case to a grand jury, Skyler was indicted and arrested for aggravated murder, which carries a mandatory life sentence in Ohio. At her arraignment, Skyler pleaded not guilty to additional charges of voluntary manslaughter, abuse of a corpse, and endangering children. She spent the weekend in jail until her family secured a $50,000 bond. Skyler became the center of a media frenzy following her child's tragic death. The public judged and scrutinized every move she and her family made, taking a toll on their well-being. They retreated to the safety of their home, but even stepping outside became difficult due to threats and photographers. Despite her defense attorneys believing Skyler gave a false confession, the prosecution pressed forward with their case. Even when the medical examiner retracted her initial report of burning, the prosecution clung to Skyler's admission that she had attempted to cremate the remains. Throughout this period, Skyler's family endured immense stress and fear. The public scrutiny and threats made their lives unbearable, and they struggled to navigate a world under constant scrutiny. Skyler's defense attorneys worked tirelessly to defend her against the charges. Skyler's family raised the $50,000 bail, but as a condition of her release, she was ordered to wear an ankle bracelet. She remained confined to her home, avoiding public appearances. Over 12 months, Skyler's life took a different path. Her university plans were put on hold as she awaited trial for her baby's murder. The charges were serious, and the defense filed a motion to move the trial to a different county, but it was denied. Skyler faced the trial in the original jurisdiction, grappling with the emotional and psychological impact of the allegations and her isolation. Spending time with her dogs provided comfort and companionship as she awaited her trial. Her family stood by her, believing in her innocence and hoping the truth would come to light. Despite the challenges, Skyler remained determined to fight for her freedom. In July 2019, the state offered a plea deal. If Skyler pleaded guilty to the remaining charges, they would withdraw the aggravated murder charge. Skyler's parents were conflicted about the decision, but after careful consideration, Skyler turned down the plea deal. This decision terrified her parents, who wondered if she made the right choice, but they knew it was her decision, not theirs. Skyler went on trial on September 3, 2019 for the murder of her newborn baby girl. The prosecution presented as evidence a text message Skyler sent to her mother shortly after giving birth, saying she was happy and excited that her belly had returned to its normal size. They claimed this showed Skyler was relieved to be rid of her baby. The prosecution alleged that Skyler sent more texts to her mother and boyfriend within 24 hours of the baby's death, conveying her excitement and happiness. They pointed to phrases like, "I'm so excited and I feel so much better this morning," as proof of her guilt. The state believed Skyler was thrilled about the baby's death and attempted to hide her guilt. The prosecution also claimed Skyler had no intention of keeping her baby and presented evidence that she had searched online for ways to get rid of the baby. They alleged that Skyler's mother had threatened that her life would end if she became pregnant, which instilled fear in Skyler. On the third day of the trial, a doctor testified that the baby's death was a violent homicide, but admitted she couldn't determine when the baby's skull fractures occurred. The defense challenged the doctor's findings, suggesting she may have been biased. The defense also questioned the doctor's methods, pointing out that she didn't examine the remains under a microscope or consult with an obstetrician. Another doctor, a fetal medicine specialist, testified that it was unlikely the baby was stillborn, citing Skyler's admission that she felt the baby moving inside her. The prosecution's case included shocking evidence, including images of the deceased baby's remains, which visibly affected Skyler during the trial. Skyler's reaction to seeing pictures of her baby's remains was to stare straight ahead, avoiding eye contact. This stoic behavior contrasted with her emotional response the previous day when the judge entered the room. Skyler's defense attorneys argued that her life was far from perfect, even before the murder accusation. They claimed the prosecution's evidence was incomplete and misleading, and some texts were taken out of context. They emphasized that Skyler's frequent use of certain language did not prove she murdered her daughter. The defense highlighted Skyler's mental health struggles, particularly her long battle with an eating disorder. They presented evidence of her regular visits to a psychologist and nutritionist, along with pictures showing her varying weights and appearances. They argued that despite her physical state, Skyler tried to comfort and care for the lifeless body after giving birth. Skyler's attorney explained that she intended to tell her family about the pregnancy, but never had the chance. According to her doctor, she had 8 to 10 weeks before delivery and planned to attend prom and graduate before telling her mother, whom she knew would be unsupportive. An obstetrician testified that the baby was stillborn, and Skyler's description of the baby's appearance suggested it was not a healthy newborn. The doctor pointed out that Skyler only gained 15 pounds during pregnancy, possibly restricting the baby's development due to her eating disorder. The defense aimed to cast doubt on Skyler's statements to the police, suggesting she only told them what they wanted to hear. They argued that other factors may have contributed to the baby's death, and Skyler did not harm the baby. Skyler Richardson's trial lasted for 1 week, after which the jury deliberated for just 4 hours before returning a verdict. She was acquitted of aggravated murder, involuntary manslaughter, and child endangerment, but convicted of abuse of a corpse, a felony that carries a sentence of up to 1 year in prison. The judge ordered her to be held in jail until her sentencing hearing, which took place the next day. During the sentencing hearing, Skyler apologized for her actions and acknowledged the harm she had caused. The judge strongly admonished her for her role in the tragic loss of her baby, believing that if she had made better decisions during her pregnancy, her child would still be alive today. The judge sentenced her to 3 years probation for abuse of a corpse, emphasizing that her actions were morally reprehensible and illegal. In November 2020, a judge granted her request to terminate her probation 2 years early, acknowledging her progress and agreeing that she no longer required supervision. Since being acquitted, Skyler has taken advantage of her opportunity to demonstrate her rehabilitation. She has completed 2 semesters of college and has been working part-time at the law firm that represented her. Although she has faced challenges in finding employment due to her probationary status, Skyler remains determined to pursue her career goals, including attending law school and becoming a public defender. 21-year-old Partina Eps lived in Inglewood, California in 2005. On April 26th, Partina's body was found lying in a carport in Gardena, California. Someone was backing out of one of the 4 stalls in the carport and then discovered her. A medical examiner determined that she had been strangled. Investigators found fingerprints that did not belong to Partina on her purse. There was also DNA from a man at the crime scene. They theorized that it belonged to the person that ended her life. Technology was not advanced enough for them to identify the culprit. Investigators could not find other useful leads, so the case went cold. In 2021, investigators took another look at Partina's case. They resubmitted forensic evidence from the crime scene using new technology. This led them to 56-year-old Charles Wright. He was arrested on January 27, 2022. Wright denied involvement in the crime. He said his fingerprints were on Partina's purse because he sold it to, according to him, at the time he was selling purses, tennis shoes, and clothing from the trunk of his car. Wright had a harder time explaining away why his DNA was found at the crime scene. Wright has been working as a teacher since 1999. He said he resigned from Inglewood Unified School District to fight the case against him. This is what he had to say. "I didn't do this. The thing is, everybody that knows me knows that I used to sell bags and clothes out of my car. That's the only possible way could happen." He said he believes people who purchased bags from him during that time period could confirm his story. County Administrator Erica F. Torres head of Englewood Unified, told staff and parents in a letter dated Saturday that the district learned of the accusation the day before and that Wright would no longer be teaching at any of its schools. Wright is scheduled for arraignment on June 28, 2022. Authorities said that anyone with information regarding the case can anonymously contact Crime Stoppers at this number. It is not known yet why Wright did what he did, but investigators did say that they don't believe Wright and Partina knew each other. The case of Chene Brooke Edwards. Chene Brooke Edwards was born in 1989 in Warrnambool, Australia. Chene grew up with her parents and older brother Tyson. Although her early life and upbringing are not well documented, her loved ones remembered her as an adventure seeker who loved nature, hiking, motorcycling, and animals. She was a kind-hearted, genuine person who formed deep, sincere connections with others, showing generosity, patience, love, and kindness to everyone she met. In 2019, Chene traveled to Georgia, a country that had long fascinated her with its natural beauty, rich history, and landmarks. Her boyfriend, Moriel Syed, a Lebanese national, had planned to join her in Georgia, but was unable to do so because the country's borders were closed to unvaccinated individuals at the time. Chene resided in Tbilisi, the capital of Georgia, where she worked as an English teacher. This allowed her to support herself financially while exploring the country and visiting new destinations. She formed close bonds with like-minded friends who shared her passion for travel. On July 29, 2021, Chene uploaded a photo to her social media profile, captioning it with the single word, joy. The image was taken during a scenic motorcycle ride, an activity she thoroughly enjoyed. The following day, July 30th, 2021, Chene decided to hike up Mutit-Sminda, a popular tourist attraction situated in the heart of Tbilisi. According to her friends, Chene would often take leisurely strolls in the wooded area near the mountain, and she had never encountered any issues or threats to her personal safety. On July 30th, 2021, Chene left her residence around 3:30 p.m. and was last spotted near the Church of St. Michael of Tavare, located at the foot of Mount Mutit-Sminda, which serves as a starting point for hikers. Chene was scheduled to meet friends at a cafe in the capital city, but she failed to appear. When attempts to reach her by phone proved unsuccessful, her friends decided to file a missing persons report with the local authorities. Meanwhile, a friend of Chene's living in California grew concerned and placed a call to Chene's phone. When the call was answered, Chene could be heard screaming, "Please let me go. Okay, just let me go," indicating that she was being attacked and desperately seeking release. The call was abruptly disconnected, and when Chene's friend tried to call back, there was no answer. There are conflicting accounts of what Chene's friend in California did next. According to some reports, she posted an urgent message to a Facebook group comprised of expats living in Georgia, asking someone to alert the police to the disturbing phone call. Other sources claim that Chene's friend directly contacted the Georgian police and relayed the distressing details. It is certain that within hours of Chene making a frightening phone call, Georgian police became aware of it and began to investigate. Hundreds of police officers and volunteers were deployed to search the area, focusing on the slopes of Mount Mutit-Sminda. The search party utilized search dogs and drones, but Chene remained missing. By sunset, her phone was still off, and she had not visited any local hospitals. This lack of progress was ominous, as was confirmed the following day. Tragically, on July 31st, after an extensive search, 31-year-old Chene Brooke Edwards was discovered deceased near a hiking trail. The perpetrator attempted to conceal evidence by hiding the body under tree branches and leaves. A knife, believed to be the crime weapon, was found nearby. Chene's phone was soon discovered on the mountainside. Further inspection of the crime scene revealed an old rusty shovel, a fireplace, used needles, and numerous empty bottles. Georgia's interior minister revealed to local media that police have uncovered information not yet disclosed to the public to protect the integrity of the investigation. He assured that the ministry and police officers are doing everything possible to find the perpetrator. The forensic examination of Chene's body revealed 13 stab wounds, with 5 in the neck area, leading the police to conclude that the perpetrator undoubtedly intended to kill the young woman. Signs of strangulation were also found on her neck. After the authorities officially confirmed Chene's death, the media reported that the crime was motivated by lust, but the Georgian police denied this, citing the forensic medical examiner's failure to find any signs of a crime against the woman's integrity. Chene's boyfriend, Moody El Sayed, has vowed to track down the culprit, no matter how long it takes, and exact revenge. Chene's death was a devastating blow to her friends and a particularly traumatic experience for her family, who lived on another continent. They faced the difficult task of transporting her body back home, while the police worked to identify the perpetrator. Although the police are directly responsible for preventing crimes and capturing criminals, in this case, there was an added concern. Georgia's billion-dollar tourism industry could be severely impacted by the fact that a tourist had lost her life in the capital city, a popular tourist destination. The police conducted an extensive investigation, interviewing over 200 people, including Chene's friends, co-workers, neighbors, and employees and visitors of Matatsminda Park. They examined the roots of the case and reviewed video footage of Chene's movements on the day she went missing. In an expat Facebook group, a local woman reported hearing a woman screaming on the trails below Matatsminda Park around an hour after Chene left home. Another woman in the same group claimed to have witnessed a disturbing scene on the mountain the day before Chene went missing, in which a man was seen aggressively assaulting a woman in the same area where the crime eventually took place. At the same time, the laboratory analyzed the crime weapon and discovered a male DNA sample, but no matches were found in the Georgian police database. Consequently, the samples were sent to the databases of 194 Interpol member states for further checking. Witness interviews revealed that Chene had no enemies, no history of conflict with anyone, and no association with individuals of questionable character, suggesting she may have been a random victim of a crime with an unclear motive. The police conducted a meticulous investigation, collecting genetic samples from several dozen individuals who could potentially have been involved in the crime, and subjected each to rigorous scrutiny. Following a thorough and multifaceted investigation, authorities were able to narrow down the list of suspects until they found a DNA match. 40 days after Chene Brooke Edwards' death, the Georgia police released a statement announcing the arrest of a 33-year-old man, Rafael Marsikalov, a Georgian citizen born in 1988. The evidence gathered during the investigation, including testimony, surveillance footage, genetic tests, and other proof, led to his arrest on September 8th. Marsikalov's lawyer stated that his client denies all charges, including robbery and the murder of Chene Brooke Edwards, and has pleaded not guilty. The lawyer claimed that Marsikalov was not involved in the case and has chosen to exercise his right to remain silent. After Marsikalov's identity was made public, his image was broadcast on television. A woman from the Georgian capital took to Facebook to share a post revealing that her friend had been attacked by two men on Mount Matatsminda a few months prior, and although the police were aware of the perpetrators' identities, the case was closed. She suggested that if the police had done their job properly, the Australian girl might still be alive. Additionally, Marsikalov's own Facebook page revealed that he was an activist for the ruling Georgian Dream Party. On September 10, 2021, the Tbilisi court denied Marsikov's request to be released on bail while awaiting trial, instead keeping him in custody. Police had obtained strong physical evidence, as well as damning testimony from Marsikov's brother and wife, who revealed that Marsilov had confessed to the crime at home. He warned them that if they told anyone about his involvement in Chene Brooke Edwards' attack, their young child would face the same fate. In October 2021, the Edwards family wrote a heartfelt letter describing Chene's personality and expressing gratitude to everyone who had supported them. They specifically thanked the government of Georgia for its financial assistance in repatriating Chene's body and the Georgian people for their ongoing love, attention, and support during this difficult and tragic period. In February 2022, the first hearing on the case took place under Georgian law. Marsilov faced a possible sentence of 16 to 20 years in prison. At the trial, he chose not to remain silent and pleaded guilty to robbery. However, he denied intentionally taking Chene's life. The prosecutor disagreed, pointing out that the 13 stab wounds, including 5 to the neck, indicated Marsikov's intent to kill the victim. After his knife broke, he even strangled Shani. The defense claimed that Markelov has mental health issues and was in an abnormal state when the crime occurred. However, a psychological examination found him to be sane, allowing the court to impose a meaningful punishment based on the severity of the crime. The prosecutor noted that Markelov's blood tested positive for powerful drugs at the time of his arrest, but this did not diminish his guilt. Markelov admitted his guilt and apologized to Chene Edwards' family in his final statement. According to the alleged motive, Markelov had intended to steal Chene's iPhone 12, but his plan was foiled when she threw the phone into a ravine. Only 2 people knew what happened that day, and sadly, one of them is no longer alive to tell the tale. The prosecution requested a postponement of the sentencing, as the victim's brother, Tyson Edwards, wanted to attend the hearing. In a statement, Chene Edwards' family urged the Georgian justice system to impose a life imprisonment sentence on Raphael Markelov, citing the tragic and devastating loss of their loved one, who left behind many grieving friends and family members. On March 9, 2022, a trial was held, at which Raphael Markelov was found guilty. Representing the family, Chene's brother Tyson again requested that the defendant be given a life sentence. Markelov apologized to Tyson Edwards, claiming he was not that kind of person and had simply found himself in this situation. Ultimately, 33-year-old Raphael Markelov was sentenced to 20 years imprisonment, the maximum penalty allowed under Georgian law. Ronald Henry Tamman Jr. was born July 23, 1933, and went by the nickname Ron. He was brought up by a wealthy and patriotic family in Maple Heights, Ohio, a suburb of Cleveland. He was a varsity wrestler, a member of the ROTC, played string bass in a jazz band called the Campus Owls, and was described as handsome, smart, and studious. He had plans to become a stockbroker once he earned his business degree. At the age of 19, he lived in a dorm at Miami University in Oxford, Ohio, and was also the resident hall advisor with a good GPA. The dorm was called Fisher Hall and was a former Victorian mental asylum that had been converted to a dormitory. On April 19, 1953, Ron spent the early evening studying and hanging out with friends. Around 7 p.m., he was seen down the hall in a friend's room, helping him with his homework. About 9 p.m., Ron requested new bed sheets from the hall manager because someone had put a dead fish in his bed. Reports say about 30 minutes later, he apparently heard something outside his room that disturbed him, and he went out into the hallway to investigate, but strangely, he never returned. It is unclear who witnessed him leaving his room and provided this information. Ron's roommate, Chuck Finley, returned to campus from visiting family and came into their room after 10 p.m. and found Ron gone. Chuck had first assumed that Ron was spending the night at his Delta Tau Delta fraternity house and did not report his disappearance until the next day. His clothes, car keys, wallet, ID, bank book, high school classroom, and other personal items were left behind in his dorm room. He also left the lights on, the radio playing, and a psychology textbook lying open on his desk. Curiously, he had actually dropped his psychology course 3 weeks earlier. His gold Chevrolet sedan was not taken from its place in the school parking lot. His bass fiddle was still in the back seat of the car, and he left behind $200 in his bank account. About a week after he disappeared, about 400 students canvassed the area looking for him. Weeks later, his mother reported him missing to the FBI. Authorities have not found any indications of foul play in Ron's disappearance. They theorized that he could have developed amnesia and wandered away, but if that was the case, he should have been found relatively quickly. A couple months after he went missing, a woman living in 7 Mile, Ohio, 12 miles east of the Miami University campus claims that a young man came to her door around midnight the evening Ron disappeared and asked what town he was in. Then he asked directions to the bus stop, which she gave him, and he left. However, the bus line had suspended its midnight run, so he could not have gotten on a bus. The witness says the man she spoke to was disheveled and dirty and appeared upset and confused. He was not wearing a coat or hat, although it was a cold night and there was snow on the ground. She believed he was walking and not in a car. The man matched the physical description of Ron and was wearing similar clothes, but it has not been confirmed that they were the same person. Strangely, 5 months to the day before Ron vanished, he went to the Butler County Coroner's Office in Hamilton, Ohio, and asked Dr. Garrett Boone for a test to have his blood typed. The coroner claims that this was the only such request he ever got in his 35 years of practice. When the doctor asked why he wanted the blood test, he stated in case he wanted to give blood someday. Dr. Boone sent him to Mercy Hospital, where a blood sample was taken, and Ron got his results sent to him at Fisher Hall, which were O positive. It's unknown why Ron didn't just get the test done on campus at the university hospital where it was available. Ron was scheduled for a physical exam by the Selective Service for induction into the Army, but inductees did not need to know their blood type in advance of the physical. Researchers today are puzzled by the lack of paperwork surrounding his case. With so many people involved in the investigation, there should be piles and piles of information. Yet, in 2008, when the case was reopened, the police found a single piece of paper describing a traffic violation. Jennifer Winger, a Miami University alumnus, began researching Ron's case in 2010 and spent 9 years trying to solve it. She doesn't think Ron died around the time of his disappearance and thinks he lived for an extended period, perhaps as long as 42 years, which would place his death sometime in 1995. She bases this conclusion on the fact that the FBI discarded Ron's fingerprint records in 2002. Regulations allow them to destroy fingerprint records 7 years after a person's death. Her belief is that Ron's psychology professor was involved with the CIA and that Ron may have been recruited into the agency. When Fisher Hall was demolished in 1978, authorities combed through the rubble looking for any evidence of Ron but found nothing, and as of today, this case remains unsolved. Monica Diane Sanders was born April 15, 1968 to Doris and James Sanders. She was described as a sweet, kind-hearted person that loved children. She graduated from Falk High School and became a fifth-year ballet student. On August 21, 1988, 20-year-old Monica went to a dance club, formerly called The Pines, on Highway 67 in Texarkana, Arkansas, which is now called Electric Cowboy. Her friends were ready to leave before she was, so a man named Johnny offered to give her a ride home so she could stay. She was later seen leaving with 26-year-old Johnny Westbrook, a man that lived only a couple of blocks from her family. Monica had planned a birthday party for her 7-year-old sister, Christy, the very next day, but she never showed up. Concerned, her mother walked over to the neighbor's house where Monica was supposed to have stayed the night. However, Monica was nowhere to be found. They quickly went to police to report her missing, but were frustratedly told that they had to wait 48 hours before making the report. Sadly, 9 days later, her body was found in Mercer Bayou in a wooded area in Texarkana. Investigators say she had been sexually assaulted, beaten, and shot 3 times in the chest, and her teeth had been knocked out. Strangely, her killer neatly folded her clothing and placed them along with her boots next to her body. The man she left the club with that night, Johnny Westbrook, was later arrested and charged with her murder. There were 3 suspected accomplices as well: David Brown, Kendall Payne, and Rick Flippo. One was arrested, but the charges were dropped. The other men were never charged, but all 4 reportedly failed a lie detector test. While interviewing Johnny, police noticed he had 3 scratches on his torso the day after she went missing. They took pictures and questioned him about the scratches, but he gave conflicting stories on how he received them. However, this info was never turned into the jury during his trial for first-degree murder, and Johnny would be acquitted. Her family believes someone out there knows what happened, and they pray that they come forward to give them closure. Because Monica was known for her love of children, the Fox City Park was renamed Monica Sanders Memorial Park. Sadly, it was later vandalized, and as of today, this case remains unsolved. The case of Ada Betty Quadros Fernandez. Ada Quadros was born on September 13, 1977, in the coastal town of Chamote, Peru, to Victor Quadros, a veterinarian, and El Fernandez, a teacher. As the eldest of 4 siblings, Ada consistently excelled academically, winning knowledge contests and enjoying a happy childhood. Growing up, Ada spent a lot of time with one of her sisters on their grandparents' farm. developing a strong connection with nature and animals. This period was one of the happiest times of her life. Ada's family was middle class, not poor but not wealthy either. During her teenage years, she sought ways to contribute financially, forming an entertainment group with her sister and a friend to perform at children's parties. After high school, Ada enrolled in a private university to study law. But unfortunately, her family's financial situation made it impossible for her to continue, and she was forced to drop out. Despite this setback, was determined to succeed and support her family. With the goal of building a better life in mind, Ada applied for a U.S. visa through the lottery program. Like many young people from Peru and Latin American countries, Ada viewed the United States as a land of unlimited opportunities. She was determined to migrate, work hard, earn a better income, and create a brighter future for herself and her family. Her family was overjoyed for her and sold some of their belongings to gather enough money for her journey. Her initial destination was Texas, where she planned to stay with some relatives. In early 2004, Ada started working as a waitress at a restaurant. Later, she found employment with a company that placed nannies in households, which is how she met the Lazarkikic family. The family consisted of Michael, commonly known as Mike, his wife Renee, and their 3 children, Elisa, and twin boys Ryan and Kyle. Little is known about the family's background, except that Mike and Renee got married in 2000, and shortly after, Renee became pregnant with their first child, Elisa. For months after Elisa's birth, Renee was expecting again, this time with twins Kyle and Ryan. The Lazarkikic couple was searching for a reliable nanny to care for their twins when Renee returned to work. Since Elisa was already settled in a daycare where she attended daily and had made friends, they decided to keep her there. After interviewing several candidates, they found Ada to be the most suitable. At 27, Ada was young yet mature, appearing healthy, strong, well-mannered, and cheerful. Renee wanted Ada to start right away, so she could spend a few weeks showing her the household routines, explaining where everything was and outlining her expectations. This would also give Renee the opportunity to observe how Ada interacted with the young twins, who were just over a year old. The family had one non-negotiable condition. They required a commitment from Ada to stay with them for at least 18 months, which she agreed to. Initially, the agreement was that Ada would only spend her days at the Lazarkikic household. But later on, they asked her to move in full-time and she accepted. As a result, she only went back to her uncle's house on weekends. Everything seemed to be going well, and the Lazarkikic family was more than satisfied with Ada's work and had grown to trust her completely. They had many happy memories, captured in photos, of Ada smiling and caring for the twins. However, the Lazarkikic family's situation took a dramatic turn in the summer of 2005. Ada broke the news to them that her uncles were returning to Peru and then moving to Germany, and she intended to go with them, having already bought her plane ticket for October 29th. This was a blow to the couple, as it was not what they had originally agreed upon. Eventually, they came to terms with it, and only asked Ada to stay on until they could find a suitable replacement. They even asked for her help in finding and selecting her successor, and Ada agreed to assist them. After Ada stopped sleeping over at the Lazarkikics, she would go back to her uncle's house every night and return early the next morning. With her departure approaching, the Lazarkikics arranged to meet several potential nannies on Wednesday, October 12th. During the day, Renee asked Ada to prepare macaroni and cheese for the children, which Ada did. After feeding the kids, Ada waited for Renee's return. When Renee got back home, she greeted her children, making sure they were doing fine. After conducting some interviews, she spent over an hour with her kids before putting them to bed. Everything appeared normal. However, at exactly 5 a.m. on Thursday, October 13th, Kyle woke up crying, which was unusual since the twins were heavy sleepers who never woke up on their own. Renee got up, went to their room, comforted Kyle until he fell asleep again, and then returned to bed. At 7:30, 2 hours later, Mike entered the children's room, roused them from sleep, gave them a hug and a kiss, and left them in Ada's care before departing for work. Just before 9:30, Renee awoke, spent time with the twins, changed Ryan's diaper, bid farewell to both Ryan and Kyle, and then headed to work. Throughout this period, the children were doing fine, with the only unusual occurrence being Kyle's early awakening that day. Eliza, their older sister, went to daycare as usual, but around 1 p.m., Ada's 911 call marked a dramatic turn of events. In a highly agitated state, Ada reported that Kyle, one of the children, had stopped breathing and was turning blue. After providing the address, the operator guided Ada through performing CPR on Kyle, while paramedics rushed to the scene. Minutes later, paramedics arrived and took charge of Kyle's care. They questioned Ada, who was very distressed about what had happened. Ada explained that after lunch, she had put Kyle to bed in his crib and left to fetch his brother Ryan. When she returned with Ryan, Kyle suddenly began vomiting and stopped breathing. While paramedics treated Kyle, Ada phoned Renee to update her on the situation, providing a modified account of what had happened. According to Ada, after feeding the children, she had removed Kyle from his high chair and placed him on the playroom floor, as was her usual practice, before going to fetch his brother. However, when she returned, she found Kyle vomiting. She went to the kitchen to grab a bowl to contain the vomit, and upon her return, she discovered that Kyle had fallen. Ada claimed she picked him up, took him to the sink, and performed the breathing rescue technique Renee had taught her, but it didn't work. She also attempted CPR. Following initial treatment, the paramedics rushed Kyle to the nearest hospital. By the time Renee arrived at the house, the ambulance carrying her son had already departed, but the police remained on the scene. Renee took Ryan, the other twin, and asked Ada to accompany them. They followed the police, who escorted them to the hospital. During the drive, Renee called her husband and they met at the medical center. Shortly after, the doctors decided to airlift Kyle to the Dallas Children's Hospital via helicopter. The Lazarchikics returned home, leaving Ada to care for Ryan, before heading to the Dallas Children's Hospital. Ada requested they keep her updated about Kyle's condition. Renee worried Ada might be too nervous to care for Ryan, so she called a friend to help at the house. Her friend arrived to find Ada upset, tearful, and concerned about Kyle's fall. Ada explained that Kyle suddenly fell, and she tried to revive him with CPR. She repeatedly expressed her love for Kyle, insisting she'd never harm him. At the Dallas Children's Hospital, the Lazarchik family received devastating news about Kyle's condition. The doctor in charge reported that Kyle had suffered severe head injuries, including multiple bruises on his head, arm, and left shoulder. A neurosurgeon explained to Mike and Renee that urgent action was needed to relieve the pressure on Kyle's brain, but sadly, his survival was unlikely. A child abuse specialist also met with the parents and suggested that Kyle's injuries were consistent with abuse. The specialist emphasized that the injuries were extremely severe, equivalent to those sustained in a severe car accident or a fall from a 6th-floor height. Renee was stunned when she heard the news. At first, she suspected that Ada might have accidentally dropped the child or was too scared or ashamed to admit it. But the doctors clearly explained the severity of Kyle's head injuries, which required a significant amount of force to inflict. This made an accident seem highly unlikely. Renee quickly arranged for another friend to pick up her son, Brian, and take him away from the house. While this was happening at the hospital, Ada became increasingly agitated at home, repeatedly calling Renee's friend to ask about Kyle's condition. When Renee's friend stepped out to pick up her son from school, Ada called her multiple times, inquiring about Kyle. However, when Renee's friend returned to the house, Ada appeared calm, no longer crying or talking. Just then, a police car drove by the house. Upon seeing it, Ada became hysterical, crying uncontrollably and shouting, "No, no, no." She collapsed behind a door, repeatedly insisting that she would never harm Kyle. 2 female detectives arrived to question Ada, as she was the only adult present when the incident occurred and had called 911 to report the injured child. As the detectives arrived at the house, they heard Ada's cries and got out of their patrol car. Inside, they found Ada extremely agitated. Once she calmed down, she explained that she had removed Kyle from his high chair and placed him on the playroom floor to help him burp after a meal. When Kyle started vomiting, Ada went to the kitchen to get a container to catch the vomit, as Renee disliked stains on the floor. While she was away, Kyle turned blue, fell, and started convulsing. Ada claimed she then took him to the living room, called 911, and followed the dispatcher's instructions. During the interview, the other officer called the hospital to get an update on Kyle's condition. Upon learning the diagnosis, the detectives told Ada that her story didn't add up, given Kyle's injuries. Ada suggested that Kyle might have hit his head when he fell on the playroom floor after she left him alone. But the officers noted that the floor was covered with soft rugs, making this explanation unlikely. Ada then proposed that Kyle might have hit his head on the door frame when she carried him on her hip. At the officer's request, Ada demonstrated how this could have happened, adding that Mike and Renee often bumped Kyle's head without any issues. The officer checked the spot where Ada claimed Kyle hit his head, but found no signs of a strong impact. When Ada was questioned by the officers, she claimed the injury to her son Kyle was a result of a strong impact when she was running with him in her arms. She denied ever shaking or hitting him or his twin. However, the officers remained skeptical as the injury seemed inconsistent with Ada's story. They urged her to come clean, explaining that the truth could be crucial in saving Kyle's life. Despite their pleas, Ada refused to provide any further explanation. The officers reported the situation to their command and took Ada into custody for further questioning. Meanwhile, crime scene investigators arrived to process the house. After completing their work, they gave Renee's friend, who was staying at the house, the all-clear to clean and organize the property in preparation for the family's return. As Renee's friend and several others cleaned the house, they stumbled upon a piece of adhesive tape sticking out from a cabinet door under the kitchen island. When they opened the door, they noticed it was broken and held together by tape, causing it to become misaligned. They simply resecured it with the tape, but found it odd, as Renee was always meticulous about fixing broken items to prevent her children from getting hurt. Their curiosity piqued. They decided to report the discovery to the police. Shortly after, investigators returned to the scene to collect potential evidence. Later, when questioned about the cabinet door, stated that she frequently used that door and had never seen it being held shut with adhesive tape before. By Friday, October 14th, all of Mike and Renee's hopes had been dashed. The doctors informed them that Kyle was clinically brain dead and had no chance of recovery. Amidst overwhelming grief and indescribable pain, the couple made the difficult decision to authorize the removal of life support, after which Kyle sadly passed away 3 days later on October 17th. The detectives questioned Ada, who was imprisoned on suspicion of premeditated assault on a minor. Ada claimed that on the day before the incident, she was preparing macaroni and cheese at Renee's request. According to Ada, Kyle was sitting on the kitchen counter, fell off, and hit his head hard on the kitchen floor. She picked him up, checked for injuries, and found only redness on his ear and the right side of his head. Ada applied cold compressors and gave him a pain reliever. When asked why she hadn't shared this with the other officers, Ada said she thought they wouldn't believe her. She didn't tell Renee because Renee had a severe headache when she got home from work and requested the lights be turned off and the house be kept quiet, due to her migraines. The detectives asked if Ada had fallen with the child, which she strongly denied. During the interrogation, Ada discovered that Kyle had died and broke down in tears for the rest of the interview. The judge charged Ada with aggravated homicide and set bail at $715, an amount neither Ada nor her family could afford, so she remained in custody until the trial. The police hinted that they might charge her with premeditated actions, which could carry the death penalty. The 2005 trial of Kyle's death case heard testimony from the doctor who examined Kyle at Dallas Children's Hospital. The doctor reported that when Kyle arrived, he was already unconscious. Multiple bruises were found on the right side of his head, as well as on the left side of his head, shoulder, and both arms. 2 small hemorrhages forming hematomas were also discovered on the right temple. The doctor identified 3 main areas of hematomas on Kyle's head, indicating 3 separate impacts. The bruises were relatively recent, with one possibly 12 to 16 hours old. Internally, Kyle suffered from brain and retinal bleeding, consistent with severe trauma. And despite no broken bones, His brain tissue was significantly swollen, with an increased head pressure of 90 millimeters of mercury, far exceeding the normal 20 millimeters. Based on these findings, the doctor concluded that Kyle's injuries were consistent with severe blunt force trauma, likely caused by hitting his head against a hard object. The doctor suggested that such injuries could result from violently shaking and swinging a young child's head against a solid object, such as a kitchen cabinet door. A forensic expert from Dallas County testified about the autopsy results, which revealed multiple overlapping small bruises on Kyle's scalp, as well as a couple of small scrapes on his right temple, spaced over a centimeter apart. The autopsy also showed 4 or 5 pairs of similar injuries on his head. The brain had suffered significant bleeding and swelling, with bleeding in the retinas of both eyes, indicating that a substantial amount of force was required to cause such injuries. The expert concluded that Kyle's death was a result of severe head injuries caused by blunt force trauma, and agreed that it was possible that Kyle's head had been struck multiple times against the wooden door of the kitchen cabinet. The expert discounted the possibility that Kyle's injuries were caused by simply bumping into a door frame or falling from the kitchen counter. A forensic analyst provided crucial testimony, measuring the distance between the fasteners on the broken kitchen cabinet door and finding it consistent with the punctate abrasions on Kyle's head. This expert also examined the adhesive tape used to repair the cabinet door, uncovering 2 DNA traces. One of these traces had a significantly higher contribution and matched A's DNA, while the lesser trace remained unidentified. Next, Mike took the stand to testify. He recalled that Kyle was unharmed on the night of October 12th and the morning of October 13th, displaying no bruises. Mike explained that he had prepared breakfast that morning, opening and closing the kitchen cabinet doors to retrieve utensils and food, and verified that all doors were in perfect condition at the time, including the one that was later mysteriously repaired with tape. The parents shared that they had breakfast with the children and engaged in playful activities with the twins, who were crawling around a playhouse. Based on all the evidence, it's clear that Ada was the only adult in the house when the events leading to Kyle's death occurred. While the exact circumstances may never be known for certain, the prosecutor presented a possible scenario at trial. Kyle might have refused to eat his lunch, prompting Ada, who was distracted by watching a soap opera, to remove him from his high chair without noticing the open cabinet door. The prosecutor suggested that Ada's frustration or anger may have led her to attack Kyle's head with the cabinet door, which ultimately broke, leaving screw marks on the child. After all the testimonies and closing arguments, the jury went to deliberate. Upon returning, they found a quadrouche guilty of capital murder of a child under 6 years old. As the verdict was read, Ada's mother, Ada Fernandez, who had traveled from Peru when her daughter was arrested, stood up and shouted that she would free because she was innocent. She proclaimed that there was no evidence to convict her daughter and vowed to start over an appeal. Kyle's parents shared photos and videos of their 14-month-old son recounting his life from birth to days before his death. Family members spoke, while others cried. Sentenced to life without parole in 2006, Ada's family refused to give up, citing racial prejudice and poor defense. They sought appeal funding from Peru, U.S. communities, and solidarity groups. In prison, Ada consistently proclaimed her innocence and seized every opportunity to reiterate it in interviews. Her persistence eventually paid off when, in 2009, her lawyers filed an appeal, highlighting 5 specific mistakes made during the initial trial. The appeals court reviewed the case and dismissed 3 of the claims, but upheld 2. This was sufficient for the judges to quash the conviction and declare the trial null and void due to irregularities. In the aftermath of this ruling, Ada's family launched a new fundraising campaign to raise the $100,000 required to cover the costs of a new trial. It took 3 more years to prepare for the new trial, which finally began on July 10, 2012. The jury selection process started with over 100 candidates, and eventually 12 jurors were chosen. The trial was held at Collin County's Justice Hall. The defense team argued that Kyle's head injury occurred on October 12th, when he fell from the kitchen counter. They claimed that the situation worsened the following day, when Ada accidentally hit Kyle's head on the door frame while carrying him in her arms. This time around, the defense presented a new piece of evidence. testimony from a forensic expert with 40 years of experience. The expert suggested that some of Kyle's bruises might have been caused during his hospital stay, specifically when doctors inserted a catheter to assess brain swelling. However, the prosecution strongly disputed this new testimony. Additionally, David Gardner, an employee of the kitchen cabinet manufacturer, testified for the defense. He proposed alternative explanations for the broken cabinet door, although he didn't entirely rule out the possibility that Kyle's head could have been struck against it. A pivotal moment in the trial came when Mike took the stand, recounting the heartbreaking final 2 days of Kyle's life. Mike described how Kyle was hooked up to multiple tubes and machines and ultimately being removed from life support with his parents by his side as he passed away. The defense team insisted that there wasn't sufficient evidence to convict Ada, but the prosecution countered by emphasizing the medical findings and the numerous inconsistencies in Ada's story. Following the conclusion of the trial, the jury deliberated for 5 hours, even requesting to review the 911 call recordings once more. In the end, they delivered a verdict. Ada Quadrouche, age 33 at the time, was guilty of capital murder, and she was sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole. In prison, Ada occupied herself by joining the volleyball team learning Braille and entering an art competition in which she won with a portrait of the Virgin Mary. She sold her winning artwork to raise money for a new appeal. Despite being behind bars, Ada remains adamant that she is innocent and her spirit remains unbroken. From her cell, she and her family persist in their efforts to secure an appeal, hoping to prove what they believe to be the truth. Darlene Tilley was born November 1, 1966 to Donnie and Patricia. She was described as a quiet, loving, passionate person. On September 14, 1980, 13-year-old Darlene and her best friend, Tammy Carden, spent the afternoon playing softball and hanging out at the Glen School ball field. Darlene was planning to walk home, and Tammy offered to walk with her, but Darlene declined and said she would walk alone. She was last seen by multiple witnesses walking on a service road near the woods north of Durham near I-85 about 530. 2 months later, on November 15th, hunters found her body in an area known as the Flats, about 60 to 70 feet off the Oxford Highway near Technica Parkway. It was located in an open field 8 miles from her home near railroad tracks. The coroner reported that she died of blunt force trauma and multiple stab wounds. In an unfortunate incident, the results of her autopsy were later destroyed when the pipes burst in the courthouse where the records were being held. Darlene's unsolved murder is currently the oldest unsolved murder in North Carolina history, and as of today, this case remains unsolved. Case of Adam Strong. Adam Strong was born in 1972 in Cornwall, Ontario, Canada. Very little is known about his family and upbringing. He never got married and didn't have any children. Strong worked at a local gas station and also as a security guard on a movie set. People who knew him described him as eccentric and arrogant, believing he was smarter than others. He enjoyed arguing and trying to prove his point until others agreed, but he wasn't typically aggressive. On September 11, 2017, a fisherman in Oshawa, Ontario, made a disturbing discovery in the city harbor. He found a badly disfigured and decomposed human torso floating in the water. The fisherman immediately reported his finding to the police, who retrieved the remains and sent them to forensics for analysis. Due to the body's severe decomposition, experts had a hard time identifying it. The torso was missing limbs and a head, and its internal organs were gone. The only clues about the victim were that she was a young woman between 18 and 25 years old. Her fingerprints, dental records, and distinguishing features couldn't be used for identification. A partial tattoo on her neck was visible, but its design was impossible to determine due to decomposition. As a result, a DNA analysis was the only remaining option, but no matches were found in the existing database. The police then began investigating cases of young women who had gone missing in recent months. In November 2017, nearly 2 months after the discovery, authorities identified the body as 18-year-old Rory Rush, a high school student who had vanished in mid-August. She was several weeks pregnant at the time of her disappearance. Divers searched the harbor and nearby Lake Ontario shoreline, but no other body parts were found. The time and cause of death remained unknown. Experts examined the body and found numerous severe injuries inflicted while Rory was still alive, suggesting she had been tortured over a long period before her death. This discovery led to a major breakthrough in the investigation. For months later, an unexpected twist emerged. In December, the Wood family moved into a house at 19 McMillan Drive, Oshawa, where they noticed an unpleasant smell. Their downstairs neighbor, 45-year-old Adam Strong, assured them it was just a minor plumbing issue that he would fix soon. The neighbor tried to be friendly and polite, but there was something unsettling about him. When David's wife tried to welcome him with homemade cookies, he refused to let her enter his apartment, instead stepping out into the hallway and quickly closing the door behind him. In that brief moment, she caught a glimpse of his living space, which was in disarray, and was overwhelmed by the foul smell inside. Adam took the cookies, thanked the neighbor, and quickly excused himself. Later, when they crossed paths in the yard, he apologized for not inviting her in, explaining that he was about to start renovations, and his apartment was not presentable at the time. Despite his polite demeanor, he seemed visibly nervous. As the Wood family settled into their new home, they tried to ignore the unbearable smell. However, on December 29th, they finally called a plumber to investigate a sewer blockage, which had intensified the stench. Although the issue seemed minor and easily solvable, the discovery the workers made in the pipes was shocking. Even to experienced forensic experts, human body parts had been found. Sean Fenn, a plumber, and his partner were called to the Wood family's apartment to fix a clogged refrigerator drain. However, when they arrived, they were met with an overwhelming stench, which they soon discovered was coming from the apartment below, belonging to Adam Strong. Upon entering Strong's apartment, the smell intensified, becoming almost unbearable. Sean, an experienced plumber, had never encountered anything so foul-smelling in his career. While working to clear the pipe, Strong's behavior became increasingly strange and nervous. He refused to leave the area, constantly asking questions about the process. The plumbers tried to ignore Strong's antics, but what they discovered next would be shocking. As they extracted the blockage, they found over 10 kilograms of entangled flesh, hair, and bone fragments, including disfigured human fingers. Strong remained surprisingly calm, asking how the remains ended up in the pipe. Fenn immediately called the police, suspecting they had stumbled upon human remains in the pipes. When the police arrived, they confirmed the discovery of human flesh. Instead of denying the allegations, Strong calmly admitted that Rory Rush's body parts were stuck in the pipe, with additional remains stored in his freezer. A search of the freezer revealed a severed head, limb fragments, and more, all packed in plastic bags. The apartment was in disarray, with dirty dishes, rotting food, trash, and empty pizza boxes littering the floor. The police also found numerous adult magazines with sadistic content, as well as intimate toys, gags, whips, handcuffs, and devices for binding and hanging, suggesting a disturbing atmosphere. Adam's social media profiles openly displayed his interest in BDSM practices, with explicit photos and videos. Although he didn't have a long-term partner, several former partners accused him of being abusive, leading to their breakups. He wrote reviews of adult films and magazines, indicating he spent most of his free time consuming such content. Behind his calm exterior, he led a secretive life. The police cordoned off Adam's residence, treating it as a crime scene. The initial investigation suggested that they had a lot of work ahead, with potential discoveries that could be just as shocking as the head found in the refrigerator. Notably, the evidence found led investigators to suspect that the discovered body parts belonged to Rory Hash, whose torso was found in a water body 4 months earlier. A distinctive tattoo on the neck and DNA analysis supported this theory. In Adam's house, investigators found disturbing evidence of a gruesome crime. Hidden among piles of trash were the blood-stained clothes and shoes of Rory Rush, later confirmed to be the missing schoolgirl. The bedroom, where her bed was found, was covered in her blood, with splatters on the walls, furniture, and ceiling. A dissection table was found in the kitchen, suggesting that the suspect had dismembered and gutted the girl there. The entire area was contaminated with blood, skin particles, hair, and bone fragments. The bathroom was equally appalling, with dirt, blood, and signs of brutal acts everywhere. It appeared that Adam had attempted to dispose of the body by flushing it down the toilet in parts. But when this failed, he tried to fix the blockage himself. A large collection of sharp weapons was also found in the house, likely used to dismember the girl's body. Rory Hash was born in 1999 to a single mother, Shannon Dion. Despite her father's absence, Rory grew up in a loving environment. Thanks to her mother and grandmother, her family had a unique background, with her maternal grandfather founding a motorcycle club and being a skilled boxer with ties to the criminal underworld. Rory had a peaceful and carefree childhood, excelled in dance, and was an award-winning student. At 13, she received an award as the best cadet of the year in her local army unit. However, her life took a dramatic turn at 15 when she got introduced to drugs by a friend and became dependent. She began associating with questionable individuals, neglected her studies, and eventually stopped attending school altogether. For about a year, Rory's family tried to get her help for her addiction, but she would relapse every time. At 17, she ran away from home and turned to prostitution to support her drug habit. Then, her mother got her into a specialized program for teenagers with addictions, which forced her into treatment. This time, the efforts paid off and Rory was able to get back on track. She got a job, studied remotely, and eventually earned her high school diploma. She started planning for college and began a serious relationship with a boy named Anthony. In June 2017, Rory told her mother that she was pregnant and planned to keep the baby. However, Rory's mother didn't know that her daughter had started using drugs again. Rory met with Constable Christopher Crane at a shopping center in mid-August. He had been monitoring her for 18 months to keep her away from negative influences. During their meeting, Rory confessed that she had started using drugs again and lost her job a month prior, often exchanging sexual favors for money or drugs. Constable Crane was deeply disturbed by her revelation and promised to help. He stepped away to make an urgent call to arrange for her hospitalization. However, when he returned, Rory was gone, and the constable was unable to find her. The next day, Rory's mother and uncle took her to the hospital after finding her incoherent due to substance use. They left her in the emergency room queue and stepped out for about an hour. When they returned, they were shocked to discover that Rory had vanished, and sadly, she was never seen alive again. A review of hospital surveillance footage showed that Rory simply got up and left the hospital on her own. Her family reported her missing the next day, but despite an extensive search effort and widespread social media attention, no one was able to find her. It's likely that her addiction led her to seek out drugs at Strong's house, where she may have exchanged sexual favors for them. After Adam alerted the police to the location of the remaining body parts, an investigation was launched. Investigators expected him to cooperate, but instead, he became unresponsive and refused to answer questions at the police station. He remained calm and denied any wrongdoing. Because there was no direct evidence linking him to the girl's murder, Adam was only charged with desecrating a body. His lawyer's efforts to secure bail were unsuccessful, and he was held in jail awaiting trial. The investigators struggled to find an effective approach to questioning him, trying to elicit an emotional response that might provoke a confession. Strong was evasive when questioned about Rory's presence in his house and what he did to her, but openly discussed his fondness for bladed weapons and extensive knife collection. A thorough search of Adam's house uncovered a dirty hunting knife with dried skin fragments that appeared human in a hidden closet. Although the DNA from the knife didn't match Rory's, it belonged to another individual. It took several months to identify the owner of the DNA, but by July 2017, it was established that the traces on the weapon belonged to Candace Fitzpatrick, Rory Rush, who had vanished about 10 years prior. Candace Fitzpatrick shared similarities with Rory. Both struggled with substance abuse and legal issues, grew up in troubled families, and had a history of running away from home for months at a time. To survive, she would live with acquaintances and exchange sex for food and drugs. Born in 1989, Candace was 18 when she disappeared. Her family didn't notice her absence initially and only reported her missing almost 2 years later, which time all leads had gone cold. Candace's life and social circle led many to believe she could have ended up anywhere. Her parents thought she had run away and held on to the hope that she would return. However, in 2018, the news from law enforcement crushed their hopes of ever seeing their daughter alive again. It's worth noting that both victims of the suspect were the same age and looked almost identical, like sisters. This led people to believe that the police had caught a serial predator. When questioned about the second woman, the suspect Adam unexpectedly agreed to cooperate in exchange for better living conditions. He wanted a private cell, a large TV, internet access, and specific meals. Law enforcement officials were outraged by his demands, but they relented to get the information. Adam began his story by talking about his difficult childhood, including how he was abused by his stepfather from the age of 5. He also described how he started torturing and killing animals from the age of 7, finding physical pleasure in these acts. When the conversation turned to Rory, Adam Strong described in detail how he had dismembered her, seemingly taking pleasure in it, but claiming he only did so because she had died from an overdose. However, the police did not believe him, and he was unable to convince them of his story. When questioned about Candace, who had disappeared 10 years prior, Strong was surprised the police knew about her. He tried to find out how they had discovered his secret, and when told about human flesh stuck to an old knife, he became somber and regretful for not taking better precautions to cover his tracks. Strong admitted to meeting Candace, but denied killing her. However, the evidence gathered did not support his claim. In an attempt to gain sympathy, he inadvertently incriminated himself. The police informed him that Rory was pregnant at the time of her death, which Strong vehemently denied. The detectives realized that Strong would argue endlessly to prove his point, so they decided to provoke him into revealing more than he intended. They insisted that the victim was pregnant, and Strong, trying to prove otherwise, described in detail how he had examined Rory's reproductive organs and felt a pulsation, leading the police to believe that she might have still been alive during the attack. Later, Strong tried to deny everything, but his statements had been recorded on camera and were presented in court. He refused to disclose what he had done with Candace's body, and her remains were never found. The detectives were unable to learn about any other possible victims. During one of the last interrogations, Strong callously stated that he would like his condolences to be passed on to Rory's parents. At the trial, his lawyers argued that Strong was mentally ill and unable to be held responsible for his actions. However, a psychiatric evaluation determined that despite certain disorders, Strong was aware of his actions and could be held legally accountable. The trial began in September 2020, 3 years after Rory's death and 12 years after Candace's disappearance. Strong was charged with 2 counts of murder and desecration of Rory. Although he never admitted his guilt, the evidence and his confessions left no doubt about his involvement in the heinous crimes. 4 of Strong's former partners also testified, describing his cruelty and violent tendencies. According to the prosecution, Strong had lured both women to his home, promising them money for intimate services, and then killed them. Adam Strong brutally murdered his victim, subjecting her to a prolonged and agonizing ordeal. He likely killed her out of fear that she would report him to the authorities. On September 4th, his mobile phone signal was detected near the city harbor, where he had dumped the victim's torso, hoping the current would carry it away. In April 2021, Adam Strong was convicted of murdering Candace Fitzpatrick and Rory Hash, as well as desecrating Hash's remains. He received a life sentence without parole. However, showed no remorse, stating in his final remarks that his prison cell was an improvement over his previous living conditions. 6 months into his sentence, Strong unexpectedly revealed the location of his first victim's remains. The police followed his directions, and after several months of searching, they discovered human bones. DNA testing confirmed that the skeleton belonged to Candace Fitzpatrick, which was officially announced. Investigators believe that there may be additional victims in the Adam Strong case, possibly including at least one more woman. Notably, when Strong was initially arrested, his personal belongings were confiscated, including a chain with 3 rings. He later requested the items return, stating that the rings held sentimental value. Relatives of Rory and Candace later identified 2 of the rings as belonging to their dead daughters. However, the 3rd ring remains unidentified, sparking speculation about potential additional victims. 21-year-old Partina Eps lived in Inglewood, California in 2005. On April 26th, Partina's body was found lying in a carport in Gardena, California. Someone was backing out of one of the 4 stalls in the carport and then discovered her. A medical examiner determined that she had been strangled. Investigators found fingerprints that did not belong to Partina on her purse. There was also DNA from a man at the crime scene. They theorized that it belonged to the person that ended her life. Technology was not advanced enough for them to identify the culprit. Investigators could not find other useful leads, so the case went cold. In 2021, investigators took another look at Partina's case. They resubmitted forensic evidence from the crime scene using new technology. This led them to 56-year-old Charles Wright. He was arrested on January 27, 2022. Wright denied involvement in the crime. He said his fingerprints were on Partina's purse because he sold it to, according to him, at the time he was selling purses, tennis shoes, and clothing from the trunk of his car. Wright had a harder time explaining away why his DNA was found at the crime scene. Wright has been working as a teacher since 1999. He said he resigned from Inglewood Unified School District to fight the case against him. This is what he had to say. "I didn't do this. The thing is, everybody that knows me knows that I used to sell bags and clothes out of my car. That's the only possible way could happen." He said he believes people who purchased bags from him during that time period could confirm his story. County Administrator Erica F. Torres, head of Englewood Unified, told staff and parents in a letter dated Saturday that the district learned of the accusation the day before and that Wright would no longer be teaching at any of its schools. Wright is scheduled for arraignment on June 28, 2022. Authorities said that anyone with information regarding the case can anonymously contact Crime Stoppers at this number. It is not known yet why Wright did what he did, but investigators did say that they don't believe Wright and Partina knew each other. 79-year-old Viola Hagen lived alone in an apartment in Anaheim, California, 1980. On February 18, 1980, a neighbor of Viola became concerned about her whereabouts. Viola was often seen walking around the apartment complex, but she hadn't been seen for 2 days. The neighbor stepped inside Viola's unit and found her lifeless body. She had been assaulted and strangled. Over the years, detectives attempted to solve the case, pursuing new leads or bits of evidence, but failed to identify a suspect, and the case went cold. In September of 2020, the case was reopened. This time, investigators turned to genetic genealogy, which has been used to solve hundreds of cases across the U.S. Investigators used DNA found on Viola and compared it with genetic profiles on genealogy databases. This led investigators to 64-year-old Andre William LePere. He was arrested on April 28, 2021, at his home in Alamogordo, New Mexico, in connection to the case. He is being held without bail at an Otero County jail. It is not believed that Andre and Viola knew each other. Viola's family had this to say in a statement: "Our grandmother, Viola, was a beautiful, happy soul and did not deserve being violated in her final years of life. We are so grateful for the Anaheim Police Department never giving up after 41 years. That is our message: never, never give up." LePere was in his 20s at the time of the crime and lived close to Viola in Anaheim, California. Sometime in the 1990s, he moved east. He split his time between Arizona and New Mexico. LePere worked as a plumber and a truck driver. He married twice and had 2 children. Investigators had not established a motive for the crime. In February of 2022, LePere was convicted for the crime. He will be sentenced on May 13th. The case of Vanessa Marcotte. On August 7, 2016, 27-year-old Vanessa Marcotte visited her mother, Rosanna, in Princeton, Massachusetts. Vanessa, an active person who enjoyed outdoor activities like walking, yoga, and running, decided to go for a run on that warm and sunny day. She was scheduled to take a bus to New York City later that day, where she worked and lived. However, Vanessa failed to return home after her run, which was unusual for her. Her concerned mother, Rosanna, sought help from the police. The case drew widespread national media attention due to its rarity in Princeton, which had not seen a similar incident in 30 years. Vanessa Marcotte was born on June 17, 1989, in Leominster, Massachusetts. She was an exceptional student and graduated with highest honors from Boston University in 2011, earning a bachelor's degree in communications. After college, she worked at WordStream, an online marketing software startup in Boston, before becoming an account manager at Google's New York City office. Every couple of months, Vanessa would visit her mother and aunt in Princeton, a small rural town with a population of around 4,000. As an only child, Vanessa's mother, Rosanna, cherished their time together and looked forward to her daughter's visits. On Sunday, August 7, 2016, Vanessa left her mother's house on Brook Station Road around 1 p.m. to go for a run before catching the commuter bus back to New York later that day. The area she planned to run in was familiar to her. However, when several hours passed and Vanessa failed to return, her mother grew concerned and contacted the police. Officers promptly launched a search, focusing on the route Vanessa was expected to have taken. At 8:20 p.m., a police dog tracked a scent to a densely vegetated area about 60 yards from the road and less than a mile from Rosanna Marcotte's home. There, the search team found the body of a woman who was quickly identified as Vanessa Marcotte. A preliminary examination revealed that her death was a result of a crime. Vanessa's body was found without clothes, and it had burned marks on her legs, hands, and face. The location where the body was discovered was secluded, with no nearby houses, only the road and woods on either side. Vanessa's cell phone and headphones were missing, and despite a thorough search of the surrounding area, police were unable to find them. Investigators believe that the perpetrator had intentionally taken these items to avoid leaving behind DNA evidence. A sneaker with burn marks was found next to the body, and similar burn marks were discovered in other locations. Detectives concluded that the perpetrator had used gasoline in an attempt to destroy DNA evidence. A forensic investigation into Vanessa's death revealed that she was killed by strangulation. Her struggles against her attacker resulted in the presence of an unknown person's DNA under her fingernails. The fact that her clothes were removed suggests a brief but clear motive. The medical examination found evidence of contact with a male. DNA testing did not produce a match in either local or national databases. The violent crime sent shockwaves through the small town of Princeton with a population of under 4,000 people. The incident was highly unusual for the area, prompting widespread concern. Local authorities urged residents of Princeton and surrounding areas to remain vigilant and report any suspicious activity to the Massachusetts State Hotline or the Princeton Police Department. In a press conference on August 11th, Worcester District Attorney Joseph Early Jr. confirmed that the suspect is likely a male who sustained minor injuries, including cuts, bruises, and scratches. During the struggle with Vanessa, the news of Vanessa Marcotte's death sent shockwaves through her family, the Princeton community, and her co-workers. A Google spokesperson expressed the company's condolences, describing Marcotte as a beloved team member who worked in the New York office for a year and a half. She was known for her bright smile, dedication to volunteer work, and enthusiasm for Boston sports. Google is deeply saddened by her loss and is thinking of her family and friends. Boston University Vanessa Marcotte's alma mater also paid tribute to her. The university's executive director of media relations, Colin Riley, said, "We are heartbroken for her family and friends. They are in our thoughts and prayers." Initially, police investigated a possible connection between Vanessa Marcotte's death and the murder of another runner, Corina Vetrano, which occurred a few days earlier in New York City. On August 2, 2016, Vetrano went for a run in Spring Creek Park in Queens, despite her father's concerns about her running alone. She was last seen alive around 5 p.m., just before entering the park. When she failed to respond to calls and texts, her father alerted the police, who began searching for her around 11 p.m. Tragically, her father found her body face down about 15 feet from the trail. Karina Vitrano's murder shared similarities with Vanessa Marcotte's case, including the fact that her body was found exposed and she had been strangled. However, investigators initially did not believe the cases were connected. 6 months after Vitrano's murder, 20-year-old Chanel Lewis was arrested and later sentenced to life in prison without parole after his DNA was matched to evidence found on Vitrano's body. In contrast, the investigation into Vanessa Marcotte's murder remained ongoing. Detectives believed that Vanessa Marcotte killer likely lived in or frequently visited Princeton and was familiar with the area. They also thought that Vanessa Marcotte did not know her killer and that their encounter was accidental. To aid in the investigation, law enforcement set up separate 24-hour phone lines for the public to report any information. A key eyewitness came forward, reporting that they saw Vanessa stop at a local convenience store for a drink of water around 1 p.m. on August 7th. She was last seen walking and talking on her cell phone. The attack on Vanessa is believed to have occurred within 2 hours of her being seen outside the store. Her phone was last active at 2:11 p.m. and has remained off since. Despite an extensive search of the area where her body was found in the surrounding neighborhood, police initially found few leads. It wasn't until 3 months later that a new witness came forward with crucial information. The witness reported seeing a dark-colored Ford SUV parked near the crime scene on August 7th on 2 separate occasions. The first sighting was at 12:45 p.m. when the witness saw the driver, a Hispanic man between 25 and 35 years old, standing next to the vehicle and talking on the phone. The second sighting was at 2:05 p.m. when the witness drove by the same location and saw the SUV still parked, but with its hood down and no one in sight. This new information led authorities to launch a search for a Hispanic man who owns a black SUV and may live in the Princeton area. On February 23, 2017, 6 months after Vanessa's death, Worcester County District Attorney Joseph Early Jr. released new details about the investigation. DNA found on Vanessa's body had been analyzed, and a suspect profile was created based on the DNA and witness statements. The suspect was described as a Hispanic male, 20 to 30 years old, with an athletic build, medium height, and short or shaved hair. He was believed to have had access to a dark-colored SUV on the day of the crime and to have suffered visible upper body injuries shortly after the attack. About 3 weeks later, a police officer in Worcester County spotted a man who matched the suspect's description. The man was driving a vehicle identical to the one seen on the day of Vanessa's death. The officer quickly noted the license plate number and identified the car's owner. The police then visited the owner's residence, where they found 31-year-old Angelo Colon Ortiz. Colon Ortiz was a 30-year-old husband and father of 3 who had recently moved to Worcester, Massachusetts from Puerto Rico. He worked as a delivery driver for a FedEx contractor and was familiar with the Princeton area, where he often made deliveries. Despite his clean record, Colin's behavior was concerning to those around him. Neighbors in Worcester described him as having a perverse nature, often making vulgar comments to people in the neighborhood. A former Princeton postal worker also reported that Colin frequently made crude comments about her and other women to his co-workers. When questioned by police about the attack on Vanessa Marcotte, Colin claimed he did not know her and couldn't remember if he was in Princeton on the day of the incident. However, he did agree to provide a DNA sample, signing documents to allow his DNA to be analyzed. The lab took some time to process the DNA test, which ultimately revealed a match between Colin Ortiz's DNA and the DNA found under Vanessa Marcotte's fingernails on April 15, 2017. As a result, Colin was arrested and charged with the crime just 3 days later. Prosecutors presented evidence that on the day of the murder, Colin purchased $5 worth of gasoline from a store located 6 miles from the crime scene at 2:35 p.m. This suggested that Colin had returned to the scene after Vanessa's death in an attempt to destroy evidence, including his DNA on her body. The district attorney argued that the DNA evidence was collected through proper procedures, which led to the charges against Colin. However, Colin's attorneys countered that their client's DNA sample was obtained irregularly, casting doubt on the legitimacy of the evidence. The defense team argued that Colin Ortiz's language barrier hindered his ability to understand that providing a DNA sample to the police was optional. In fact, Ortiz stated that he was unaware that he could refuse to provide one. Colin, a U.S. citizen born in Puerto Rico, does not speak, read, or understand English, as he declared in an affidavit. He recounted that on March 16, 2017, 2 white state police officers visited his home with a translator who spoke a Spanish dialect that was unfamiliar to him. The trial extended for several years, ultimately leading to Judge Janet Kenton Walker's decision on January 11, 2022 to deny the defense's motion to suppress the DNA evidence. Colin maintained his innocence to the original charge of first-degree murder, but through a plea agreement, he pleaded guilty to the lesser charge of second-degree murder, which carries a shorter sentence. Angelo Colin Ortiz, 36, guilty to the robbery charge and was sentenced to life in prison in October 2022. As part of the plea bargain, Colin will serve 20 years for the robbery charge, followed by a life sentence with a minimum of 25 years before being eligible for parole. This means he will spend at least 45 years in prison before he can be considered for parole. The Vanessa Marcotte family agreed to the plea bargain to avoid a lengthy and emotionally challenging trial. In a statement, they expressed relief that the trial ended in a way that ensures Colin will no longer be able to harm anyone. Vanessa Marcotte's father stated that he is pleased that the monster will be kept off the streets and that he will not live to see Colin's parole hearing. Colin's sentence brings closure to the Vanessa Marcotte family, who can now find some comfort in knowing that justice has been served and that Colin will be held accountable for his actions. Angela was born on April 15, 1975, in the bustling town of Dodge City, Kansas. She grew up as a beloved member of a large family with 10 children. Known for her wit, intelligence, and her ability to engage in captivating conversations, Angela was always the heart of any gathering. Her love for animals, despite her allergies, was evident throughout her life, and she also had a deep passion for reading and woodworking. As a student of interior design, Angela found beauty in creating and arranging living spaces. However, her most important priority was always her family. She maintained strong relationships with her siblings and was quick to offer a helping hand to friends and even strangers. Angela's passion for genealogy led her to become a family history consultant, where she helped people reconnect with distant relatives. She was also highly active in her church, serving as a choir director, teacher, and youth group leader. On December 18, 1999, Angela married James Craig, a man with dreams of becoming a doctor. In 2006, those dreams became a reality when James earned his doctorate in dental surgery from the University of Missouri, Kansas City. While at the university, James played a key role in establishing the International Dental Program, assisting foreign-born dentists in obtaining their licenses in the United States. By October 2006, James began practicing in Aurora, Colorado. And over the span of 23 years, Angela and James welcomed 6 children into their family. Despite the physical distance, Angela remained close with her siblings, especially her sister, Toni, who lived in Utah. The two spoke on the phone daily and made time for many memorable trips together. With James's dental practice and Angela's deep involvement in the local community, the Craig family seemed happy and content. However, life took an unexpected turn on March 15, 2023 at 11 a.m. when Angela was rushed to the hospital suffering from a debilitating headache, dizziness, and nausea. James was by her side, providing support during the frightening ordeal. Despite the medical team's efforts, Angela's condition worsened by 2 p.m. when she suffered a severe seizure. Doctors acted quickly, placing her on life support as her concerned family sought answers. This was Angela's 3rd hospital visit in just 10 days, with recurring symptoms of headache, nausea, and dizziness. Yet no clear cause had been identified. This time, however, her condition was far more serious, leaving the medical team puzzled. As Angela's condition deteriorated, 2 close friends, Ryan Redfern and his wife, arrived at the hospital. Ryan, a fellow dentist and James's longtime friend from their university days, was also a financial partner in James's dental practice. In 2021, when James faced financial challenges, Ryan stepped in to help save the practice. His wife, who held a doctorate in nursing, was aware of Angela's recent health struggles and wanted to offer support. Angela's symptoms had first appeared on March 5, 2023, after returning from a visit to her sister in Utah. Feeling unwell, she sought medical attention on March 6, but the doctors found nothing alarming, prescribing her standard medication and recommending rest. However, Angela's condition worsened, leading to another hospital visit on March 9th, raising concern among her friends. On March 9th, while Angela was hospitalized, Ryan's wife reached out to James, offering her help. James, though appreciative, assured her that they had things under control at the moment. The next day, March 10th, Ryan's wife followed up, checking in to see if there had been any progress in Angela's diagnosis and offering her assistance again. James, grateful for her concern, acknowledged how challenging the situation had been, marking the beginning of a critical chapter in Angela's health journey. James expressed his growing concern as the doctors had conducted numerous tests, including several blood draws. Thankfully, the regular blood tests came back normal, ruling out autoimmune disorders and diabetes. The main issue at the time seemed to be Angela's blood pressure. Over the course of 24 hours, she had been given 5 liters of 4 fluids, but her blood pressure remained alarmingly low. Despite the medical interventions, Angela still felt quite unwell. The doctors decided to keep her in the hospital for another night, hoping that she could return home the following day. Over the next few days, Ryan's wife continued to check in on Angela's health, offering unwavering support. James shared that additional tests had been run, including an MRI due to a family history of brain tumors, as well as ultrasounds and CT scans of her head, chest, and abdomen. Surprisingly, all these tests came back normal, and there didn't seem to be any medical explanation for her declining health. Without clear answers, Angela was eventually allowed to go home. But a troubling question remained. If all the medical reports showed Angela was perfectly healthy, why was her condition deteriorating by the day? Unfortunately, on March 15, 2023, Angela's health took a sharp turn for the worse. This time, her symptoms were even more severe. She was struggling with extreme dizziness, nausea, and severe stomach pain. Unable to reach James, who was at his clinic, Angela called her brother for help. He rushed her to the hospital where she was admitted around 11 a.m. Upon receiving the alarming news, James hurried to be by his wife's side. In the midst of this crisis, James contacted his partner's wife to share the distressing update and even sent her 2 photos of Angela in the hospital room. Surrounded by medical professionals, Angela suffered a stroke and became unresponsive. Deeply concerned, Ryan and his wife decided to visit the hospital. They sent James a message to let him know they were on their way to offer support during this uncertain time. While en route to the hospital, Ryan received a troubling call from Caitlin, a relatively new office manager at the place where James worked. Caitlin had noticed some odd occurrences that raised questions about Angela's health. She shared an incident that took place on March 6, 2023. Caitlin had been working late at the dental office when James unexpectedly showed up, despite not having any patients scheduled. What struck Caitlin as odd was that instead of heading to his own office, James went down the hall to use a computer in one of the exam rooms. This was unusual because James typically used his own computer in his office, and this deviation from his normal routine seemed strange. About 30 minutes after Caitlin left the office, she received a text message from James. In the message, James mentioned that he was expecting a personal package to be delivered to the office and asked Caitlin to ensure it was received. He emphasized that no one else should open it. On March 13, 2023, the package James had mentioned finally arrived. However, when Caitlin went to pick it up, she discovered that a colleague had already opened it. Remembering James's request for confidentiality, Caitlin resealed the package and handed it directly to James. While repackaging it, something unusual caught her eye: a hazardous material label. The label was affixed to a cylindrical container marked with the words potassium cyanide. Caitlin assumed the chemical might have some medical or dental use she wasn't familiar with, so she resealed the box and quickly gave it to James. Later that day, she noticed James leaving the office, clutching the cylindrical container wrapped in brown paper. Her suspicions deepened. Why was James taking potassium cyanide home? Curious, Caitlin turned to Google to investigate the uses of potassium cyanide. That's when she stumbled upon a shocking discovery. The symptoms of potassium cyanide poisoning closely resembled those Angela had been experiencing. As Angela's condition worsened, with symptoms like nausea, vomiting, and low blood pressure, Ryan arrived at the hospital, still in shock from what Caitlin had told him. He met up with his wife, and together they went to see Angela, who was now on life support. Without wasting any time, Ryan approached one of the nurses on duty, sharing his suspicion that Angela might have been poisoned by James with potassium cyanide. Though taken aback by the unexpected information, the nurse took the claim seriously and agreed to conduct a new round of tests on Angela. Aware of the gravity of the situation, the nurse also dialed 911 to alert the authorities. Meanwhile, James stepped outside to take a phone call, giving Ryan and his wife an opportunity to leave the hospital. However, their departure was interrupted by a frantic call from James, demanding to know why they had left and informing them that the hospital staff suspected he had poisoned his wife. Ryan didn't hold back. He was upfront with James, confronting him about the mysterious package delivered to the dental office and the unsettling contents. He directly asked James why he had ordered potassium cyanide. Backed into a corner, James finally admitted that he had indeed purchased the chemical, but he claimed that Angela had asked him to do so, never imagining she would use it. After the tense phone call, James texted Ryan, pleading with him not to share their conversation with anyone, especially the police. He expressed concern that Ryan's involvement would only harm his family further. James acknowledged Ryan's motivations, but insisted that if Ryan had come to him directly, man to man, rather than involving others, they might have avoided the current chaos. His frustration and anger toward Ryan were palpable. Ryan, however, couldn't shake the feeling that there was more to Angela's deteriorating health. He made a crucial decision and contacted the police, sharing everything he knew, and urging them to investigate further. Later that night, well past midnight, the police arrived at the hospital to discuss Angela's dire condition. She remained on life support with no brain activity. The next day, on March 16, 2023, investigators visited Caitlin, the office manager. That's when the truth began to unravel. Caitlin revealed that on the morning of March 6, 2023, before Angela's first hospital visit, James had prepared a pre-workout protein shake for her. He proudly mentioned it at the office, portraying himself as a caring husband. However, things took a sinister turn when Angela suddenly became dizzy, and from that moment on, her health rapidly declined. Caitlin didn't hold back, also discussing the suspicious package and her concerns about the potassium cyanide. She explained how this lethal chemical could produce the same symptoms Angela had been experiencing, and in some cases could be fatal. Ryan, who had joined the conversation at the dental clinic, added more to the story, shattering the image of the seemingly happy Craig family. He disclosed that in 2021, when James was facing financial troubles and the threat of bankruptcy, he had confided in Ryan about his marital problems. Shockingly, at that time, James had been contemplating divorce. Even more heartbreaking was James's later admission that Angela had contemplated ending her life in 2022 through an overdose, but James had intervened to save her. According to Ryan, James claimed that Angela's self-harming tendencies became more pronounced when he asked for a divorce in December 2022. Despite these serious issues, James never reported any of Angela's behavior to the authorities or sought professional help for her mental health. This pattern of secrecy and neglect raised serious questions about recent events. To get a clearer picture of Angela's mental state, the police interviewed the couple's 6 children. Surprisingly, they painted a different picture, describing their mother as happy and full of energy, with no signs of the troubling behavior James had mentioned. This contradiction only deepened the mystery and suggested that James might have been fabricating a story to explain Angela's worsening health. As suspicion mounted against James, the police launched a full investigation. They obtained search warrants for both the Craig residence and James's dental office. They also began reviewing James's phone records and text conversations with Angela, dating back to March 6, 2023, the day she first reported feeling unwell. The text messages from that day revealed a disturbing exchange. Angela expressed her appreciation for a coffee James had made for her, showing affection and optimism for the day. However, soon after, she mentioned feeling dizzy and off, prompting James to suggest she check her blood pressure. The conversation took a troubling turn when James referenced heavy medications and acknowledged his past concerns, hinting at a possible trigger for Angela. He voiced concern about her symptoms, comparing them to those of a stroke, and asked about any weakness she might have been experiencing. This unsettling exchange, combined with the other evidence, left investigators with more questions than answers. Following the unsettling exchange between James and Angela, where he continued asking about her symptoms and offering suggestions, a troubling level of awareness and concern over her condition became apparent. The investigation took a significant turn when the police decided to inspect James' computer. They uncovered 2 email accounts linked to him, along with a disturbing search history related to Angela's declining health, raising more suspicions about his involvement. In February, just a month before Angela was hospitalized, James had searched terms like, "How many grams of pure arsenic does it take to kill a human? And can arsenic be detected in an autopsy?" He had also looked up chemical suppliers in the city, all of which raised red flags during the investigation. One particularly damning piece of evidence was a purchase made by James on Amazon for a product labeled as 99.999% crystalline metalloid arsenic. The product description explicitly stated that ingesting this chemical could be fatal. Further probing into James' online activity revealed alarming YouTube videos he had watched. One video titled, "5 Undetectable Poisons That Don't Show Signs of Murder," provided instructions on how to create plant-based poisons. He also conducted 3 more searches related to homemade poison making, specifically from plants. As if that weren't disturbing enough, the investigators found another video detailing the effects of cyanide and arsenic poisoning, highlighting how difficult it is for doctors to detect these substances. The most incriminating piece of evidence came in the form of an order James placed for potassium cyanide. At this point, the puzzle pieces were coming together. It was becoming clear that James had been poisoning Angela all along. But why would someone poison his wife and the mother of his children? Was it related to his desire for a divorce? As investigators dug deeper, they interviewed friends and family members. Angela's sister provided critical insight. She revealed that only those closest to Angela knew the truth about her marriage with James, which was far from the loving facade they presented to the world. She disclosed that James had a history of extramarital affairs with multiple women. Even more shocking, James had confessed to Angela about his addiction to inappropriate online material since his teenage years. One particularly disturbing incident from 5 or 6 years earlier caught the attention of the police. The woman recalled Angela telling her that she feared James had deliberately drugged her. Angela suspected that James had drugged her in order to prevent her from intervening in his activities, shedding light on some of the strange text messages between the couple. However, police remained skeptical of James' explanation about drugging Angela, finding it unreasonable that he would resort to such extreme measures. She also shared that Angela had longed to escape her marriage, a sentiment she had expressed repeatedly over the past 16 years. Yet, every time Angela gathered the courage to leave, James would skillfully manipulate her into staying. Their marital issues extended beyond their personal relationship and into James' struggling dental practice. Further complicating the situation, James had tried his luck gambling in Las Vegas, losing over $2,000 despite being in $2 million of debt. To the police, it became clear that beneath the surface of their seemingly perfect marriage, the Craig household was rife with turmoil. The investigation uncovered even more damning evidence when they found emails detailing round-trip flights from 2 separate occasions. These tickets were reserved for Karen, an orthodontist based in Texas. The emails between Karen and James were far from professional. Their tone was intimate. Karen had filed for divorce in 2022 and had been in a relationship with James, something Angela knew nothing about. Digging deeper, investigators found that these flights were purchased on the same day arsenic was delivered to James' home. This suggested a calculated plan for James to be with Karen on March 16th. One of Karen's emails to James with the subject line, "See you soon," expressed her regret over the events happening in James's life that week. She apologized for not being a part of his world and for keeping her distance. As police gathered more evidence against James, hospital staff fought to save Angela. Tragically, on March 18th at 4:29 p.m., Angela was declared brain dead. She passed away without ever knowing the truth about what her husband had been plotting. Just hours after Angela was removed from life support, James was officially charged with first-degree premeditated murder. He didn't have much time to reflect on the charges because on March 19th, he was arrested. A few days later, James found himself in a Colorado courtroom for his initial appearance. As the charges against him were read aloud, a mix of friends, family, and even some of James and Angela's children watched in shock. The disheveled 45-year-old man in an orange jumpsuit, handcuffed, was a far cry from the smiling blonde man seen in family photos. James Craig, already facing the grave charge of first-degree murder, was also hit with a second charge, tampering with physical evidence. The judge set James' bail at a staggering $10 million. His trial is set for December 2024. A week after Angela's death, new information emerged, revealing that she had not one, but 3 life insurance policies in her name. While it's not confirmed, this raised the chilling possibility that collecting those life insurance payouts might have been part of James' grim plan, along with his affair. Now, Angela's 6 children are left to grapple with the devastating reality of losing their mother while their father stands trial for her murder. Angela's children were her pride and joy, and following James' arrest, Angela's family stepped in to care for them. They made it clear that James's extended family should not be held responsible for his terrible actions. In Angela's obituary, her family and loved ones tried to capture the essence of her life beyond the tragedy of her untimely death. When Angela was declared brain dead, her family made the brave decision to donate her organs. While they couldn't save her, they found bittersweet comfort in knowing that her legacy lives on through the lives she helped save. Case of Mangit Pangali. In every person's life, 2 decisions hold utmost significance: their career path and the choice of a life partner. Securing one's desired career alongside a caring and affectionate life companion can make life feel like a flawless masterpiece. Mangit Pangali, a resident of Vancouver, Canada, had a life that seemed to embody this ideal. But the tragic conclusion of her beautiful existence left an indelible mark on the entire nation of Canada. October 18, 2006 marked the date when the news of Mangit Pangali's disappearance emerged. However, just 5 days later, on October 23rd, her charred body was discovered on a beach shore. After this discovery, the police promptly reached the crime scene and informed Mangit's in-laws about the incident. The news quickly spread across the city of Vancouver that a partially burnt body of a woman had been found on the beach. Mangit's family was unable to comprehend why someone would commit such an act against her, as Mangit was known to be a person who always greeted everyone with a friendly smile. However, after months of investigation, the real killer of Mangit was identified, which surprised Mangit's family a lot. But in the end, to know how Mangit disappeared, who killed her, and how the killer killed Mangit, we will also need to know a little about Mangit's background. Mangit was a Canadian resident of Indian origin, residing in Vancouver, British Columbia, with her husband Muktir Pangali and their 3-year-old daughter Maya. Mangit's family had come to Canada in search of a better life and settled in Vancouver. They had worked hard to provide their family and children with every possible happiness. Mangit had a happy childhood. Like any young woman, she also had dreams. She had decided long ago that she wanted to become a teacher. Mangit pursued her education to become a teacher at the university. And it was during this time that she met Muktir. Muktir's family also hailed from India, and he had come to Canada to pursue his career in the teaching field. According to Mangit, Muktir was a cheerful person just like her, which gradually made Mangit start liking him. Their meeting at the university gradually developed into feelings of love. After dating for a while, they eventually decided to get married. When both families found out that they both wanted to get married, they were quite happy. Muktir's family trusted that Muktir is a good and responsible guy who will always keep their daughter happy. Additionally, Muktir's family also liked Mangit as a good girl. Following this, Mangit and Muktir got married in 1997. In the eyes of both families, they were a perfect happy couple who were quite friendly and cheerful. However, just a few years later, when Mukhtir's true nature was revealed, Mangit faced difficulties in her married life. Mukhtir belonged to a conservative family, and his thinking was somewhat similar. According to him, Mangit should serve him, and when Mukhtir returned home from work, there should be delicious food ready on his table. But now, Mangit was quite troubled by Mukhtir's behavior. She was a woman of strong determination and hard work. She had never imagined Mukhtir's mindset would be like this. When Mangit told her sisters and friends about the difficulties in her married life, everyone told her that these are just the initial days of her relationship. There are always some differences or arguments between every new married couple. She just needs to be a little patient. After this, along with Mangit, her sister and Mangit's friends also forgot about this matter. Just as Mangit had planned the rest of her life, she had also planned her pregnancy in a similar way. Now, she wanted to become a mother. As a result, 6 years after getting married, her dream also came true in 2003. Mangit gave birth to a daughter whom she named Maya. Mangit was quite happy, and Mukhtir was also very happy. Now Mukhtir spent most of his time with Maya. Mukhtir loved his daughter very much. Because of this, everyone began to feel that perhaps whatever difficulties were coming in Mangit's married life, they had all ended. But this was not true. After Maya's birth, Mukhtir started drinking even more. Whenever he drank, he would stay out of the house until late at night, and when he came home, he expected his wife to have cooked dinner and be waiting for him. But Mangit, who wanted care and support after pregnancy, was quite broken by her husband's behavior. Because of this, Mangit slipped into depression, and the dreams she had once had were now shattering in front of her eyes. Now she understood how big a mistake she had made in understanding Mukhtir, and she was not sure what to do to set her health and future in the right direction. During this time, Mangit does not take any major action and remains patiently at Mukhtir's house for 3 years. However, in 2006, Mangit plans to have a second child, hoping to bring happiness back into the household. Nonetheless, due to constant arguments, she begins to feel that this may no longer be possible. Shortly after, Mangit becomes pregnant again, and Mukhtir is quite pleased upon learning this news. Unexpectedly, Maddie's behavior changes significantly. He starts to love and care for Mangit as he had before, which makes Mangit very happy as she feels she has regained his lost love. However, she does not realize that this happiness will be short-lived. On October 18, 2006, Mangit had left for her prenatal yoga class, but a significant amount of time passed and she did not return home. The next day, Mukhtir called Mangit's family and informed them that she hadn't come home since the previous evening. Upon hearing this, Mangit's family became somewhat worried. They then called Mangit's sister, Jasmine, and narrated the whole story. Jasmine also called all of Mangit's friends, but Mangit hadn't gone to any of their houses. In fact, whenever there was an argument between Mukhtir and Mangit, Mangit often left with her daughter without informing anyone. Sometimes going to a hotel or a friend's house, everyone thought that the same thing had happened again this time, and Mangit would return home shortly. However, this time, Mangit's daughter Maya was at home, and this worried everyone a lot, because Mangit loved her daughter very much and never left her alone anywhere. It had been a whole day since Mangit had gone missing, so everyone began to suspect that something unfortunate might have happened to her. Therefore, her husband, Mukhtir, filed a missing person complaint at a nearby police station on the night of October 19th. Apart from this, Mukhtir also called all the acquaintances to inquire about Mangit, but no one had seen her. By now, the news had spread in the media that a married woman named Mangit Pangali had been missing for a few days, and Mukhtir Mangit's husband appealed for her safety and return. During the police investigation, the phone calls of all household members were traced, but the police did not find any significant information. Here too, the date was now October 23, 2006, and Mangit had been missing for 5 days. Mangit's husband and family members became worried when the police informed them that a charred body had been found on the shore of a place called South Delta, and they were asked to come and identify it. When Mangit's family members went there to see, they found that the body was indeed Mangit's. Mangit's body was sent for a post-mortem examination, and the report revealed that she was pregnant with a female fetus at the time of her death. This news deeply distressed Mangit's family, who were left to wonder what wrongdoing their daughter had committed that led to her being brutally murdered by being set on fire. From a logical perspective, Mangit's killer not only took her life, but also the life of the child she was carrying in her womb. The post-mortem report also reveals that Mangit's death was not caused by burning, but rather the killer first strangled Mangit, and then, when she had stopped breathing, attempted to burn her body. During the investigation, the police also found Mangit's car parked at a distance from her dead body. Forensic examination of the car revealed no signs of forced entry or any marks of struggle inside the car. Subsequently, the police first checked Mangit's background, but didn't find any suspects who had enmity with Mangit. Due to this reason, the police suspected that perhaps the killer was someone who knows Mangit well. Hence, the police's direct suspicion falls on Mangit's family members. The police first thought of questioning Mangit's husband Mukhtir. During the interrogation, Mukhtir stated that Mangit has been in regular contact with her college friend Tony for the past year, and they sometimes went to dinner together. After Mukhtir's statement, the police now doubted Tony, and then they searched for and interrogated Tony as well. However, upon talking to Tony, police found out that Tony didn't have any relationship with Mangit as Mukhtir had claimed. Tony and Mangit were just good friends, and this fact was confirmed when Tony answered all questions correctly in the lie detector test. Now the police had to determine why Mukhtir had lied to them. Therefore, the interrogation with Mukhtir resumed. During this interrogation, the police discovered that there was an individual from the families of Mangit and Mukhtir, who was quite close to both of them. In fact, that person's name was Sukenda, and he was Mukhtir's younger brother. Sukenda Pangali used to live in the basement of Mangit and Mukhtir's house. However, at Mangit's insistence, Mukhtir had kicked Sukenda out of the house. Sukenda was the one who used to persuade Mukhtir to party until late at night and then drink with him. It was because of Sukenda's influence that Mukhtir's habit of drinking alcohol had increased even more. Mangit noticed how Sukenda's presence was negatively impacting her life, so she gave her husband Mukhtir an ultimatum: either Sukenda stays or she stays in this house. Mukhtir faced a difficult choice between supporting his brother or his wife. He decided to ask Sukenda to leave and remain with Mangit. After investigating the incident, the police initially suspected Sukenda, but could not find any evidence against him. Sukenda was able to prove that he was with his friends on the night Mangit disappeared. As a result, the police cleared Sukenda of any wrongdoing. However, they later detained Mukhtir again for further questioning. By now, the police had determined that the relationship between Mangit and Mukhtir had begun to deteriorate just a few months after their marriage. Whenever Mangit discovered Mukhtir's daily habit of drinking alcohol, she scolded him. On the other hand, Mangit had hurt Mukhtir's brother Sukenda by throwing him out of the house, which had wounded Mukhtir's ego and masculinity, causing him to harbor even more resentment towards Mangit. However, despite this, there was no solid evidence to make Mukhtir the prime suspect in Mangit's murder case. Moreover, Mangit's family and friends also had substantial trust in him. But now the police have decided to re-examine all the evidence. First, the police noticed that the driver's seat of the car was pushed back, which indicated that Mangit had not driven the car there by herself. Rather, there was someone else with her in the car at the time. Secondly, Mukhtir had mentioned the location of Mangit's prenatal classes in his statement, and the car was parked near that area. However, during the investigation, it was found that there were no prenatal yoga classes in that area, and the actual location where Mangit used to attend her prenatal classes was approximately 15 miles away from the location provided by Mukhtir. Consequently, Mukhtir's lie was caught. In simple words, Mukhtir told the police that Mangit's prenatal yoga class location was where her dead body was found, but in reality, Mangit's prenatal classes were far away from that place. After that, the police tracked Mukhtir's phone's location and call records. Here, the police discovered that Mukhtir had Mangit's cell phone, in which he had inserted his own SIM and was using it. This revealed to the police that on the evening of October 18th, Mangit had visited Mukhtir's house. Therefore, Mukhtir had Mangit's cell phone. By now, all the statements given by Mukhtar were proving to be false. Then, the police got solid evidence in their hands. They obtained CCTV footage from a gas station near Mangit's house, in which Mukhtar was seen buying an old newspaper and a lighter from that gas station. Although Mukhtar used to drink alcohol, he did not smoke cigarettes. So why would he buy a lighter and an old newspaper? Here, Mukhtar became a prime suspect in the eyes of the police. So the police took immediate action. Nearly 6 months later, on March 12, 2006, Mukhtar was arrested in his wife Mangit's murder case. The police interrogated Mukhtar rigorously. At first, he completely denied the claim of murdering Mangit, portraying himself as innocent. But then, after some time, his courage broke, and he confessed to his crime. Now the culprit was caught. When Mukhtar explained why he had mercilessly killed his pregnant wife on October 18th, the police was shaken to the core. Mukhtar explained that after Mangit's yoga class, he took her home, where an argument broke out between them. The argument escalated to the point that, in a fit of rage, Mukhtar strangled Mangit, killing her. He then took her body to a secluded seaside location in South Delta and burned it, in an attempt to destroy any evidence that could be used by the police. In addition, Mukhtar provided the reason behind wanting to kill Mangit. Essentially, Mukhtar had developed hatred towards Mangit. Mukhtar's mind was filled with intense dislike and negativity towards Mangit, which became the cause of Mangit's death. Hearing this, both Mangit's and Mukhtar's families and friends were greatly surprised. Subsequently, in November 2010, Mukhtar was found guilty in the Mangit murder case, and he was also charged with second-degree murder. It was a shocking murder that sent shockwaves across the province. Former schoolteacher Mangit Pangali strangled his pregnant wife and then burned her body. Immediately after Mukhtar's arrest, both Mangit's and Mukhtar's families fought a case in court for the full custody of Mukhtar's 3-year-old daughter Maya. However, in the end, Maya's full custody was awarded to Mangit's sister, Jasmine Bambra. Then, in February 2011, Mukhtar was sentenced to life imprisonment. Crown Prosecutor Dennis Murray narrated the incident in the following manner. Immediately after the verdict of the Mangit murder case, Mukhtar killed Mangit immediately after she returned from prenatal yoga classes. Then he took her body to a secluded coastal area in South Delta in Mangit's own car and set it on fire. He delayed filing a missing complaint as much as possible. In December 2010, the Canadian police publicly disclosed Mangit's diary and letters. After this, several media houses extensively scrutinized these letters, revealing that Mangit was clinically depressed. However, she was making a lot of effort to save her married life. During discussions with media houses, a member of Mangit's family revealed that she had been struggling with depression since her first pregnancy. Mukhtar not only killed Mangit but also took 2 lives. She was so happy to be pregnant. It was something that she had wanted for a long time. So with that, the Mangit Pangali murder case comes to an end. On July 17, 1982, a woman's body was found by hikers. It was located along Lake Tahoe, just off Mount Rose Highway in Sheep's Flat, which is known as a popular hiking area in Washoe County, Nevada. She was found slumped over a log as if she had been tying her shoe when her attacker shot her twice in the head. She had been sexually assaulted and the bullet holes had been covered with men's underwear. The coroner estimated that she had been dead less than 24 hours before she was found. The victim wore white and yellow shoes, a sleeveless blue shirt, Lee brand jeans with a blue bikini bottom in the pocket, and a blue swimsuit underneath. When discovered, there were 2 sets of footprints leading to the scene from the parking area. One set returned to where a vehicle was parked and continued onto the freeway. At her autopsy, a vaccination scar was located on her left arm and another on her abdomen, possibly from a C-section. They also determined her last meal to be a salad and were able to collect semen from her body. Investigators were able to determine the t-shirt she was wearing was only sold on the West Coast, and so she was either a tourist from out of town or she resided there. She was buried at our Mother of Sorrows Catholic Cemetery in Reno, Nevada, and became known as the Sheep Flats Jane Doe due to being found in the area known as Sheep Flats. In February 2018, a Washoe County forensic investigator went to a lecture on forensic genealogy by Dr. Colleen Fitzpatrick. They were hoping that forensic genealogy could help solve this case, and so they contracted the DNA Doe Project and Identifiers International to assist in identifying Sheep Flat's Jane Doe and her killer. In May of 2019, her identity was finally confirmed as Mary Edith Silvani. Mary was born in Pontiac, Michigan on September 29, 1948 to John and Blanche Silvani, and grew up in Detroit. She was the only daughter and had two brothers, Bob and Charles, both of whom are now deceased. She had lived a very difficult life. Her mother had left her when she was a child and spent much of her life in mental institutions. When she was 16 years old, her father died, leaving her family homeless. And when she died in 1980, she was sadly estranged from her family. Nancy Cumming, a friend of hers during high school, published several photos of her when she was 19 and when she was her bridesmaid. Another classmate, Paula Headley, said Mary had an affinity for art and reading, visited the Detroit Institute of Arts frequently, was quiet and kind-hearted, and never talked about her family. The 1966 McKinsey High School yearbook has a photo of her, but the school has no record of her graduating, and she did not have a senior photo taken. When she was 24, she had a child who she gave up for adoption around 1972. She then moved to California with her brother Charles, who died by suicide 3 months after Mary was killed, and was also considered a John Doe for a brief period. According to family and the LA Times, Charles Silvani was wanted for the fatal shooting of a popular Fresno bar owner in 1972 and killed himself a decade later by jumping off an 11-story building in San Diego. He allegedly was the accomplice in the fatal bar shooting and was later charged and convicted. Mary's other brother, Robert Silvani Sr., stayed in Detroit when Mary and Charles moved to California. He married and had a son, but over the years, he also became estranged from his family, left Michigan, later moved to California, and died in Oregon. His son, Robert Silvani Jr., was 4 when his father left him. He is now in his 50s and says he recently learned a family he never knew of through Mary's death. What Mary did between the years of 1974 to 1982 is unknown. She slowly drifted away from her siblings, and they eventually fell out of contact with one another. She was never reported missing by anyone, and investigators have been unable to locate anyone who knew her at the time. Mary's closest living relative is believed to be her nephew, Robert Silvani Jr., who never met her. He learned about his aunt's death in 2018, when DNA researchers reached out to him via Facebook and told him that they had linked him to a relative of a homicide victim and that they needed his DNA. After finding out that Mary had ties to the New York area, her criminal record was pulled up by the Detroit Police Department. It was discovered that she had been arrested for loitering when she was 25 years old and that her fingerprints were still stored in archives. Eventually, Mary's killer was identified as serial killer James Richard Curry through DNA. His children voluntarily agreed to provide DNA samples and worked with investigators to solve the cold case. This is the first known case of victim and killer both being identified using forensic genetic genealogy techniques. Curry was arrested in January 1983 as a suspect in another murder just 5 months after Mary's murder. He confessed to shooting his former business associates Gerald Novoslatz and his wife Sharon, and also admitted to the shooting of Richard Lemon the year prior, whose body he had kept in his storage unit. Committed suicide by hanging in the Santa Clara County, California jail a day after his arrest, and is a suspect in a 4th murder. Authorities still don't know whether Mary and her killer knew each other, how she wound up near that Nevada hiking trail that day, or where she was headed. Coincidentally, Mary's mother's maiden name was Curry, the same last name as her killer. After 37 years, Mary finally got her name back, and as of May 2019, Mary's case is considered closed. Christy Mirack was born November 3, 1967 to Vincent and Jerry. In 1992, she was 25 years old and a beloved schoolteacher at Rarstown Elementary School in Lancaster, Pennsylvania. She was living with a roommate in the Greenfield Estates townhouse in East Lampada Township. On December 21, 1992, when she didn't show up to teach her 6th grade class, her boss immediately knew something was wrong. He hopped in his car and headed to her apartment hoping he would spot her changing a flat tire on the side of the road. Sadly, he found her door ajar and stepped in and found her dead shortly after 9 a.m. She had been raped, beaten, and strangled to death. She was wearing a coat and gloves, which led police to believe she had been getting ready for work. They found a wooden cutting board next to her body, which they believed someone had used to violently attack her. Previously published reports noted that a neighbor had heard a single scream at 7:15 a.m. Police were also struck by the sheer brazenness of the crime, which had occurred during the daylight hours within a 45-minute window between when her roommate left for work at 7 a.m. and when she usually left for work around 7:45 a.m. Investigators believed that the perpetrator had been watching her or was someone who knew her schedule, according to a 1995 Lancaster New Era story. Citing police, neighbors saw a car pull into a lot directly across from Christy's home shortly after her roommate left for work at 7 a.m. A man jumped out of the car and headed towards her door. Police theorized at the time that Christy either knew the man or opened the door expecting to see someone else. That's when he forced his way inside and no one ever saw him leave. Witnesses described the vehicle as a 1984 to 1991 Dodge Daytona or Turismo hatchback. It was faded silver, dull gray, or faded white in color. Police described the man as white, in his 20s, tall with an athletic build, and sandy blonde or light brown hair, possibly in a crew cut. Police interviewed over 1,600 people over the years, all leading to dead ends. They also looked into her past and checked out every lead, but nothing led them to her killer. Police gathered DNA evidence from her body and from the crime scene, but it didn't turn up any matches when they entered it into the FBI's National DNA Database. Another dead end. Eventually, the case went cold. In 2015, 23 years after her violent death, the Lancaster County District Attorney's Office took over the cold case. Christine Wilson, a Lancaster County prosecutor, began poring over the case files, often spending her nights and weekends reading and rereading thousands of pages of reports. In 2017, after years of dead ends and disappointment, investigators learned of the new DNA technique called genetic genealogy and began working with Parabon Nanolabs. They uploaded DNA left at the crime scene by the killer to GEDmatch, a public website where people can share their DNA profiles to find relatives. This produced the names of several distant relatives, including a half-sister who had uploaded her DNA to GEDmatch. They then created a sketch of her likely perpetrator and began building a family tree and eventually zeroed in on a suspect. 49-year-old Raymond Charles Rowe, a disc jockey who went by the name DJ Freeze. No one knew how or if Rowe and Christy knew each other, but the two often visited the same social clubs. Coincidentally, Rowe's route to work took him right past Christy's apartment complex. He also drove a white Toyota Celica in 1992, which matched the vehicle that witnesses saw parked in odd places at the complex on the morning of the murder. At the time of the murder, Rowe was 24 years old and lived on East Chestnut Street, for miles from Christy's townhouse. Lancaster County investigators began following Rowe, who was living at 249 Whittier Lane in Lancaster and surveilling his home 24/7. They learned that his next DJing gig would be on May 31, 2018 at the Smoketown Elementary School. This is where they recovered used chewing gum and a water bottle he had used while working in an event as a disc jockey at the school. They used these items to compare his DNA to the DNA found at the crime scene on her body and on the carpet underneath her body, and it was a perfect match. In June 2018, they arrested him for Christy's murder. In January 2019, he pleaded guilty to her rape and murder and was sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole. When he entered his guilty plea, he never explained why he murdered her. On August 26, 2021, he requested a new trial claiming he was actually innocent. He claimed he lied during his original guilty plea and that he and she had a sexual relationship and were intimate on the day of her murder, but that someone else killed her. He criticized his attorneys, stating that they kept urging him to plead guilty. He said the conditions in the Lancaster County prison and their coercion eventually wore him down, and he was largely kept in isolation, sometimes with no clothes and only a blanket. He said he lost 25 pounds and had diarrhea every day. He now remains in prison at the Waymark Correctional Institution in Pennsylvania. Case of Jessica Patel. Jessica Patel was born on September 16, 1983 in Leeds, West Yorkshire, England, where she grew up in a traditional Hindu community. As the eldest child, she developed a diligent and obedient nature from a young age. Jessica excelled academically, helped with household chores, and maintained a bright and cheerful personality. Jessica had a large social circle, but she was particularly close to a boy 3 years, her senior, who was more reserved and shy. They often spent time together, and as Jessica matured, she blossomed into a beautiful young woman. Like many of her peers, she longed to find true love and build a happy family, much like the characters in her favorite movies. However, her romantic aspirations did not detract from her intelligence and determination. To achieve her goals, Jessica pursued higher education. In 2002, she enrolled at De Montfort University in Leicester, and 4 years later, she began studying pharmacy at the University of Manchester. There, she reconnected with McStay, an acquaintance who coincidentally attended the same faculty. They initially had no romantic feelings for each other, but over time, it turned into true love. This relationship has helped Mitesh grow and become more confident in himself. He is also accumulating knowledge and becoming more mature. Mitesh was extremely kind and caring towards Jessica, showering her with compliments and gifts. However, their happiness was short-lived. Jessica's mother passed away due to an incurable illness, leaving her devastated. Mitesh stood by Jessica's side, providing emotional support and comfort during this difficult time. As a result, their bond grew stronger. Jessica confided in her sister that she had finally found a trustworthy partner. Mitesh seemed perfect in every way and she envisioned a happy marriage. In 2008, Mitesh asked Jessica's father for permission to marry her following traditional Hindu customs. Although her father had reservations about Mitesh and felt that they were too young to get married, Jessica convinced him otherwise. They eventually got married in July 2009. The wedding was held in the beautiful garden of the bride's home. Initially, the newlyweds, Mitesh and Jessica, seemed like a perfect couple. However, things took a turn for the worse soon after. Mitesh's behavior changed dramatically, became distant and cold, leaving Jessica feeling lonely. Their intimate life also suffered, and they didn't have any physical relationship for about 10 months after their wedding. This was very distressing for Jessica, who couldn't understand why Mitesh's feelings towards her had changed so drastically. Jessica tried to find fault in herself, wondering if she was the reason for Mitesh's change in. Meanwhile, she had just graduated from university in 2010 and was looking forward to starting her career as a pharmacist. She has a good education and a promising career. However, Mitesh's attitude continued to deteriorate. He became increasingly controlling and suspicious, constantly monitoring Jessica's every move. In February, her family suffered another grief. Her grandfather falls ill. His health begins to decline rapidly, and death seems inevitable. Manal's husband does not allow Jessica to spend much time with her family. This was the root of the conflict between they. When Manal confronted her husband about this, he became angry and responded by punching her in the face. As a result, when her grandfather was seriously ill, Jessica was only able to visit him a few times. Jessica comes from a traditional Indian family where his word is the law, restricting her from making her own choices. She felt trapped in a lonely marriage. One day, she confided in her family about her concerns. She expressed her suspicion that her husband, Mitesh, was being unfaithful. She noticed that whenever he received a phone call, he would excuse himself to another room. Additionally, he often stayed up late, spending hours alone, which further fueled her doubts. In 2012, Jessica's suspicions about her husband's infidelity were confirmed when she discovered romantic messages on his phone. Seeking help, she confided in Mitesh's cousin, with whom she had a good relationship. Instead of offering help or advice, the cousin blamed Jessica for her husband's behavior, implying that she was responsible for his infidelity. This response from Mitesh's cousin left Jessica feeling isolated and unsupported. To make matters worse, Mitesh also prohibited her from seeking comfort from her own sisters. It became clear that Mitesh was hiding something and trying to maintain his reputation and authority within the family and local community. In 2014, Mitesh and Jessica relocated to Liner, a suburb of Middlesbrough in North Yorkshire, in an effort to start anew and distance themselves from their family. They purchased a large house, made renovations, and later opened their own pharmacy. Jessica had hoped that this fresh start would bring positive changes to their relationship. While their relationship did improve slightly, one thing was still missing: children. For 6 years, Jessica struggled with infertility, and Mitesh made veiled threats that he would leave her if she didn't become pregnant. In October 2015, she decided to go through in vitro fertilization. However, the initial attempts were unsuccessful, causing her to become increasingly anxious and depressed, especially with the added stress of hormone treatments. To make matters worse, Mitesh's behavior changed. He became distant and cold towards her at home. He would only show affection in public, and even then, it seemed superficial. He was often preoccupied with his phone, and the tension between them became unbearable. She reached her breaking point and suggested they separate, confessing that she was unhappy in the marriage. Mitesh's response caught her off guard. He claimed to love her and promised that things would improve over time. He even suggested that having a baby would strengthen their family bond. Jessica believed his words. For a moment she felt comforted and listened to, and her doubts subsided. On May 9, 2018, Mitesh and Jessica Patel received the exciting news that 3 of their embryos had been successfully fertilized, with a transfer scheduled for the following month. Jessica was overjoyed at the prospect of becoming a mother and eagerly shared the news with her family. Tragically, their happiness was short-lived. A few days later, on the evening of May 14, 2018, Mitesh Patel made a frantic call to the emergency services, reporting that he had found his wife's body at their home. He claimed that he had left the house earlier to buy food and pick up his laptop from work. When he returned home, he found that the house had been burglarized and Jessica was lying unconscious on the living room floor. Mitesh told police that Jessica's skin was cold to the touch and there were bruises on her neck. He was clearly distressed, crying as he spoke. Police assured him that rescuers were on the way. When the officers arrived, they found Jessica's body on the living room floor, her wrists and ankles bound with duct tape. A grocery bag was nearby. Despite the medical team's efforts, Jessica died on the scene. The investigators sought to determine the motive behind the heinous crime. Upon examination, they found that the house had been thoroughly ransacked, with drawers and closets turned upside down. It was evident that the perpetrators had been searching for valuables, as they had even torn apart their bed mattress. The missing jewelry and cash further supported the notion that the primary motive was robbery. Jessica's husband, Matej, also believed that their house had been targeted by robbers. According to Matej's statement, on the day of the incident, he followed his usual routine, working a morning shift, going to the gym and returning home afterward. His wife came home around 7 p.m. Later, Mitesh decided to order pizza and left the house at 7:44 p.m. Surveillance footage from a nearby pizzeria corroborated his alibi. Before leaving the pizzeria, he tried to call his wife to tell her he was on his way home, but no one picked up. Mitesh stopped at a pharmacy without notice, so he returned home later than expected. When Mitesh returned home at 8:50 p.m., he was met with a gruesome scene. His wife was bound, and their belongings were scattered everywhere. Neighbors was left reeling after the tragic event. This neighborhood is known as a wealthy and peaceful place and has never had a crime before. The autopsy report revealed that Jessica's cause of death was strangulation, with the attacker using a bagged, bare hands and an electrical cord to ensure her demise. Since there were no signs of forced entry, investigators initially suspected that Jessica knew her attacker and had let them into the house. Jessica's family quickly arrived and comforted Matej, who appeared to be extremely sad and lost over the passing of his wife. However, the police had their suspicions, and a thorough search of the house uncovered some crucial clues that would eventually lead to the capture and trial of the perpetrator. A health monitoring app on Jessica's phone also played an important role in finding the truth. 3 days after Jessica's murder, the lead investigator contacted her father, who was still near the crime scene, and asked him and other relatives to return home so as not to interfere with the ongoing investigation. The investigator promised to provide more information later. Meanwhile, detectives were preparing to arrest the prime suspect in the case, Mitesh Patel. Several key pieces of evidence had led them to this conclusion. During the search of the crime scene, police found a damaged hard drive from a surveillance camera installed in front of the front door. The device was discovered in a suitcase under the bed. Further investigation uncovered a hidden photograph in their nightstand that showed Mitesh embracing another man named Amit. Additionally, footage from a camera across the street revealed that only Mitesh and Jessica entered and exited their home on the day of the murder, May 14th. The footage shows that Mitesh returned home at 3:30 p.m. Jessica arrived home from work at 7 p.m. and Mitesh left the house briefly to pick up pizza at 7:44 p.m., returning at 8:50 p.m. Since no one else was seen entering or leaving the house, the evidence pointed to one conclusion. Mitesh was the likely perpetrator. Mitesh was the prime suspect in the investigation, but the police lacked concrete evidence against him. As the detectives dug deeper, they uncovered a shocking secret that Mitesh had carefully kept hidden. Jessica had suspected that her husband was being unfaithful and her instincts were correct. However, it was not what she expected. Mitesh was hiding his true sexual orientation. His marriage to Jessica was just a cover, a way to hide his true feelings for other men. 2 years into their marriage, Mitesh met Amit, an Indian man who was openly gay. Despite their cultural differences, they men quickly fell in love and secretly met each other whenever Mitesh was away on business. Unbeknownst to Jessica, her husband was leading a double life, pretending to be the perfect spouse while carrying on an illicit affair. In 2016, moved to Australia, but Amit and Mitesh continued their relationship. Mitesh had had a plan to become same-sex parents with Amit by using Jessica's embryos and finding a surrogate. Mitesh had informed Amit that Jessica was having in vitro fertilization, IVF, and had asked if they could be together after this plan, to which Amit had replied that it would depend on the results. Mitesh confided in Amit, stating that eventually there would be no more obstacles in their relationship. In a message, Mitesh chillingly wrote, "Jessica's days are numbered." It was later discovered that Mitesh was secretly taking fertility-affecting medication to avoid intimate relations with Jessica. The investigation revealed that Mitesh's internet search history was reconstructed. He had searched for how to get rid of his wife, Hindu funeral, and procedure for obtaining insurance payments for the murder of a spouse. Notably, Jessica had a £2 million life insurance policy. After her death, Mitesh planned to claim the money and use it to buy a property in Australia. In the weeks leading up to Jessica's death, Mitesh had been actively searching for a new home, aiming to create a comfortable environment for his future family. Investigators analyzed their cell phones and found incriminating messages. They also discovered a fitness app that tracked the number of steps taken by Jessica's. The data showed that Jessica's phone had not moved since 8:04 p.m. However, 15 minutes later, the phone recorded 14 steps, suggesting that either Jessica had made her last movements or someone had moved the device. In contrast, Mitesh's phone data revealed high physical activity and an elevated heart rate in the period leading up to his wife's murder, which was unusual for him. Between 7:44 p.m. and 8:30 p.m., Jessica's husband, Mitesh, walked up and down the stairs multiple times, creating false evidence of a burglary by throwing objects around the house. Before calling 911, he went upstairs to conceal evidence, including a hard drive from a surveillance camera in the safe of the pharmacy he and his wife owned. During the police investigation, they found stolen jewelry, £25,000, and a couple of gold bars, which Mitesh claimed had been taken during the robbery. They also discovered a roll of duct tape similar to the one used to bind the victim's arms and legs. The torn end of the tape matched the piece taken as evidence from Jessica's body. To create an alibi, Mitesh had to go to his workplace the evening after the pizza party. Despite planning for years, he was remarkably careless and left a trail of evidence behind. Furthermore, DNA analysis found under Jessica's fingernails showed that it matched Mitesh's DNA. Mitesh had scratched marks on his neck, which he attributed to a fall. During the investigation and subsequent trial, Mitesh, the accused, denied any wrongdoing. He claimed that his interactions with Jessica were mere coincidence. The 3-week trial strung together the developments in the case. It was established that he attacked his wife as soon as she entered the house. She fought back and scratched the attacker but was eventually controlled. Initially, Mitesh had planned to kill his wife by administering the lethal dose of insulin. However, this method takes a long time to be effective and there is a risk that the plan will be discovered. Ensure a quicker outcome, Mitesh suffocated his wife by putting a bag over her head. To make sure his wife was dead, he strangled her with his hands and then used a rope. The prosecution presented physical evidence, including empty ampoules found in Mitesh Patel's laptop bag, which linked him to the crime. Mitesh brutally murdered his wife, Jessica, in their home, a place they had shared for years. The entire ordeal took only 20 minutes. He then brutally tied her up to create the appearance that she had been robbed. Following the murder, Mate went about his day as usual, even stopping at a pizza place and calling Jessica's phone. The news of her death left both families in shock and disbelief. Tragically, Jessica had been seeking help in the months leading up to her murder, but her cries for aid were ignored. Only her sister seemed worried, but they couldn't do much to help either. The jury deliberated for 2 hours before delivering a guilty verdict. On December 5, 2018, the court sentenced Mitesh Patel to life in prison with the possibility of parole after 30 years. Mitesh showed no remorse for his actions, and it seemed that the only person he felt sorry for was himself. The family was still grappling with the loss of Jessica's death, remembering her in their daily prayers and cherishing the happy moments they had shared together. It is unlikely that they will ever forgive Mitesh for his heinous crime. According to Hindu beliefs, her soul must be reborn. Since she suffered a lot in life and was unhappy but remained a good person, in the next incarnation, she will be rewarded. At least that was a comfort to her loved ones. In October 2009, the Jamison family lived in the town of Eufaula, Oklahoma, and consisted of Bobby, his wife Sherilyn, and their 6-year-old daughter Madison and dog Macy. On October 8th, they loaded their pickup truck and headed into Oklahoma's Sands Boys Mountains. The family traveled 30 miles to a 40-acre plot of land that they were thinking of buying in an area called Red Oak. The plan was to live off-grid in a storage shed that they owned until they could build on the land. They visited an associate of the landowner, and when the meeting was done, the family went for a short walk for about 15 minutes. GPS from the phone showed that they walked away from the truck, took a picture of Madison in the remote area, and then returned to the truck not long after. After they returned to their vehicle, they drove a little further and then, with the truck left locked in the middle of a dirt track, they vanished. 9 days later, on October 17th, hunters came across the Jamisons' abandoned truck northwest of Red Oak and called police to report the vehicle because it had a dog locked inside. They quickly rescued the thirsty and Mount Arish dog. The truck was about an hour's drive from the Jamisons' home in Eufaula. The family was nowhere to be seen despite a large search of the area around the truck. The sheriff at first thought that the truck had been stolen, but soon realized something far more serious had taken place. He launched one of the largest search operations in Oklahoma history. It consisted of 1,000 volunteers, 13 dog teams, helicopters, horses, mules, ATVs, and an unmanned drone, and they found nothing. During the searches, the cadaver dog teams repeatedly found scent near a nearby water tower, which was then drained and searched, but nothing was found. Police searched the truck and found Bobby and Sherilyn's cell phones, $32,000 in cash in a bank bag under the seat, maps, a GPS, Sherilyn's purse, wallets, and empty pill bottles. The vehicle was in working order, had fuel, and hadn't been in an accident. The only thing missing was a brown briefcase and the .22 caliber gun that Sherilyn was known to keep in the truck. The $32,000 in cash was puzzling because the couple were both on disability at the time. Some wonder if it was to buy the land or something more sinister like drug dealing. In the truck, investigators found an 11-page hate letter from Sherilyn to Bobby where she claimed he didn't care about his daughter. She listed all the things she hated about him, including that he was a loner and a hermit and that she wanted a divorce. During their initial investigations, police found no signs of a struggle in the vehicle nor on the soft ground around the truck. There was no blood, but their belongings were strewn about the truck. Also, it was parked in such a way that it appeared that they were leaving and were stopped by somebody. About a week after the truck was found and identified, investigators searched the family home. They came upon an extensive outside surveillance system which was less common in 2009 than it is today. Some speculate this was due to a drug ring, but their family said it was due to Bobby's father often threatening him, and they were afraid, and that the couple were not involved in illegal drugs. However, they did say the couple had lost an unhealthy amount of weight. Video surveillance from the day the family left the home was reviewed. The video shows Bobby and Sherry Lynn walking back and forth around 30 times from their house to their truck loading items. Sometimes they weren't even carrying anything at all, and they even changed clothes multiple times. They were seen putting things in the truck and then returning it to the house and then back to the truck. It gets even stranger because at times they would stop and stand with a blank look on their faces. A psychologist reviewed the footage and stated that the couple appeared to be on drugs. 6 years earlier in 2003, Bobby had a car accident that left him with chronic back pain and on painkillers. Sherry Lynn suffered from bipolar disorder but was non-compliant with her meds, so she often experienced bouts of severe depression and anger issues. Her mother said that her mental state declined 2 years prior when her sister passed away. Also, the marriage was said to be intramural and the family kept to themselves. Bobby and Sherry Lynn had spoken to a local pastor about their belief that their home was invaded by dark spirits and that an exorcism might be needed. This was because Madison had started talking to an imaginary friend named Emily, and Sherry Lynn believed Emily was actually a malevolent entity. At one point, Bobby asked the pastor if he knew where he could purchase special bullets to shoot a handful of spirits whom he said were living on the roof of the family's home. Bobby was also planning on trying to exorcise the spirits in the home with the help of a copy of the Satanic Bible that he had purchased and Sherry Lynn on a witch's Bible. All 3 members of the family said they often saw spirits in the home, and Sherry Lynn was a self-proclaimed witch. A friend of Sherry Lynn's told the police that she sometimes conducted seances with Sherry Lynn, though Sherry Lynn took them much more seriously than she did. Both friends and family agreed with the Jamisons that their home was haunted, and a few have shared that they too experienced odd things inside the house. Sherry Lynn's best friend, Nikki, said when she visited the home, she felt a horrible presence and would leave feeling down and depressed. Sherry Lynn had also written graffiti on their storage container that they planned to live in about her black cats being poisoned, as she believed that someone from the neighborhood had killed her cats. One read, 3 cats killed to date by people in this area. Another read, witches don't like their black cat killed. Sherry Lynn believed that her neighbors had been poisoning their cats, so she wrote on the container to scare them off. A series of events occurred throughout 2009 that took a toll on the family. Madison suffered an injury at school from a swing, which resulted in Bobby and Sherry Lynn pulling Madison out of school and filing a lawsuit against the school. In July 2009, Sherry Lynn's ex-husband from her first marriage took custody of their son Colton. And in September, Sherry Lynn was hospitalized following a failed suicide attempt. During the custody hearing, 12-year-old Colton said he would prefer to live with his dad, and he gave a statement about his mother claiming that she had seemed very depressed, and that she often acted strangely. Finally, in August, they dealt with a maintenance man by the name of Kenneth Bellows, who was also a family friend who lived with the family in exchange for helping around the house due to Bobby's deteriorating physical condition. Sherry Lynn's relationship with Kenneth took a turn for the worst when he found out about her Native American heritage because he was a white supremacist. She allegedly shot into the ground next to his feet and ordered him to leave. However, he was in jail at the time the family disappeared. For years later, on November 16, 2013, less than 3 miles from where the truck was located, deer hunters discovered the skeletal remains of 2 adults and 1 child. They were in the Smokestack Hollow area of Panola Mountain. The bodies were found lined up side by side with their faces down. Forensic testing confirmed 8 months later that the remains were Bobby, Sherry Lynn, and Madison Jamison. Investigators found a flower lying next to Madison's body in the remote area. When questioned why the initial searches did not locate their bodies, police stated that falling leaves potentially obscured the bodies. Some speculate whether the bodies were actually missed during one of the largest searches in Oklahoma history or were they placed there later. Due to only being skeletal remains, a cause of death could not be determined. However, the coroner did find a small hole in Bobby's skull that might have been from a bullet, but neither Sherilyn nor Madison had any gunshot evidence. The coroner said that it could also have been caused by animal activity, but some people disagree with this. The gun that was possibly used to kill Bobby was never found. Sherilyn's mother, Connie, claims her daughter, son-in-law, and granddaughter were on an Oklahoma cult hit list. Connie didn't provide the name of the alleged cult, nor have police found any links to one, but it is allegedly a white supremacist cult, and it was thought that the man that Sherilyn had a falling out with over her heritage put a hit out on the family. The area of Oklahoma where the Jamonsons lived, as well as the area they were hoping to move to in the Sans Bois Mountains, is well known for Matthews. Bobby had recently reported someone in the local area for running a meth lab prior to their murders. One theory is that the Jamisons came upon illegal drug activity, saw more than they were supposed to, and were killed to keep them quiet. But why didn't the dealers search the truck and take the valuables? After a search of the house, police found no drug paraphernalia and no evidence they were taking meth or any other illegal substances. Another theory by many is that the family was killed by Bobby's father, Bob Dean Jameson. The family had filed a protective order against him, claiming that he had threatened to kill them over some business dealings. In the protective order filed in April 2009, Bobby alleged that his father had intentionally hit him with his car on November 1, 2008, and that he was a very dangerous man who thinks he is above the law, and that he was involved in prostitutes, gangs, meth, and even the Mexican mafia. Bobby and his father had a long-running feud regarding the proceeds from the sale of a gas station. Bobby accused his father of reneging on an agreement to give him half the proceeds from the sale. Bobby's father died 2 months after the family went missing, and police ruled him out as a suspect. Bobby's uncle said that Bob Dean was a disturbed individual, but not capable of murder. When police examined Bobby's phone from the truck, they found a final picture of Madison taken up on the mountain. The family's pastor, Gary Brandon, told police during the initial investigation that the family had been involved in spiritual warfare from what Sherilyn said was the spirits of a long-dead family that was living with them. The remains of an old abandoned vehicle were found near where the family truck was found. It was used for shooting practice by locals, and written on it were satanic messages. Police ruled out murder-suicide because no gun was located at the scene, although Sherilyn could have shot Bobby, hid the gun, and then poisoned herself and her daughter. The question still remains, what happened to the brown briefcase the couple was seen loading into their truck that day? Some think they got lost and succumbed to the elements, but why were their bodies not found during the search? With Bobby's bad back, it's doubtful they would have planned to go on a long hike or adventure. The medical examiner ruled their cause of death as inconclusive, and the case has become one of America's most bizarre mysteries. After many years, the question still remains, were they murdered, lost in the woods, or was it a murder-suicide? Blackburn family, on the morning of November 10, 2015, a car was parked outside a home on Sunnyfield Court. Davy Blackburn had returned from his daily gym workout. Just as he was about to step out of his car, a phone call delayed him for a few minutes. After concluding the call, Davy leisurely exited his vehicle and entered his house. Upon opening the door, he froze. His gym bag slipped from his hands. His wife lay on the living room floor in a pool of blood. Confused and deeply shocked, he rushed to her side for an examination, felt for a pulse, and immediately dialed emergency services. The young woman was still alive, though the living room was in disarray. Items scattered everywhere, and her purse emptied. Upstairs, their small child was crying. Emergency services arrived within 8 minutes. Police officers and investigators filled the house right after it got cordoned off. Amanda Blackburn was urgently transported to the hospital. Now let's pivot back to understand more about Amanda's background so we don't miss vital details of this tragic story. Amanda Grace Bears was born on July 31, 1987 in Muskegon, Michigan. She went to school in Indianapolis, Indiana until her family moved to Elkhart in 1995. There she graduated from Elkhart Christian Academy in 2006 and later earned an associate degree from Pensacola Christian College in Florida by 2008. Amanda grew up in a deeply religious family, where Christianity and God's teachings were central tenets of their lives. Her father served as the lead pastor at First Baptist Church in Elkhart. Thus, church sermons and psalter were ingrained in her from childhood. She knew them by heart and honored them wholly. While other children raced toward adulthood's temptations like parties and first loves, Amanda's passion lay in her faith and her dream of serving Jesus faithfully. Amanda, a blonde-haired, slim girl with a welcoming smile and genuine intentions. Not just beautiful on the outside, Amanda's thoughts and heart were pure. In every action, she displayed love for her neighbor. As a teenager, she took a vow of chastity, promising not to even kiss a man until marriage. And she always kept her word. Amanda's heart raced when she met Davy Blackburn, her true love. A native of Tuscaloosa, Alabama, Davy studied religion at Southern Wesleyan University and came from a devout Christian family. The two met on a blind date at a Hawk Nelson concert organized by Amanda's sister and Davy's best friend. At the time, they attended different colleges, but spent every vacation together. Their relationship was purely platonic and free from earthly desires. They enjoyed walks together and shared intimate thoughts and favorite excerpts from church books. Their bond grew stronger as they found joy in simple things and joked sincerely with each other. Once before returning to school, they had a playful milkshake drinking contest which Amanda lost. Davy teasingly called her Milk Girl, realizing then that she was the one he wanted to marry. The couple maintained a long-distance relationship for quite some time, constantly messaging via messengers, calling each other and chatting for hours. They spent every vacation together. Their respect for the seriousness of their relationship led them to see a psychologist to learn how to communicate properly. On August 1, 2008, Amanda and Davy Blackburn were married. After the wedding, Davy told friends that from the moment he kissed Amanda, he knew there was a special bond between them, a part of God's plan. For the first 4 years after their marriage, the Blackburns lived in South Carolina, where Davy served as an associate pastor at New Spring Church under Pastor Perry Noble. But the young man wanted more, and he suggested to Amanda that she move to Indianapolis to organize a new church for youth. Amanda was reluctant to leave her family and part with her loved ones. For a time, she struggled with the need to leave South Carolina. Eventually, she relented after her husband told her that God must have big things in store for them. In 2012, the Blackburns moved from South Carolina to Indianapolis to plant an independent high-profile church on the city's north side. The religious organization started by the young family focused on young people, as made clear in the weekly videos they posted on their website, which discussed relationship advice, conflict resolution, and biblical perspectives on intimate relationships. By 2014, the family had welcomed their firstborn child, Weston Blackburn. They were perfectly happy with their comfortable home on a quiet street and their favorite roles within the church. This church was regularly attended by many young people who listened to and believed in their sermons. The family lived in perfect harmony and understanding. However, everything changed on November 10, 2015. Ambulance crews arrived at the Blackburn residence in the 2800 block of Sunnyfield Court around 8 a.m. The pregnant young woman was rushed to the hospital where she was hooked up to a ventilator and underwent several resuscitative. Sadly, Amanda died the next day along with her unborn baby. As it turned out, the family had been expecting a baby girl who was named Evie Grace at her burial. Her death sparked significant sympathy and prayers on social media over an extended period of time, as friends, family members, and strangers mourned Amanda with public posts. On November 11th, the day Amanda was officially declared dead, Davy released an official statement saying that Amanda made it her life's calling to love and serve everyone. She dedicated her life to knowing Jesus as her personal savior, and through passing and legacy, countless others will come to a saving faith in Christ. I firmly believe that God remains good, turning our tragedy into triumph, and that indeed the best is yet to come, Dave wrote. The murder of the pregnant woman was not only a devastating blow to the entire Orthodox family, but also a profound shock to the entire state. People demanded that those responsible for Amanda and her unborn child's death be brought to justice. In his first interview, Davy Blackburn recounted finding his wife Amanda injured and unconscious on the living room floor. She was partially unclothed, with her underwear lying nearby and herself lying face down in a pool of blood. The pastor informed investigators that he had left the house around 6 a.m. to go to the fitness center for a workout. When he departed, he left the door unlocked. He mentioned this habit during his statement, saying, "You always do that too, don't you? You leave and don't lock the door." While it's hard to say whether securing the door would have prevented this tragedy entirely, it's evident that it made entry much easier for the criminals involved. Unfortunately, Amanda did not have precious time to contact emergency services, resulting in an attack that left her with 3 gunshot wounds, one of them being fatal. No arrests were made in the days immediately following this heinous crime. However, police quickly determined that Davy Blackburn was not involved in this horrific incident. Trial transcripts reveal additional details from Davy Blackburn's testimony, alongside accounts from witnesses such as Scott Floyd, an emergency medical paramedic from the Indianapolis Fire Department who arrived at their home following Davy's 911 call. According to Scott Floyd's testimony, upon arrival they found Davy Blackburn outside at the end of the driveway with blood on his hands, but maintaining a very calm demeanor. Scott Floyd stated that Blackburn appeared not to fully comprehend what had transpired with Amanda when they reached him at their residence. Davy claimed he came home from the gym at about 7:30 a.m. and continued his phone call with his friend Kenneth Wagner in the driveway. He occasionally got out, strolled down the driveway, and peeked through the front door window to see if baby Western was awake. He said he finished his call, entered his home at 8:10 a.m. and found Amanda lying face down on the floor. He thought she was sick or unconscious. He called emergency services at 8:22 a.m. Took him 12 minutes to make that call. In an emergency situation, 12 minutes is quite a long time. He repeatedly said he thought something had gone wrong with the pregnancy and maybe she'd gotten dizzy and fallen. Did he not notice after 12 minutes that there was brain matter about 5 feet away from her body? Emergency room Dr. Scott Floyd testified that the blood on her head was coagulated, leading him to believe that the gunshot had occurred a couple of hours earlier, but those transcripts were not made public. Davy was asked if he had called anyone else after dialing 911. He said he called his father next. Defense attorneys did not cross-examine Davy Blackburn. Authorities corroborated his story with surveillance footage from the gym. Thus, he was not among the suspects. An autopsy conducted on November 12th showed Amanda suffered a gunshot wound to the back of her head. She also had a gunshot wound to her lower left arm that went through her biceps and another one that entered and exited her upper back. Multiple scratches were found on her left cheek along with a split lip and a knocked-out lower tooth. These injuries indicated a possible struggle between Amanda and her attacker. A thorough investigation was launched. CCTV footage from nearby streets was examined. Neighbors and family acquaintances were interviewed as well. One neighbor reported hearing gunshots about 35 minutes after Davy left the house. Another neighbor, Reginald Townsall, mentioned their street wasn't known for incidents like this, and expressed shock by stating that the Blackburns didn't deserve this tragedy. Everyone thought highly of the Blackburn family. They were seen as wonderful and loving people by their community. Based on Amanda's injuries and the missing bank cards as well as MacBook bag, robbery seemed to be an initial theory during this investigation. On the morning of November 10, 2015, several emergency calls were made reporting home invasions. Various residences near Blackburn's home. Around 5:20 a.m., one woman reported waking up to find her cell, laptop, purse and keys missing from her apartment. Her car was also gone from the parking. The sliding glass door to her apartment was. 3 hours later, another woman reported a burglary. Someone had broken through the patio screen and entered the house. According to police reports, for televisions, a MacBook Pro, a Tiffany pearl necklace, pink women's sweater, a remote control, a bag of oranges, and bedding were missing from the residence. Just 5 minutes after that second call, another individual from Sunnyfield Court contacted emergency services. This time it was Davy Blackburn. Lieutenant Richard of the Indianapolis Police Department stated that police were investigating potential connections between this homicide and the other burglaries in the same neighborhood that morning. Police have not disclosed details about the ongoing investigation to maintain its integrity. However, after obtaining images of possible suspects from one of the burglarized homes, they released these images to the public for assistance in identifying and helping with the investigation. Davy Blackburn expressed confidence that the police department was doing everything within their power to apprehend his wife's perpetrator. Investigators assured him that they had unprecedented support to continue their investigation and were optimistic that promising leads would soon help identify those responsible. Key clues instrumental in tracking down 3 suspects included a stolen pink sweater, cell phone records, and an ATM receipt. The receipt and sweater were discovered in a stolen Chrysler Sebring, used during the robberies. Authorities recovered this vehicle on November 11th, near Blackburn's home. The debit card listed on the receipt matched Amanda Blackburn's stolen card. Investigators obtained a warrant to examine ATM camera footage and discovered video showing the driver concealing his face with a stolen pink sweater. Police relied on DNA testing, surveillance footage, and witnesses' testimonies to identify those responsible for these crimes. The results from the DNA testing of the sweater confirmed that Jian Watson was one of the suspects. Watson's identification marked the first significant breakthrough in the case, as indicated in the affidavit. Cell phone records were obtained because Watson's number was already in the database due to his parole for a prior burglary. Subsequently, Diana Gordon's cell phone records were also retrieved. These records demonstrated that both Watson's and Gordon's cell phones were present in the vicinity when the crime occurred. The phone records further disclosed that Gordon and Watson were near the Chase Bank, where Amanda's debit card was used on the day of the murder. Larry Taylor emerged as a critical piece of information when police examined surveillance footage from the area. This footage enabled them to identify Taylor's phone number and trace his address. In the subsequent days, reports surfaced indicating that a firearm had been located near the Blackburn residence. According to police, an individual delivered this gun to the Broad Ripple Fire Department, claiming they had found it outside the couple's home. Crime lab technicians analyzed the weapon over 2 weeks of investigation and detective work. Police eventually charged 18-year-old Larry Taylor and 21-year-old Jian Watson with Amanda Blackburn's murder. Another individual, 24-year-old Diana Gordon, who was suspected of burglary, was arrested for a parole violation and not charged with a felony. He did not enter Blackburn's home during the incident. The crime lab confirmed that a gun found near Amanda Blackburn's home was indeed used in committing the crime. All 3 suspects were taken into custody. During questioning, Larry Taylor admitted to shooting Amanda twice, explaining he acted out of fear she might scratch him after she jumped on him. After she fell over, he leaned down and shot her in the back of her head, subsequently watching her bleed to death. The criminal trio intended to rob the Blackburn house for money. They chose their target upon noticing that Amanda's husband had left their front door unlocked when he went to the gym. Inside, they confronted Amanda to prevent her from interfering. During this confrontation, Taylor struck her with a gun. Watson and Gordon saw the woman and decided it was time to leave. They already had the stolen bank cards, so they went searching for an ATM. After failing to withdraw $500 from one, they successfully obtained $1,400 from another. This is when CCTV captured them. They then headed back to the Blackburn house to pick up Taylor. In their absence, a struggle took place inside. Amanda, regaining consciousness after being struck, lunged at the intruder. He tackled her in response. Following this, Taylor placed the stolen debit cards in the accomplice's car, who was at an ATM during the crime. Upon their return, he confessed to shooting Amanda, according to court records. The Blackburn home was their 3rd target on November 10th. Earlier, in their first break-in, they stole a laptop, wallet, and car while the residents slept. Inside that home, they noticed a recording camera, but moved on regardless. Next, they broke into another house through a patio window and stole 4 televisions, a laptop, jewelry, a bag of oranges, and a pink sweater that later helped police identify them. Court documents detailed this evidence collected against the suspects. The crucial piece was Watson's DNA found on the pink sweater used to cover his face from surveillance, as he tried withdrawing cash with Amanda Blackburn's bank card. Watson and Gordon cooperated with authorities in return for reduced sentences. Larry Taylor waived his right to remain silent and admitted being near the burglary scene, but claimed confusion about his activities. Formal charges were brought by the county prosecutor. Larry Taylor faces 13 charges, including felony murder, after knowingly killing Amanda Blackburn. Jalen Watson is charged with felony, along with multiple counts of burglary and theft. Diana Gordon, already in custody for parole violation, also faces burglary charges. Additionally, there was a fourth person aware of these crimes, but not actively participating in them. He was questioned and released. The Indianapolis Metropolitan Police Department's Violent Crimes Unit worked with the gang unit and federal marshals to arrest Taylor. Police Chief Rick Height praised the cooperation that led to the arrest. The detectives worked tirelessly all day, without sleep, to solve the murders in the city. With assistance from Assistant U.S. Attorney Josh Minkler and Prosecutor Terry Curry, justice was served. Because the victim was pregnant, prosecutors said they might consider filing additional charges related to the fetus. Even though the woman's underwear had been removed and her shirt pulled up, they stated there was no evidence to support rape charges. Larry Taylor's first trial took place in December 2021, but it ended abruptly when it was discovered that a juror had shared information about the case with other jurors. This disclosure interrupted the trial, leading to a mistrial being declared. The final trial took place in October 2022. Jury selection was more thorough this time. Over 100 individuals were considered as potential jurors, each having to fill out a 16-page questionnaire for attorneys to evaluate if a fair verdict could be reached. Larry Joe Taylor received an 86-year sentence at the Indiana State Correctional Institution for Amanda Blackburn's murder and for additional charges related to a home burglary. Diane Ogden and Jalen Watson agreed to plea deals and testified against Larry Taylor during the trial. Both received sentences ranging from 20 to 35 years in prison. Jalen Watson and Larry Taylor are currently incarcerated in the Marion County Jail. A murder conviction in Indiana can result in a prison sentence of 45 to 60 years, with some cases punishable by life imprisonment or even the death penalty. Prosecutors filed a motion to enhance Larry Taylor's sentence, potentially adding up to an additional 20 years since Amanda Blackburn was pregnant at the time of her death. Davy Blackburn, Amanda's husband and a church pastor, expressed relief that those responsible for his wife's death have been apprehended and will no longer pose a threat to anyone else. Amanda Blackburn's death has touched the hearts of many people, including the chief executive. Her funeral at a Christian church was attended by more than 2,000 individuals. Among those in attendance was Governor Mike Pence. The resident church has set up a donation page to assist with Amanda Blackburn's funeral and medical expenses. Davy Blackburn expressed hope for a judicial system that will wisely handle those responsible for his family's immense pain. Remarkably, he has consistently reported that he has chosen to forgive Amanda's killers. "I was very relieved to learn of the arrest," he told reporters. "Although everything inside me wants to hate, be angry, and despair, I choose the path of forgiveness, grace, and hope." Shafilia Ahmed was born on July 14, 1986, a British Pakistani girl. Shafilia's father, Iftikhar Ahmed, originally hailed from the Gujarat district of Pakistan. At the age of about 20 to 22, Iftikhar moved to Britain for employment. While staying there for a while and during work, Iftikhar falls in love with a foreign girl and marries her. Soon he becomes a father. When he returns to Pakistan and informs his family about his marriage, they do not accept it. Then Iftikhar's family puts heavy pressure on him to marry another Pakistani girl. Despite Iftikhar's resistance, he eventually succumbs to his family's insistence and he marries a Pakistani girl named Farzana. After the marriage, Iftikhar returns to Britain and after revealing the truth to his first wife, divorces her. Then, after some time, Iftikhar calls his second wife Farzana to Britain from Pakistan. After coming to Britain, Iftikhar starts living with his wife in the city of Bradford in West Yorkshire. It is here that on July 14, 1986, Shafilia Ahmed is born. Shortly after Shafilia's birth, the family moves to the town of Warrington in Britain. It is here that Shafilia completes her early education. During this time, 2 more daughters are born in the family and Iftikhar's family grows larger. Although this family resides in Britain on holidays, Iftikhar used to take his wife and all his children to Pakistan for vacation. Now the year had come, 2003, and by now Shafilia Ahmed had also turned 17 and was studying the law. Her dream was to become a lawyer. When Shafilia and the other children have a break on February 18, 2003, Shafilia comes to Pakistan with her family for vacation. During their trip to Pakistan, this family also participates in a family wedding ceremony. However, just a few days after this wedding, a major incident occurs with Shafilia. She accidentally drinks phenylflora cleaner. Actually, phenyl is commonly used in Asia for cleaning floors and homes. Now, because phenyl is made by mixing some chemicals and soap, drinking it causes severe pain in Shafilia's throat. The reason behind Shafilia drinking phenyl is initially said to be because her parents pressured her into arranged marriage with a Pakistani boy. Because of this pressure, Shafilia drank the phenyl intending to end her life. But later, her parents claimed that someone had poured phenyl into an old bottle of water, kept in the same bottle usually used for drinking water, and in the darkness of the night, Shafilia mistook phenyl for water and drank it. Due to this mistake, Shafilia had to endure a lot of pain. As a result, she's admitted to a hospital in Pakistan. Now, because Shafilia's injury was quite severe, she has to stay in the hospital for a long time. During this time, the holidays of other family members also end, so Iftikhar takes his 2 children and wife back to Britain, while Shafilia has to stay in Pakistan for treatment. However, shortly after, Iftikhar arranges for Shafilia's return as well, and on May 27, 2003, Shafilia returns to Britain. Straight from the airport, Shafilia is admitted to a hospital for treatment through an ambulance. After several months of treatment, Shafilia's throat heals considerably, and now she rejoins college. Alongside college, she also starts a part-time job. But on September 18, 2003, college teacher notices that Shafilia Ahmed hasn't been coming to college for the past week. Attempts are made to contact Shafilia via phone, but she cannot be reached. When teacher asked about this to Shafilia's parents, they revealed that Shafilia has not been home for the past week. Their daughter has been missing for a week, and her parents hadn't filed any complaints about her yet, which strikes Shafilia's teacher as very strange. Immediately after this, they inform the police. Upon filing the case, a police team arrives at Shafilia's house for investigation and questioning begins with her parents. Shafilia's parents say that they last saw Shafilia at their home on September 11, 2003, and since then, she hasn't been seen. Upon this, the police ask, when your daughter has been missing for a week, why haven't you filed a complaint with the police yet? To this, Shafilia's parents respond, this is not the first time Shafilia has been missing from home for a few days. It has happened several times before. To confirm this, when the police checked the records, it is revealed that Shafilia has been missing from home several times in the past. The first time was when Shafilia was only 12 years old. She went missing with her younger sister on March 10, 1998. Because of this, her parents had also filed a missing report for both their daughters with the police. However, at that time, Shafilia returned home with her sister as evening approached. According to records, Shafilia ran away from home for the second time on November 25, 2002. Once again, her father, Iftikhar Ahmad, filed a missing report for his daughter. After extensive searching, Shafilia was found by the police sitting in a park. According to police records, for the third time, Shafilia left home with a friend on February 3, 2003. This time, Shafilia did not return home for 2 days, and then on February 5, 2003, she went to a safe house for orphan people and filed a report against her parents for domestic violence and mental abuse. After the report was filed, the police officer spoke with Shafilia Ahmed and her parents, and after everything was cleared up, Shafilia returned home. After this, on February 18, 2003, Shafilia, along with her 2 sisters and parents, goes to Pakistan for a family function and disappears from there shortly after returning to Britain. Now, looking at old records, the police also suspect that Shafilia Ahmed may have gone somewhere again this time and will return home in a few days. Therefore, the police try to find Shafilia in all those places where she could have gone. However, even after a few days, the police cannot find any trace of Shafilia from anywhere. Considering Shafilia's history of running away from home before, the police show a little laziness in the investigation this time. After this, some local media start making an issue out of the police's laziness. As a result, demand for a thorough search for Shafilia increases at the local level. Due to the progress in the Shafilia missing case, the police accelerate their investigation. Subsequently, they discover numerous poems written by Shafilia at her home. These poems reveal her dissatisfaction with her household environment. Her parents wished for Shafir to lead a traditional Pakistani girl's life, but she favored Western culture. Through her poetry, she expressed this pain. As Shafilia's poems reach the public, the case gains momentum, putting pressure on the police to find her. Consequently, law enforcement intervenes, intensifying their search efforts in places Shafilia could have visited. Eventually, CCTV footage confirmed Shafilia's identity to her parents, confirming that the girl in the footage is indeed Shafilia Ahmed. A few days after Shafilia went missing, her parents identified her. This made the police believe that at least Shafilia was alive. However, a new turn in the case occurs when the CCTV footage shows Shafilia's class teacher. Actually, when the picture is shown to Shafilia's class teacher, they say that the girl in the photo is not Shafilia Ahmed. Some other people also confirm by watching the CCTV footage that the girl in the footage is not Shafilia. Now the police find it very strange that Shafilia's parents themselves did not recognize their daughter from the CCTV footage. The police had many questions in their minds, and to find the answers to those questions, they secretly installed some audio recording devices at Shafilia's home. The police were listening to everything that was happening in Shafilia's house through an audio recording device. According to the recording, one day Iftikhar is heard saying, "In Britain, if you kill 40 people and there is no evidence against you, then the law here can't do anything to you." Additionally, one day Iftikhar Ahmad is heard saying, "If the police collect DNA samples from inside the car, what could happen?" Furthermore, the audio recording device captures some suspicious conversations that lead the police to suspect that perhaps Shafilia's father had something to do with his daughter. Now, because the police start to doubt Iftikhar Ahmed, they use his audio recordings as evidence, and on December 18, 2003, the police arrest Iftikhar and his wife Farzana Ahmed, along with 5 other family members on charges of murdering Shafilia and hiding her body. The police had arrested these people solely on suspicion. The police hoped that during the investigation, some concrete evidence would be found against these peoples. However, no evidence was found against any of the arrested persons, and eventually the police released them all. It had been a year since 2004, and there was still no evidence in the case of Shafilia Ahmed. The police were engaged in efforts to locate Shafilia. Meanwhile, floods occurred in the famous Kent River, flowing from the Sedgwick area of Britain. When the floods were under control, the body of a girl were found in extremely poor condition on the banks of this river. The distance between the place where the body was found and where Shafilia Ahmed had disappeared was 70 miles. But still, the police have doubts whether this corpse could be Shafilia's. However, to confirm this, DNA samples are collected from the dead body and then matched with the DNA of Iftikhar and Fazan. In this case, a major twist occurs when a body washed away in the flood matches with the DNA samples of Iftikhar. This meant that the body washed away from the river was not someone else's but Shafilia Ahmed's, meaning in the search for Shafilia Ahmed, whom the police had been looking for the past year, now reaches the police itself in the form of a corpse. Now, the biggest question in front of the police was who and why murdered Shafilia Ahmed. However, even before the statements and actions of corpse's parents, there were doubts, and in 2003, these two, along with 5 others, were arrested. Therefore, once again, Shafilia's parents are arrested and questioned. The trial of this case is also going on, but even this time, no allegations can be proven against them, which leads the police to release them again. However, after that, the police detain some other suspects and proceed with the investigation against all of them. But despite many efforts, the police cannot reach the murderer. As time passes, people slowly start to forget about Shafilia Ahmed's case. Shafilia disappeared in 2003, and now it was 2010. That is, It had been 7 years since Shafilia's death. By now, Shafilia's family had also moved on from the incident and had become busy with their daily lives. But then on August 25, 2010, a major theft occurs at Iftikhar Ahmed's house. By now, Iftikhar Ahmed's family had already become the center of attention in the city due to their daughter's disappearance. Due to this, when theft occurs in this house, it starts making headlines on the front page of newspapers. But once again, this puts heavy pressure on the police. Despite working honestly, the police quickly get involved in the search for the thief. After many days of hard work, the police make a revelation that surprises everyone. Actually, the police arrest not someone else, but Iftikhar Ahmed's daughter, Ayah Ahmed, on charges of theft in the house. In fact, Ayah was Shafilia's younger sister. According to Ayah, she didn't get as much money from home as she demanded and needed. Because of this, she orchestrated the theft of her father's money at her own home. However, police had solved the theft case very quickly, but the police spot an opportunity here and now. They start talking to Ayah about her sister Shafilia, who disappeared many years ago, and reopened the file related to the Shafilia case. In the initial conversation, the police suspect that Ayah knows something about the disappearance of Shafilia that the world is still unaware of. The police officers try to uncover what happened with Shafilia, but Ayah refuses to cooperate with them. However, the police then tell Ayah, "You have orchestrated a theft in your own house, which could lead to a long prison sentence for you. But if you can provide any information about Shafilia that nobody else knows, your sentence could be significantly reduced." Afterwards, when Ayah reveals some details to the police, everyone is left stunned. Ayah explains, "It was not someone else but my father, Iftikhar, and my mother Farzana Ahmed, who had beaten Shafilia Ahmed in front of all of us sisters. Then our father put polyfine on her face, and due to suffocation, she was dead. Then he placed Shafilia's body in his car and threw it into the distant jungle. However, due to the flood, the body drifted to the river bank from the jungle." According to Ayah, Iftikhar and Farzana did not like their daughter's modern lifestyle at all. On the surface, Shafilia started falling in love with a boy. And when this matter comes to light, Iftikhar and Farzana quickly try to arrange Shafilia's marriage with their preferred boy. When the family goes to Pakistan for a family function, there is an attempt to forcefully marry Shafilia to a boy there. But Shafilia refuses to marry for this reason, and she consumes fennel. After that, her health deteriorates and her marriage does not happen either. When Shafilia returns to Britain, her family members here also insist on arranging her marriage with a boy of their choice. But when Shafilia repeatedly refuses this marriage, her father gets angry and at first beats Shafilia in anger and then covers her face with a polythene bag. And then due to suffocation, Shafilia Ahmed dies here. But immediately after this disclosure, Ayah Ahmed becomes a government witness in the case. In exchange, she is assured a minimum sentence in the theft case. However, based on Ayah's statement on September 2, 2010, Farzana and Iftikhar are arrested, and then a case of their own daughter's murder is pursued against them. Both of them remain in jail for several months after the arrest. However, nearly a year later, on September 15, 2011, they are granted bail by the Manchester Crown Court. In the further investigation, the police gather some crucial evidence, and based on that evidence, the trial of this case begins in the Chester Crown Court on May 21, 2012. Initially, Farzana and Iftikhar continue to deny their involvement in their daughter's murder, but when Farzana begins to suspect that she is being framed for her own daughter's murder, she finally accepts in court on July 9, 2012, that Shafilia Ahmed's murder was not committed by anyone else but by Iftikhar Ahmed himself. In her statement, Farzana also reveals that she tried to stop Iftikhar, but instead, Iftikhar beat and threatened her family, saying, "If any of you ever talk about this to anyone, your fate will be just like Shafilia's." Now, 2 witnesses had testified against Iftikhar Ahmed. Besides, the police who gather evidence also indicate that it was Iftikhar Ahmed who murdered Shafilia, then threw her body far into the jungle. However, a natural disaster struck that area, and with the floodwaters, Shafilia's body drifted and reached the riverbank on its own. After a lengthy trial in August 2012, Farzana and Iftikhar are found guilty of murdering their own daughter and disposing of her body after the murder. They are then sentenced to 25 years each. It is also proven in court that this was an honor killing. Following this verdict, every year on July 14th, Shafilia Ahmed's birthday, the National Day of Memory for Victims of Honor Killings, is observed in her memory. So with this, the case of Shafilia Ahmed comes to a close. However, perhaps nature also desired that Shafilia Ahmed receive justice and her killers be punished. Therefore, albeit late, Shafilia's parents, her murderers, are also sentenced. The case of Shelby von Halt. Shelby von Halt was born on September 7, 2000 in Fort Wayne, Indiana, USA, as a cheerful young girl. She was the second of 5 children in her family, which consisted of her mother, Char Hartman, father, Von Halt, older sister, Peyton Hartman, and younger siblings, Devin von Halt and Isaac von Halt. Shelby graduated from Troy Center High School in 2018 and spent the next 2 years working at a steakhouse and other places. During this time, she was contemplating her desired career path and seemed to be leaning towards a therapeutic field, although she had not yet decided on the exact specialty. As a 20-year-old, Shelby was living life to the fullest, known for her cheerful personality that made her the life of every party. She loved to smile, dance, sing, and spend time with friends. Notably, she was living independently, although the reasons for this were unclear. While she was not active on most social media platforms, she frequently posted cheerful photos on Facebook, many of which featured moments shared with her young niece, Camilla, who is the daughter of her older sister, Peyton. According to her mother, Shelby met Valerie Rose Hardick, a 22-year-old woman, on Facebook. Although they reportedly did not have a close relationship, Valerie's life is shrouded in mystery, with rumors of a troubled childhood, questionable associations, and potential mental health challenges. On June 20th, 2021, at 6:48 p.m., a 911 dispatcher received a distress call from a woman who managed to convey that she was injured and claimed Valerie shot her. Although it's unclear whether the woman provided her address or if the police traced the call, officers from the Fort Wayne Police Department arrived at Shelby's residence shortly after. Upon arrival, the officers forced entry into the residence and found Shelby barely conscious, suffering from multiple gunshot wounds and surrounded by a large pool of blood. One officer stayed with Shelby while the others conducted a protective sweep of the residence to ensure no other victims were present and that the perpetrator was not still inside. They did this while waiting for an ambulance and local firefighters to arrive. During this time, the officers attempted to provide first aid, and a surgeon asked Shelby if she knew who had shot her. Shelby identified Valerie as the attacker. Emergency medical personnel soon took over Shelby's care, rushing her to the nearby hospital, where she was in critical condition but still alive. Meanwhile, Shelby's family was informed of the incident, and Fort Wayne Police Department officers began gathering evidence from her home. A doorbell camera was a significant piece of evidence, and after reviewing its footage, a person of interest was identified, though details were not publicly disclosed at the time. In a remarkable coincidence, a disturbing incident took place the day after Shelby's critical injury, approximately 50 kilometers away in Ohio. At around 10:30 a.m., the local police department received multiple calls about a suspicious-looking young woman lurking around a convenience store at a gas station. According to eyewitnesses, she had been wandering around the store and near the gas pumps for about an hour, seemingly trying to catch a glimpse of customers' credit card numbers as they made their purchases. Furthermore, the police had already received a prior call from a man who reported seeing the same woman earlier at the convenience store, claiming that she had pointed a gun at his back. After taking precautions, police officers arrived at the gas station where they found the woman and arrested her without any violence. The 22-year-old woman was identified as Valerie Rose Hardick. She had a 9mm handgun on her, which was the same type of weapon used in the attack on Shelby. Shelby had already identified her attacker as Valerie, which made the police even more certain they had the right person. The car Valerie was driving was the same one captured on Shelby's doorbell camera, leaving the scene just before Shelby called for help. Although the investigation is ongoing, Valerie was taken into custody and transferred to the county jail, where she will await her court hearing. In the local municipal court, Shelby was clinging to life after being gravely injured by 89mm bullet wounds to her chest and abdomen. Doctors placed her in an induced coma and did everything they could to save her. Unfortunately, 3 days after the brutal attack on June 22, 2021, Shelby's body gave in to the injuries, and she was pronounced dead. According to her mother and media reports, Shelby died after undergoing complex abdominal surgeries that did not yield the desired results. She received 20 blood transfusions, but the medical outlook was always bleak. If Shelby had survived, doctors believed her legs would have needed to be amputated. The brutal murder raises questions about what could drive someone to commit such a heinous crime. According to the limited information available, investigators attributed the motive to jealousy. It is alleged that Shelby was dating a man who Valerie was strongly attached to, although his identity was not revealed. Valerie was charged with criminal assault and aggravated threats. Initially held in Ohio on a $100,000 bail for threatening a man with a firearm at a gas station, Valerie was later transferred to Allen County to face charges for Shelby's murder. Shelby von Halt's remains were memorialized in a private ceremony at a funeral home on June 29, 2021, and then cremated. In early 2022, Valerie Rose Hardick entered a plea deal in connection with Shelby's murder. Hardick pleaded guilty, citing mental illness as a defense. As part of the deal, the prosecution dropped a charge related to the use of a firearm during the crime, which could have added 20 years to her sentence. In September 2022, Hardick's sentencing hearing took place in the Superior Court of Allen County. As agreed, she pleaded guilty but mentally ill. During the hearing, her defense attorney presented mitigating circumstances, including her difficult upbringing, marked by her stepmother's death, abuse by her stepbrother, and a history of mental health issues. However, the prosecutors emphasized the jealousy motive behind Shelby's murder and highlighted Hardick's criminal history, which had escalated over time. They also noted that Hardick was on probation at the time of the murder, having been part of an alternative program due to previous charges. Throughout the hearing, Valerie's behavior was inconsistent. At times, she seemed coherent and fully aware of the situation, but at other moments she appeared nervous, distracted, and even smiled at Shelby's family. Despite this, she answered the court's questions accurately. Although the exact content of her statements was not specified in media reports, it was noted that she never expressed remorse or apologized to Shelby's family. Shelby's parents, on the other hand, poignantly conveyed their profound loss during their victim impact statements. Shelby's father reminisced about his daughter's love for symbolic icons like peace signs, and how she was still finding her way in life at the time of her murder. He reflected on Valerie's demeanor during her guilty plea, stating that her voice conveyed a lack of remorse. The grieving father asserted that by admitting to intentionally killing Shelby, Valerie seemed to take pride in her crime, which demonstrated a clear lack of regret. Toby expressed his belief that there was more to the story behind Valerie's motivation for killing Shelby than just jealousy, and he referenced the defense's argument about Valerie's mental health issues. Shelby's father pointed out that many people in prison have mental health issues, and he vowed to continue seeking answers about the tragedy. In a heartfelt reflection, Toby noted that there were two tragedies in this case. The first was the shocking and agonizing death of his daughter, and the second was Valerie's decision to throw away her future in a fit of rage. He acknowledged that Valerie's children would greatly suffer as a result. It was revealed that Valerie, who was 22 years old, had at least 2 children, although no further details about them were publicly disclosed. The grieving father said that the tragedy wouldn't stop at the graveyard or in the courtroom because true justice couldn't be achieved in such a tragic situation. However, he said he had forgiven Valerie in order to find peace within himself, which he believed was guided by his faith in Christ. He was confident that Shelby was with God and reiterated his deep love for her. Shelby's mother, Shana, also spoke about her feelings. She remembered her daughter as a princess from the day she was born, describing her as a kind spirit who would always help a friend, no matter the distance. Shana vowed to attend all possible appeal hearings that Valerie's defense might initiate in the future. She shared the pain of remembering her lifeless daughter and the helplessness she felt, unable to protect her. All she could do was lay her head on Shelby's chest as her daughter lay in a medically induced coma. She publicly praised her daughter's courage, saying that Shelby had managed to name her attacker twice and fought hard for her life after being attacked. Shana detailed the severe injuries Shelby suffered, explaining that her heart was racing at an unsustainable pace. Although Shelby's medical expenses totaled nearly $500,000, Shana didn't seek compensation because they were waived following her death. The funeral expenses alone were around $115,000, but Shana emphasized that she didn't expect to receive any compensation and didn't want any money from Valerie. Holding back tears, Shelby's mother poignantly expressed that memories were all she had left, and she wished she could trade places with her daughter. She noted that some days, the grief was so intense that she couldn't muster the strength to get up. After the legal representatives finished their presentations and the victims' family statements, the court awaited the judge's verdict. Under Indiana law, the sentence could range from a minimum of 45 years to a maximum of 65 years, with an average of 55 years. Valerie's defense team requested the minimum sentence, citing various mitigating factors, while the prosecution sought the maximum sentence. Before making his decision, the judge pointed out that it was clear the murder was planned in advance, and Valerie was fully aware of her actions. Her decision to flee to Ohio further supported this. While the judge acknowledged that Valerie had a difficult upbringing, marked by inadequate education, personal traumas, and mental health issues, he emphasized that she already had a growing criminal record at the time of Shelby's murder, including pending charges for a separate crime. Despite her past attempts at rehabilitation, her criminal history and lack of success in those attempts meant her traumatic past could not be used as an excuse. Taking these factors into account, the judge sentenced the 23-year-old Valerie to the maximum possible sentence of 65 years in prison. He also ordered the destruction of the weapon used in the murder. According to the American Correctional System's records, Valerie is currently incarcerated in an Indiana women's prison, with the earliest estimated release date being June 18, 2027, at which time she will be 72 years old. After the court session, Shelby's parents said they were satisfied with the verdict. However, they later made it clear that no verdict could ease their pain, especially since Valerie would be spending her days in prison. Shelby's mother emphasized that she would always miss and remember her daughter. This case is particularly notable because the victim, who was mortally wounded, was able to identify her killer. A prosecutor not involved in the case explained that when a dying victim identifies their attacker, this is known as a dying declaration. These statements provide a crucial lead for detectives and are the only exception to the hearsay rule in court trials, ensuring that the most reliable evidence is presented. The prosecutor also stressed that dying declarations are admissible in court because they tend to produce more trustworthy statements, given the immense pressure and tragic circumstances surrounding them. 28-year-old Mika Wadley lived in Richmond, California in 1999. One evening in January, a neighbor of Mika heard screaming coming from her home in the 1300 block of Carlson Boulevard. The neighbor went to her residence and knocked on the front door. The screaming continued for approximately 30 seconds. The neighbor then retreated to his apartment and called 911. Officers found the front door locked, but the back door was unlocked and partially opened. Once inside the home, investigators found Mika's body on the floor of her bedroom. Her hands were bound together with shoelaces. She had been smothered. A buck knife was located under her body. Investigators were able to find DNA and fingerprints belonging to the suspect at the crime scene. Their initial investigation focused on a man she spent the prior evening with. That person was ultimately ruled out as a suspect. There were no other investigative leads and the case went cold. In 2002, a mixed DNA profile was developed from swabs collected from Mika's hands and a bloodstain at the crime scene. This DNA profile was submitted to the California Department of Justice to search the offender database. Unfortunately, there were no matches. Then, in 2020, additional DNA testing was requested. This time, they focused on the previously untested fingernail clippings and ligatures. a male DNA profile could be developed from Mika's fingernail clippings. In October of 2020, the DNA profile created by the Contra Costa County Crime Lab was submitted to the California Department of Justice DNA Data Bank Program to conduct a familial search of the state DNA index system. Then, in April of 2021, California Department of Justice and Bureau of Forensic Services and Bureau of Investigation agents presented the results of the requested familial search. The Department of Justice's investigation revealed a person who was a potential first-degree relative of the male suspect, but the relative was ruled out as a suspect. Then finally, with the assistance of the Contra Costa County District's Attorney's Office, detectives were able to track down an immediate relative in September of 2021. A buccal swab was obtained from the person and submitted to the crime lab. On September 17, 2021, Richmond police received notification that the buccal swab from the relative confirmed that Jerry Lee Henderson is the man whose DNA matched the fingernail clippings from Mika. Investigators discovered that Henderson passed away due to an overdose just 11 days after he took Mika's life. Nevertheless, Richmond police hoped the revelation would provide some measure of closure for her relatives. California Attorney General Rob Bonta had this to say, "Law enforcement working this case never gave up. It is my sincere hope that this resolution brings the family of Mika Wadley a measure of peace. Nothing can ever bring back a loved one, but we're committed to doing all we can to help bring the truth to light in the fight for justice." Acting Richmond Police Chief Louis Torona added, "It is my hope that this news brings needed closure to all those who knew and loved Mika Wadley." Some of Mika's family members also spoke at the press conference. "Answers might not come today, but it will come tomorrow. It's going to come," said Mika's sister Quila Wadley, "My favorite auntie. She was beautiful, outgoing, and smart, loved to hang out and have fun," said her niece Davina Peterson. Mika's family says Henderson was a friend of a friend, but that there were no other relationship besides that. 15-year-old Kenya McClintock and 16-year-old Kevin Drinks met in 1978 in Philadelphia. They were high school sweethearts. He took her to the senior prom at Germantown High, but they broke up shortly after graduation. 2 decades later, in the year 2000, Kenya and Kevin reconnected. Kenya's mom passed away and Kevin stopped by to pay his respects. They got married in 2001 in front of more than 100 people at the Unitarian Society of Germantown Church. Kevin serenaded Kenya while she walked down the aisle. He was a talented singer from a long line of vocalists in his family. In 2011, they bought their dream home in Ronhurst, Pennsylvania. Kevin found work at a furniture store in North Philadelphia as a delivery driver. Just a few months after buying the house, Kenya received a call from Kevin's youngest brother. He was frantically screaming and telling Kenya to get to the hospital. Kenya thought that Kevin might have been in a car accident and raced to Hanuman Hospital. There, she learned that Kevin had been fatally shot behind the furniture store where he had just started working. It made no sense to Kenya. Kevin was a church-going grandfather who sang gospel music and loved spending time with his family. Who would want to take his life and why? Despite investigators' best efforts, they could not provide any answers to Kenya's questions. She passed out flyers and buttons and t-shirts calling for justice for Kevin Drinks in the area where the shooting occurred. She called her elected officials, imploring them for help. Kenya also had to deal with rumors that Kevin was maybe involved with bad people. She also got frustrated seeing more and more cold cases solved while Kevin's remained open. Their dream home turned into a space of painful memories and also fear. As she did not know who targeted her husband, she wondered if she was safe. Kenya then moved. She prayed and pressed officials for answers and then prayed some more. Then finally, in 2018, she got news that she had been waiting for so long. Philadelphia Police Detective John Verracchio called her. He had been listening to recordings of jailhouse telephone conversations and heard something relevant to Kevin's case. Chad Runnels was accused of taking the life of a 22-year-old man 2 months before Kevin was shot. Chad was worried that a key witness was going to testify against him. He then plotted with 3 other men, Michael Blackston, Simage Armstead, and Rayshawn Combs. They wanted to silence the witness. Instead, they somehow shot Kevin Drinks, the wrong man. Kenya had wanted answers for so long, but when they finally came, they were gutting. In March of 2022, Runnels, Blackston, and Armstead were convicted and sentenced to life in prison. Combs' sentencing is scheduled for June of 2022. District Attorney Larry Krasner said he hopes this case shows Philadelphia that there are a lot of people in law enforcement who consider no case to be permanently cold and who are always trying. Kenya expressed her frustration about the case that went unsolved for so long, but she also praised what she called her dream team. It consists of Assistant District Attorneys Ashley Toxilowski and Christian Gwynn, along with Witness Victim Coordinator Kathy Lees. Kenya was quoted as saying, "People can say, oh, that's not really justice because he's not here. He's still gone. But my husband can rest in peace. That's how I look at it." The case of Luke Jobson. Luke Jobson, a 22-year-old who was on the verge of qualifying as an electrical and mechanical engineer after completing 4 years of study and an apprenticeship. He was a well-liked and talented individual who was known for his athletic abilities, particularly in football. Growing up, Luke attended St. Patrick's Comprehensive and Hawood Primary Schools in Thornaby. He was a talented sportsman, playing football as a center forward for Thornaby Central in his youth. His love of clothes and fashion was evident, and he took great pride in his appearance. According to his dad, Stuart, Luke was a perfectionist who would often check his family members' clothes to ensure they looked their best. Stuart described Luke as a genuine and beautiful person, both inside and out. Luke, a young man from Yarm, attended a nightclub called The Keys on Saturday, January 26, 2019, along with his friends. Yarm is a small town and The Keys is a popular spot on the high street where the town's nightlife is concentrated. Luke failed to return home after his night out at The Keys and his parents tried to contact him on Sunday morning, but he didn't respond. His friends were also unaware of his whereabouts. Luke's family quickly took to Facebook to appeal for help, and many people joined the search for him. The police investigation began on Sunday, and Cleveland police released a statement expressing concern for Luke's disappearance, as it was out of character for him. They asked the public to share any private CCTV or dashcam footage that might be relevant to the case. Police had learned about a possible altercation involving Luke shortly before his disappearance. According to reports on social media, Luke got into a fight with several people outside the Keys around 2 a.m. The last reported sighting of Luke was near Yarm School at around 2:15 a.m. The police were investigating this information, but their top priority was finding the missing young man. Luke's girlfriend, Danny, made a heartfelt plea on social media describing her experience as a living nightmare and urging anyone with information to come forward. Luke's cousin, Jake, also reached out on Facebook, asking for help in locating Luke. He was last seen fleeing from a group of young men on Yarm High Street. Friends and family initiated a search for Luke near the River Tees in Yarm on Sunday, which eventually grew into a large-scale operation. By Monday morning, hundreds of concerned individuals gathered at Yarm School's car park, eager to contribute to the search. Despite many not knowing Luke personally, the overwhelming response to the Facebook appeal showcased the community's spirit. Cars arrived at the car park, carrying people who were ready to aid in the search. Many others arrived on foot, dressed in warm clothing, prepared to brave the cold weather. Over 300 people participated in the search, which was divided into 18 groups that scoured various areas, including Preston Park, Stokesley, Cottonwood, Early Nook, and Hilton. Specialist police search teams also combed the River Tees banks near Yarm School. A body found in a River Tees has been identified as 22-year-old Luke Jobson, who had been missing. Cleveland police confirmed the news and expressed their condolences to Luke's family and friends. Family members are being supported by specially trained officers during this difficult time. In a tribute, Luke's parents, Lisa Jobson and Stuart Banks, described their son as a popular and ambitious young man who loved working out at the gym. Luke's mother, Lisa, said they are proud of everything he achieved and want to celebrate his life. She added that they want everyone to remember him for the good things he did. The news of Luke's death sparked an outburst of emotion in the Teesside community. Friends and family members flooded social media with tributes, and a huge crowd gathered in Yarm for a vigil in his memory. Almost 1,000 people attended the event, which included a firework display and a rendition of Angels by Robbie Williams. The community showed their support for Luke's family by leaving ribbons, balloons, and flowers near the scene of his death. As the police investigated Luke's death, they spoke to numerous individuals, including those who were at the nightclub on the night of the incident. They also obtained CCTV footage, which corroborated earlier reports of a confrontation between Luke and several others. The footage shows Luke wearing a gray t-shirt, jeans, and white sneakers. It appears that Luke made a comment to someone, which caused several aggressive-looking individuals to approach him. The situation quickly escalated, and Luke can be seen running away from the group as they chase after him. News of a confrontation being linked to Luke's death emerged soon after he disappeared as speculation about what had happened spread on social media. Initially, the police only confirmed reports of an altercation prior to his disappearance. They arrested 6 teenagers aged from 16 to 18 on suspicion of involvement in Luke's death, but later released all of them. The investigation continued, and a new development in the case occurred the following January. Cleveland police announced that 5 people aged 17 to 20 had been charged with a fray, which involves using more threatening unlawful violence, but not with Luke's death. They were set to appear in court. The 5 individuals charged include a 17-year-old, now 18, who cannot be named due to age restrictions, Edwin Taha, 20, Ryan Alp, 19, Ali Abdul Majid, 19, and Hamad Asif, 18. According to reports, Edwin Taha was the alleged leader of the group. In England and Wales, a person can be charged with a fray if they use or threaten violence towards another person in a way that would cause a reasonable person to fear for their safety. To understand the events leading up to Luke Jobson's death, we need to consider the following points. Firstly, when 2 or more people use or threaten violence, their actions are considered collectively. Secondly, for a threat to be valid in this context, it cannot be purely verbal. Looking at the recording, it's clear that Luke was concerned for his safety as he was seen running away. The threats against him were not just verbal. Unfortunately, the exact cause of the conflict remains unclear as none of the suspects provided a clear answer. Additionally, the whereabouts of Luke's friends, who were with him at the nightclub, are unknown at the time of the quarrel. The police recording does not provide this information. From the footage, it appears that Luke was not planning to leave the club as he was standing outside in just a t-shirt with his jacket still inside. The footage shows Luke confronting a group before being forced to run for his safety. Initially, his athletic ability allowed him to overcome his suitors. However, the group, including Taha and other future defendants, returned to the nightclub, got into a car, and caught up with Luke near a school. They sprayed Luke's face with an unknown substance, suspected to be pepper spray, causing him to lose his sight. In an attempt to escape, Luke climbed over a wall into the school grounds, where CCTV cameras captured his entry into a boathouse. Sadly, this was the last time Luke was seen alive. After Taha pepper sprayed Luke's face, the group got back into their car and drove away. It's unclear whether Luke knew where he was going, but given that he didn't attend school there and was disoriented from the tear gas, it's unlikely he understood his surroundings. If this was the case, it's possible he accidentally fell into the water once he entered the boathouse. It's worth noting that these events took place in January, when the water in the river was extremely cold. According to the police, no one else entered the boathouse that night, and Luke never came out. 2 days later, the police found his body in the water near the school, and the cause of death was determined to be drowning. The suspects initially refused to admit guilt, but during the first court hearing on September 28, 2020, Edwin Taha and Ali Abdul changed their minds and admitted to their involvement in the fight. Autopsy results from pathologists Dr. Nigel Cooper and Dr. Jennifer Bolton revealed that Luke had consumed alcohol before his death. The amount he drank was likely to cause noticeable signs of intoxication in an average person. The police had released Edwin Taha on bail, and none of the suspects were detained before the trial. The investigation found that the victim had traces of a banned substance in his system, which, combined with alcohol, made him more vulnerable to hypothermia. There were no injuries or evidence of assault, and the deceased did not have any underlying medical conditions that contributed to his death. While the autopsy did not show any signs of eye inflammation or evidence of being sprayed with a substance, witness statements confirmed that the deceased, Luke, was pepper sprayed and struggled to walk and see. The perpetrator, Taha, later bragged about the incident on the high street. The coroner concluded that Luke was incapacitated by the pepper spray. The verdict was announced in October 2020. In an emotional statement, Luke's mother, Lisa Jobson, addressed the court as the individuals responsible for her son's death faced justice. Miss Jobson described the gang that had surrounded her son, Luke, before chasing him through Yarm High Street as a pack of wolves. She explained that from the day Luke was born, he had been loved, cared for, and protected. He had been their world and their only son. They had been extremely close to him, and he had been a kind, gentle, and genuine person who had touched the hearts of everyone he had met. Luke had been a loving and caring individual who had lit up a room with his presence. He had had good friends from diverse backgrounds and cultures, and he hadn't had a mean bone in his body. He had been a positive person who always strived to be his best and had always been looking forward to new experiences. Mississippi Jobson expressed that they would never forget the terror Luke had faced that night, and the fact that none of the gang members had had the courage to take responsibility for their actions was unbearable. Knowing that their faces had been the last ones Luke had seen on this earth was a constant reminder of the pain and suffering he had endured. It was a living hell for them, and they were left to live with the knowledge that their son hadn't been able to escape safely. At the trial, the lawyer for Abdul's co-defendant stated that Abdul was unaware that Taha possessed pepper spray. He claimed that Abdul did not expect the victim to be assaulted with a weapon. Only one person, not Abdul, knew that Taha had a pepper spray. Taha's lawyer revealed that his client had a difficult childhood which had led to poor decision-making. On the night of the incident, something was said that triggered a chain of events. Taha acknowledges that the outcome should never have happened. Taha's lawyer also shared that his client had moved to the UK from France at age 4 and had been left to live with a foster family after his mother returned to France. The judge emphasized that neither defendant was directly responsible for the victim's death, but noted that the chase had led to the victim entering the school and boathouse, ultimately resulting in drowning. Taha, 20, was sentenced to 21 months in prison after pleading guilty to a fracas. He also received an additional 4 years and 4 months for charges related to prohibited substances. 19-year-old Abdul of Corvus Drive in Stockton has been sentenced to 15 months in prison, suspended for 18 months after admitting his involvement in an incident that led to the death of Luke. Abdul was also ordered to complete 300 hours of unpaid work. According to the court, Abdul was driving the car that pursued Luke on the night of the incident. The court heard that the altercation started on Yarm High Street, where Luke was chased by a group of males in a vehicle. When they caught up with him, he was sprayed in the eyes with a noxious substance which had a severe effect on him. Detective Chief Inspector Sarah Robinson stated that the altercation had a devastating impact on Luke's family, who have been left without their son and brother. She added that the incident has caused immense pain and hardship for the family and that nothing can bring Luke back. However, now that the case has concluded, the family may find some closure and be able to move forward with their lives. Charges against 2 other individuals, 19-year-old Ryan Alp and 18-year-old Hamada Sith, were dropped. To summarize the case, Chris Atkinson of the Crown Prosecution Service made a statement after the sentencing in October 2020. He stated that although Tahim Abdul were found guilty, the focus remains on Luke Jobson's family, who may find this time particularly challenging. The prosecution successfully proved that both men were involved in an altercation with Luke before his death. However, it is essential to note that there is no evidence to suggest that their actions directly caused the tragic events that followed the attack. 37-year-old Perry Griffin lived in Dothan, Alabama in 2007. He was an employee for Panhandle Converters and Scrap. During the early morning hours of June 26, 2007, Perry was going out of town to purchase items for business. He had $35,000 in cash on him. This was something he had done numerous times before. As Perry was preparing to leave the parking lot of the business, 2 suspects armed with weapons confronted him. When Perry resisted, the physical struggle ensued. One of the suspects then fired his weapon and fatally wounded Perry. The 2 suspects fled from the scene on foot after collecting the large sum of money in Perry's possession. Witnesses who heard the shot fired called police, who arrived on the scene. Evidence recovered from the scene led investigators to believe the suspects may have intended to physically restrain Perry and possibly take him to a different location. Investigators also believed a third suspect was waiting for the other two in a vehicle nearby. Investigators worked diligently around the clock on the case. Persons of interest were developed and countless interviews were conducted. Due to a lack of sufficient evidence, no arrests were made and the case went cold for some time. Then, in June of 2020, new information surfaced on the case. Several people that were interviewed in the initial investigation were re-interviewed. The original case file was reviewed meticulously. As a result of this recent investigation, and with efforts during the original investigation, sufficient evidence was gathered to allow for 3 arrests to be made in connection to the case. 48-year-old Kevin Sean Thornton was arrested. He was 35 years old when the crime took place. Thornton was also an employee at Panhandle Converters and Scraps. 47-year-old Jesse Jerome Swain was also arrested. He was 34 years old back in 2007, and like Thornton and Perry, he also worked for Panhandle Converters and Scraps. Then lastly, 30-year-old Kendrick Fitzgerald Bryant was arrested. He is currently in the Alabama prison for an unrelated crime. He was just 17 years old at the time of the crime. He did not work at the Panhandle Converters and Scrap, but his connection was through Swain. Investigators have not yet publicly announced what exactly led to the arrests. We also don't know why these men did what they did, but it clearly seems like a robbery gone wrong. The Dothan Police Department would like to thank many agencies for their assistance in this case, to include the Federal Bureau of Investigations and the U.S. Marshals Gulf Coast Regional Fugitive Task Force. On August 12, 1986, a woman's body was found in a swamp in Green Bay, Wisconsin. The woman had been assaulted and strangled. She was quickly identified as 22-year-old Lisa Holstead. Lisa had a 5-year-old son named Jeremy. Investigators collected a DNA sample from her body belonging to the person that took her life. Other than the DNA sample, investigators did not have much to go on and the case went cold. A DNA profile could be created for the sample. Green Bay investigators then sent the profile to a testing company. The testing company made use of genetic genealogy to create a list of relatives of the suspect. Investigators were then able to narrow it down until they finally found a man who they believed was responsible. Green Bay Police Detective David Graff described the process as basically doing a family tree in reverse. Even though investigators were sure they identified the man they were looking for, they had to be 100% sure. On September 15, 2020, investigators collected beer cans and cigarettes that were used by the suspect. These items were then sent for DNA testing. The results of these tests confirmed that this man's DNA matched the DNA that was found at the crime scene. His name was Lou Griffin. He had a long history of violence against women and children. Griffin was arrested in 1981 for an unrelated crime. This was unfortunately before police started collecting DNA. In 1986, when he took Lisa's life, he was in the Green Bay area because he was out on parole. In October of 2020, 65-year-old Griffin was arrested for what he did to Lisa. He was taken to the Brown County Jail. Lisa's son Jeremy, who was just 5 years old when his mom was taken away from him, had this to say about the arrest. "It's the same thing the whole family wants for the last 34 years. I just wish my grandma was alive to be able to see this. Sometimes I'm happy. Sometimes you get a little more sad. I really don't know how to explain it," he says. "You don't want to get your hopes up way too high and have them come crashing down. But I mean, I feel pretty good overall about it." Lisa's mother passed away a few years ago, never learning who took her daughter's life. The judge set a cash bond of $1 million. M. Griffin's court hearing was set for December 10, 2020. In February of 2021, Griffin wrote a letter to a local television station, where he claims his rights have been violated. According to him, investigators are falsely accusing him of the crime. He also raised an issue with a $1 million bond. He says that he is a 65-year-old who has ties to the community for more than 40 years. In November of 2021, a trial date was set for February 28, 2022. The trial is still currently ongoing. The case of Diana D. Aiello. Diana Aiello was born in 1959 in Tustin, a suburb of Los Angeles. Her father was in the military and her mother worked at a local garment factory. At the age of 19, Diana met Kevin Green when Diana was harassed by several men at a bar. Kevin intervened and chased the men away. In gratitude, Diana bought Kevin a drink. They went on a date a few days later, and their relationship quickly progressed. Kevin was in the process of divorcing his first wife. Kevin and Diana moved in together for a while, and Diana became pregnant. After Kevin's divorce was finalized, they got married. While waiting for their daughter to be born, they rented an apartment in Tustin. Kevin worked as a helicopter mechanic at a nearby Marine Corps base, while Diana stayed home to prepare for the baby's arrival, having previously worked with her mother in a garment factory. By late September 1979, Diana was nearly 9 months pregnant. On the evening of September 30th, Kevin and Diana got into an argument after watching a movie together. The impending birth of their daughter had put a strain on their relationship. To calm down and avoid escalating the situation, Kevin decided to drive to a nearby restaurant. About 40 minutes after the incident, Kevin called the local police department to report that his wife, Diana, had been shot and needed immediate medical attention. Police arrived on the scene shortly after receiving the call. When they entered the apartment, they found Diana lying on the bed, covered in blood, with a head wound that appeared to be a gunshot wound. However, upon closer examination, paramedics later determined that the wound was actually caused by blunt force trauma. When the police checked on Diana, found her alive and provided first aid until the ambulance arrived, they asked Kevin to leave the room. After the paramedics took over, they carefully transported Diana to the hospital. Meanwhile, the police asked Kevin to stay behind to give a statement. He told police that he and his wife had been arguing, so he decided to leave the apartment to calm down and buy some burgers at a fast food restaurant. In his haste, he realized he had left his keys inside, but chose not to go back to get them. Instead, he locked the door and went to his car. As Kevin drove away from the apartment complex, he noticed a truck with its back door open and an African-American man walking back and forth toward the truck. It was late, around 2 a.m. He drove to the fast food restaurant he frequented, but it was busy, so he went to another location a few miles away. After buying a burger, he drove home, which took 40 minutes. When he arrived, he found the front door wide open. He rushed inside and found his wife, Diana, covered in blood. He immediately called the police. Kevin's story had some suspicious signs, but when the police checked the fast food bag, they found the food was still warm and the receipt confirmed the time and place of purchase, supporting Kevin's story. As a result, the police allowed Kevin to go to the hospital, but not before asking him to provide a blood sample for further investigation. Although DNA analysis was not available at the time, experts could still compare the blood found at the crime scene with Kevin's blood type. When Diana arrived at the hospital, doctors determined that her head wound was not caused by a gunshot. Instead, it was likely inflicted by a small, heavy object. Unfortunately, Diana fell into a coma. The medical team worked diligently for several hours to save both her and her unborn child. After many hours of intense care, they were able to stabilize Diana's condition, but she still required surgery. During the investigation, police asked medical experts to determine whether Diana had been sexually assaulted. The experts confirmed that Diana had indeed been sexually assaulted, finding semen on her body. However, Kevin testified that he and Diana had had sex just hours before the argument. Diana and Kevin's family stayed in the hospital all night, and the next morning, the baby's condition suddenly took a turn for the worse. Doctors tried, but the baby did not survive. Although Diana remained in a coma, her chances of survival had improved. However, doctors warned that she could suffer long-term effects. Although Kevin had an alibi, police were not quick to clear him due to several inconsistencies in his story. He had an argument with Diana just hours before the attack, left his front door unlocked, and spent much of the time on a quick trip to a fast food restaurant. His claim of seeing a suspicious person near his home at night also raised suspicions. However, there was no concrete evidence linking Kevin to the crime. Police are investigating another suspect in a series of similar crimes in the area. A year earlier, a series of break-ins and assaults had occurred in Tustin and surrounding areas with similar modus operandi. In December 1978, a 17-year-old girl was killed after being beaten with a piece of wood and sexually assaulted. For months later, a 21-year-old woman was murdered and sexually assaulted. In July 1979, a woman was attacked in her apartment but survived, although she was in a coma for several weeks. Her testimony provided no new leads. Prior to Diana's attack, a similar attack occurred in September 1979, when a 34-year-old woman was murdered. A series of crimes occurred, all with striking similarities to the attack on Diana. The police believed they were dealing with a serial killer and focused their efforts on capturing him. To address the growing concern, the police decided to issue a public warning through the media, specifically targeting women living alone and those living in low-rise apartments, who appeared to be the serial killer's favorite targets. The warning caused panic, and in response, the police increased night patrols in the area. The police began by interviewing and soon received their first leads. Several of the victims' neighbors reported seeing a suspicious white man with thick black hair near their home. Although the description was somewhat vague, the police were able to identify several men who matched and investigate them. Unfortunately, these leads did not lead to any cases. A week after Diana was attacked, her doctors informed her loved ones that she had finally regained consciousness. However, there was a serious concern. Diana was unable to speak or remember anything. According to her doctors, her brain was still recovering. Around the same time, another attack occurred in Tustin. An unknown assailant broke into the apartment of a 24-year-old woman, striking her multiple times with a piece of wood and sexually assaulting her. Tragically, the victim died and the police were once again unable to catch the perpetrator. Diana spent several days in the hospital, recovering from her injuries. During this time, her mind slowly cleared, but she had lost almost all of her memory. Doctors told her family that her memories might return, but warned them not to remind her of anything, letting her remember on her own. After being stabilized, Diana was discharged from the hospital and her family took her home. Her husband Kevin had to work at the military base, so Diana was sent to live with Diana's parents. 2 weeks later, another attack occurred in the city, similar to the one on Diana. This time, the attacker killed a 17-year-old girl. Diana began attending physical therapy sessions and her condition gradually improved. Although she still could not speak or remember the attack, a breakthrough occurred 6 weeks later during a therapy session. The doctor asked Diana if she could remember who attacked her. To the doctor's surprise, Diana suddenly pointed to her wedding ring. The doctor shared this information with Diana's mother when she came to pick her up. Diana's mother asked her daughter if her husband, Kevin, was the one who attacked her, and Diana nodded. Diana's mother immediately took her to the police station to speak with the chief. After asking Diana a few more questions, the police confirmed that she remembered her attacker and identified him as her husband, Kevin. This new information dramatically changed the course of the investigation. Police suspected that Diana's attack was related to a series of similar incidents in the area committed by a serial offender. However, Kevin matched the suspect's description, leading police to question whether Kevin could be the culprit behind these attacks. The police asked Diana and her mother to pretend that Diana had not recovered her memory and to return home with Kevin, but they agreed to do so. Meanwhile, the police kept a close watch on Kevin, monitoring his every move in the hope of finding evidence of a crime linked to the serial murders. Crime scene testing revealed evidence under Diana's fingernails, where they found bloody skin particles, in addition to the attacker's semen. After analyzing the evidence, police found a match between the attacker's blood type and Kevin's blood sample, indicating that Kevin was the one who attacked Diana. As for a motive, police suspect that Diana's refusal to have sex with Kevin may have prompted the attack. Although Kevin insists that they had sex earlier that night, the police spoke to Diana, and she remembered the attack clearly, confirming that Kevin was her killer. During the conversation, her mother expressed that they could no longer live with Kevin, and the police decided to arrest him. To protect Diana's family, Kevin was arrested at a store instead of at their home. Despite his arrest, Kevin maintained his innocence. Preparations for the trial lasted 10 months, during which time Diana's health gradually improved. She regained her ability to speak. Diana was cleared of the charges, and her husband was found guilty of assaulting her. Kevin's defense team tried to use his fast food alibi, but it was not enough to disprove Diana's testimony. As a result, Kevin was convicted in November 1980 of the child's murder and assault on Diana. He was sentenced to 15 years to life in prison. Police learned that 2 similar crimes had occurred in their district before Kevin was arrested, but both victims survived. Although the identity of the attacker remains unknown, these incidents raised suspicions that Kevin was involved in other crimes. The attacks stopped abruptly after Kevin was arrested. After Kevin's sentencing, Diana promptly filed for divorce, which Kevin did not contest. Diana then focused on her recovery. When Kevin became eligible for parole, the committee denied his request, a decision that was repeated 3 more times. The serial killer case remained unsolved until 1996, when police reopened the investigation. Semen samples from the victims, which had been stored in a laboratory, were retested. Police wanted to determine who the culprit was, and DNA analysis yielded a surprising result. Gerald Parker, a man arrested the same year as Kevin, was found to have a DNA match to the serial murders. After the DNA match confirmed Parker's involvement in the serial murders, investigators re-examined the attack on Diana. Parker and Kevin worked together on a military base, and Parker owned a dark-colored van, similar to the one described in the attacks. During his initial police interview, Kevin reported seeing an African-American man near a dark-colored truck in front of their home on the day of the attack. This information led police to consider the possibility that Parker was involved in the attack on Diana. While Kevin was in jail, the local prosecutor updated him on the progress of the bedroom basher serial murder investigation. The prosecutor asked Kevin to provide a DNA sample, which he quickly agreed to. While the DNA analysis was underway, police visited Parker in prison to discuss the case. Although they had not yet formally charged him with the attacks, they hoped to gather more information. Parker initially denied any involvement in the crimes, so detectives focused their questioning on the attack on Diana. During questioning, Parker revealed that on the night of the incident, he drove his truck to Kevin's house, intending to circle the neighborhood, looking through the ground floor windows for a victim. However, this time, he heard screaming coming from Kevin and Diana's apartment, and when Kevin left the house, Parker noticed that the door was unlocked, so he waited a few minutes before entering the apartment and attacking Diana. Parker revealed that he did not know Kevin's wife because they worked in different areas of the military base. He also confessed to committing 6 murders and 3 non-fatal attacks. After Parker's confessions, DNA evidence confirmed his guilt in Kevin's innocence. The prosecutor quickly moved to overturn Kevin's sentence, and he was released from prison after 16 years. The case has caused widespread outrage, not only because an innocent man spent nearly half his life in prison, but also because it took so long for police to identify the real killer. When Kevin was released, the state of California paid him $10,000 in compensation, but relatively small amount. Years later, he received an additional $100 for each day he spent in prison, totaling $620,000. Despite Kevin's exoneration, his wife Diana initially refused to believe he was innocent. She had previously claimed that Kevin was her only attacker. However, after DNA evidence from her body matched Parker's, she changed her story. Diana reported that Kevin attacked her before leaving the apartment, and then Parker entered and attacked her as well. However, Parker said that when he entered the house, Diana was lying on the bed without any injuries or signs of distress. He also admitted to hitting her on the head. Diana's family proposed an alternative theory suggesting that Kevin might have conspired with Parker to commit the crime, which would explain why Kevin left the house that night, leaving the door open. However, Parker denied knowing Kevin, pointing out that the military base was large and many people didn't know each other personally. Parker denied knowing Kevin. Kevin also denied any involvement with Parker, insisting that he would never harm Diana or their unborn daughter. He explained that he left the door open because he didn't want to go back to get the keys after their argument, and he still blames himself for that decision. As for Parker, he was sentenced to death in 1999, but this sentence has yet to be carried out. After years of waiting on death row, California imposed a moratorium on executions. And as a result, Parker remains incarcerated to this day. This case concerns Mary Catherine Higdon, who was born in 1994. From a young age, Mary was energetic and joyful, known for making others laugh through her humor, impressions, and playful behavior. She shared a unique bond with her pet frog, often taking it with her on walks around town. An avid lover of the outdoors, Mary enjoyed exploring nature and admiring its beauty. She also had a strong passion for performing, frequently entertaining her family with creative shows that reflected her imagination. Her family recognized her talents early on and believed she had a promising future ahead. As Mary grew older, she developed a deep interest in firearms. She learned to handle them responsibly and gained respect for their power, eventually becoming a skilled marksman who continued to refine her abilities. During her high school years, Mary met her partner, Stephen Freeman, who would become the love of her life. Stephen was born on January 1, 1995, in Griffin, Georgia, where he was raised alongside his parents and brother. He enjoyed a happy childhood in a close-knit family and was well-liked by friends who described him as easygoing, kind, and helpful. Like Mary, Stephen loved spending time outdoors and exploring nature. Stephen was especially close to his parents, sharing a particularly strong bond with his mother. When she returned to school and later graduated from college, Stephen wrote her a heartfelt letter expressing his pride and admiration. In it, he praised her dedication and perseverance, saying that he looked up to her every day and loved her beyond what words could express. His deep respect and appreciation for his mother were evident in the way he spoke about her. After meeting in high school, Stephen and Mary Catherine formed a close bond rooted in their shared passion for outdoor activities such as hiking, camping, fishing, and hunting. Their mutual love of nature became the foundation of their strong relationship. Following their high school graduation, the couple took the next step by moving in together in Griffin, Georgia. Having a place of their own filled both Mary Catherine and Stephen with excitement. Stephen's mother warmly welcomed Mary Catherine into the family, treating her as a daughter. Each Sunday, the couple joined Stephen's parents for large family dinners, a cherished tradition that strengthened their relationships and firmly established Mary Catherine as part of the family. Stephen's friends were initially cautious about his relationship with Mary Catherine, but as they came to know her, they began to recognize the positive impact she had on his life. They noticed how happy she made him and admired her enthusiasm for outdoor activities. Stephen and Mary Catherine worked in different fields. Stephen was employed as a metal worker, specializing in roof repairs, while Mary Catherine held 2 part-time jobs. She worked as a teacher's assistant at St. George's Episcopal School, a preschool in Milner, Georgia, and also worked at a sporting goods store selling firearms. Notably, one of Stephen's close friends, Thomas Skinner, was also Mary Catherine's co-worker at the sporting goods store. Mary Catherine learned about basic gun safety while working at the sporting goods store, which taught her how to properly hold, load, and shoot a gun. Similarly, Stephen was enthusiastic about firearms and owned several shotguns and rifles that he used for hunting and target practice. He also kept a Glock 42 handgun at home for self-protection. After 5 years together, Mary Catherine and Stephen were still living in their apartment in Griffin by the summer of 2018. However, their relationship took a tragic turn on August 1st when Mary Catherine made a distressing 911 call, marking the end of their high school romance. Mary Catherine frantically called the dispatcher, screaming that she had accidentally just shot her boyfriend. The police quickly responded to the emergency call and arrived at the apartment shared by Mary Catherine and Stephen. They found Mary Catherine in a state of panic, crying and hyperventilating as she knelt beside Stephen's motionless body. She repeatedly wailed that she could not lose him, her voice filled with anguish and desperation. As the police carefully moved Mary Catherine away from Stephen, they were able to assess his condition. They discovered that he had been shot in the chest, but miraculously he was still alive. The police immediately called for an ambulance to rush Stephen to the nearest hospital. At the emergency room, a team of skilled doctors worked to save Stephen's life. Despite their best efforts, his condition continued to worsen. Unfortunately, the severity of his injury ultimately proved fatal, and Stephen succumbed to his wounds. After Stephen was taken to the hospital, Mary Catherine accompanied the police to the station for a formal interview. Mary Catherine explained what happened on the night she accidentally shot Stephen. She said she was giving him the gun because he normally kept it beside his bed for safety. However, she clarified that they never loaded the chamber of their guns at home. During the police questioning, officers detected the smell of alcohol on Mary Catherine's breath. As they pressed her for more information, her story changed. Initially, she said she handed Stephen the gun, but later claimed she tossed it to him. The police were skeptical of her changing story, knowing that a gun wouldn't fire randomly just because it was tossed. Someone had to pull the trigger. The police investigation revealed that Mary Catherine must have been pointing the gun directly at Stephen's body for the bullet to have struck where it did, given the location of his gunshot wound. During her interview, Mary Catherine admitted, "I did it out of anger, but unfortunately, the recording equipment malfunctioned at that exact moment, and her words were inaudible." Despite the missing recording, the police still had strong evidence pointing to Mary Catherine's intention to harm Stephen. At the couple's apartment, they found signs of an intense argument, including scattered food throughout the house. Additionally, police records showed that officers had responded to 5 domestic disturbance calls at the couple's residence in the past year. The police also discovered that the gun used in the shooting was loaded on the night of the incident, contradicting Mary Catherine's claims. These findings collectively led the police to conclude that Mary Catherine had intentionally shot her boyfriend Stephen. The police found cooking grease residue on the gun and magazine, leading them to believe Mary Catherine, who was cooking dinner at the time, had loaded the weapon. After Mary Catherine shot Stephen, the police questioned his friends to learn more about their relationship. According to his friends, Mary Catherine and Stephen's relationship was marked by constant fighting and toxicity. They reported that the couple frequently had intense, heated arguments. Mary Catherine was described as possessive and verbally abusive towards Stephen, with signs of mental instability that heightened the tension between them. Whenever Stephen tried to create distance by leaving their apartment, Mary Catherine would barrage him with relentless texts and calls, forcing him to block her. One of Stephen's friends revealed that Stephen had confided in him about Mary Catherine's history of threatening him with a gun. Specifically, she had pulled a firearm on him at least 3 times in the past. Despite this, Stephen chose not to report these incidents to the authorities because he was worried about Mary Catherine getting into trouble. Stephen's friends stressed that his top priority was always Mary Catherine's well-being, even when it put his own safety at risk. When Stephen's friends learned that Mary Catherine had accidentally shot him, they were skeptical because they knew she was knowledgeable about handling firearms. In fact, just 3 months prior to the shooting, Stephen had texted a friend to say that Mary Catherine was running wild outside, screaming and attempting to shoot both him and herself. Stephen told a friend that Mary Catherine had previously pointed a gun at him, but the latest time, her eyes frightened him, making him think she might actually pull the trigger. By July 2018, Stephen was exhausted with Mary Catherine's behavior and considered leaving her. In July, Stephen planned to secretly move to another town while Mary Catherine was out, without telling her. He was afraid of how she might react if she knew he was leaving. Just 2 days before Mary Catherine fatally shot Stephen, the police found a series of revealing text messages from July 30th. The conversation started with Stephen sending Mary Catherine a friendly message, "Don't forget." Mary Catherine responded with, "Have a great day." Stephen replied, "You too, love you." However, the night of July 31st, Stephen avoided Mary Catherine's texts and calls as they were in the middle of a fight and instead spent the evening at a friend's house. On the night of August 1st, Mary Catherine was at home preparing dinner when she realized Stephen wasn't there. She contacted Stephen's mother, who told her that he was with his friend. Angry and feeling betrayed, Mary Catherine drove to his friend's house, determined to confront Stephen. When she arrived, she saw Stephen sitting in the passenger seat of his friend's truck. Mary Catherine pulled up alongside and began yelling at Stephen, who tried to calm her down, promising to come home soon. Although Stephen's friends claimed that Mary Catherine had pointed a gun at Stephen on multiple occasions, Mary Catherine vigorously denied these allegations. She maintained that she never pulled a gun on Stephen. However, Mary Catherine did admit to having threatened to take her own life with a gun on several occasions. In a later interview, Stephen's mother shared her insight, believing that one of the main reasons Stephen stayed with Mary Catherine for so long was because she frequently threatened to harm herself. Stephen was afraid that Mary Catherine would follow through on her threats if he decided to leave her. However, on the night of the incident that led to Stephen's shooting, Mary Catherine claimed that Stephen was the one who became aggressive and violent. According to her, Stephen threw the dinner she had prepared in her face. Mary Catherine stated that she only picked up the gun to defend herself and scare Stephen away. She wanted him to leave the apartment, but Stephen allegedly lunged at her, which frightened her. As she backed away, the next thing she knew, Stephen was bleeding from the chest. At the time of the shooting, Mary Catherine didn't tell the police her version of events because she was embarrassed to admit that Stephen had a history of violence towards her. She claimed that Stephen had hit her in the past and was controlling. She even recalled an incident where Stephen kicked her out of bed with such force that she hit her head on the door frame. However, Stephen's friends had a different perspective on their relationship. They claimed to have witnessed Mary Catherine being physically aggressive towards Stephen, stating that she had slapped him hard in the face. Mary Catherine's sister contradicted her account of their relationship, revealing that she had seen bruises on Mary Catherine's arm 2 weeks before Stephen was killed. When questioned, Mary Catherine confided in her sister that Stephen had grabbed her, causing the injuries. After investigating Stephen's death as a murder, the authorities charged Mary Catherine with murder, aggravated assault, and firearm possession during a felony. The prosecution offered her a plea deal, proposing a life sentence with possible parole if she pleaded guilty. However, Mary Catherine declined the offer, opting to stand trial and assert her innocence. At the trial, Mary Catherine maintained that she shot Stephen in self-defense, denying the charges against her. The trial, which began on June 17, 2019, nearly a year after Stephen's death, exposed the tumultuous relationship between Mary Catherine and Stephen. Mary Catherine's lawyers argued that she acted out of genuine fear, citing Stephen's history of violence and abuse. Mary Catherine testified that she was the victim of Stephen's controlling, manipulative, and dangerous behavior, which included physical, mental, emotional, verbal, and sexual abuse. She described being hit, humiliated, and degraded by Stephen on multiple occasions, and shared specific incidents where he smacked her around and verbally abused her. Mary Catherine explained that Stephen's constant threats and abuse left her feeling trapped, fearful for her life, and constantly walking on eggshells to avoid triggering his anger. She presented evidence in the form of text messages, including one where Stephen threatened to punish her, which she said meant he would physically harm her. Another text message showed Stephen's explicit threat to hit her back twice as hard if she defended herself. Mary Catherine's defense team also presented messages that supported her allegations of sexual assault, including a text where Stephen mentioned his red room, which she described as a place where they engaged in violent and aggressive intercourse. Mary Catherine testified that Stephen sexually assaulted her on 2 occasions, including one after they returned from a vacation to Disney World, where he allegedly ignored her pleas to stop and intensified his efforts instead. The defense presented over 60 pages of text messages from Stephen, which showcased his pattern of verbal assaults and threatening behavior towards Mary Catherine. These messages included disturbing images and captions, such as one showing Stephen holding a dead fish, accompanied by the caption, "This is you." Another message showed Stephen's violent threats towards Mary Catherine after she cheated on him, where he wrote, "I'm going to wreck you for wrecking me." The defense also alleged that Stephen's drug and alcohol addiction contributed to his violent outbursts. Mary Catherine maintained that she was the one who ended the relationship, not Stephen, and that her actions on the night she shot him were a result of her desperation to escape the abuse. Mary Catherine claimed that Stephen had reacted violently to some news and had threatened to attack her, causing her to defend herself by grabbing a gun. She said the last thing she had told him before shooting was to get out of her house. However, Stephen's friends and family disputed Mary Catherine's allegations, describing Stephen as a friendly and caring person. Stephen's mother said she was unaware of any threatening messages her son had sent Mary Catherine and did not condone such behavior. Although she acknowledged that Stephen may have said some angry things, she believed he did not mean them. In court, the prosecution questioned Mary Catherine about her story, pointing out that she had never reported any alleged abuse by Stephen. They also presented evidence that Mary Catherine had searched for violent and explicit content online just hours before the shooting, which she claimed was to find ways to make Stephen happy. The prosecution argued that Mary Catherine had changed her story about the shooting multiple times, and that a text from Stephen suggested she had pointed a gun at him before. Additionally, Stephen's friends testified that they had witnessed Mary Catherine's violent behavior towards him. After 4 hours of deliberation, the jury found Mary Catherine not guilty of murder, assault, and other charges. The verdict surprised Stephen's loved ones, who felt that justice had not been served. Later, the jurors revealed that they believed Mary Catherine had intentionally killed Stephen, but there was not enough evidence to prove it beyond a reasonable doubt. This lack of evidence made it difficult to determine whether the shooting was murder or self-defense. Mauricio Leal was born on November 25, 1973 in Cartago, Valdelcalca, Colombia. From a young age, Mauricio was captivated by the world of beauty. As a child, he could spend hours mesmerized by the salons he passed by, although he didn't fully understand that this fascination would become a lifelong passion. His interest in beauty began to take shape when his mother, Marlene Hernandez, a woman who enjoyed learning new skills, decided to take a hairdressing course. Mauricio, around 10 or 11 years old at the time, begged his mother to let him attend with her. Although she initially told him he couldn't go because he wasn't enrolled, he didn't give up. Instead, he would watch her learn from outside the classroom, captivated by the artistry. Mauricio's early years, however, weren't easy. His parents often argued, creating a tense home environment. Influenced by this, some of his siblings got into trouble, though Mauricio managed to stay focused. At just 15, he urged his parents to consider separating, believing that constant conflict wasn't beneficial for anyone. When his father heard that Mauricio had suggested the separation, he taunted him, questioning who would take care of his mother and siblings. Mauricio didn't respond with words. He resolved to show through his actions that responsibility and resilience were not defined by anyone's expectations. Determined to support his family, Mauricio left Cartago and moved to Cali. He found a modest room and took on various jobs, from packing goods to delivering food on his bicycle, all while continuing his studies, often sleeping only 4 hours a night. Despite these challenges, Mauricio maintained a positive outlook. One day, in a conversation with a woman at his aunt's church, he shared his passion for hairdressing but explained that financial responsibilities kept him from pursuing it fully. By a stroke of luck, the woman knew someone who owned a salon and offered to introduce Mauricio. At just 16, Mauricio began working at the salon. Without experience, he started with basic tasks: sweeping, cleaning, serving coffee, and running errands. After some time, he gathered the courage to tell the salon owner he knew how to cut hair, a claim he wasn't entirely confident about. The owner challenged him to prove it by cutting his own hair. In that moment, Mauricio, though inexperienced, showed his natural talent, impressing the owner and securing a role as a stylist. Mauricio's popularity grew rapidly. Some clients were initially skeptical, seeing him in his school uniform, but word of his skills quickly spread. Within just 7 months, Mauricio became the most sought-after stylist in the salon, allowing him to provide a better life for his mother and siblings. His older brother, Joni, often heard their mother express pride in Mauricio's hard work. By 1995, at 22, Mauricio was well regarded in Cali, known not only for his haircuts, but also for his high-level makeup skills. Long waits to see him became common. Tired of not receiving the credit and pay he deserved, he decided to open his own salon, naming it Mauricio Leal. Though he faced challenges with expenses, starting with just a plastic chair and a borrowed mirror, clients filled his new salon within a weekend. Soon the demand became so high that Mauricio had to hire his first employee, his brother, Yoni. He taught Yoni the skills and hard work required in the trade, marking the beginning of Mauricio's career as both a stylist and a business owner, all while building a legacy that would carry his name forward in the beauty industry. Within just a month of opening, Mauricio Leal's salon saw a rapid expansion. One of the salons where Mauricio had previously worked went out of business after he left, as his departure caused a sharp drop in clientele. As a result, former employees from that salon, along with others from different salons, began asking Mauricio for work. In a matter of months, his team grew to 35 employees. His salon was now equipped with high-end tools, and Mauricio, along with his family, enjoyed a level of prosperity they once thought unreachable. Yet Mauricio's ambition continued to drive him. Feeling that Cali was becoming too small for his aspirations, he packed his belongings and headed to Bogotá, Colombia's economic powerhouse, determined to establish himself as one of the country's top stylists. In Bogotá, Mauricio humbly started by working in a friend's salon, and he quickly gained recognition. Several of his former clients from Cali, now professional models and TV presenters, chose him over other stylists in the capital. Within 3 months, Mauricio opened his second salon, this time in one of Bogotá's prime areas, further solidifying his growing reputation. Despite his fame and success, Mauricio never forgot his roots or his family. His mother, Marlene, was his pride and joy, and he treated her to a lifestyle of luxury, complete with vacations, yacht trips, and champagne toasts. However, Mauricio's success cast a contrasting shadow over his siblings. His half-brother, Carlos Andres, sadly, was serving a sentence in a maximum security prison for a serious crime. Meanwhile, his older brother, Yoni, had also opened a salon, thanks to Mauricio's guidance. Although Yoni managed to establish his business, he never achieved the same level of success as Mauricio, leading to resentment. In the midst of facing his own difficulties, including a divorce, Yoni asked to move in with Mauricio. Mauricio, ever generous, agreed. Despite the demanding nature of his work, caused him severe thoracic and back pain, Mauricio managed his condition with pain relief medication, even resorting to morphine when the pain became unbearable. Over the years, he learned to live with it, but a tragic event would soon overshadow any efforts at improvement. On Monday, November 22, 2021, Mauricio's career was at its peak. That morning, he was scheduled for an important meeting with representatives from the Miss Universe pageant, where he was set to negotiate a contract that would place him on an international stage. However, when the representatives arrived at his salon, Mauricio was nowhere to be found. Concerned, Karen, who was the daughter of Mauricio's trusted driver, Jose Jair Ruiz, reached out to her father, Jair, who was like a brother to Mauricio, shared that Mauricio had messaged him that morning, saying he wanted to sleep a bit longer. By 2 p.m., the absence became alarming. Karen's calls to both Mauricio and his mother went unanswered, and each attempt seemed to be met with someone hanging up. Growing increasingly worried, Jair contacted Yoni, who was living with Mauricio at the time, to ask if he had any information. Together, they went to Mauricio's residence in La Calera, a luxurious residential complex. Familiar to the security guards, they entered without issue. Upon entering, they found the home in a seemingly normal state, no signs of violence or theft. However, an ominous feeling overcame Jair when he tried to open the master bedroom door, which was locked. When he received no response, he climbed outside to a window overlooking the garden. To his surprise, the window wasn't locked, and upon entering, he was met with a devastating sight. Blood covered the scene, with Mauricio lying lifeless on the bed, a knife still embedded in his body. Beside him was the body of his mother, Marlene, in an equally tragic state. Jonier rushed in after hearing Jair's screams. Shocked and horrified, he knew immediately that his brother and mother were gone. Fighting the impulse to approach the bodies, Jonier urged Jerry to step back to avoid contaminating the initial speculation pointed to a murder-suicide, especially when police found a note signed by Mauricio reading, "I love you. Forgive me. I can't take it anymore." Although the letter seemed genuine, the scene itself suggested otherwise. Mauricio's body was positioned with a knife in his abdomen, still held by his hands, alongside several pills on the nightstand, which at first glance appeared to support the theory of a suicide. However, a closer inspection by investigators led to a different conclusion. This was not a case of suicide, rather a carefully staged double homicide. Mauricio's body bore 4 deep stab wounds to the abdomen, each with significant force, which immediately aroused suspicion. Typically, someone attempting to end their own life would seek a quick and less painful method. Analyzing the wounds, experts suggested it would be nearly impossible for Mauricio to inflict such deep injuries on himself repeatedly. The idea of someone inflicting a fatal wound, pulling out the knife, and repeating this multiple times seemed highly unlikely, especially given the considerable strength required. Additionally, Mauricio was right-handed, making it improbable that he could deliver such force consistently to that part of his body. Adding to the suspicion were the numerous bruises on Mauricio's forearms, indicative of a struggle, as though he had tried to fend off an assailant. Speculation soon arose regarding a potential motive, including theories about criminal connections. Some believed that Mauricio's business success and income sources might have attracted the attention of criminal organizations, given his prior involvement in a scandal when he was linked to the Clinton list, a blacklist for those suspected of laundering drug-related money. Years before, Mauricio had partnered with a wealthy client to open a salon in Miami, which later failed. The client was later revealed to be associated with the family of a notorious cartel leader. Consequently, authorities temporarily froze Mauricio's assets and accounts. Although he eventually recovered, this past incident fueled theories about his death potentially being a targeted attack. However, doubts emerged regarding this theory. If a criminal organization had been involved, it seemed unlikely that they would leave no trace of forced entry in Mauricio's heavily guarded residence or resort to using a knife instead of a firearm. The brutal nature of the wounds, particularly those inflicted on his mother Marlene, suggested personal anger, as the injuries were far too severe to be random or impersonal. The case soon gained media attention, with television programs exploring Mauricio's life and interviewing those who knew him, including his loyal driver, Jair Ruiz. Jair, visibly shaken in interviews, had discovered the bodies and faced intense scrutiny from Mauricio's older brother, Joni. Joni, in contrast, exhibited a puzzling demeanor following his brother's death. In interviews, he expressed a sense of duty to carry on Mauricio's legacy, remarking that, "There's no use in being sad. Mauricio would want us to continue." Yet his statements and actions raised suspicions as he appeared to claim Mauricio's accomplishments and possessions as his own, even wearing his brother's white jacket in multiple public appearances. In one interview, Jonier inadvertently referred to Jair as "my driver," catching himself with an awkward correction to clarify Jair had actually been his brother's driver. As time went on, public opinion diverged. Some saw Joni as innocent while others believed his calculated statements were rehearsed. The police were initially criticized for their perceived slowness. But on January 15, 2022, Joni was arrested in Bogota on charges of double homicide. He was carrying a large sum of cash at the time, suggesting he might have planned to flee or use his newfound inheritance for a lavish lifestyle. The arrest stunned the nation, but even more shocking was Jonier's eventual confession at the Attorney General's office. In court, Jonier delivered a carefully worded statement. "I have made a very personal and important decision freely and voluntarily to accept the charges through an agreement with the prosecutor's office. I extend my sincerest apologies to my family, my children, the victims, and all of Colombia for these events." His admission, however, was laden with euphemisms, referring to Mauricio and Marlene only as the victims and distancing himself from any emotional connection. For many, Jonier's lack of empathy explained why he had never achieved Mauricio's level of success. Unlike his brother, he lacked Mauricio's humanity and kindness. The confession seemed to conclude the case, but a sudden twist reopened the investigation. Under Colombian law, a guilty verdict does not guarantee a severe sentence, with potential outcomes ranging from a life sentence to a mere year in prison or even a fine. In Jonier's case, his initial trial declared him innocent, only for a subsequent trial to find him guilty. As the legal process unfolded, the public awaited the final sentence, knowing that in Colombia, The outcome could mean either justice served or an unexpected release. On April 22, 2022, in a courtroom appearance, Yoni made a surprising statement. "Today, I feel clearer and more aware. With this newfound clarity, I can firmly say I acted under pressure, and yesterday I made the decision, which I shared with my family, to renounce this prejudice. I've said it before and will say it again freely and sincerely. I am innocent. My life has been dedicated to serving my family, my children, and society." Yonier had claimed innocence from the beginning, even after receiving threats against himself and other family members. Interestingly, Jair, Mauricio's driver, also faced backlash, despite the fact that he had neither been present at the residence when the murders occurred nor possessed a key to the home, both conditions that applied to Jonier. The pieces of the case began to come together as more detail surfaced. For months before the murders, Jonier had moved in with Mauricio, who had always lived with their mother. Many believed that Jonier had already planned the tragic events long before moving in. By this time, Jonier was nearly 50, facing mounting debts from his struggling salon business and feeling increasingly isolated from his own family. His life, he realized, was on a downward spiral, while Mauricio's success and prominence only continued to grow. From this twisted perspective, Jonier saw himself in Mauricio's shadow, resentful of his younger brother's success and apparent favoritism within the family. Though Mauricio was generous with him, even asking for small favors with a cautious tone, likely knowing Jonier's volatile temperament, the relationship remained strained. The evening before the murders, Jonier attended a family gathering, later making a point to emphasize that he had been out and that Mauricio and their mother had not left their rooms. Security records later confirmed his movements in and out of the complex. Around 9 p.m. while Jonier was out, Mauricio sent what would be his final voice message to his brother. The message was simple, asking Jonier to pick up some cookies, but Mauricio's tone seemed unusually cautious, as if aware of his brother's temper. At 11 p.m., Yoni returned to the mansion and claimed he left the cookies on a table without speaking to his family before heading to bed. Throughout his statements, Yoni maintained a detached attitude, repeatedly suggesting that the murders happened while he was asleep. When confronted with evidence that the murders likely took place in the early morning, he claimed he'd taken valerian drops for a deep sleep and left for work the next morning without seeing anyone. Given the mansion's high security, it would have been nearly impossible for an outsider to enter without Jair's help. Mauricio often shared that he was close to his mother and trusted friends, but if a family member displayed questionable behavior, he had no problem distancing himself. Tensions with Jonier had escalated over money, with Mauricio's refusal to lend him more reinforcing that Jonier had no direct claim to his wealth. After the murders, police noted several oddities in Jonier's behavior. Around 11 a.m., he was captured on security footage leaving the mansion, and shortly after, sending a voice message to Marlene's phone, a bizarre move that many saw as either a mocking gesture or a twisted attempt at covering his tracks. He even sent out goodbye messages to Mauricio's contacts, pretending to be his brother, a revelation that further unsettled investigators. Security footage from the residential complex confirmed that Yoni was in the mansion from 11 p.m. until 11 a.m. the following day, which coincides with the estimated time frame of the murders. A neighbor reported hearing Marlene shout that night, "Yoni, enough, I'm tired of this." To which Yoni allegedly responded, "Mom, always with the same thing." It's believed that shortly after this confrontation, Yoni attacked his mother first. The fact that the murders were committed with kitchen knives from the home further suggested that the culprit was someone who lived there. Highly unlikely to be a hitman, as professionals don't typically arrive unarmed and rely on improvised weapons. Curiously, Marlene sustained far more injuries than Mauricio, particularly in her abdomen, leading some to speculate that Jonier harbored deep resentment toward his mother. These wounds were possibly symbolic, a way for him to express anger over being brought into a world where he felt unloved. Despite planning the attack meticulously, Jonier's choice of a knife suggested a desire to carry out his revenge personally, wanting to feel every moment of control and anger firsthand. An analysis of Mauricio's body revealed high levels of clonazepam in his system, a sedative that can cause drowsiness and confusion, raising the possibility that Yonier had administered a significant dose to incapacitate him. Though Mauricio didn't reach a comatose state, the drug likely left him severely disoriented. Additionally, investigators discovered a pre-written suicide note suggesting that Yoni had intended to frame Mauricio from the start. Yoni reportedly forced Mauricio to sign the note, which was left at the crime scene. After committing the murders, Yoni, using gloves to avoid leaving fingerprints, staged the scene to make it appear as a suicide. The housekeeper, upon arrival to help with the investigation, noticed that cleaning supplies were not in their usual place, and there were traces of blood on the stairs, suggesting that Yoni hadn't managed a thorough cleanup. At 11 a.m., Yoni was captured on camera leaving the mansion. Mauricio's driver, Jair, received an unusual message that morning, purportedly from Mauricio, instructing him not to send the housekeeper because he wanted to sleep. The message seemed suspicious because Mauricio habitually ended messages with "baby," especially with trusted friends like Jair. Additionally, several of Mauricio's contacts received voice messages that sounded like a farewell. Investigators later confirmed these recordings were actually made by Yoni impersonating his brother. The final question remained: how long would Yonier face in prison? Officially, he could be sentenced to up to 50 years, though experts believed he might receive closer to 30, with some speculating a potential reduction to 15 years due to his claims of coercion. Further leniency could come from good behavior, potentially cutting his sentence even shorter. Despite common delays in such cases, Yonier's lawyer faced criticism for excessive stalling, even receiving threats for the audacious postponements. Throughout this process, Yonier showed little remorse. Many speculated that his only regret was not executing the plan more effectively to avoid capture. His resentment toward Mauricio stemmed from feeling overshadowed, as he had often relied on the reputation of being Mauricio Leal's brother to attract clients, yet struggled with debts as his own salon never thrived. After Mauricio's death, the question arose, what would happen to his estate? His assets, valued at over $1 million, officially passed to his half-brother, Carlos Andres Garcia, who remains in prison with a release date estimated around 2030. Without a direct heir capable of managing his business empire, Mauricio's salons were closed. The case has captivated the nation, sparking countless theories and speculation. With each new revelation from lawyer Elmer Montaña, the complexity and murkiness of unraveling the truth become ever clearer. A recently uncovered video found on Mauricio Leal's phone has sent shockwaves across the country. In the clip, Mauricio appears distressed, seemingly forced to take the blame for his mother's murder as her lifeless body lies beside him. This shocking evidence surfaced long after the crime, which originally took place in November 2021, shedding new light on a story that only seems to grow darker as more details emerge. The case of Antonia Barra. Antonia Barra was born on December 3, 1999, in Temuco, Chile, to a wealthy family. She was the youngest of 5 children, with 2 older brothers, Sebastian and Ignacio, and 2 sisters, Catalina and Carla. Antonia was particularly close to Catalina, whom she considered her best friend and confidant. Her parents valued education and encouraged their children to pursue their interests, including sports and music. As the youngest child, Antonia was especially loved and spoiled by her parents. Despite this, she was a diligent student and dreamed of studying tourism and traveling the world. At the age of 15, Antonia met Martín Pradines on social media in 2015. Martín was 8 years older than Antonia and lived in the same city. He was divorced and had a child from a previous marriage. Little is known about Martin's early life, except that he was born in February 1992 in Temuco to Ivan Pronis and Paul Adair. When Martin was 20, he got a girl from his school pregnant, and to avoid scandal and punishment, he married her. However, the marriage ended shortly after the birth of their child. Martín and Antonia were acquaintances who knew each other from socializing with young people on social networks between 2015 and 2017. However, their relationship remained purely platonic. After Antonia graduated from high school and enrolled in university, she relocated to a different city, and they lost touch. At university, Antonia focused on her studies in the travel industry, formed new friendships, and explored new hobbies. Martine was no longer on her mind. During her breaks from university, Antonia would return to her hometown but primarily stayed in touch with her family, including her parents and siblings. During her time at university, Antonia developed a close bond with a fellow student named Consuela Erb, and they became nearly inseparable. She also started a romantic relationship with a student named Rodrigo Aguad, which lasted for approximately a year. However, they got into a dispute at the beginning of the new semester in September 2019 and decided to take a break from each other. Antonio had recently gone through a breakup and was feeling down. Luckily, the Chilean national holiday was just around the corner, offering a long weekend and a chance to take her mind off things. She and her best friend decided to attend an electronic music festival in the charming town of Pucón. They carpooled with 3 classmates using Consuela's car. As it happened, close friends of Antonio's family owned a summer house in Pucón, and since the owners were out of town, they kindly offered Antonio and her friend the use of their house, even providing them with the spare key. Upon arrival, the group split up, and they friends settled into the spacious and cozy house, looking forward to a relaxing weekend getaway. On the evening of September 18th, Antonia ran into Martine while walking around the city, and they struck up a conversation. As it turned out, Martine was also in town for the festival with his friends and was staying in a large rented house just outside the city center. They hit it off and made plans to meet up the next day at a party at a popular nightclub. Antonia called her parents to fill them in on her plans, and her father warned her to be careful and not to drink too much. Antonia laughed it off and promised to be responsible. The next day, Antonia and her friends spent hours getting ready for the party, choosing outfits and doing their makeup. Before heading out, they shared a bottle of wine and then took a taxi to the club. When they arrived, they ordered a bottle of champagne at the bar and drank it together before hitting the dance floor. It was after midnight when Martin and his friends arrived at the club. Antonia was already quite drunk by then, but she continued to drink and dance with Martin. According to her friend, Consuela, Antonia was advised to slow down, but she didn't listen. At one point, Consuela lost track of Antonia and spent half an hour searching for her. When she finally found her, Antonia was in another room with Martine, barely able to stand due to her intoxication. Consuela saw her classmate Benjamin Morales at the club and asked for his help in getting her friend Antonia home. However, Antonia refused to leave, saying the night was still young. A short while later, she started to feel unwell, and her friends took her outside for some fresh air. After she felt a bit better, she returned to the club. Consuela went to Antonia later that night and told her that she was exhausted and ready to head home. However, Antonia declined, wanting to stay and continue having fun. Consuela then left the club, giving up on convincing Antonia to leave with her. She took a taxi home and went straight to bed. Benjamin saw Martine escorting Antonia out of the club, holding her because she was swaying from side to side. According to Benjamin, Antonia was too drunk to fight back, and Martine took advantage of her state. They waited near the entrance for a while, allowing Antonia to recover a bit. Soon, Martine's friends arrived and suggested they continue partying at their rented house. The company ordered a taxi, but Martine and Antonia decided to walk, as she was unwell and disoriented. Surveillance cameras captured their walk, showing the man supporting a drunk student who was trying to break free from his grasp. Along the way, they stopped at a 24-hour supermarket, where Martine purchased beer. Inside the empty store, Martine attempted to kiss she, but she pushed him away and turned her back on him. It was clear she was uncomfortable, but her intoxication left her unable to resist or escape. Martine, being stronger, continued to lead Antonia, and they eventually arrived at the rented house around 8 a.m. The people in the living room saw that she was upset, but she was too drunk to clearly communicate her distress. Despite Antonia's obvious unease, Martine continued to hug and try to kiss her. The other friends, also heavily intoxicated, failed to intervene. Eventually, they retreated to a bedroom, where the man assaulted she while she was in a dazed state. Antonia was confused and disoriented as Martín ignored her attempts to resist and stop him. After the incident, he rejoined his friends in the living room and continued the party, leaving Antonia alone in the bedroom. Later, around 9 a.m., she managed to call Benjamin, but her speech was slurred and she was crying uncontrollably, making it hard for him to understand her. She was unable to explain what had happened or where she was. Benjamin became concerned and called Consuela, telling her that Antonia was in trouble and needed help. Antonia then called Consuela herself, struggling to communicate, and eventually found out her location, prompting Consuela to go to her aid. When Consuela met Martin at the doorstep, she asked him what had happened, but he just smiled and claimed that everything was consensual. However, when Consuela found her friend, Antonia, in one of the rooms, she was shocked by her condition. Antonia was crying and begged to be taken away from the place as soon as possible. They left shortly after and went home, where Antonia immediately took a shower. Despite her friend's advice to preserve the evidence and report the incident to the police, Antonia insisted that no one should ever find out what had happened. She tried to act normally when she spoke to her parents later that day, hiding her true emotions. The next morning, Antonia and her friends returned to the student dormitory. In the aftermath, Antonia struggled to cope with the trauma. She tried to forget the nightmare and resume her normal life, attending classes and socializing with friends. However, only Consuela noticed that Antonia was not okay. As time passed, Antonia's mental state deteriorated, and she gradually fell into a deep depression. Antonia was traumatized and didn't want to talk to anyone about what had happened to her. She refused to file a police report, fearing that it would only spread the news and make things worse. However, rumors about her began to circulate quickly. They would whisper, point, and laugh at her. One of her classmates even had the audacity to ask her about the rumors in front of everyone. However, what sent Antonia over the edge was a phone call from Rodrigo, her ex-boyfriend, with whom she still had strong feelings and had been holding on to the hope of rekindling their relationship. During the call, Rodrigo repeated all the rumors he had heard and told Antonia that he never wanted to see her again. Antonia broke down in tears, trying to defend herself and explain that the rumors were not true. But Rodrigo was unforgiving, using derogatory language to describe her and calling her promiscuous before hanging up. This conversation was devastating for Antonia, and she couldn't cope with the emotional pain. On Saturday, October 12, 2019, Antonia went to her parents' house, seeking comfort and solace with her family. Concern for Antonia's well-being grew as her relatives noticed a deep sadness in her eyes, despite her claims that everything was okay. Later that evening, she posted old childhood photos on social media, accompanied by a distressing message. The following day, after dinner with her family, Antonia retreated to her room on the 3rd floor. Her sister Catalina checked on her about an hour later, but Antonia asked to be left alone, saying she wanted to sleep. Catalina granted her wish, turned off the light, and bid her a loving goodbye before leaving the room. 2 hours passed before their mother, Marcela, came to Antonia's room to announce that dinner was ready. After knocking on the door with no response, Marcela entered the room and initially thought Antonia was asleep. However, upon touching her hand, she was met with an unsettling stillness. Devastated, Marcela screamed for help and the rest of the household rushed to the room. In a state of panic, they called for emergency services while attempting to revive Antonia on their own before medical professionals arrived. Antonia's situation had become hopeless, and she tragically took her own life by overdosing on sleeping pills. The investigation into her death and the first attempts to hold the perpetrator accountable began. The news shocked her family and friends, as many were unaware of the severe emotional distress Antonia had been experiencing. As Antonia's parents sought to understand what had happened to their daughter, they spoke with her friends and classmates. They were shocked by the rumors and gossip that had been circulating about Antonia. Consuela, in particular, shared everything she knew, but the parents felt that more needed to be done. They hired a top private detective to help reconstruct the events leading up to Antonia's death and gather evidence to bring the person responsible to justice. Alejandro, determined to seek justice for his daughter, used his connections to organize a press conference. In front of dozens of cameras, he shared the devastating truth. His daughter had been the victim of forced bullying, which she had been unable to survive. The person responsible, he emphasized, remained at large. The detective reconstructed the timeline of events from that fateful night and gathered statements from several key witnesses, including Consuela, Benjamin, and a few other university students who were willing to testify in court. With all the evidence collected, the Antonia family petitioned the court to arrest and prosecute Martin for his actions. However, the police determined that the evidence presented was insufficient to warrant taking him into custody. Martin claimed that everything that happened was consensual, although he admitted that both parties were intoxicated. Furthermore, the victim did not report the incident to the police. As a result, remained free, and he and his family subsequently filed a lawsuit against the Antonia family, accusing them of defamation, harassment, and the unauthorized disclosure of their personal information. According to the Martin family, Antonia's relatives had slandered their son and brother, Martin. In response, the Martin family decided to hold a press conference to defend themselves publicly. They argued that Martin's reputation had been harmed without justification and presented themselves as the ones who had been wronged. The Martin family also accused Antonia of sharing their personal contact information, including their home address, phone numbers, and social media handles. As a result, Martin and his family received daily insults and anonymous death threats. The Martins' family maintained that Martin's guilt had not been proven and that everything had happened by mutual consent. They expressed their willingness to defend Martins in court. Surprisingly, after the statement, the police supported the Martins' family, causing Antonia's relatives to stop making negative comments about them and to stop sharing personal data. This sudden change was a major blow. This unexpected turn of events was a significant setback. Despite this, Antonia's relatives continued to seek justice with the support of the public. Victims who were initially silent about their experiences began speaking out after Antonia's case gained widespread public attention. Within a month, 8 more girls came forward to the police, claiming they too had been harassed and assaulted by Martin. They had previously remained silent, fearing they would be condemned and censured. One of the victims was just 13 years old at the time of the assault. As more girls who suffered at the hands of Martin began contacting the police, he was eventually taken into custody. Martin was arrested in June 2020 and held at Tomoko City Prison on suspicion of committing assaults between 2011 and 2019. However, Martin was released on his own recognizance less than a month after his lawyer intervened, and was allowed to remain free for the duration of the investigation. Furthermore, several lawsuits filed by the injured girls were rejected due to the statute of limitations having expired. There was a high likelihood that many cases would be disregarded. Out of 8 appeals, only 2 were registered by the court. The release of Martin from custody and the rejection of the victims' claims sparked widespread outrage. Protests and rallies erupted nationwide, with thousands demanding justice. In response, the prosecutor's office re-examined the case and pushed for a change in Martin's bail conditions, seeking to return him to custody. Meanwhile, the statute of limitations was lifted for all cases of violence committed by Martin. During his trial in February 2021, his social media messages were revealed, in which he boasted about his actions to friends. It was also discovered that Martin kept a collection of his victims' underwear at home, taken as trophies. This collection included items from victims who had previously reported him to the court, as well as a belonging of Antonia's. On August 26, 2021, Martin was charged with 9 counts of crimes involving sexual misconduct. 3 of the victims were minors when the incidents occurred. The Antonia family appealed to the public to speak out against violence and bring those responsible to justice. The trial began in June 2022, allowing Martin's lawyers sufficient time to prepare. They presented witness statements and surveillance footage showing that Antonia left with the defendant voluntarily and did not attempt to resist him. The defense challenged the testimonies of other victims, but in August 2022, the court delivered a guilty verdict against Martin. He was convicted of 8 crimes involving sexual misconduct and causing Antonia's nervous breakdown, which ultimately led to her death. Martin was sentenced to 20 years in prison. However, his lawyers, led by Pinus, promptly filed an appeal. On December 29th, the Supreme Court ordered a new trial. In March 2023, Martin's case was assigned to the Public Defender's Office. During the new trial, Martin maintained his innocence, attributing the events leading to Antonia's death to the large quantity of alcohol they had consumed together. Despite this, on July 7, 2023, Martin was found guilty again. The court reduced his initial 20-year sentence to 17 years. Considering the 3 years he had already spent in prison, he had only 14 years left to serve. However, Antonia's family expressed dissatisfaction with this decision in an official press release made by her father. They noted that no punishment could bring back their daughter. During the ongoing lawsuits, Antonia's family and other victims affected by Martin's actions joined forces with public figures to advocate for women's rights. Together, they worked to amend the criminal code, specifically the sections related to sexual offenses. Their objective was to protect the rights of victims of harassment and sexual violence. Stevie Osborne was born on April 28, 2017 in Kansas City, Missouri to parents Abigail and Gary Osborne. Her name carried special significance honoring her paternal grandfather, Steve, and her late maternal aunt, Allison, who had passed away in 2004. Stevie grew into a delightful toddler known for her sparkling brown eyes, strawberry blonde hair, and radiant smile. By the time she was 2.5, Stevie had already developed an incredible ability to spread joy wherever she went. Her cheerful personality and warm presence left a lasting impression on everyone she met. Described as a cheerful princess, Stevie brought light to even the darkest moments. Her daycare provider fondly recalled how Stevie's enthusiastic greetings each morning and heartfelt goodbyes at the end of the day made her job deeply rewarding. Stevie's Aunt Kimberly described her as pure perfection, often declaring her the prettiest girl in any room. Even as a toddler, Stevie showed a natural talent for singing and an immense love for her stuffed animals, particularly a blue and a pink sloth she had picked out during a shopping trip with her dad. Stevie adored Disney movies, especially Frozen, and had a special fondness for Olaf and Anna. She also shared a unique bond with her grandmother's cat, Charlie, and often amused her family by sneaking sips of her dad's soda or nibbling through the middle of his Jimmy John sandwiches. Stevie's father, Gary Osborne, had graduated from Park Hill High School in Kansas City in 2013. He began dating Abigail, a fellow student shortly after his graduation. The young couple soon moved in together at Abigail's family home where they began building their life. Abigail pursued a career in healthcare, working as a nursing assistant with aspirations of becoming a registered nurse. Despite their challenges, the couple seemed united in their journey, eventually marrying and preparing to welcome their daughter, Stevie. However, their story took an unexpected turn. Just 5 months after Stevie's birth, Abigail filed for divorce. Gary described Abigail as emotionally distant, making it difficult for him to understand their relationship's ups and downs. According to Gary, communication was scarce, and he often learned of issues only through her actions. Despite these challenges, Gary remained devoted to his role as a father, providing for his family and believing things were stable. After their separation, tensions escalated. Gary was blindsided when Abigail alleged he owed months of child support, despite him covering all household expenses while they were still living together. Shortly after, Abigail asked Gary to leave the house, claiming Stevie needed her own space. With nowhere else to go, Gary returned to his parents' home. The situation became more complicated when police officers served Gary with an emergency protection order based on allegations that he had attempted to choke Abigail years prior. The divorce hearing concluded swiftly with the protection order against Gary dismissed due to insufficient evidence. However, the ruling came at a significant cost. Gary was barred from seeing his daughter Stevie for over 3 months, missing her first Thanksgiving, Christmas, and New Year celebrations. Finally, in January 2018, the court granted joint custody, though Abigail retained primary residence. Gary was allocated visitation every other weekend and 1 overnight each week, in addition to being ordered to pay $700 per month in child support. Meanwhile, Abigail had remarried a man named Corey. Though their interactions were limited, Gary acknowledged that Corey seemed more stable than others Abigail had been involved with. However, that marriage also ended in divorce. By early 2019, Abigail found love again. She reconnected with Joseph, a former classmate of both hers and Gary's. Originally from Seoul, South Korea, Joseph and Abigail's relationship quickly grew serious, leading them to move in together. December 19, 2019 started like any other day for Stevie and her dad. The toddler was brimming with excitement over an upcoming family Christmas party where she would visit her great-grandmother, Virginia. Gary had no way of knowing that when he dropped her off, it would be the last time he would kiss his daughter goodbye. According to reports, on the night of December 21, 2019, Abigail, who was working as a critical care nurse at St. Luke's Hospital in Kansas City, received a text from Joseph. He told her that Stevie was unwell and vomiting. When Abigail returned home at around 2 a.m. on December 22nd, she found Stevie, as Joseph had described, sick and lethargic. Joseph claimed that Stevie had tripped over the family dog and hit her head on the tile floor, resulting in a visible bruise on her forehead. Later that day, attended the family Christmas party, but her condition caused concern among relatives. Her great-grandmother shared photos from the gathering, showing Stevie sitting on Abigail's lap in pajamas, her face noticeably pale, with visible bruises on her forehead. Despite working in critical care, Abigail failed to seek medical attention for Stevie. Family members who attended the party observed Stevie vomiting repeatedly and noted multiple bruises around her forehead and ears. Disturbingly, Joseph insisted on being the only one to change Stevie's clothes after each bout of sickness, refusing to let anyone else help her. On December 23rd, while Abigail was at work, Joseph called to inform her that Stevie had fallen out of bed and was unresponsive. Abigail instructed him to call 911, which he eventually did. Emergency responders arrived at the Wild Oak apartment complex and found Stevie in a dire state. She was covered in bruises and unresponsive. Paramedics rushed her to Liberty Hospital, where she arrived in cardiac arrest. At the same time, Gary was at work when he received the call every parent dreads. He raced to the hospital, covering the 30-minute distance in just 15 minutes as Abigail's increasingly frantic updates hinted at the severity of the situation. In one call, she told him, "I don't know what's going on. I think she's dead." Upon arriving, Gary's desperation to see Stevie led to a misunderstanding with hospital staff, who initially barred him access and involved law enforcement. Once police confirmed his timeline and intent, it became clear that Gary was simply a distraught father. Stevie's injuries were catastrophic. Doctors at Liberty Hospital identified skull fractures, severe brain trauma, and abdominal injuries. Emergency surgery was deemed necessary, and she was transferred to Children's Mercy Hospital for advanced care. Tragically, medical assessments revealed that Stevie had been deprived of oxygen for over 20 minutes, leaving her in critical condition. The bright, joyful toddler who had once lit up every room now faced unimaginable odds. The attending neurosurgeon delivered a devastating assessment to Gary and Abigail, stating that Stevie's injuries were almost certainly not accidental. The severity of the trauma pointed to intentional harm inflicted by someone else. Due to the troubling nature of her condition, medical staff at both hospitals filed reports with the Missouri Department of Social Services Children's Division, initiating an investigation into the circumstances surrounding Stevie Osborne's care. During questioning, Gary maintained that Stevie appeared healthy and free of bruises or marks when he dropped her off the night before. Family members who attended the Christmas party, however, shared their growing concern for Stevie's well-being. They reported that she appeared lethargic, with visible bruises and persistent vomiting throughout the event. Despite their inquiries, Abigail dismissed these signs as typical childhood clumsiness and a mild illness. The Children's Division spoke with Abigail, who recounted the text messages she had received from Joseph regarding Stevie's condition. She admitted to seeing Stevie unwell when she returned home at 2 a.m., yet she failed to seek medical attention, a glaring oversight for someone trained as a critical care nurse. When asked why he had been the only one changing Stevie's clothes at the party, Joseph claimed it was his way of taking responsibility for her care. However, he later admitted to an argument with Abigail after the party, which escalated into physical violence. Abigail confronted Joseph about Stevie's bruises, which led to a heated altercation. According to Abigail, Joseph pulled her hair and threw her onto the bed while she was holding Stevie. Although she considered calling the police, they ultimately decided Joseph would move out in the following days. Joseph admitted to the physical confrontation, describing it as an accident he never intended to escalate. He also attempted to shift suspicion onto Stevie's paternal grandfather, alleging that the bruises on Stevie's abdomen might have been caused by him. However, no clear reasoning or evidence supported this claim. As Stevie lay in the hospital, Gary visited her bedside, holding on to hope. He kissed his daughter and reassured her that she would be okay, clinging to the belief that this ordeal might result in him gaining sole custody of Stevie. Despite the heartbreak, Gary tried to see a glimmer of positivity amid the chaos, imagining a future where Stevie would never have to return to Abigail's home. While doctors prepared for surgery, they delivered devastating news to Gary. Stevie had suffered such severe trauma that her brain was no longer communicating with her body. Her pupils showed no reaction to light, a key indicator of brain death. Despite this grim prognosis, the doctors planned a last-ditch effort to save her life through an invasive procedure called a craniotomy, where a portion of the skull would be removed to relieve pressure and allow access to her brain. Stevie, only 2 years old, was facing a surgery no child should ever have to endure. Gary watched helplessly as his little girl fought for her life, praying for a miracle that would bring her back to him. After Stevie was taken in for surgery, Gary and Abigail were escorted to a private room where they were met by a hospital chaplain and the surgeon. The somber expression on their faces said it all. The surgeon broke the devastating news. Stevie wouldn't be coming home. During the delicate procedure, her condition had worsened and she went into cardiac arrest. Despite the medical team's best efforts with CPR and a defibrillator, they were unable to revive her. Stevie Osborne was pronounced dead at 1:28 p.m. on December 23, 2019, just 2 days before Christmas. Gary described being frozen in shock as he processed the tragedy. When he glanced at Abigail, he was struck by what he perceived as a cold, tearless expression. According to Gary, Abigail picked up her phone and, without emotion, told her mother, "You can tell everybody to go home. She's dead." An autopsy was performed on Christmas Eve, revealing the full extent of Stevie's injuries. They discovered bruises and contusions covering her forehead, scalp, upper lip, chest, abdomen, pelvis, hands, wrist, and legs. Internal injuries included hemorrhages in her abdomen, bowels in between her skull and scalp. The conclusion was clear. Stevie's cause of death was blunt force trauma to the head, and her death was ruled a homicide. The criminal investigation began immediately and lasted until January 6, 2021. Joseph, Abigail's boyfriend and the primary suspect, had a warrant issued for his arrest. Upon learning this, Joseph took a final, irreversible step. At his father's home, Joseph ended his life in the bathtub with a firearm. According to Gary, the police viewed Joseph's suicide as a de facto admission of guilt and decided not to pursue criminal charges against Abigail. Despite this, the Children's Division report held Abigail accountable for negligence in Stevie's care. Joseph left a 2-page letter on his computer, which his brother found and forwarded to Gary. While Gary brought the note to the police in hopes of reopening the case against Abigail, he was told it wouldn't change the outcome. Authorities had effectively closed the case. In the letter written on Christmas Eve, Joseph discussed his inner struggles. He spoke of loneliness, self-destructive thoughts, and his belief that the soul transcends physical death. While he explicitly denied harming Stevie and stated that her death had no bearing on his decision, he reflected on his life with a sense of resignation. Using the metaphor of an hourglass, he described how it felt as though his time had run out. Joseph also grappled with his mixed Korean heritage, expressing frustration at the discrimination he had faced throughout his life. He made a final request for his ashes to be scattered worldwide by a friend. However, Gary remained unconvinced that Joseph was solely responsible for Stevie's death, if he was involved at all. Gary believes that critical red flags were ignored during the investigation, and that Joseph's death was used as a convenient way to close the case. Authorities cited the bruising on Stevie's ear cartilage as evidence that only a man could have inflicted the injuries. Gary felt abandoned by the justice system, often left in the dark about key developments in the case. Looking back, Gary expressed deep regret, saying, "I hate to say it, but at the time I was in love and I ignored so many red flags. Now I look back and think, if I had noticed those things, maybe I could have saved Stevie." Gary's pursuit of justice for Stevie was met with frustration and heartbreak at every turn. He called the victim's advocate nearly every day for 2 years, only to be met with silence. Unable to remember her name due to her lack of involvement, Gary decided to work directly with Clay County Prosecutor Robert Sanders, hoping for some form of justice for his daughter. When Sanders requested a meeting with Gary and his family, they arrived at the office only to find 4 armed officers stationed outside. Gary's heart sank knowing the news would be grim. Inside, Sanders bluntly told him it's not illegal to be stupid. It's not illegal to be a bad mom. Gary was outraged, convinced that if Abigail faced a jury, they would see her complicity in Stevie's death. The prosecutor dismissed Gary's pleas, saying, "We got the guy that hurt your daughter," referring to Joseph, who had taken his own life. To Gary, this was no justice at all. There had been no trial, no conviction. The lack of justice for Stevie was compounded by minimal media coverage, which further silenced her story. While Abigail avoided criminal charges, the Children's Division investigation brought consequences. Abigail faced the risk of losing her nursing license in Missouri. In response, she filed a civil lawsuit against the Children's Division and its director. Before the trial, the Children's Division prepared extensive evidence, including medical reports, autopsy findings, and testimonies from investigators and medical experts. Abigail, on the other hand, offered little in her defense, relying on testimony from family members and herself. The trial, held on March 7, 2023, revealed troubling contradictions. Abigail's stepmother claimed she hadn't noticed any bruises or illness during the Christmas party, contradicting reports from other family members and her own prior statements to the Children's Division. Abigail testified that Stevie had vomited multiple times and admitted she considered the possibility of a concussion but chose to treat her daughter with Dramamine and Sprite instead of seeking medical care. When questioned about Joseph's anger issues, Abigail admitted he would often lose his temper, even punching a hole in a door. Despite this, she left Stevie in Joseph's care rather than placing her with Stevie's great-grandmother, Virginia, citing concerns about the elderly woman's ability to care for a sick child. The testimony of a pediatric specialist was pivotal. She testified that Stevie's injuries were far beyond normal childhood bruises and consistent with child abuse. She pointed out that the bruising on Stevie's forehead was indicative of severe intracranial bleeding. Given Abigail's medical background and the visible signs of Stevie's deteriorating condition, she concluded that Abigail had failed to protect her child and had exhibited clear medical neglect. In the end, the court ruled that Abigail had been negligent in protecting Stevie and responding to her medical needs. The evidence showed she was aware of Joseph's anger issues and the danger he posed, but still left Stevie in his care. Based on this, the judge denied Abigail's appeal to remove her name from the Central Child Abuse and Neglect Registry, a decision that affirmed her culpability, even if it stopped short of criminal charges. Family and friends came together at Park Hill Baptist Church in Kansas City on Saturday, December 28, 2019, to honor the brief yet impactful life of Stevie. The service, funded by Gary's Workplace Trauma Support Fund, was attended by co-workers and close family. Despite his lingering doubts about Abigail's involvement, Gary decided to allow her to attend the funeral, recognizing that if she were innocent, Stevie deserved to have her mother present. This decision was met with mixed emotions, as many family members were grieving and angry. Abigail shared heartfelt words at the funeral. She then described Stevie in touching detail, celebrating her unique personality and the joy she brought to those around her. From Stevie's adventurous spirit at the park to her comforting nature when others were sad, Abigail painted a vivid picture of the little girl's vibrant essence. With Gary managing the funeral arrangements, he entrusted the burial to Abigail. However, he was devastated to learn, hours after the fact, that Stevie had been buried without his or his family's knowledge. Abigail had failed to inform them of the burial, effectively excluding them from being present as Stevie was laid to rest. Determined to seek justice for his daughter, Gary launched a GoFundMe campaign with two key goals: securing legal support to hold all responsible parties accountable and creating a lasting memorial for Stevie. The fundraiser had raised $4,178 of its $50,000 goal, far short of what was needed. Gary's plans included transforming Stevie's resting place into a serene and beautiful tribute and purchasing a memorial bench. In his GoFundMe statement, Gary expressed his resolve to honor Stevie's memory with a fitting tribute. Stevie's memory shines brightly in my heart, but her resting place doesn't yet reflect the vibrant spirit she was. I'm determined to give her a headstone that captures her essence, a tribute that solely focuses on her, free from any painful associations. Gary remains unwavering in his fight for justice and remembrance, ensuring that Stevie's story will not be forgotten. Through his dedication, he seeks to create a legacy that celebrates the light Stevie brought into the world while holding those responsible for her tragic loss accountable. The case of Ayah Hashim. The Hashim family moved to the UK from Lebanon in November 2011, seeking a safer and more promising future. Ayah's father, Ismail, wanted his children to have a good education and become valuable member of society. He applied for asylum for himself and his family, and after receiving a residence permit, they settled in Blackburn. Ayah was a driven and ambitious young woman with big plans for her life. She was a law student at Salford University. Tragically, her parents' hopes for a better life were shattered when Ayah was killed in a senseless act of violence. On May 17, 2020, Ayah left her house to go to a nearby supermarket at around 3 p.m. However, she never returned home. About an hour later, Ayah's father went out to look for her. Ayah's mother searched online and discovered the news that a woman had been shot in their neighborhood. Soon after, Ayah's parents received the devastating news that their daughter had been killed in the shooting. Ayah was walking on King Street when a car drove by with multiple occupants. One of the individuals in the car fired 2 shots, one of which fatally hit Ayah. 19-year-old Ayah Hashim was fatally shot on King Street and died the same day despite medical efforts. The police do not think the incident was motivated by racism or religious hatred. Deputy Chief Terry Woods is seeking the public's help in gathering evidence. He asks anyone with dash cam footage or surveillance cameras to come forward if they have recordings of a green Toyota Aventus car or any suspicious activity. According to Deputy Chief Woods, Ayah was an innocent bystander who was shopping for her family when she was accidentally caught in the crossfire. The shooting involved a green Toyota Aventus car. Witnesses report that 2 rounds were fired from the vehicle and sadly, Ayah was hit. Later that day, police discovered the Toyota Aventus car involved in the shooting abandoned near the scene of the crime. They also obtained CCTV footage of the incident. The footage shows that at 3:03 p.m. Ayah is walking along the sidewalk that Toyota mentioned earlier drives past her. The rear side window on the left is down. The shooter makes a fatal shot. The bullet goes through her and hits the pole. For ethical reasons, the police did not reveal footage of she falling to the ground. After reviewing the video recording, it's clear that there were at least 2 individuals in the car, the driver and the shooter. Following the shooting, the perpetrators quickly fled the scene and abandoned the vehicle on a nearby street. Within 2 hours, the police located the car and initiated a search for its owner. Ayah Hashim was caught in the crossfire of a shooting incident that occurred near Khan's car wash. Following her death, the police launched a massive operation to apprehend the suspects who had fled the UK with the assistance of international law enforcement. 8 individuals were initially charged in connection with her death. Ayah's death was ultimately determined to be a tragic accident. She was an innocent bystander. The shooting was actually a targeted attack on the owner of Khan's car wash, who was a competitor of Pharaoh Suleiman. It was Suleiman who allegedly hired a hitman to take out Khan, but the bullet mistakenly hit Ayah instead. According to the video recording, at the time of the incident, Ayah was standing a few feet away from a pole. The first bullet fired missed its intended target and hit something near a man, as evidenced by the splashing water. The key point here is that the shooter made a mistake. The person they aimed at was not the business owner, rather an employee who was mistaken for Khan. During the second shot, Ayah was positioned between the shooter and the employee. The bullet struck her in the left side of her chest, passed through her body, and then hit the pole. The car immediately fled the scene. The car wash owner, Khan, witnessed Ayah falling to the ground and rushed to her aid, calling emergency services in the process. He described the events, stating that he had seen the car and the gun, and then the assailant sped away. According to him, they returned and started shooting, aiming the gun at him, which left him confused. To better understand the crime, let's examine the roles of the individuals involved. We'll start with the mastermind, Faro Suleiman. Faro Suleiman was a successful businessman with a loving family. Sullen owned a thriving tire shop that had gained significant popularity over time. The business provided him with a substantial income, enabling him and his family to live a comfortable life. He was also active on social media, frequently sharing photos of himself driving expensive cars, giving his followers a glimpse into his life. When his business began to decline, he devised a plan to eliminate his competitor, Khan. Despite being a potential suspect due to his motive, Suleiman went ahead with the plan. He enlisted the help of Ayah Hussein, Zamir Raja, and Anthony Ennis. The perpetrators conducted a surveillance mission the day before the crime, driving near the car wash to inspect the area. Additionally, Abu Bakr Sasha purchased the Toyota used in the crime with money provided by Suleiman. Kashif Minzer ensured the car was in working condition by performing technical checks and addressing any malfunctions. Uthman Sasha and his girlfriend, Judy Chapman, played a supporting role in the crime. They drove the shooter and driver to the location of the Toyota in their Ford Fiesta and then picked them up after the crime was committed, they abandoning the Toyota on a nearby street. According to the inquest, at 1:14 p.m. Judy Chapman and Uthman Sessia picked up Raja and Ennis from Bolton and drove them 13 miles to Blackburn, where the Toyota was parked. Kashif Minzer made sure the Toyota was ready as all four men drove to Blackburn. However, when they stopped a couple of miles from the car wash, the Toyota wouldn't start due to a dead battery. Minzer jumped the battery using another car's battery and some wires. With the car started, Minzer handed it over to Raja and Ennis, then returned to the service station where Suleiman was waiting, watching from a front row seat to see what would happen. The Toyota approached the corner with its windows rolled down. Ennis and Raja circled the block several times, waiting for the perfect moment to act. They needed to be on the same side of the street as Khan's car wash. Meanwhile, Minzer and Suleiman were observing the situation unfold. On the fourth pass by the car wash, the Toyota slowed down. Coincidentally, Khan was on the street at that exact moment. However, the shooter, Samir Raja, made a mistake and fired the first shot at a different employee, not Khan. Fortunately, the first bullet missed its target, but the second bullet hit Ayah. Following the shooting, Raja and Ennis fled the scene, abandoning their vehicle and getting into a car with Judy Chapman and Uthman Sesha, who drove them away from Blackburn. When police reviewed the video of Suleiman's store, Ayah Hussein entered the store. Suleiman signaled to the others who were aware of the incident to leave the room and go to the second floor. Abu Bakr Sesha, who had bought the Toyota involved in the crime, was sitting behind them. When Abu Bakr Sasha overheard the police radio mention that the perpetrator's car had been found, he immediately got up to discuss something with Suleiman. 9 days after Ayah's murder, Samir Raja, the shooter, fled to Portugal and met Anthony Ennis, the driver of the Toyota, at Lisbon Airport. Both men had escaped the country. Meanwhile, the police were arresting the individuals involved in the crime. Faro Suleiman, the mastermind, was arrested on May 18th, the day after Ayah's murder. Abu Bakr Sesha was arrested on May 19th, and Judy Chapman and Uthman Sada were arrested on May 20th. The Yaz Hussein and Kashif Minzer were arrested on May 21st. Samir Raja, who had hoped to return to England without being detected, was arrested at a London train station on June 6th. Anthony Ennis was caught in Spain on July 4th and extradited to the UK. Ayah Hashim was murdered and Khan, the owner of a car wash, was nearly killed in a violent crime. Several suspects were charged, and at first, all of them denied any involvement. However, as the investigation continued and the pressure mounted, their stories began to contradict each other as they tried to downplay their roles in the crime. As the suspects' testimonies became more inconsistent, they started to turn on each other, revealing crucial details about the crime to the police. Each suspect tried to avoid a long prison sentence by blaming the others. On August 5, 2021, the court delivered its verdicts, resulting in severe sentences for all those involved. Faro Solon, who had a prior conviction for a fatal hit-and-run incident in 2001, received a life sentence with a minimum term of 34 years. Raja, the shooter, was also given a life sentence with a minimum term of 34 years. According to reports, he was paid $500 for his involvement in the crime. The driver, Anthony Ennis, was sentenced to life imprisonment with a minimum term of 33 years. Ayah Hashim, who orchestrated the crime, received a life sentence with a minimum term of 32 years. Abu Bakr Sasha, who bought the getaway car, will serve at least 28 years. Uthman Satatia, who arranged for the shooter and driver to be transported, will also serve at least 28 years. And Kashif Minzer, who made sure the car was working on the day of the crime, will serve at least 27 years. The judge was critical of the defendants, stating that they showed no regret for their actions after the shooting. Instead of taking responsibility, they tried to deceive and manipulate their way out of trouble. When that failed, they turned on each other in an attempt to save themselves. Judy Chapman was found guilty in October 2021 of involuntary deprivation of life. She was given a 15-year prison sentence for driving the car involved in the crime. However, investigators have since discovered that other individuals were involved in the crime. This was revealed through analysis of communication between the convicted parties. A 42-year-old from Manchester was sentenced to life in prison on May 5, 2023, with a minimum term of 32 years. During his trial, evidence revealed that Otway acted as an intermediary between Oz Hussein, Zamir Raja, and Anthony Ennis. Specifically, he assisted Hussein in committing a crime. Another person, Ben Bridge, was also involved in the case. She was the 10th person to be found guilty. Prosecutors said that Banbridge met with Raja and Ennis in Bolton, took their phones and turned them off. Then she drove to Trafford and turned the phones back on in different locations, making it seem like Raja and Ennis were in Greater Manchester, not Blackburn, when a shooting happened. This was done to create a fake alibi for the two men. Banbridge, 32, admitted to conspiracy to pervert the course of justice and was sentenced to 23 months in prison on August 11, 2023. This was the last conviction in the case of Ayah Hashim. To those around them, the Inman family seemed like a model of unity and devotion. Their lives were centered around faith, and each Sunday they were a familiar sight at church. Yet, beyond the public facade, hidden dynamics played out within their close family circle. The story of William and Sandra Inman began in 1983 at church. William, then 18, met 16-year-old Sandra. With the blessing of their families, the young couple married and settled in Logan, a quiet community in Ohio. Bill, as he was commonly known, was a man of deep religious faith, balancing his construction job with playing music at the Evangelical Church near Nelsonville, Ohio. Sandra managed their household, and in 1984 they welcomed their son, William Jr., whom they affectionately called Will. Will grew up, and in 2001 at 17 he met Summer Cook, a 15-year-old girl also at church, a meeting that mirrored his parents' initial encounter. After 3 years of friendship, they married when Summer turned 18 in 2004 and moved in with Will's parents in Logan, Ohio. By 2004, Bill, now 39, had ambitions to become a pastor. He converted his garage into a small gathering space, which eventually attracted neighbors and friends seeking solace and prayer. His unconventional ministry led to skepticism, but his gatherings continued to grow. In 2005, Will and Summer celebrated the arrival of their first child, Alex, though the family faced financial pressures, partly due to Bill's ministry, which wasn't bringing in sufficient income. They decided to move out of Ohio in search of better opportunities. In 2006, the Inmans relocated to Florida, where Bill and Will found work in hotel construction, and the family adapted to their new life. 2 years later, they returned to Ohio, though they had lost their original home in Logan and had to settle in a rental in Vinton's rural areas. The family continued to grow with the births of Kelly in 2008 and Alana in 2010. As young parents, Will and Summer sometimes took weekend breaks, while Bill and Sandra enjoyed spending time with their grandchildren. That same year, Bill officially became a pastor, establishing the Faith Church and launching Ranch of Mercy, a charitable project aimed at helping those in need. With aspirations to build a home for orphans and widows, Bill introduced a fundraising lottery, offering a grand prize of either a house or $200,000, along with other rewards. Despite high hopes, no shelter was built, and the lottery set for September 2010 never took place. In June 2010, Summer informed Will of her desire to separate. In a diary entry, she expressed her feelings of exhaustion, yearning for happiness and frustration with her life's direction. She feared how Will might react, but knew she couldn't continue in her current situation. Following her decision, Summer moved out, taking her children to her parents' home and allowing them to maintain contact with Will and his family. By August, she started a relationship with Adam Peters and found a cleaning job at a bank in Logan. The scheduled raffle for Ranch of Mercy arrived in September, but without any prize house built, and participants saw no refunds or explanations. Meanwhile, financial challenges continued, with the Inmans facing eviction for overdue rent by December. When Summer and Adam attempted to collect her remaining belongings, Will and his family denied them entry, resulting in a confrontation that led Summer to involve the police and file a complaint against Will. Summer described the change in Will's behavior after their marriage. According to her, he became increasingly controlling, restricting her activities, and even limiting her access to personal items like her phone and keys. She disclosed his desire for a large family and his interest in polygamy, which led him to seek connections online. She also shared that her cats had mysteriously vanished, with Will claiming they had run off, a statement he reportedly made with indifference. Will defended his actions, citing his suspicions about her fidelity as a reason for taking her phone and keys. As for the cats, he said he had taken them to a shelter due to their wild behavior. As a result of the escalating tensions between them, Will received a restraining order, barring him from any contact with Summer and placing him under probation. This restriction fueled a bitter custody dispute, with both sides fighting for the well-being of the children. The Inman family filed a report against Adam Peters, whom they perceived as a potential danger to Alex, Kelly, and Alana. However, events soon took a tragic turn for Summer. On March 22, 2011, 25-year-old Summer Inman finished her shift at the bank late that night. She texted Adam to meet up after work, but she never appeared. Concerned, Adam arrived at the bank by 11:30 p.m. and while searching for her, stumbled upon her scattered belongings, her phone, keys, and a music player still playing with her headphones attached. He found her jacket nearby in the grass. Alarmed, Adam immediately contacted Summer's parents, urging them to notify the police. Initially, Summer's parents called the bank, thinking she might still be inside. When no one there had seen her, they reached out to the Logan police, emphasizing how uncharacteristic it was for her to be late without notice. Officers responded to the scene, gathering statements from witnesses who had been there that night. 2 women jogging near the bank recalled seeing Summer around 11 p.m. as she took out the trash. Suddenly, a white car pulled up, driven by a blonde woman, while 2 masked individuals emerged, seizing Summer and forcing her into the back seat. Despite her attempts to escape and her screams, a nearby bystander's effort to help was thwarted when the driver sprayed him with pepper spray. The car sped off, leaving only the joggers to recount the scene. They rushed to the police to report what they had witnessed, but their account was initially met with doubt by law enforcement, who found the story unusually detailed. The Logan police officially declared Summer Inman missing that same night. Her story quickly spread through local media, and soon hundreds of Logan residents joined the search, determined to find her. However, as days passed, hope of finding Summer alive began to fade. Her parents held onto their last bits of hope, even as the community's efforts intensified. A Facebook photo Summer had shared just before her disappearance portrayed her with Adam and her children, appearing happy. Unbeknownst to many, Will Inman, still connected to Adam on Facebook, had seen the post. Strangely, Will remained connected online with his estranged wife's new partner, a man who had been introduced to the family in early 2010 when the Inmans hired him for household tasks. This was how Adam and Summer had met and eventually fallen for one another. Summer confided in her diary about her emotional conflict, feeling as though she had betrayed her faith, but unable to ignore her feelings for Adam. 5 days before her disappearance, the court proceedings for the divorce continued as Will contested the proposed spousal support. He requested a reduction to just $50 a month. Given his modest annual income, the Inman family had sought full custody of the children but had been denied, and losing regular contact with their grandchildren devastated Bill and Sandra, who reportedly looked worn and unwell afterward, visibly affected by the loss. During the investigation into Summer's abduction, law enforcement tracked down the Inman family at Bill's mother's house in Jackson County, Ohio. When questioned, Bill, Sandra, and Will claimed they had no involvement in her disappearance. They asserted that on the night in question, they were on their way to Cleveland to view a property. However, their car broke down after 3 hours, forcing them to wait for repairs and eventually return to Logan the next morning. They insisted that any disputes with Summer had been minor and infrequent, but expressed that the presence of Adam Peters in their lives had introduced strain and was ultimately the reason for the fracture in their once close-knit family. When law enforcement inspected the Inman family's vehicle, they seized a GPS unit that provided crucial insights. The data revealed that on March 22nd, the night of Summer's abduction, the vehicle was in Logan. The GPS had been deactivated around 5:30 p.m. and only reactivated the following morning, again in Logan, contradicting the family's statement about a trip to Cleveland. Cell phone records further confirmed that Bill, Sandra, and Will were all in Logan on March 22nd and 23. Additionally, surveillance footage showed the Inmans cleaning the car's interior at a car wash on the morning of March 23rd with all three present, but Summer nowhere to be seen. The next stop was a Cleveland auto shop where Bill had nearly new tires swapped out for used ones, explaining that he simply didn't like the current set. The vehicle also appeared to have undergone some modifications. These peculiar actions raised investigator suspicions, leading to the arrests of Bill, Sandra, and Will Inman, who were subsequently brought in for questioning. Before the arrests, Bill reassured his elderly mother that they were innocent, attributing their ordeal to a test from the devil. Despite hours of questioning, the family members each claimed ignorance of Summer's whereabouts. However, the prospect of a potential death sentence eventually broke Sandra's silence. She confessed that they were responsible for abducting Summer on March 22nd, with Bill and Will donning masks. According to Sandra, their intention was simply to frighten Summer, hoping to secure more access to the grandchildren. Yet, things went tragically wrong. Sandra recounted how, after forcing Summer into the car, Will bound her hands, feet, and neck with plastic ties to prevent her escape. But as she struggled, she began to lose consciousness. Will, realizing the severity of the situation, panicked, frantically searching for a knife to free her. He reportedly shouted. Despite their desperate attempts, Summer stopped breathing, succumbing to the restraints. Sandra maintained that they never intended for Summer's death. Their goal was to resolve the custody conflict, but the situation spiraled out of control. On March 29th, a week after Summer's disappearance, Sandra revealed the location of her body. Authorities found her remains in a septic tank at Faith Church near Nelsonville, where Bill had helped with construction years prior and where the couple had been married. Police removed a concrete slab to open the tank, immediately seeing Summer's legs. She had been thrown head first into the well, still in her work uniform with a shirt bearing the phrase, "I don't have anger issues. Have issues with idiots." Forensic analysis confirmed strangulation as the cause of death, with no additional injuries aside from the marks left by her restraints. Sandra admitted her initial plan was to dispose of the body in a river, but decided the well near the church would better hide the evidence. She expressed deep shame and regret over her actions and the tragic outcome. During the trial, Bill and Will remained silent, showing no acknowledgement of guilt or remorse and avoiding eye contact with Summer's parents. Only Sandra accepted responsibility, stating that the scheme to intimidate Summer was her idea. Tearfully, she addressed Summer's parents, asking for forgiveness and saying she had loved Summer like her own daughter. Her voice, shaking with emotion, conveyed her remorse, as she expressed that if she could, she would undo everything. In 2012, the verdict came down. Bill and Will Inman were sentenced to life imprisonment without parole, while Sandra received a life sentence with the possibility of parole after 15 years. Yet, those close to the family doubted Sandra was the true mastermind. Friends and church members often noted that Bill had always been the dominant figure, and Will was regarded as spoiled and overindulged by his parents. Many speculated that Sandra's confession was a calculated attempt to shield her husband and son from harsher penalties. Today, Summer's children, Alex, Kelly, and Alana, are being raised by her family. Explaining the absence of their parents and grandparents to the children was a challenging and heart-wrenching process, as they gradually learned the truth about their family's tragic history. Case of Michael Vanek. Michael Vanek was born on August 14, 1987, in a city that was once a hub for gold miners. He was the only brother to 4 sisters, Natasha, Michelle, Bianca, and Rihanna. Michael grew up in a close-knit family with caring and loving parents who worked hard to provide a decent life for their children. His father was an entrepreneur, and his mother created a nurturing atmosphere at home that encouraged the growth and development of their kids. Michael was a sociable and kind person who did well in school and sports. He even earned a black belt in karate, which gave him confidence and resilience. After completing his education, Michael trained as an electrician, a profession that offered good earnings and promising job prospects. He worked at mine number 4 of the Beatrix mine in the small town of Unison. In 2011, at the age of 23, Michael decided to register on a dating site to distract himself from a recent breakup and meet new people. That's when he came across the profile of a sweet and smiling girl who shared his interests. They both disliked loud parties and wanted to find true love and build a strong family. Michael was pleasantly surprised to have found a suitable match online. On April 2nd, he excitedly told his mother that he had a date and was busy preparing for it. He even withdrew 3,000 Rand from his account to impress the girl. However, he was uneasy about the unusual meeting spot his friend had chosen, the city cemetery, and didn't mention it to his parents. At around 9 p.m. that evening, Michael said goodbye to his family and left the house, getting into his silver Paul Joe 2007, a gift from his parents for his coming of age. When he arrived at the cemetery, the girl was running a bit late, but she looked stunning in a white dress and greeted him with a smile. They chatted comfortably, and she suggested they head to a more secluded area of the cemetery. There they found a romantic setup, a blanket and a basket of fruit and wine. After having a glass of wine, the girl suddenly kissed Michael. Pleasant feeling quickly turned to pain and horror as he realized he had fallen into a sinister trap. Shana Vanharren was born in 1991, a time of crisis for her parents. Her mother's pregnancy prompted the couple to put their divorce on hold and try to salvage their relationship. However, their efforts ultimately failed and their home life continued to deteriorate. Shana's mother made no effort to hide her resentment towards her daughter, viewing her as an unwanted reminder of her husband. After the divorce, Shana's mother took the children and left their father behind. Shana suffered from a severe lack of love and attention from her mother, feeling lonely and misunderstood. Among her siblings, Shana struggled the most, growing increasingly withdrawn and sullen from a young age. She exhibited disturbing behaviors, such as talking about death and creating disturbing drawings. Her grandparents, alarmed by her behavior, suspected supernatural influence and took her to church, where she was subjected to an exorcism ritual. Shana's mental health declined as she got older. At 10, she had a disturbing incident where she threatened a house guest with a knife, prompting her family to seek professional psychiatric help. Fortunately, The medication improved her mood, and her father made an effort to spend quality time with her, even taking her on hunting trips. However, Chana later revealed that she found pleasure in harming animals, often bringing home dead creatures. When Chana turned 12, she formed a problematic friendship with an older man who introduced her to harmful substances and took advantage of her vulnerability. 2 years later, her mother moved to New Zealand, leaving Chana and her siblings in the care of their father and stepmother. At 15, Chana became involved with a 22-year-old man who had an unhealthy interest in Satanism, occultism, and voodoo cults. Fortunately, by her 17th birthday, Chana's life started to take a positive turn. She distanced herself from harmful relationships, successfully graduated from high school, and enrolled in college to study art and graphic design. After abandoning her interest in Satanism and ceasing to use harmful substances, Chana's emotional well-being significantly improved. She excelled in her studies and eventually secured a job in her chosen field. Chana's new job provided her with a supportive community, including her colleagues and management, where she discovered her talent for visual arts, earning her respect and recognition. She also started dating Warren, giving the impression to outsiders, including her family and close friends, that her life was back on track. However, beneath the surface, her inner struggles persisted. Her father was especially relieved, hoping she had finally grown up and would soon get married. But an unexpected obstacle emerged, threatening to disrupt her newfound stability. Warren's friend Roy, who claimed to be highly sensitive, sensed a dark and malevolent presence in Chana, despite her kind and friendly nature. His concerns were dismissed due to the contrast between his perceptions and her outward appearance. One day, Roy approached Chana, asking about Norman, a name that kept appearing in his mind, implying she might be unfaithful to Warren. Chana's response was shocking. She spat in his face and demanded he stop questioning her. Chana's friend Norman was later revealed to be the name of her imaginary childhood friend, Zazzle. This discovery changed the dynamics among their group of friends. At a party, Chana became interested in 24-year-old Martin. Martin came from a respected and wealthy family, unlike Chana. He had a good relationship with both his parents and was smart, well-mannered, and performed well in school. However, Martin had been struggling with a mental illness since he was 6 years old. He started having hallucinations, claiming that an entity appeared to him, making him believe he had incredible strength. As Martin grew older, his mental condition worsened, leading to problems at school and home. At 14, he was hospitalized in a psychiatric facility and diagnosed with schizophrenia. Although conventional treatment didn't work, his family and doctors eventually found the right medication to control his condition, except for occasional outbursts of aggression. Chana and Martin, two unstable young individuals, started a romantic relationship. Despite their outward appearance of happiness, their parents were oblivious to the issues the couple had faced in the past. As their relationship progressed, it ultimately led to devastating consequences. At first, the couple was social and outgoing, attending parties and interacting with others. Friends recalled noticing cuts on their hands, which they jokingly attributed to intimate experiments. However, as time passed, Chana and Martin began to withdraw from their social circle and developed an interest in dark practices, including Satanism, voodoo, and occult rituals. This fascination eventually extended to infamous serial killers. In 2011, Martins posted a photo with his girlfriend Chana on social media, captioned, "Killers," with an ambiguous emoji. At the time, no one took the post seriously. However, unbeknownst to others, the couple had dark fantasies that eventually turned into a sinister plan. They wanted to torture and kill homeless people and even practiced on animals. But their plan was put on hold as they couldn't find a suitable victim. Shana created a profile on a dating site and caught the attention of Michael Vanek. The couple targeted him for their twisted plan, and Shana suggested they meet in person. Michael agreed, despite the unusual meeting location. Shana and Martins carefully prepared for the date, planning every detail, including what to wear and how to end Michael's life. Chana approached the meeting fully prepared, and the trap was set. Michael fell for the bait, and Martins attacked him from behind with a knife. Despite being stabbed around 30 times, Michael resisted, which caught the attackers off guard. Shana intervened, and together they overwhelmed Michael, who begged them to end his suffering. After the attack, Martin slit his own throat and the couple began to dismember Michael's body. They severed his legs and decapitated him, placing the body parts in bags. They buried the body in a shallow grave, but couldn't make it deep enough due to lacking shovels. They then left the scene with the body parts using Michael's car, which they later abandoned in a troubled neighborhood. The next day, a cemetery worker discovered the grave and alerted the authorities. Meanwhile, Michael's parents were frantically searching for him, and his workplace reported him missing. The police found Michael's car, which led them to the cemetery, where they uncovered the gruesome crime scene. The local police were already investigating a mysterious body found on the cemetery grounds, with all signs pointing to foul play. They brought Michael Vanek's family into the picture, as he had gone missing a day earlier. At the cemetery, Michael's mother identified her son's body by recognizing his personal belongings and distinctive childhood burn scars. The autopsy revealed that Michael had suffered multiple knife wounds and signs of struggle. The body had been dismembered after death, with a level of professional precision suggesting the perpetrators had experience with such acts. The evidence pointed to multiple attackers being involved, given the number and nature of the wounds, as well as the strength required to overpower the victim. DNA testing confirmed the body was 23-year-old Michael Vanek. During the investigation, police seized Michael's phone and computer, tracing his last communication to Shafilia Van Halt, who had invited him to the cemetery on the fateful night. When questioned, Shav and her boyfriend Martin confessed to their involvement in the murder. Shav's father was shocked by her calm and defiant confession, in which she claimed to have dreamed of committing such a crime since she started hunting with him. The lack of remorse from the couple shocked everyone, and they seemed to relish the public attention. They had planned to take their own lives if caught, but later changed their minds, wanting to live the life of monsters. The police search of the couple's apartment revealed a disturbing environment. The walls were covered in distorted portraits of Shav, depicting her without eyes, mouth, or ears in various guises. The police found disturbing evidence in the rooms, including ritual items, animal scalps, knives, and unknown objects. They also discovered the belongings of the murdered him, including his glasses and wallet. Martins later admitted that they took the victim's money to fund their next crime. The most shocking discovery, however, was made in the refrigerator. The police found the victim's head with his mouth sewn shut, which suggested that the couple planned to use it as a ritual bowl. Additionally, the victim's eyes and ears were found in separate containers. The police also found the victim's hand and leg buried near the murderer's home, along with the bodies of several animals. The girl's diary revealed her dark thoughts and plans. The evidence suggested that the couple derived pleasure from taking lives and mutilating bodies. Both Martins and Shana underwent mental evaluations, and the commission confirmed that they were aware of their actions and desired the consequences. In November 2011, Shana stood trial as a serial offender, despite it being a single incident. She openly admitted that she did not feel remorse and desired to repeat her actions. Psychiatrists diagnosed Shana with psychopathic and antisocial disorders, making her a more dangerous individual. Throughout the trial, she remained emotionless. Shana was found guilty and sentenced to 35 years in prison without parole, with 20 years for murder and an additional 15 years for robbery and dismemberment. Martins defended himself in court, claiming that he did not remember the events until he was in jail. He admitted to studying Satanism and occultism, which he believed pushed him and Shana to commit the crime. During the trial, he apologized to the victim's parents, although his apology sounded insincere. He implied that the victim was simply in the wrong place at the wrong time, when in reality the couple had lured him into a premeditated trap. Michael's mother was overcome with grief and struck Martins during one of the sessions. In the end, Martins was also found guilty and sentenced to 35 years in prison, with the possibility of parole after serving half of his sentence. After 2014, Shana and her lover Martins maintained a relationship through letters while he was in prison. In these letters, Martins referred to Shana as a dark goddess and wrote poetic phrases such as, "When you part your lips, words of a dead butterfly spill out, and they fall upon my mystical heart and paint it with sweet poison. However, over time, Shana ended the relationship, feeling that they had become emotionally disconnected from each other. While in prison, Shana exhibited exemplary behavior, teaching her fellow inmates art and theology. Some collectors, fascinated by notorious criminals, paid large sums for a photograph of Shana with her autograph, as well as a print of her hand. Martins also attracted a following with a fan club that was monitored by the police for a long time to prevent his followers from emulating his violent actions. Despite his circumstances, Martins continued to receive therapy and completed his education through correspondence courses. Ultimately, the case highlights how two unstable individuals driven by their desires and lacking boundaries can destroy an innocent life. Furthermore, it reveals how some people, often hiding behind a seemingly normal facade, can harbor dark and sinister intentions. Unfortunately, new acquaintances can sometimes have a profoundly negative impact on our lives, marking a point of no return. Dolores Wolfe lived in Woodland, California in 1979. She had a husband named Carl. He wasn't an abusive husband. Dolores also had 4 children: Carl Jr., Annie Marie, Tom, and Paul. She worked at Woodland High School as a secretary. Dolores was known for her joyful and positive demeanor, and she would have never left her 4 children. According to her husband, that is exactly what she did. Dolores was last seen in August 1979 at her home in Hillcrest Street. When her children asked their father where Dolores was, he told them that she was gone and was never coming back. Detectives from the Yolo County Sheriff's Office immediately started working the case, trying to find out where she was. They never let the case go, but her disappearance would remain a mystery that haunted her family for more than 4 decades. The family believed that Carl was responsible for her disappearance. Investigators found incriminating evidence in the family car as well. At one point, Carl was arrested and charged, but never tried. Investigators were sure that he could be convicted if they only had a body. Carl passed away in 2005. While the investigation into Dolores' disappearance was ongoing, investigators at Bennica Police Department had a mystery of their own. On September 17, 1979, just 6 weeks after Dolores' disappearance, sailors discovered a lower torso that had washed up on the Carquina Strait shoreline. Since there was no available fingerprints or dental work to use for comparison, the remains went unidentified, buried as a Jane Doe. The case was looked into again this year. The Yolo County Sheriff's Office partnered with Doe Network and Benique Police Department. The Doe Network is a non-profit organization of volunteers who work with police to match missing persons to John and Jane Doe cases. 11 women that went missing between Sacramento and San Francisco in 1979 were looked into, as the lower torso that was found might have belonged to them. A DNA swab was collected from one of Dolores' sons. The torso was exhumed so the DNA could be collected from the bone. In October of 2020, investigators received the news that thanks to DNA, it is confirmed that it was Dolores Wolfe's body that was found off the shoreline. One of her sons, Tom, had this to say: "I think my first emotion was anger, because of the fact that she was found a month and a half after she disappeared, and we're only finding out now that it was her." Some investigators disagree on whether this case is completely solved. Some say that if Carl was still alive, he would be convicted. Others believe that someone else could be the person who took her life. 41-year-old Gloria Hassimer lived in Santa Cruz, California, in 1995. She had 2 children that she had to raise on her own because her husband had passed away. In 9:45 on June 9, 1995, she was arrested by Watsonville police for drunk driving. A few hours later, she was released. Gloria's car was impounded, and for some reason no officer drove her home, so she had to walk home or hitchhike. She never made it back home, and her family got worried. She was 4 feet 11 inches tall and weighed 100 pounds. Gloria was last seen wearing a blue and black shirt, green jeans, and white tennis shoes. When she was last seen, it was about 4 a.m., and she was walking along Water Street in Santa Cruz. The day after she was arrested on June 10, 1995, A woman's body was found in the Pajaro River at the Highway 1 overcrossing. She was quickly identified as Gloria Hassimer. Investigators were determined to find the culprit, but it would take many years for the case to be solved. In 2020, the case was looked into again. Investigators from the Santa Cruz Police Department decided to make use of DNA technology to help solve the case. They used DNA evidence they had collected from the crime scene that belonged to the culprit and entered it into the public DNA databases. Amazingly, they found a match: 62-year-old John LaRoche. This is a mugshot of him back in 1996. He has quite an extensive criminal background. Investigators believe that there might be more victims of his. He was arrested back in December of 2020 at his home in Turlock, California. Gloria's family expressed their gratitude to investigators in a statement. "We greatly appreciate their hard work, dedication, and compassion they've shown to our family over the years." Santa Cruz County Sheriff Jim Hart said, "This crime shook our community back in 1995, and our detectives have been committed to making an arrest since. We've seen the heartbreak it brought to Gloria's loved ones, and we are proud to be taking this step towards justice." The case of Jennifer Londano. Jennifer Londano, a 31-year-old engaged and responsible individual, failed to arrive at her job in Englewood, New Jersey, prompting concerns from her family and friends. As the manager of the newly opened Luna Lounge on Armory Street, Jennifer was a diligent worker with a spotless attendance record. However, on June 25, 2017, she vanished without a trace after closing the bar in the early morning hours. When she didn't show up for her shift that evening, her coworkers grew worried and attempted to contact her, but her phone was switched off, which was unusual because she always maintained regular communication with them. This lack of response heightened their anxiety. Her loved ones decided to file a missing person report with the police, highlighting that she always checked in with them before going anywhere. As the investigation began, police visited Jennifer's apartment, where she lived alone. The officers found the front door locked with no signs of forced entry or damage. Upon entering the apartment, they initially noticed nothing out of the ordinary. The space was clean and well-maintained, with no signs of disarray or theft. At first glance, nothing suggested that the apartment was a crime scene. After investigating Jennifer's apartment and finding no leads, the police visited the bar where she worked as a manager to gather more information. They spoke with the staff at the establishment and discovered that Jennifer was well-liked by everyone, with no reported conflicts with patrons or employees. Her co-workers described her as kind, helpful, and highly respected. Jennifer was a driven and ambitious person who had a strong work ethic. In 2016, she partnered with 40-year-old Rafael Lolas to open the Luna Lounge in Englewood, New Jersey. The bar was successful thanks in part to Jennifer's exceptional people skills and management abilities. Lolas provided the financial backing while Jennifer was the face of the business, charming customers with her warm personality. What the police discovered during their conversation with the bar staff was that Jennifer and Rafael's relationship went beyond business. They were romantically involved, and their relationship was public knowledge. Despite their close relationship, they had not yet taken the step of living together. The investigation revealed that on the morning Jennifer was last seen, she had closed the bar and gotten into Rafael's car, which was waiting for her after work. As the last person to see her, Rafael became a key person of interest, and the detectives decided to bring him in for questioning. Rafael claimed that he drove Jennifer home from work after she closed the bar, and they spent some time together at her apartment before he left to let her rest for her shift that evening. Following her disappearance, Rafael maintained contact with Jennifer's family and collaborated with them to try to determine her whereabouts. Since there was no apparent connection between Rafael and Jennifer's disappearance, the police concentrated on investigating other leads. However, they faced challenges due to Jennifer's phone being turned off on the day she disappeared, with the last signal coming from a cell tower near her home. Neighborhood interviews yielded no suspicious information. As part of the investigation, the police requested banking records as they often provide crucial clues in such cases. When the bank shared the data, it revealed an unexpected development. Jennifer's bank card had been used even after she went missing. The investigation led detectives to suspect that Jennifer was intentionally hiding, but her family strongly disagreed, convinced that she would never willingly cause them distress. To gather more information, the police began to investigate the activity on her card, seeking to determine when, where, and how it was used. 2 days after Jennifer's disappearance, on June 27th, a pedestrian walking along Pier 44 in Brooklyn noticed something unusual in the water. The person stared at the object for a while, unable to identify it, before realizing with shock that it was a human body, or at least part of one. The police were summoned to the scene, and the pier was sealed off. A thorough search by divers yielded no additional body parts or evidence. The police faced a daunting challenge in identifying the victim, but a potential lead emerged. A tattoo was discovered on the victim's right thigh during a forensic examination. The tattoo, which may have belonged to the victim, was partially translated from Sanskrit, an ancient Indian language with complex grammar. The police released an image of the tattoo, hoping someone would recognize it and provide information. Investigations revealed that the tattoo's inscription was Sanskrit, but incorrectly written. The tattoo artist and the victim seemed to intend to write Liliana, but did so with grammatical errors, suggesting neither of them was familiar with the language. For days after the initial gruesome discovery, police received another disturbing call from a passerby who spotted a leg on the riverbank near 79th Street. Police immediately cordoned off the area and pulled the leg out of the water. The leg, which was intact from the knee down, seemed to match the remains found earlier, leading investigators to believe they belonged to the same person. A notable detail was the pink-painted toenails on the leg. Despite an extensive search by divers in the area, no other remains or evidence were found. However, forensic analysis soon confirmed that the fragments found were indeed from the same body. Around this time, the police had already identified the victim. A few days after releasing an image of the distinctive tattoo, a woman contacted the police station and revealed that she knew the tattoo's owner. It was Jennifer's mother, Gladys Quintero, who recognized the tattoo on the news and identified it as belonging to her daughter. The tattoo, it turned out, was a tribute to Jennifer's late aunt and symbolized the name Lily or Liliana. Jennifer's mother came to New York to identify the human remains. When it was confirmed that the remains were Jennifer's, the family was left shattered. The discovery marked a significant turn in the case, transforming a missing person investigation into a homicide probe. The family was not only grief-stricken by Jennifer's death, but also horrified by the brutal circumstances surrounding it. Unfortunately, due to the state of the remains, it was impossible to determine the exact cause of death. Despite an extensive search, the police were unable to recover additional body parts. As family and friends paid their respects to Jennifer at her workplace, the bar, detectives were making progress in their investigation. They tracked down leads on Jennifer's credit card usage. Through a thorough review of security footage and store visits, detectives identified the person who had used Jennifer's credit card, Raphael, Jennifer's boyfriend. They discovered that Raphael had left Jennifer's apartment on the day she disappeared to go shopping. His purchases, made with Jennifer's credit card, included a box of garbage bags and 2 meat cleavers from different stores. Later that evening, he crossed the George Washington Bridge into Manhattan, and his cell phone records placed him near the Hudson River. Raphael went home after leaving Jennifer's apartment and never returned. 2 days later, Jennifer's torso was discovered. The police suspected that Raphael might have killed her and dismembered her body using meat cleavers, a disturbing thought considering their romantic relationship. The evidence pointing to Raphael's guilt was mounting. As a result, the police obtained an arrest warrant and a search warrant for his home, anticipating that they would soon apprehend him. Raphael attempted to evade capture by renting a hotel room and paying in cash, but he was quickly tracked down and arrested. He did not resist arrest and denied any involvement in Jennifer's death, claiming that Jennifer had given him her credit card. Raphael continued to insist that Jennifer was fine when he left her, but detectives uncovered more evidence that contradicted his testimony. A search of his home revealed dark red stains in the bathroom, which were later confirmed by a lab test to be Jennifer's dried blood. Detectives investigating Jennifer's disappearance analyzed her communications with Raphael and found a pattern of frequent arguments. typically sparked by jealousy. A search of Raphael's home uncovered a box sent via post office and a bag that had previously contained a GPS tracking device. It became clear that Raphael had secretly installed the device on Jennifer's car, allowing him to monitor her movements. Cell phone data revealed that Raphael had picked Jennifer up from work and taken her to her apartment. Although Jennifer's phone was soon turned off, Raphael's phone remained active. Between 9 p.m. and midnight on the day of her disappearance, his phone sent a signal to a cell tower near the Hudson River. This suggests that Jennifer may have already been dead by then, and Raphael may have driven to the river to dispose of her body. Raphael and Jennifer's relationship was complex and tumultuous, with conflicts often centered on financial issues. Despite their efforts to establish a business together, opening a bar less than a year before her disappearance, their relationship was marked by animosity and blurred boundaries. Raphael's messages to Jennifer were volatile, veering between insults, threats, apologies, and declarations of love, with one notable instance where he referred to her as a gold digger. Jennifer's family was shocked and disbelieving when the man who had claimed to love her and helped search for her became the prime suspect in her murder. Raphael refused to explain himself, denied any wrongdoing, and hired a lawyer. Although police couldn't find the exact knives they knew Raphael had bought, they were able to purchase identical ones from the same store. Forensic analysis later confirmed that these knives were used to harm Jennifer's body. Raphael was subsequently charged with several crimes, including murder, desecration of remains, stalking, hindering apprehension, and credit card fraud. The trial, which began in November 2019, lasted for 2 months. Prosecutors claimed that Jennifer was killed by Raphael in her apartment during a jealous argument. Raphael's lawyers argued that the state had no concrete evidence to prove their claim, pointing out that there were no signs of a struggle in the apartment and no marks in the bathtub where Jennifer was allegedly dismembered. The prosecution countered that the lack of evidence was, in itself, evidence of a cover-up. The absence of any signs of a crime suggested that Raphael had made a deliberate effort to conceal his tracks. The bathtub, in particular, was found to be remarkably clean, with no DNA or physical evidence linking Jennifer to the scene. The prosecutor pointed out that an ordinary person's bathtub would not be as clean as the one in question. During the trial, Jennifer's mother emotionally addressed the judge, stating that the defendant had destroyed her life and her family. She emphasized that Jennifer was her beloved daughter, and the defendant's actions had left her devastated. After reviewing the case, the judge determined that Raphael was consumed by an obsession with Jennifer. When given the opportunity to speak, Raphael refused, only communicating with his lawyer. In December 2019, the jury deliberated for 3 days before finding Raphael guilty on all charges. The verdict was officially announced in February 2020. As a result, 43-year-old Raphael received the maximum sentence, life in prison with the possibility of parole after 63 years. This means he will be 106 years old before he can be considered for parole. Unfortunately, the remainder of Jennifer's body was never found. Douglas Benefield was born on October 2, 1961, in Palo Alto, California. He was the second child of John and his wife, Suzanne, who had 3 children in total: Wesley, Douglas, and David. Suzanne, a teacher, and John, an aerospace engineer, upheld values of discipline and hard work in their home. John's career later took the family to Huntsville, Alabama, a city known for its role in advanced aerospace development. Douglas thrived in this environment, displaying curiosity and enthusiasm. He was especially close to his brother David, and together they often attended church camps organized by their mother, who was actively involved in the religious community. As Douglas entered high school, he joined the wrestling team, which allowed him to channel his dedication and passion. He quickly became one of the school's top wrestlers, inspiring his younger brother David, who would later follow in his footsteps. David often recalled how Douglas supported and encouraged him during his first match, a memory he cherished deeply. Around this time, however, the family faced a tragic loss when John passed away. This hardship led Suzanne to return to her native Texas with her children, seeking support from family as they coped with their grief. After graduating from high school, Douglas pursued a biology degree at a local university. Those close to him remember this period fondly, as he not only excelled academically, but also co-founded a fraternity, demonstrating leadership and teamwork. During his college years, Douglas also discovered a passion for art, an interest that led him to create murals and design logos, distinguishing himself in various academic projects. Despite these new interests, he remained dedicated to wrestling, eventually ranking among the top 10 wrestlers in the state. After completing his degree, Douglas enlisted in the Navy, initially serving as a navigator and co-pilot on aircraft carriers. He continued his training at flight school, where he earned the rank of Naval Flight Officer. In the early 1990s, Douglas met someone special, leading to a whirlwind romance and marriage. Unfortunately, the marriage ended in divorce as quickly as it began. Douglas refocused on his career, enrolling in intelligence training and joining the Naval Intelligence Division. After achieving the rank of lieutenant commander, he retired from the Navy, ending a distinguished military career. Seeking a new direction, he moved to Charleston, South Carolina, where he opened a restaurant. His military background also allowed him to work as a consultant for security and communications technology firms, securing government contracts. During this time, he met a single mother of two, and the two married in 1999, creating a blended family. However, despite appearances, their relationship was sometimes tumultuous, with reports of conflict, including physical altercations that they chose not to report. Nevertheless, life went on, and in 2001, they welcomed a daughter, Eva. Shortly after Eva's birth, Douglas underwent a vasectomy. The following years appeared stable as Douglas managed several tech businesses working with both private clients and government projects. Eventually, he became involved in national security initiatives focusing on strategic policy development. As Douglas's professional obligations increased, he was frequently away from home, which strained his relationship with his wife to the point where they began sleeping in separate rooms. In December 2015, Eva returned home from school one day to find the front door locked and no response from her mother. Worried, she crawled through the bushes to a window. With the help of a neighbor who forced the door open, they discovered her mother's lifeless body. The emergency services were called and her remains were taken to the morgue, where an autopsy later revealed that the woman had passed away from an undiagnosed heart condition. This unexpected loss deeply affected the family, and Douglas found solace in faith. He began attending church regularly and started each day by reading Bible verses, sharing them with his daughter. By 2016, he had established connections in political circles, particularly with prominent donors of the Republican presidential campaign. During a summer fundraiser in Florida, he met Ashley Burns, a striking young woman born in Texas in 1991 to Alicia and Raymond Burns. Ashley had been immersed in ballet from a young age, working with renowned instructors and joining prestigious ballet companies. However, at 23, a leg injury forced her to retire from professional ballet, setting her on a new path. Ashley subsequently began teaching dance classes to children and maintained costumes for student workshops. She also explored modeling, primarily in swimwear and lingerie photography, though her success was limited. On a personal note, Ashley had been through a divorce after a 2-year marriage and remained close to her mother. She was a dedicated Republican, and after attending a political event, met then presidential candidate Donald Trump. This encounter led her to join his campaign office in Florida, where she met Douglas at a fundraising dinner. Her beauty, paired with her elegance as a former ballerina, immediately caught his attention. Despite their significant age difference, Douglas was 54 and she was 24. They connected effortlessly that evening. Later, Douglas texted her, expressing gratitude for the time they shared. 2 days later, when Douglas flew to Israel for business, he and Ashley maintained a steady flow of text messages resembling two teenagers in love. As they got to know each other better through these exchanges, they discovered shared interests from a deep religious faith to similar music tastes. Both also shared a notable enthusiasm for collecting firearms. Upon Douglas's return to the U.S., they had already decided to marry, opting to keep their plans private, even from Douglas's daughter, Eva. On September 6, 2016, They married in a small private ceremony in Charleston, with only a close friend of Douglas's as a witness. Ashley then moved into Douglas's home. Their early days of marriage faced an unexpected complication when Eva's friend, Sydney, moved in due to issues at home. Douglas and Ashley handled this situation with composure, eventually becoming Sydney's legal guardians. Despite her efforts, Ashley struggled to connect with Eva, who was still grieving her mother's death. It didn't help that Eva had been unaware of her father's plans to remarry. Ashley made numerous attempts to bond by sharing activities, like watching ballet videos and working on gardening projects, but she couldn't shake her insecurity and jealousy, sensing that Douglas would always prioritize his daughter over her. In early 2017, the couple decided to pursue a shared dream by launching a ballet company in Charleston. They sought to challenge traditional ballet norms by recruiting dancers from diverse backgrounds, creating an inclusive space for talent. At the same time, Ashley persuaded Douglas to undergo a vasectomy reversal so they could have a child together. This succeeded, and in July of that year, they learned they were expecting. However, the news intensified tensions between Ashley and Eva, especially when Ashley found Eva's diary, revealing the girl's deep resentment toward her. The diary discovery ignited a series of arguments between Douglas and Ashley that grew increasingly frequent and intense. During one confrontation, Douglas punched a wall, later even lashing out at the family pets. In another heated moment, he threw a gun toward Ashley, leaving a hole in the wall. He then raised the weapon to his own head, threatening to end his life, only to discharge it toward the ceiling moments later. Astonishingly, a few days after this explosive incident, they held a party at a hotel to formally announce their marriage to friends. In August, Ashley experienced significant discomfort related to her pregnancy. After discussing it with Douglas, they agreed she would rest at her mother's house in Florida while he stayed back to organize ballet company logistics. On September 18th, the long-awaited launch of their ballet company, Douglas was busy at the studio supervising the dancers' arrival. Meanwhile, Ashley made the 600-mile journey to Florida. She quietly packed her belongings, left a letter on the table, and departed without a word. In the note, she described Douglas as possessive and controlling. Alluding to the gun incident, she expressed fear for her own life and that of their unborn child. She warned him not to contact her, threatening to involve the police if he tried. After reading her letter, Douglas was filled with regret and began texting Ashley, promising to change. For weeks, he sent apologies, declarations of love, and assurances of a different future. Ashley's responses, however, remained practical, focusing only on company contracts and financial matters. Despite his continued promises, Ashley wasn't open to reconciliation. She eventually contacted the police, informing them of Douglas' anger issues and recounting the incident with the firearm. As a result of the ongoing conflict, Child Protective Services visited Douglas' home and conducted an interview with his daughter, Eva. Following this, Douglas was required to undergo a comprehensive psychological evaluation. However, the results showed no signs of mental health issues, nor was he considered a threat. Ultimately, he was cleared of the accusations. By this point, though, Douglas was grappling with financial issues, as his efforts to save the ballet company were in vain. The initial investment they believed was secure didn't exist. Despite his optimism, he hoped to secure enough funding to avoid exposing the truth. Under mounting pressure, he borrowed tens of thousands of dollars to cover the first payroll. Nonetheless, by late October, half of the dancers were dismissed, and Ashley publicly distanced herself from the organization on social media. Douglas asked her to take down the post to avoid affecting the remaining dancers, but she refused. Shortly afterward, he admitted the financial reality and had no choice but to close the company. Meanwhile, in Florida, Ashley's health was worsening, plagued by intense pain and fatigue. After numerous unsuccessful medical attempts to diagnose her condition, she sent a hair sample to a lab, which revealed dangerously high toxin levels, suggesting potential intentional exposure. She then recalled the tea Douglas prepared for her each morning and began suspecting that he might have been poisoning her, perhaps even contributing to his previous wife's sudden death. Soon after, Douglas, unaware of her suspicions, sent her a package of tea bags. Ashley, however, avoided drinking it, opting to take it to the police for analysis by a specialized team. Tests later showed no traces of toxic substances. 3 weeks before her due date, Ashley checked into a hospital without informing Douglas. From the beginning, she told medical staff that she believed her husband had poisoned her, exposing her unborn baby to heavy metals. She also accused him of domestic violence, claiming he had held her captive and harassed her in Florida. While her claims couldn't be substantiated, the hospital took precautions for her safety and assigned her a new name. After a cesarean section, her daughter was born healthy. Nevertheless, Ashley immediately sought hyperbaric oxygen treatments for the baby, enrolling her newborn in 26 sessions. In late July 2018, Ashley and Douglas came face to face for the first time in months at a courthouse in Florida. Douglas sought custody of his daughter, whom he hadn't yet met. Meanwhile, Ashley, alleging domestic violence and attempted poisoning, requested a restraining order against him. After a 2-day hearing, the judge denied Ashley's request and decided on shared custody of their daughter, citing insufficient evidence of poisoning or related illness. Following the court's decision, they were required to attend counseling sessions together for the sake of their child. During Easter weekend in 2019, while having dinner as a family, Ashley and her mother privately questioned Eva. Ashley's suspicions of Douglas hadn't faded, and she wondered aloud if he might have been involved in the death of his second wife. Eva tried to reassure them, insisting her father was a good man. The following year, Douglas noticed Ashley wearing what appeared to be an engagement ring. He secretly installed a tracking device in her car and hired a private investigator, confirming that she was seeing someone new. Ashley, on the other hand, filed a police report accusing Douglas of allegedly abusing their young daughter, prompting him to file for divorce. After an investigation, authorities found no evidence supporting the allegations. Frustrated, Douglas emailed the police claiming Ashley had a split personality. By then, their relationship seemed irreparable. Yet in mid-2020, despite divorce proceedings, Ashley surprised Douglas by reaching out, hinting at reconciliation. They began seeing each other again and, hopeful that things might work out, made plans to move in together. Douglas rented an apartment close to Ashley's mother's home, packed up his belongings, and arranged for a moving truck. On September 27, 2020, when Douglas arrived in Florida, Ashley's mother took their daughter for a walk while the couple settled into their new home. Suddenly, a heated argument erupted, loud enough for a neighbor to hear. Concerned, the neighbor immediately called 911. Moments later, Ashley, carrying a firearm, ran to a neighboring house, knocking on the door and asking for help. The armed neighbor also contacted emergency services. When paramedics arrived, followed closely by police officers, the entire team secured the area. The paramedics noted that Douglas was still breathing, though he had multiple injuries, including wounds to his leg and arm. A bullet had also penetrated his chest cavity, complicating his condition. Despite all efforts to save him, Douglas was pronounced dead at a local hospital an hour later. That night, Ashley claimed she acted in self-defense, offering few details to detectives. Meanwhile, her mother asserted that she and Ashley had endured domestic abuse from Douglas for over 3 years, adding that they had attempted to seek help on multiple occasions, but received no support. Ashley's lawyer told a detective that her client had been planning an escape to get away from Douglas once and for all. According to her, Ashley had arranged for a psychologist, 2 attorneys, a disposable phone, a safe location, and a rental car. She intended to execute the plan the next day, fearing Douglas might discover her intentions. Though Ashley wasn't initially arrested, investigators began to uncover inconsistencies in her self-defense claim. For instance, there were no weapons or blunt objects near Douglas, and Ashley showed no visible injuries or bruises. In November 2020, Ashley was formally arrested and charged with second-degree murder. After pleading not guilty and posting bail, she was released a week later. She was allowed visitation with her daughter, but primary custody was granted to her mother. Despite her legal troubles, Ashley continued to give interviews, defending her version of events. As the case garnered national attention, Ashley became widely compared to the protagonist of the 2010 film Black Swan, a psychological thriller set in the ballet world. After many legal twists and delays, Ashley's trial took place in the summer of 2024. According to the prosecution, Ashley had always intended to be a single mother and never planned to grant Douglas visitation rights. For them, her abuse claims were merely part of a strategy to achieve this goal. Ashley and her defense maintained their original story, and during her turn on the stand, she captivated the court and the nation following the trial by recounting with deep emotion her account of what happened on that tragic day. Her defense argued that authorities had failed to respond appropriately to her numerous complaints against Douglas and that she suffered from battered woman syndrome. Among Ashley's supporters in the courtroom were her mother and her 6-year-old daughter, who even spoke to a journalist, stating she was doing what was right for her mother. Despite this, after a late-night deliberation, the jury found Ashley Benefield guilty, not of the murder charge she faced, but of the lesser charge of manslaughter in the death of her husband, Douglas Benefield. The minimum penalty for this charge was 11 years in prison, with a maximum of 30 years. Afterward, Eva praised the verdict in a video posted on social media. Ashley's defense team quickly expressed dissatisfaction with the verdict, announcing their intention to file for a mistrial, citing alleged juror misconduct. Although Ashley's sentencing was initially set for October 22, 2024, the judge announced that he would consider the defense's motion claiming juror bias, possibly due to alleged dishonesty in a juror's responses and the potential use of a cell phone during deliberations. As of the final week of October 2024, our investigation found that the court was still deliberating on the defense's motion. Ashley's fate remained uncertain, as she could face up to 30 years in prison if the judge denies the motion and issues a sentence. The case of Adrienne Robert. Adrienne Robert was born on January 4, 1983 in Brunswick, Maine. She graduated from Leavitt High School in Maine in 2001 and the University of Maine at Augusta in 2005. 2 years later, in 2007, she relocated from Maine to Clearwater, Florida. Those who knew her described Adrienne as a beautiful, kind person, always happy and vibrant. At the time of her disappearance, Adrienne was in a relationship with her boyfriend, Justin, and they were planning to start a life together. She was renting a house with her friend Jay. As their relationship progressed, Adrienne and Justin found a new house in July 2012, where they intended to move in together. On the evening of July 13, 2012, Adrienne decided to throw a goodbye party before moving out. Adrienne told Justin that she and Jay would be going out to a movie or a bar. Justin couldn't join them because he was busy with some other things. He didn't object to Adrienne spending the evening with Jay as they were close friends. Initially, Adrienne and Jay celebrated at home, reminiscing about good times and having a few drinks. Later, they decided to continue the night out and went to the Diamond Doll strip club. Jay called 911 at 3:34 a.m. to report that he had found his roommate, Adrienne, unresponsive. He told the operator that they had been at a nightclub earlier, but Adrienne had left before him. When Jay arrived home, he discovered Adrienne on the bathroom floor, her eyes open, but not breathing. There were also signs of a struggle, suggesting a crime had taken place. The 911 operator instructed Jay to focus and perform CPR on Adrienne, guiding him through the process. Jay followed the instructions, attempting to revive Adrienne until the paramedics arrived. Unfortunately, by the time the ambulance arrived, Adrienne was deceased, and the medics were unable to help her. She was pronounced dead at the scene. The police investigation aimed to answer two key questions. Who was responsible for Adrienne's death, and was her roommate involved? The police began by thoroughly searching the house, checking every closet and under every bed to ensure the perpetrator was not hiding inside. Detectives and forensic experts observed that there were no signs of forced entry on the front door when they first arrived at the crime scene. Adrienne's body was found on the bathroom floor wearing only a bra. A stab wound to the chest was the cause of death. The signs of a struggle in the bathroom suggested that Adrienne had tried to defend herself, leading detectives to suspect that the killer was a man. The detectives had to wait for the autopsy results to get more information. While searching Adrienne's bedroom, they noticed that someone had cut off a piece of her bed sheet. It seemed like the killer was trying to destroy evidence, possibly to eliminate any DNA they may have left behind. However, it was puzzling that the killer didn't take the entire sheet, as the remaining part could still contain DNA. Further investigation revealed a substance similar to seminal fluid on the sheet, which was sent to the lab for analysis. Additionally, Adrienne's car was missing from the parking lot next to her house, suggesting that the killer may have stolen it. The police launched an investigation into the crime, searching for potential witnesses and issuing an alert for the victim's car. To piece together the events surrounding Adrienne's death, detectives needed to gather as much information as possible about her final hours. Before proceeding, however, they had to break the devastating news to her family. Adrienne's parents were stunned by the revelation, struggling to come to terms with the loss of their beloved daughter. Justin discovered the shocking truth the morning after, when he saw police surrounding her house. He immediately sensed something was terribly wrong. The detectives then broke the devastating news. Adrienne had been killed the previous night. Given that perpetrators often return to the crime scene and Justin's close relationship with Adrienne, the detectives felt compelled to investigate him as a potential suspect. In cases like this, it's standard procedure to investigate the people closest to the victim first. Later that day, police found Adrienne's car abandoned just a few blocks away from her house, with the headlights still on and the keys in ignition. This discovery further supported the investigators' initial theory that the killer had likely used Adrienne's car to escape the crime scene. Forensic experts thoroughly searched the interior of Adrienne's car for any clues that could help crack the case. Meanwhile, investigators reviewed the CCTV footage to identify the person who was driving the car. Although there were no cameras at the exact location where the police found the car, neighboring buildings had cameras that captured footage of the area. After examining the recordings, investigators spotted a man wearing shorts, a baseball cap, and long hair. The man was seen walking away from Adrienne's car around the same time the 911 call was made. He was heading in the opposite direction, which made it essential for investigators to track his next move. Unfortunately, their attempt to follow him was thwarted when they discovered that he turned a corner where there was no surveillance camera. The investigators rewatched the footage multiple times, hoping to pick up on a detail they might have missed initially. The police had difficulty gathering clear information about the man in the recording because it was taken at night. However, interviewing witnesses provided new leads. A neighbor reported seeing Adrienne and a man running past his house on the sidewalk at night. This was unusual for two reasons. It was late, and they didn't appear to be going for a run. Adrienne was wearing a dress and holding her shoes, while the man was not dressed in athletic attire. Although the situation seemed suspicious, Adrienne didn't appear to be in distress, as she wasn't screaming or calling for help. As a result, the neighbor didn't think much of the incident at the time. To reconstruct the events leading up to the 911 call, investigators spoke with Adrienne's roommate, Jay. Jay had gone to the club with Adrienne and claimed to have found her on the bathroom floor. During questioning, Jay told the detective that he and Adrienne had a few drinks at home before heading to Diamond Dolls, a club they often visited to unwind and escape their daily problems. Jay told investigators that he and Adrienne walked to Diamond Dolls because they had been drinking and didn't want to drive. The police focused on the club because it attracted a questionable crowd. Jay claimed they arrived around 10:30 p.m. and stayed for several hours. While they were sitting at a table, a stranger with a beard and a baseball cap joined them. Later, Adrienne decided to leave, and Jay said he stayed behind. He noticed the stranger had also left. To verify Jay's story, investigators reviewed the club's surveillance footage. They found a camera with a wide angle that recorded everyone entering and leaving the club that evening. The footage showed Jay and Adrienne pervading at the club, appearing calm and normal. Another camera at the entrance provided a clear view of people's faces and clothing. CCTV footage confirmed Jay's account of events. It shows him leaving the club alone at 2:53 a.m. and walking towards his house. The footage also reveals that Adrienne left the club earlier at 1:38 a.m. Notably, she was seen wearing a dress and what appeared to be a jacket when she arrived at the club, but only wore the dress when leaving. This discrepancy raises a key point. Shortly after Adrienne departed, a man wearing a baseball cap rushed out of the club, presumably to return the jacket she had left behind. After returning the jacket, the man and Adrienne appeared to be engaged in conversation. The exact topic of their discussion remains unclear. Rather than returning to the club, the man followed Adrienne. After exiting the parking lot, they turned right onto a relatively isolated street with few houses. It is unclear whether Adrienne felt threatened or uneasy at this point, and this may remain uncertain. After reviewing the evidence, investigators determined that the man seen on camera at the club and the man near Adrienne's abandoned car were two different individuals. Based on the circumstances surrounding her death, they believe the man from the club's CCTV footage was the likely culprit. The other man may have been an innocent bystander. The police were exploring all possible scenarios to provide answers to Adrienne's parents as soon as possible. Adrienne's family traveled to Florida to collect her belongings. Investigators met with her parents, Mark and Dolores, and assured them that they would do everything possible to find and bring the perpetrator to justice. According to her parents, Adrienne was a friendly person with no known enemies. She had a good relationship with her boyfriend, Justin, and her roommate, Jay. Investigators suspected that Adrienne did not know her killer. The laboratory report soon arrived, revealing that male DNA was found on the sheet, Adrienne's body, and the walls. Although the killer had attempted to destroy evidence by cutting out part of the sheet, forensic experts were still able to recover the DNA. However, when the investigators compared the DNA to the database, they were disappointed to find no matches. As a result, the police had the DNA of an unknown suspect in CCTV footage from the club where Adrienne spent her last evening. Detectives focused on the footage as the key to solving the case. They re-examined the recordings, this time reviewing both daytime and nighttime footage, which led to a breakthrough. Approximately 8 hours before Adrienne's death, investigators spotted the same man who had been talking to Adrienne in the parking lot and had left with her. This time, they got a clearer view of his face. To determine how the unknown man arrived at the club, investigators reviewed the footage and saw that he had taken a taxi. The taxi's phone number was visible on the recording, making it easy to identify the taxi company. This new information made it simpler to identify the man. Detectives discovered that the phone number that ordered the taxi was caught on footage near Diamond Dolls, and it belonged to Thomas Frederick. By comparing his driver's license photo with the image of the man on the CCTV footage, detectives confirmed that it was the same person. As a result, Thomas Frederick became the primary suspect in the case. The police required concrete evidence to arrest Frederick, but the surveillance footage alone was insufficient. To gather more evidence without alerting him, they began secretly monitoring his activities. Their goal was to obtain his DNA sample discreetly, as they were concerned that approaching him directly might scare him off. For a week and a half, the officers tracked Frederick's movements, following him to work and keeping a watchful eye on his home at night. Their patience eventually paid off when Frederick discarded a cigarette butt on the road. The officers collected the butt and sent it to a laboratory for DNA analysis. The purpose of the test was to determine if Frederick's DNA matched the samples found at the residence of Adrienne Robert. While waiting for the test results, the police continued to secretly monitor Frederick, as they suspected he might attempt to leave the state at any moment. After receiving the laboratory report, everyone's anticipation was met with an unsurprising conclusion. The DNA analysis revealed that the samples found on the sheet, walls, and Adrienne's body all belonged to Thomas Frederick. As a result, the police arrested and brought him in for questioning. During the interrogation, Frederick claimed to be a frequent visitor to various clubs and bars, where he would often meet new people. When shown a picture of Adrienne, he stated that they had met at Diamond Dolls, where she had bought him a drink and they had danced and talked. However, when the police confronted him with CCTV footage that contradicted his alibi, he changed his story. Frederick then claimed that he and Adrienne had walked together to the end of the street before parting ways. When asked if he had ever visited Adrienne's house, Frederick responded that he couldn't remember due to his intoxication. This inconsistency cast doubt on his entire account, leaving it unclear what he was trying to conceal. The man initially claimed he had no recollection of being at Adrienne's house. However, it was revealed that a witness had seen Adrienne running barefoot while the man chased after her, which suggested that he was lying. When questioned by the investigators, Frederick provided an explanation. He claimed that Adrienne asked him to escort her home and that she began running suddenly after deciding she was in a hurry. She took off her shoes, prompting him to chase after her in order to stay by her side. Despite Frederick's shifting story, detectives uncovered compelling evidence. A DNA test showed that Frederick's DNA was on Adrienne's sheet and numerous items throughout her home. Frederick altered his story after receiving the DNA test results. Now he's claiming self-defense when confronted about his inconsistent explanations. Suddenly remembering past events he couldn't previously recall, Frederick finally shared an apparently factual narrative about how things actually occurred. They spent an intimate time in Adrienne's home where things ultimately became grim and both engaged. A confrontation between Adrienne and Thomas Frederick turned violent and resulted in a physical fight. During the altercation, Adrienne pulled out a knife and threatened Frederick, who then defended himself. Unfortunately, Adrienne was fatally injured in the process. After the incident, Frederick panicked and fled the scene instead of calling for emergency assistance. He feared being blamed for Adrienne's death. As a result, Frederick was charged with first-degree deprivation of life and appeared in court in January 2014. During the trial, the prosecutor presented a different account of the events. According to the prosecution, Adrienne and her friend Jay had been drinking at home before heading to Diamond Dolls where they met Frederick. The three of them socialized and chatted casually. However, the next day, Adrienne decided to leave the club early to move into her new home with her partner, Justin. Frederick allegedly took advantage of the situation and followed her despite her attempts to evade him. He chased her to her home, broke in, and attacked her with a knife from the kitchen. The prosecutor stated that the injuries on Adrienne's body suggested that she was forced to have intercourse with Frederick. Fearing she would report him to the police, Frederick decided to kill her. In an attempt to cover his tracks, he cut out a portion of the sheet where his semen had stained, but this effort was unsuccessful. The police were still able to find his DNA on multiple surfaces, including Adrienne's body. Frederick then took Adrienne's car keys, drove a short distance, and abandoned the vehicle. During the medical examiner's testimony, Adrienne's parents, Mark and Dolores Robert, left the courtroom unable to bear the details of their daughter's final moments. Mark Robert later explained, "I didn't want to hear that. It won't bring Adrienne back, and I didn't want to know what she endured." It was clear that Adrienne had put up a fierce struggle. Her parents have since struggled to cope with life without their daughter. The grieving family member acknowledged that the healing process would be a long and difficult one. "We're still reeling from the loss of our loved one and it will take time to recover," Dolores said. "However, we will eventually rebuild our lives as that's what Adrienne would have wanted. It won't be easy, but we will get through this." During the trial, the defense team attempted to tarnish Adrienne's reputation by claiming that she had invited Thomas Frederick to her home for consensual sex. However, this assertion is baseless and may have been a desperate attempt by the perpetrator to justify his presence at the victim's house. The evidence, however, tells a different story. The presence of DNA points to one person, Thomas Frederick. The defense also claimed that Frederick acted in self-defense. She did sustain a stab wound as he was fighting her. Thomas Frederick was found guilty of first-degree murder and car theft. His claim of self-defense was rejected due to insufficient evidence. Although he was accused of killing Adrienne, there was no evidence to suggest he forced her into a sexual act by threatening her with a knife. Thomas Frederick, 25, was sentenced to life in prison without parole. Adrienne's father expressed relief and satisfaction with the verdict, stating that while it wouldn't bring his daughter back, justice had been served. He found it difficult to remain calm in the presence of the man who murdered his daughter, especially since Frederick showed no remorse or sympathy even after the verdict was read. Adrienne's parents, Mark and Dolores Robert, were overcome with emotion in the courtroom, but felt a sense of relief and happiness when the verdict was announced. They remembered their daughter, a always happy and lively person whose smile could light up a room, and expressed sadness that they would never see her again. Megan Jones, later known as Isabella Carolina Camelo Gomez, was born in 1974 in Sydney, New South Wales, Australia. Public information about her early years and personal life is extremely limited, though it is known she was the only child of Irene Jones, a single mother who raised her. No details about her father's identity have surfaced, nor are there records of her schooling or employment history. Isabella lived with Irene into adulthood in a charming suburban home Irene had bought in Sydney. Irene Caroline Jones, born on November 2, 1945, was widely known as a devoted, generous woman and a caring mother. After retiring, she dedicated much of her time to volunteering for various charities. Friends and neighbors described her as sweet and hospitable, often offering her home to those in need. Irene was known to provide not only a loving home, but also financial support to Isabella. Even during brief periods when they lived apart, Irene always welcomed Isabella back. To the outside world, their relationship appeared close-knit and supportive. However, later accounts would reveal a different dynamic. Despite her public shyness and insecurity, Isabella was reportedly disrespectful and sometimes abusive toward her mother behind closed doors. Matters worsened in 1999 when Isabella met a woman named Paula Camelo at their local Mormon church. Over time, Isabella and Paula became close friends, and Paula eventually introduced her husband, Carlos Camelo Gomez, a Colombian native. This introduction would mark the beginning of a chain of events that deeply affected everyone involved. The couple started spending more time with Isabella, and Carlos eventually mentioned his brother Cesar, who was stuck in Colombia due to visa issues. In March 2001, Isabella traveled to Colombia to meet Cesar. Soon after, she claimed they had fallen in love and married him, news that shocked Irene. Despite her objections, Irene learned of the marriage through photos, to which Isabella reassured her it was merely a fake marriage. Following this, Isabella adopted the name Isabella Carolina Camelo Gomez and grew increasingly close to Carlos. Their bond raised suspicions, particularly since Cesar was still unable to join her in Australia. Paula, growing jealous, suspected an affair between Isabella and her husband. It later emerged that Isabella was financially supporting Carlos, sending money to his family in Colombia. Carlos even had a separate room in Irene's house and a private phone to communicate with Isabella in secret. She reportedly bought him a car, yet he continued to pressure her for more, hinting he would leave Paula for her. Tensions between Irene and Isabella escalated as Irene opposed Isabella's financial support of Carlos. This led to intense conflicts, with Isabella allegedly becoming physically aggressive. A friend of Irene later recounted instances where Isabella's anger turned violent, breaking her mother's glasses and, on one occasion, reportedly pinning her down by the neck. Irene confided in this friend, admitting she was frightened but hesitant to involve the police, fearing potential fallout. She also felt threatened by Paula, who reportedly arrived at the house on multiple occasions, threatening to burn it down. In response, Irene installed security lights, though it offered little comfort. Witnesses described Carlos as aggressive and domineering toward Irene, physically intimidating her, and further isolating her within her own home. Irene saw him as a manipulative presence who was not only depleting her finances, but also eroding her sense of safety and control. Carlos's control reached unimaginable levels when he demanded that Irene mortgage her home, transfer its ownership to Isabella, or sell it to provide him with $20,000 to start a construction business. By May 2001, tensions had reached a breaking point. Carlos and Paula had separated, and shortly afterward, Carlos moved permanently into Irene's home. Irene felt pressured to vacate her main bedroom so he could share it with her daughter. Then, in October 2001, Carlos claimed he was returning to Colombia, but Irene later found out he was still around and confided in a friend about her concerns. She grew more anxious after learning that her mail was being redirected to an address in Maryland, where Carlos and Isabella had briefly stayed earlier that year. Irene was perplexed by the situation, especially as Isabella, despite receiving money to pay household bills, had not done so, using the funds to pay off her own debts instead. With mounting debts from the car she had bought for Carlos, Isabella even owed Irene a significant amount. As the financial strain intensified, Isabella renewed her push for Irene to sell the house. However, Irene refused, threatening to change her will, which had initially left her assets to Isabella in the event of her passing. Despite the friction, things appeared to settle somewhat between mother and daughter, and no one found it odd when they went out together on November 2, 2001, to celebrate Irene's 56th birthday. Although Irene was still apprehensive, she decided to make the most of this momentary peace, hoping to enjoy a calm evening with her daughter after nearly 2 years of constant tension. Their meal at the restaurant seemed pleasant, and after paying the bill around 7 p.m., the two women left to drive home. Isabella took the wheel, but upon arrival, she told Irene that the fuel tank was nearly empty and suggested that Irene go inside while she quickly stopped by the gas station. Irene entered the house alone while Isabella drove to refuel, returning around 8:15 p.m. citing abdominal cramps from her period and wanting a hot shower. After parking the car, Isabella went straight to the bathroom. Following nearly half an hour in the shower, she emerged, wrapped her hair in a towel, applied face cream, and prepared for bed. However, when Isabella opened the bathroom door, she was met with a terrifying sight. Standing in front of her was an intruder, a blond man in a beige long-sleeve shirt, his face covered with a pantyhose mask and wearing white gloves. According to Isabella, terror-stricken, she tried to flee through the bathroom's outdoor exit. However, the intruder reportedly yanked her back violently with a cord or cable around her neck. Isabella claimed she struggled fiercely, but the man struck her and pushed her onto the bed, attempting to undress her. She screamed for help, causing the man to flee. Shaken and terrified, she bolted to the nearest neighbor's house, frantically knocking and crying out for help, saying someone had broken into her home. The neighbors let her in, and Isabella urgently expressed concern for her mother. They advised her against going back, fearing it was unsafe. Isabella then borrowed the neighbor's phone and dialed Australia's emergency number, 000, anxiously informing the operator that an intruder had attacked her and that her mother was still inside. Police and ambulance units arrived shortly after. While paramedics attended to Isabella, officers searched the home, where they made a horrifying discovery. Irene's lifeless body was found face down on the floor, showing signs of strangulation and cuts on her neck. Officers immediately cordoned off the crime scene, calling in homicide detectives and forensic experts. The home appeared disturbed with items scattered, initially suggesting a burglary gone wrong. However, valuable items were left untouched and there were no signs of forced entry or missing belongings. Isabella was taken to the hospital to receive treatment for her injuries and to recover from the traumatic incident. During the ambulance ride, a friend of Irene's accompanied her. Isabella repeatedly asked about her mother, insistent on seeing her. Irene's body was transported to the morgue, where a post-mortem examination revealed that she had died from a combination of asphyxiation and sharp force injuries. It was determined that she had been rendered unconscious by strangulation before being attacked with a sharp object on the left side of her neck. The cuts were not immediately fatal, leading the assailant to use 2 ligatures around her neck, leaving a distinctive double mark on her skin. In total, she sustained 22 injuries, with the time of death estimated around 9:30 p.m., with a possible margin of error of 3 hours. The ligatures and sharp object used in the assault were never found. After leaving the hospital, Isabella stayed with one of Irene's cousins and her husband. The couple, deeply fond of Irene, described her as a kind soul, incapable of harming anyone, and were devastated by the brutal nature of her death. The investigation into Irene's death continued, but interviews with neighbors, friends, and family yielded no leads to help authorities identify or arrest a suspect. Frustrated, investigators sought to re-interview Isabella, but Irene's cousin and her husband reported that Isabella was constantly distressed and often cried when remembering her mother. Some sources even claimed they had to call an ambulance after Isabella overdosed on sleeping pills prescribed to help her rest. When the police finally spoke with her, They asked if Irene had any enemies or if anyone might wish to harm her. Isabella mentioned only a minor traffic incident she was involved in, but the other driver was quickly ruled out. By this point, investigators began doubting Isabella's account. Although both Isabella and Carlos were seen as suspects, there was no concrete evidence tying them to Irene's murder. At Irene's funeral on November 9th, some attendees allegedly heard Isabella mutter incriminating words, though this information would surface only years later, as witnesses initially believed she was rambling in grief. After the murder, Carlos and two of his friends were questioned. One of them, named Sean, stated he was at home, arriving around 5 p.m. and then falling asleep until 8:30 p.m. when Carlos and another friend, Nicholas, joined him. He explained that Carlos sometimes stayed over, sleeping on his couch. Around 1 a.m., Sean woke briefly to find his friends on the sofa. By 3 a.m., the police arrived to interview him, to which he claimed no knowledge of Carlos's connections with Irene or Isabella. Carlos and Nicholas provided statements placing themselves together in various locations until midnight, giving Carlos an alibi near the time of Irene's death. Carlos admitted meeting Irene and Isabella through his ex-wife Paula, claiming they had helped him post-separation. He noted that he once held a key to the Jones house but had since lost it. The investigation seemed to stall until a year after Irene's death. Her daughter sold the house for $300,000. In November 2002, Isabella gave birth to her first child with Carlos. Initially, she denied he was the father, stating he was only a friend and brother-in-law. Later, she admitted the child resulted from a casual encounter, after which she realized her true feelings for Carlos, deciding to divorce Caesar to be with him. Disturbing details about Isabella's relationship with the Camello family heightened police suspicions. However, without solid evidence, Isabella remained uncharged, and Caesar was never questioned despite his occasional stays in Australia. Over time, the case languished without arrests or a clear answer regarding who was responsible for Irene's death. In January 2003, the case took a new turn when Isabella reported Carlos for assault. Police records reveal that she stated they had known each other for about 4 years and had been in an on and off relationship for the last 3. Years passed with no progress until November 2007, when a forensic inquest took to re-examine evidence with the potential to refer the case to prosecutors if warranted. Though Isabella attended, she offered no new information. However, one witness, Diane McLeod, who had accompanied Isabella in the ambulance, shared new details. Diane recalled that Isabella had initially told detectives she did not see her mother during the attack, but had mentioned seeing Irene in the house to her during the ambulance ride. Diane also reported that Irene had confided in her about her fears regarding Isabella's connection to the Camello family, particularly Paula's threats. Carlos, in a follow-up interview, stated that he met Isabella at a cybercafe around 7:30 p.m. on November 2nd before heading to Sean's house between 8 and 8:30 p.m. He then claimed he returned to the cybercafe before heading back to Sean's and then to a club with Nicola where they stayed until midnight. He denied being near the Jones house that evening, though his statements contained minor inconsistencies. Ultimately, the investigation concluded with insufficient evidence to proceed to trial, leaving the true identity of Irene's killer undetermined. The lead investigator recommended offering a $100,000 reward for information leading to an arrest and suggested the case be transferred to the Homicide and Cold Case Unit for further examination. Between March and September 2013, the deputy state coroner reviewed the case again, yet it remained amid 700 other unsolved cases, limiting resources and attention. No further developments occurred until March 2017, when the Ministry of Police approved the suggested reward. New witnesses came forward, and a forensics team re-examined evidence collected from the initial investigation. Among the items was a yellow blouse Isabella wore the night of the crime, preserved in a forensic lab since 2001. This item had not previously undergone forensic analysis, as the technology available today didn't exist at the time. According to records, the blouse was retrieved from storage by state forensic staff in March 2013, photographed, and then returned to the lab for analysis in April that year, remaining under police custody thereafter. The forensic analysis from July 2017 provided significant insights when microscopic tests and DNA sampling were conducted on the blouse Isabella wore on the night of Irene's death. The tests revealed small brown stains consistent with traces of bodily fluids on the front and back of the blouse, along with several strands of hair. The forensic report concluded that the blouse had been exposed to an area with blood splatter, indicating direct exposure rather than mere contact with the perpetrator or the victim's body. Experts suggested the splatter likely came directly from the victim, Irene. Further tests showed that traces of bodily fluids on the blouse matched Irene's DNA, while seminal fluid found on it matched the genetic profile of Carlos. Unfortunately, by this time, Carlos was unavailable for questioning due to a severe brain injury from a 2013 motorcycle accident, which left him with deep retrograde amnesia, erasing memories of events before the accident. Though investigators hit a dead end with Carlos, the forensic findings and additional witness statements provided grounds to implicate Isabella in a conspiracy to orchestrate her mother's death. Supporting evidence included statements from witnesses at Irene's funeral, where some recalled hearing Isabella whisper that she didn't mean for things to go so far. This admission prompted authorities to wiretap Isabella and Carlos' phone conversations and set up listening devices. Surveillance tapes captured sounds of intimate interactions between Carlos and Isabella at the residence, confirming a long-standing relationship. Combined with Isabella's 2003 assault report, in which she admitted to a 3-year relationship with Carlos, it became clear that her marriage to Caesar was merely a facade, supposedly arranged by Carlos to facilitate Caesar's immigration to Australia in exchange for affection and sexual encounters. Further corroborating evidence came from Irene's experiences living in fear with Isabella and Carlos, with Isabella willing to do anything to please him, blinded by obsessive infatuation. Hospital records from the night of the attack also noted Isabella's intense interest in seeing her mother post-autopsy, which was interpreted as a need to confirm Irene's death. Another damning testimony came from Paula, Carlos's ex-wife, who claimed that Isabella had once asked her if she knew anyone who could get rid of someone. Despite these incriminating pieces, it would take 2 more years for the case to see another breakthrough. In 2019, new testimony surfaced when Sean, a former acquaintance, disclosed that he had seen Carlos and Isabella together days after the crime. He also revealed that Carlos allegedly described how he had slit Irene's throat and promised Nicholas $10,000. Nicholas, meanwhile, said that on the night of the crime, Carlos had left to return a car to his boss's home around 8 p.m., returning between 11 and 11:30 p.m. Later, Carlos reportedly confessed the crime to Nicola after they went to a club around midnight. Due to his brain injury, however, Carlos might never face justice. On the morning of Tuesday, September 24, 2019, detectives arrested Isabella. A detective inspector present at the arrest informed the press that Isabella seemed stunned when officers arrived, and she was taken to the police station, where she awaited a murder charge. Police officials alleged that Isabella had planned her mother's murder and staged a break-in to cover up the crime, her primary motive being the financial gain from selling Irene's home. Following the arrest, Isabella was granted conditional bail but was held in custody pending her arraignment. Her defense argued that she had cooperated with authorities, provided DNA samples when requested, and handed over her passport in 2001 to comply with a travel hold. However, the prosecution denied bail, asserting that despite the circumstantial nature, the case was strong. The prosecution highlighted that the murder was financially motivated, with traces of Irene's blood found on Isabella's blouse from that night. Although the judge deemed the case reasonably strong, he felt it was not overwhelming, ruling that any flight risk from Isabella could be mitigated with strict bail conditions, including a $10,000 bond, twice daily check-ins at the police station, passport surrender, and no contact with witnesses. After remaining in police custody, Isabella's detention hearing proceeded in the New South Wales Supreme Court 3 days later. Nearly 3 years afterward, in May 2022, Isabella, formerly Megan Jones, age 48, was rearrested, and a New South Wales Supreme Court jury found her guilty of murdering Irene Jones on November 2, 2001. Upon hearing the verdict, Isabella expressed disbelief and claimed the jury had made a mistake. Finally, on November 16, 2022, Isabella was sentenced to 20 years in prison, with a minimum of 14 years before eligibility for parole. In delivering the sentence, the judge recounted that Irene had been ambushed in her kitchen while drinking a glass of water and had died from the combined effects of strangulation and stab wounds to her neck. The judge remarked that in her final moments, Irene must have felt confused, terrified, and betrayed, emphasizing that her own daughter had orchestrated and likely carried out her murder, driven by obsessive infatuation and greed. Though the defense argued that Isabella's direct involvement in the fatal attack could not be definitively proven, the court acknowledged her role in a criminal conspiracy with Carlos, who, due to his condition, would likely evade justice. Isabel would be eligible for parole in 2036, at which point she would be 62 years old, with her full term expiring in 2042. The case of Neha Varma. There are many instances that raise concerns about the safety of women, even in the present day. In June 2011, a similar event occurred in the lovely city of India. 3 women were discovered murdered in their residence, and it took the authorities several days to pinpoint the perpetrators. The query persists: who was responsible for this triple homicide, and what drove them to kill these 3 women? Let's delve deeper into the Deshpande family murders case. In 2011, Megha Deshpande, 42 years old, resided in the upscale area of Srinagar in the city of Indore with her 21-year-old daughter, Ashlasha, and her 70-year-old mother, Rohini. It is noteworthy that Indore has repeatedly been ranked as the cleanest city in India. Srinagar is known for its affluent residents, indicating the Deshpande family's strong financial status. Megha Deshpande worked in a multi-level marketing MLM company for a considerable period. MLM, also known as network marketing, direct selling, operates by connecting individuals to the company through a network. This system allows for continuous profit generation for the company owner as more people join the network. Before residing in Indore, Megha lived in the city of Ujjain with her husband and the rest of the family, which is about 35 miles away from Indore. However, a few months ago, Megha shifted her home with her daughter and mother. Megha's husband, Nanjay, was a bank manager, so he had to stay in Ujjain. Nanjay was a bank manager, and Megha was a senior employee at an MLM company, so they had no financial worries. Megha's family also had a strong relationship with their neighbors, and all the residents in this community were sensible. So far, there had been no crimes that could cause fear among the people. But something happened in this area on June 13, 2011, which shook the entire city of Indore. During that time, nobody had left Megha's house until noon, and no one's voice was heard. However, suddenly, one of Megha Deshpande's neighbors walked by her house and noticed something very unusual. There were footprints with blood stains around Megha's house. This sight alarmed her, prompting her to quickly call the authorities to investigate Megha's house. After that, the neighbor also knocked on the door of the house several times, but there was no response from inside. Then, they tried to look up inside the house through a window, but upon seeing what was inside, he screamed loudly because he saw 3 women lying on the ground in the house, with blood all around their bodies. After this, in a state of panic, the neighbor quickly informed the police about it. For the police, this case was completely different because such an incident had never happened in the Srinagar area. Now gradually, many people of this society came to know about this incident. And by the time the police reached the crime scene, a large crowd had gathered outside the Deshpande family's house. Then, the police entered the house and were surprised to see the bodies of 3 women, who had been brutally murdered by the criminals. They seized the crime scene and began their investigation, discovering 2 bullet shells inside the house. A police officer observed that Megha had been fatally shot in the head, but they could not locate the second bullet despite thoroughly searching every corner of the house. After this, the police called in the forensic team to start collecting evidence from the crime scene. And then the dead bodies of these 3 women were sent for postmortem. By this time, not only Srinagar, but the entire city of Indore was shocked with this news. A few hours later, the postmortem report is presented to the police, revealing that the murders of 21-year-old Aslaha and her 70-year-old grandmother Rohini were due to excessive bleeding with multiple stab wounds inflicted on their bodies. This report also makes it clear that only Megha Deshpande was shot to death. But now, the biggest question before the police was if they have found 2 bullet shells. Then on whom was the second shot fired? On the other hand, Megha's husband and the general public started demanding a quick solution to the case, so the culprits could be punished. The police felt the increasing pressure from the public and a sense of urgency to solve the case quickly. Consequently, several teams were deployed by the police to investigate. One team examined the core detail records of the victims, while another team rechecked the forensic evidence. At first, the police found out that at the crime scene, there was blood of an additional person besides Megha, Ashlesher, and Rohini, and the police knew it was likely a man. A case of robbery and murder was filed, as it appeared that theft had taken place at the Deshpande family's residence. Later, investigations revealed that there were multiple calls made to Megha's phone from a specific number, and Megha had lengthy conversations with this number. Now the police extracted complete information about this number, from where it was revealed to the police that this number belonged to a girl named Neha Varma. Now the police had also started tracking the location of the girl, so that they could talk to her regarding this case, which might provide them with some leads. On the other hand, the police now also had a sample of that blood which was separate from Megha, Ashlesha, and Rohini at the crime scene. Then one day, suddenly the police find out that Neha is near an ATM in that area. After that, a team of police reached there and brought Neha to the police station to talk to her. Now Neha was told about the entire scene, which left Neha completely astonished. After that, Neha explained how she met Megha. Megha and Neha met for the first time in a shopping mall. Neha accidentally bumped into Megha while rushing through the mall. Megha was holding some items in her hand, which fell down due to the collision. Neha then apologized and helped Megha pick up the fallen items. During this time, there was a lot of conversation between them, so much so that Neha herself went to drop Megha to the car, and from here onwards, their friendship started. Neha discovered that Megha works at a company involved in multi-level marketing, MLM. They exchanged phone numbers the same day and started talking occasionally. Neha was curious about the MLM business model, so she would discuss it with Megha. However, the police became suspicious of Neha's story, because her words and body language didn't align. As a result, they questioned Neha extensively. Neha tried to conceal her lie briefly, but she couldn't withstand the police interrogation for long. Eventually, she confessed a story that shocked even the police. Neha, a 23-year-old, was beautiful and cheerful. Although she was a beautician, her financial situation wasn't good enough for her to fulfill her dreams. Neha's father was an ordinary van driver, which meant their financial condition wasn't great enough for Neha to pursue her dreams. It was during this time that Neha met a guy named Rahul Chowdhury. They developed a good friendship, which eventually turned into love. Rahul, at 24, was handsome, but his financial situation was the same as Neha's. Despite this, they loved each other deeply and wanted to marry, so they were searching for a way to become rich overnight and live their lives comfortably. One day, Neha met Megha. Megha had a fondness for wearing expensive jewelry, so whenever she went out, she adorned herself with her jewels. The day Megha met Neha for the first time, she was decked out in gold jewelry, which indicated to Neha that Megha was very wealthy, sparking the idea in Neha's mind to get close to Megha Deshpande and befriend her. Subsequently, Neha deliberately bumped into Megha to strike up a conversation, and thus their interactions began. Now, gradually, due to talking through a call, the thought of robbing Megha came into Neha's mind. After this, Neha included her boyfriend Rahul in her plan. She told Rahul that she has conversations with a woman who is very wealthy, and the added advantage is that there are no men in her house, so it will be easy to rob her. Hearing this idea, Rahul also becomes happy because by doing this, both of their financial situations would improve, and then they could live comfortably after getting married. From that day on, Rahul began to plan the murders of these 3 women. He believed that if he successfully killed them without anyone finding out, there would be no one to report them. With a complete plan in place, Rahul only needed a gun to carry out the deed. His friend Manoj, who was close to both Rahul and Neha, provided him with one as he also had a gun. With the means to execute his plan, Rahul started searching for the right day to make his move against Megha and her family. On June 13, 2011, Neha contacted Megha to join her MLM scheme. Megha was pleased to have Neha on board. Unbeknownst to Megha, this day would bring unforeseen tragedy. Neha arrived at Megha's house early the next morning. Megha asked Neha to fill out a form for the company, but Neha was unsure about the required information. She requested help from her friend and Megha approved. Neha then contacted her boyfriend Rahul. Now, according to the plan, Rahul and Manoj were waiting for Neha's call, and then shortly after that, Rahul and Manoj went to Megha's house. But as soon as Rahul entered the house, he showed Megha a gun, and then a few seconds later he shot Megha, causing her to die on the spot. The sound of the gunshot didn't go out of their house, because Rahul had shot very close. But the sound of this gunshot reached Ashlesha and Rohini's ears, causing both of them to run into the lobby. After that, first Rahul and Manoj frightened Ashlesha and Rohini, and asked for her ATM card and PIN to save their lives. In order to save her life, Ashlesha quickly gave her ATM card and handed it to Rahul. She felt that now these people would leave. But now, because Ashlesha and her grandmother had seen Neha, Rahul and Manoj's faces, so now these three were afraid that after they leave, these two might inform the police. So Rahul first tried to shoot Ashlesha, but in haste, this bullet hit Rahul's own foot. Afterwards, Manoj brutally murdered Ashlesha and elderly Rohini with a knife. Afterwards, these three criminals stole 1,000 Indian rupees, valuable jewelry worth up to 500,000 Indian rupees, and Ash's ATM card before leaving the house. Surprisingly, it was the same ATM card Neha was planning to withdraw money from, but she was later caught by the police. Rahul was captured after going to a police station with a fake first information report, and then being hospitalized locally due to a gunshot wound in his foot. Nonetheless, when the police compared Rahul's blood sample taken from the crime scene with his own, it was a match. The police quickly solved this case and captured the criminals, resulting in much praise for their city's police force. Subsequently, this case remained in court for a long time, but eventually, in December 2013, the district court sentenced these three criminals to death by hanging. These killers had wiped out the entire Deshpande family line by murdering women from 3 different generations. Moreover, the police found bloodied clothes, knives, and jewelry in possession of these criminals. Neha Varma is currently incarcerated in the central jail, where she is teaching a beauty parlor course to other female inmates. It should also be noted that this was the first time the district court had pronounced capital punishment for a woman. Megha's husband, Ninay Deshpande, expressed satisfaction with the court's decision and said he had full confidence in the judiciary and the police did a great job. The aspiration to become rich overnight turned an ordinary girl and boy into criminals. If these criminals had fled to another country after killing and stealing money, they might never have been caught. However, if Megha hadn't worn her valuable jewelry to the mall that day and hadn't trusted a random person, perhaps her family would still be alive today. One lesson to be learned from this is that we shouldn't develop such strong friendships with any stranger. In just a few days that we start inviting them home. Morgan Marie Wixon, later known as Morgan Mangle, was born on September 25, 1975 in Pennsylvania, USA. Details about her early years and personal life are scarce. From what little information is available, it's known that Morgan's relationship with her family faced challenges, especially as she grew into adolescence, adopting a rebellious attitude that her parents disapproved of. Still, the Wixons hoped she would eventually find direction and stability in life. In 1997, fate led Morgan to cross paths with a young man, Kevin Mangle Jr., who was just a year younger than her. Their connection was immediate, and they soon became a couple. Kevin was born on July 2, 1976, in Springfield, Pennsylvania, the oldest of 3 children of Kevin Mangle Sr. and Kathleen. Known affectionately as Kevin Sr., his father was a respected local businessman, and Kevin grew up in a close-knit family with his siblings, Christopher and Michelle. However, by the time Kevin finished high school in 1995, his parents had amicably divorced, each moving on to new relationships. Kevin Sr. settled in Downingtown with his second wife, and Kathleen remarried Dr. Richard Barton. adopting his last name and settled in Westchester. The family separation had a deep impact on Kevin as he valued family above all else. Though he experienced periods of distance from his father, those who knew him described Kevin as ambitious, hardworking, and determined. When he met Morgan, he believed he had found the ideal partner to build the family he'd always dreamed of. Friends recalled that Morgan was initially affectionate and seemed to compliment him well. However, as time passed, Morgan's behavior began to raise concerns, revealing a pattern of deception. One early red flag surfaced when, about a year into their relationship, Morgan attended a family dinner at the Mangles' home with an unexpectedly noticeable belly. When someone asked if she was pregnant, Morgan denied it, claiming she was simply bloated. Yet, just one day later, she gave birth to a baby girl named Mercedes. Even in the hospital, Morgan insisted she hadn't known she was pregnant, despite her family's doubts. Her demeanor lacked the usual excitement of a new mother, which surprised the Mengals, although Kevin was thrilled at becoming a father. Overjoyed, he and Morgan decided to marry soon after their daughter's birth. Following their wedding, Kevin established a landscaping business with Morgan helping him run it. Their family expanded with 2 more children, Kevin Jr. and Billy, and Kevin devoted himself to his family, even naming the business with the initials of his children. Although they appeared to be a happy, perfect family, tensions began to surface. Reports suggested that Morgan had been involved with some of Kevin's friends and that he was aware of her infidelities. Heartbroken but unwilling to break up his family, Kevin remained steadfast, hoping to provide a stable home for his children, despite the toll it took on him. In 2009, Morgan left their home on several occasions, staying with her mother but always returning. Even as friends described an increasingly turbulent relationship. Kevin's devotion to family extended to reconciling with his father that year, and they grew closer than ever. Even as his marriage became strained, he remained hopeful, valuing unity and stability for his children. By spring 2010, things seemed to be in relative order. That year, a 21-year-old named Stephen Chappell, known as Steve, joined Kevin's landscaping business. Kevin quickly trusted and valued Steve as a team member, unaware that his presence would alter Kevin's life forever. On June 20th, Father's Day, the Mingles had planned a family picnic where Kevin was looking forward to reuniting with his father after many years. Yet, as time passed and Kevin didn't appear, his family grew anxious. Kathleen received a message from Morgan, explaining they wouldn't be attending due to unforeseen circumstances. This puzzled everyone, knowing how much Kevin had anticipated this reunion. Familiar with the couple's dynamics, his family couldn't shake the feeling that something was amiss, given Morgan's history of infidelity, financial deceptions, and even arrests for petty theft and bad checks. As worry grew, family members began calling and messaging Kevin, but he didn't respond. Upon piecing together their recent interactions, they realized that no one had seen or heard from him for several days. For Kevin's family, his silence was uncharacteristic and concerning. Close as he was with his mother, he would never go so long without contacting her, leaving them certain that something was very wrong. Concerned family members grew increasingly anxious as Kevin remained unreachable, prompting Kathleen to contact the police and officially report his disappearance. The following Monday, officers visited Kevin and Morgan's apartment where they encountered Morgan, who seemed calm and unconcerned. She explained to the officers that Kevin had messaged her to say he was fine but needed a break, instructing her to take over the landscaping business temporarily. According to Morgan, Kevin had felt overwhelmed by business pressures and decided to step away for a bit. She showed the officers text messages sent from Kevin's phone, supporting her claim, leading them to conclude that Kevin was merely taking a personal break. Consequently, they decided not to pursue an investigation at that time. However, Kevin's family found this hard to believe. They couldn't imagine him abandoning his children without warning. Determined to reach him, they continued calling and texting. But each time they attempted a call, they received only brief text replies telling them to leave him alone and let Morgan handle the business. The lack of phone conversations, along with the unusually short messages filled with abbreviations, uncharacteristic of Kevin's usual writing style, only heightened their worry. Suspicious, The Mengels alerted the police again, who then initiated a missing persons investigation. Detectives soon discovered that Kevin had allegedly left home on June 15th following an argument with Morgan. Just a week after Kevin's disappearance, the family learned Morgan was seeing another man, Steve Chappelle, a young man 13 years her junior who had recently started working in Kevin's landscaping business. When questioned, Morgan explained that Kevin had been fond of Steve, viewing him almost as a brother, and had asked him to help take care of the children in his absence. She even introduced Steve to her children as Uncle Steve. But suspicions only grew, especially as people saw Morgan and Steve acting affectionately in public, holding hands and lounging together at the apartment pool. Additionally, Steve was frequently seen driving Morgan's truck while out with the children, leaving Kevin's friends and family stunned. Police then brought Steve in for questioning. Under pressure, Steve admitted to having an affair with Morgan, stating she had initiated the relationship by showering him with compliments until he fell in love with her. Steve described intimate encounters in Morgan's truck and at the company workshop, but denied that Kevin knew of their affair. During the interview, detectives warned Steve that if anything had happened to Kevin, suspicion would naturally fall on him. Overcome, Steve broke down in tears and refused to answer further questions. Days later, as the investigation progressed, Kathleen received an unexpected request from Morgan to watch the children for a few days, arousing suspicions that Morgan might be planning to flee. On June 24th, Kevin's brother Chris and some friends decided to keep watch outside Morgan's apartment. Early that morning, they saw Steve leaving the apartment with a bag, followed shortly by Morgan, who loaded more bags into a truck before driving off. Notably, the children were not with them. Chris immediately alerted the detectives and began following them. The pair drove to the landscaping business, where one of the detectives was coincidentally present, hoping to uncover any clue to Kevin's whereabouts. When Morgan exited the vehicle, the truck's back was filled with clothing. She walked past the detective in a hurry, but when he tried to speak to her, Steve suddenly sped away in the truck. Confronted, Morgan claimed that Steve might have harmed Kevin, leading the police to take her to the station for further questioning. During the interrogation, Morgan admitted that Steve had expressed his love for her and his willingness to do anything to be with her. When detectives asked if she thought Steve had hurt Kevin, she quickly revealed that Steve had struck Kevin in the back of the head with a shovel. Morgan was then left in the interrogation room while police used phone tracking to try to locate Steve. Though they didn't find him immediately, they uncovered something far more incriminating: an extensive exchange of messages between Steve and Morgan. Realizing these texts might hold clues to Kevin's disappearance, a dedicated team spent hours analyzing the conversations. That same afternoon, they discovered the extent of the chilling plan Morgan and her lover had devised to eliminate Kevin and gain control of the business and children. In one exchange, Morgan had explicitly told Steve that once Kevin was gone, they could take over the company and build a life together as a family. The investigation revealed a premeditated scheme involving poisonous nicotine. Messages showed that on the evening of June 16, 2010, Steve had been in his mother's kitchen concocting a potent nicotine solution, lethal with just a few drops, after researching its preparation online. Once the poison was ready, Steve added it to Kevin's favorite tea and handed it to Morgan. The next morning, she placed the bottle in Kevin's truck, hoping he would drink it throughout the day. Sure enough, while working, Kevin took a sip to quench his thirst, unaware that Steve was watching him closely. When the tea didn't seem to take effect immediately and Kevin continued working as usual, the two resorted to their backup plan. Steve texted Morgan, indicating he was ready to act with a shovel in hand, waiting for Kevin to bend down. Around 10:20 a.m., while Kevin was trimming hedges, Steve seized the moment, striking him hard on the head with the shovel. The blow was so forceful that the shovel broke, prompting Steve to grab another and continue the assault until Kevin stopped breathing. Steve messaged Morgan, confirming, "It's done," to which she insisted on seeing for herself. Morgan arrived at the workshop, reportedly stepping over her husband's lifeless body, showing no remorse for the man she'd been married to for 13 years. She kissed Steve and took control of the situation, giving him instructions to dispose of the evidence and the body. Together, They wrapped Kevin in a tarp, bound it with rope, and hid his body in an unused garage at the landscaping company. After cleaning up, they left the scene. According to court records, they appeared to take satisfaction in their actions, with Morgan even joking about endorsing the brand of tea they used in their failed poison attempt. For days later, Steve transported Kevin's body to a wooded area behind his former high school, where he buried him in a shallow grave he had dug in advance. Meanwhile, Morgan began using Kevin's phone, sending texts to his family, friends, and even herself, attempting to create the illusion that he was still alive and simply taking time away. However, she failed to consider that technology could reveal both phones' locations as the same, a clue that would soon unravel their plan. While still at the police station, Morgan was confronted with the incriminating messages, and she was promptly placed under arrest. By tracking their cell phone locations, authorities found Kevin's burial site shortly afterward. 2 days later, Steve, who had fled to Colorado in Morgan's truck, was apprehended. Although he initially resisted extradition, he eventually agreed to return to Pennsylvania, where he tearfully confessed to everything. On July 18th, a memorial service was held for Kevin, with his family asking for donations to a trust fund for his children instead of flowers. The children were left in the care of Kathleen and her husband with support from extended family, as they faced the challenge of helping them cope with the tragic loss of their father and the absence of their mother. As the family mourned, they found solace in knowing the perpetrators of Kevin's murder were behind bars and facing justice. During the trial, shocking evidence emerged that revealed Morgan's depravity. From prison, she had sent Steve letters claiming she was pregnant with twins and that he was the father, hoping to manipulate him into taking sole responsibility for the murder. She even sent fake birth certificates describing the twins in detail, but investigators quickly exposed her lies. Ultimately, Steve cooperated with authorities, becoming the prosecution's key witness at Morgan's trial. He recounted how their affair began, how Morgan persuaded him to participate in the plan to kill Kevin with nicotine poison, and when that failed, to attack Kevin with a shovel. Steve described burying Kevin's body behind his high school, and the extensive communication between him and Morgan before, during, and after the murder. Morgan continued to attempt deception, even posting messages on social media to imply Kevin was simply taking time off. However, Steve revealed that she had tried manipulating him from prison by pretending to have given birth to twins, hoping he would take the fall. On February 3, 2012, a twist arose when a judge declared a mistrial due to the testimony of a police sergeant who mentioned an interaction with Morgan's father, implying she was capable of heinous actions. This comment was deemed prejudicial, leading to a new trial. Despite the setback, the Mengel family remained hopeful that justice would prevail for Kevin. The second trial began on February 5, 2013. At her initial hearing, Morgan, now 37, pled guilty to first- and third-degree murder, conspiracy, and possession of a deadly instrument. Sentenced to life without parole and an additional 20 years on probation, Morgan expressed remorse through a statement read by her attorney, acknowledging the void she had left in Kevin's family. On February 11th, Steve Chappelle, age 24, pled guilty to third-degree murder and conspiracy to commit first-degree murder, receiving a sentence of 40 to 80 years in Pennsylvania State Prison. In contrast to Morgan, Steve spoke directly, expressing deep regret for his actions and stating he would never forgive himself. The case of Dupont de Ligons. In early April 2011, the shutters of house number 55 on Boulevard Robert Schumann in Nantes, France remained closed for the first time in years. This was unusual because the house, which belonged to the Dupont de Ligons family, was typically filled with the sounds of the family's 4 teenage children and their 2 dogs. The family consisted of Xavier, his wife Agnes, and their children. The neighbors, who were accustomed to seeing the shutters open even when the family was on vacation, noticed the unusual silence and alerted the local police, fearing something might have happened to the family. During the initial police inspections, no signs of the Dupont de Ligons family were found. However, on the 5th inspection, a horrific discovery was made. Xavier Dupont de Lion was born on March 9, 1961, in Versailles, a western suburb of Paris. He was the eldest son of French Count Bernard Hubert Dupont de Lion and his wife Genevieve Tertz. The family also had a daughter named Christine, born in 1966. When Bernard deserted his wife for a mistress, Xavier took on a leadership role in his family, caring for his mother and sister. Christine began to claim she received divine messages, which she transcribed during automatic writing sessions, similar to those of a surrealist poet. Her unusual beliefs gradually evolved into doomsday sermons, leading her to establish a cult called the Church of Philadelphia. This group attracted members of the aristocracy, whom Genevieve convinced were chosen to survive the impending apocalypse and participate in the world's rebirth. According to Genevieve, Christine was destined to give birth to the Savior, a child who would be the reincarnation of both Jesus and Satan and thus bring salvation. Although Xavier inherited his father's noble title, he showed little interest in French traditions, instead being captivated by luxury, high-performance cars, and eccentricities. He also greatly admired the United States. Genevieve financially supported Xavier's extravagant lifestyle through significant donations from cult members, who were sworn to secrecy about their activities. On the beautiful island of Breja in 1974, Xavier formed a strong and lasting bond with Emmanuel Teneur. The two boys developed a deep mutual understanding that continued throughout their lives. Although Emmanuel confessed his love for Xavier, which was rejected, their close friendship remained unaffected. 2 years later, Xavier met Agnes Hona, born on November 9, 1962, in Neuilly-sur-Seine, near Paris. Agnes was deeply devoted to her religion and worked as an assistant at the Blanche de Castille Catholic School in Nantes, where she taught catechism. While little is known about her family, it is well documented that Xavier and Agnes developed a close relationship, which led to a brief but passionate romance before they eventually parted ways. In 1990, Agnes gave birth to her first child, Arthur, from a casual relationship. Soon after, she and Xavier rekindled their romance and decided to tie the knot. Xavier adopted Arthur as his own son, and 2 years later they welcomed their first biological son, Thomas, who would carry on the family name. To mark the occasion, Xavier chose Emmanuel as Thomas's godfather. The couple went on to have 2 more children, Anne and Benoit. The family of 6 seemed to personify the ideal family unit, with Xavier appearing as a loving father and the children excelling academically, hinting at a bright future. Agnes was devoted to nurturing her children's faith, regularly taking them to Mass. Others perceived her as kind yet firm with her children. Around the year 2000, Xavier relocated his family to the United States, aligning with their individual interests and preferences. Xavier, a charismatic and multilingual individual with a discreet nature, was confident in his ability to blend in seamlessly in the United States. However, this endeavor ended in failure, resulting in substantial financial losses. Upon his return to France, he began to amass significant debts tied to his professional pursuits, which often seemed shrouded in ambiguity. Multiple investigations have portrayed him as a salesman. According to French media reports, financial struggles had been a persistent concern for Xavier over several years. One of Xavier's unsuccessful ventures was an unusual scheme to import cars from the United States to France. He also launched several small businesses, none of which saw significant success, including a hotel and restaurant guide for sales representatives, a customer loyalty system for restaurants, and an import scheme for cars from the United States to France. He was listed as the manager of the French Federation of Commerce, although the accounts for this enterprise were minimal. In 2003, he hired 6 salespeople to help turn his fortunes around. Xavier's work often took him away from home from Monday to Friday, earning him a meager annual income of around $4,200 in declared earnings. As financial issues began to strain his marriage, typical marital disagreements were likely exacerbated. In 2004, Agnes poured her heart out on a French forum, detailing the challenges she and her husband faced. She revealed that he had once told her that a group death as a family wouldn't be catastrophic, a haunting statement that would linger. By 2009, the mounting debt had severely impacted their relationship, leading to a temporary separation. During this period, Xavier sent numerous letters blaming Agnes for the family's troubles and holding her responsible for their financial ruin. This emotional turmoil took a devastating toll on Agnes, causing her to lose her appetite and struggle with insomnia on numerous occasions. Xavier sought help from his friend Emmanuel, who hailed from a wealthy family and had inherited a substantial fortune from his father. Despite his affluence, Emmanuel lived modestly in a small apartment, preferring to use his wealth to support others. He was an enigmatic and somewhat eccentric individual who never hesitated to lend Xavier significant sums of money. In addition to financial support, Emmanuel funded Xavier's travels and even co-signed for the house where Xavier eventually settled with his family in the late 2000s. Thanks to Emmanuel's generosity, the family resided in a cozy chalet located in the suburbs at 55 Boulevard Robert Schumann, west of N. As they settled in, the neighbors quickly formed the impression that Agnes was domineering and less pleasant than her husband. Behind closed doors, Agnes faced a personal crisis. She saw Xavier as both too fragile and paradoxically too rigid, almost militaristic in his behavior. While he played the role of head of the household, he was emotionally distant, lacking tenderness and affection, and sometimes even abusive. Agnes confided in her Thursday prayer group friends about her fears regarding Genevieve's control over Xavier. She painted her mother-in-law as a mentally unstable mystic, and her concerns ran deep. On January 20th, 2011, passed away, marking a significant turning point. Given the contrast between his lavish lifestyle and financial struggles, Xavier hoped his father's demise would yield a substantial inheritance. However, he was in for a rude awakening upon reviewing his father's estate, only to find a few papers, a rifle, a card, a ring, and some cash, which he promptly claimed. Within hours of Bernard's passing, Xavier used his father's card to withdraw cash. By February 2nd, he had obtained a firearms license, and by March 12th, he had purchased a silencer for the rifle. During this period, he also acquired quicklime and honed his shooting skills in his garden, targeting a balloon on a stand. When Emmanuel visited, he tried the rifle, unaware of any suspicious intent. Xavier downplayed the silencer, citing concerns about disturbing the neighbors. On Friday, April 1st, the two friends Bernard and Xavier visited a shooting range, where Bernard's inherited rifle drew considerable attention. The following day, Emmanuel called Xavier 5 times, and they engaged in a nearly hour-long conversation. The investigation suggests that the horror unfolded on Sunday, April 3rd. That evening, Xavier, Agnes, and their children went to the movies, followed by a pleasant dinner at a restaurant. Everyone was present except for Thomas, who was studying at a Catholic university and resided in a nearby student hostel. After their night out, the family returned to their chalet, where neighbors caught a glimpse of them, and some family members exchanged text messages with friends and acquaintances. Xavier sent a message to Christine, detailing their dinner outing. The prevailing theory is that Xavier drugged his wife and children, waiting for them to fall asleep before shooting and burying them in the garden. He also killed the family's 2 Labrador dogs. Xavier's alibi was as dubious as his actions. On Monday morning, he began contacting people in his family's social circle from as early as 6 a.m. He phoned Agnes' workplace, claiming she was unwell, and contacted the children's schools, stating that Arthur, Agnes' son from a previous relationship, had been in a motorcycle accident and that Anne and Benoit were ill. By midday, he sent a letter to the restaurant where Arthur worked, announcing Arthur's resignation due to his father's alleged transfer to Australia. There was still Thomas to account for. On the same Monday, April 4th, Xavier met up with Thomas, having dinner with him at a restaurant near his university residence. After the meal, a tired Thomas returned to his room. Thomas received an urgent message from his father the following day, claiming Agnes was in a hospital after a bicycle accident and was in a mild coma. This prompted Thomas to travel immediately. However, it is presumed that Xavier had already killed Thomas, just like he did with his siblings and mother. Later that evening, Emmanuel had a 19-minute conversation with Xavier. At midnight, a friend of Thomas received a message from him, stating he was watching a movie with his father at home. But by then, Thomas was likely already dead. About an hour later, Xavier sent an email to Emmanuel, arranging to meet soon. Emmanuel replied, reminding Xavier that he had power of attorney and that the key was on the sailboat. Instead of trying to hide, Xavier went about his daily routine, going in and out of his house, leaving notes on the door and withdrawing cash from ATMs. He used his credit cards to pay for meals at restaurants and stayed in hotels under his real name, all while being caught on security cameras. As time passed, neighbors began to notice something was off. The usually open windows of the chalet were closed. The family's 4 children were no longer seen. The dogs had stopped barking and Agnes hadn't returned to work. It was as if the family had vanished into thin air. Piecing together the strange signs, worried neighbors alerted the authorities. When officers arrived, they found a nearly bare refrigerator containing only a few jars of preserves. In the kitchen, they discovered a still damp mop, and in the living room, a chest sat on the table and guitars lay on the sofa. It seemed as though the DuPont de Leon family had vanished into thin air. The scene was unsettling, with beds stripped of their sheets, picture frames empty and closets devoid of clothes. Everything hinted at a sudden and mysterious departure. A few days later, on April 9th, a letter emerged, sent to family and friends. The letter claimed that Xavier had been recruited by the U.S. Drug Enforcement Administration and that the family had to go into hiding as part of a witness protection program, explaining their sudden disappearance and silence. However, neighbors were skeptical about this story, feeling that something wasn't quite right. They feared for the family's safety and urged the authorities to dig deeper. Xavier drove through southern France in his car as the case continued to attract media attention, leading to the emergence of more details from the past. On April 15th, security cameras recorded Xavier checking into a small hotel near Cannes, where he parked his car, grabbed a bag, and vanished into the nearby woods, marking the last time he was seen. Emmanuel made a surprising call to his mom, revealing secrets like his homosexuality, alcoholism, and depression. When cops searched the house again, they found a freshly disturbed patch of earth. After investigating, they discovered a concrete slab leading to a grim find. Agnes and her 4 kids shot and wrapped in bags with religious symbols, buried in burlap sacks with quicklime, along with the family dogs. In the master bedroom, a sleep apnea device was found, last recording at 3:27 a.m. on April 4th. Xavier may have spared Thomas due to his bond with Emmanuel. However, when questioned, Emmanuel's cooperative facade cracked, revealing inconsistencies in his story. 24 hours later, Nantes police searched Emmanuel's apartment, seizing his laptop. He then revealed his knowledge of Xavier's rifle. An examination of the hard drive uncovered emails between Emmanuel and Xavier, including one from April 6th that raised suspicions. Investigators began to suspect Emmanuel's involvement in Xavier's escape. Christine and JVV also faced scrutiny for their evasive answers about Xavier and the Church of Philadelphia. JVV dodged questions about Xavier's childhood and the sex income, denying its existence. But investigators found a complaint from former members who fled after Christine's proposal to conceive a chosen one through group sex. This revealed the sex workings, including rich backers. Suspecting support for Xavier, police questioned former members and watched the sex followers, but found no leads. Authorities tracked Xavier's movements via cell phone records, last sighting April 15th, possibly carrying a weapon. Despite searches, no body remains found. Speculation rescued by boat taken to another country. International arrest warrant issued May 4th. Police investigated boat ownership but found nothing. On May 9th, Emmanuel was summoned to the Nantes police station for another interview, which had escalated into a grueling interrogation. The police had shifted their focus to finding a sailboat and identifying its captain. But Emmanuel was still oblivious to the magnitude of the investigation or the mounting suspicions against him. When questioned about a sailboat reference, he attributed it to coincidence, explaining that he had granted Xavier power of attorney to access his safe deposit box in case of an emergency. The key, he revealed, was hidden on a model sailboat in an apartment, and the safe contained only his will. The police, still frustrated and empty-handed despite the intriguing coincidences, ultimately released Emmanuel. At this point, the investigation remained shrouded in uncertainty. Emmanuel was viewed as a witness with no arrests made, and police questioned the need to further interrogate him. However, they decided to apply pressure, given his credibility as an accomplice. A notable detail emerged when investigators found an unusual $4,200 check signed by Emmanuel linked to a previously unknown Monaco account. Authorities requested account statements, but faced resistance due to Monaco's strict banking privacy laws. September 28th, for police officers resetted Emmanuel's home. He emerged disoriented, in underwear, barely confirming his identity. His sparse apartment was cluttered with empty bottles, revealing deep loneliness. Emmanuel was tormented by the lack of letters or calls from his friend. The police now viewed him as a lost soul, not a suspect, wondering if they'd followed the wrong lead. Xavier had become one of France's most wanted alleged murderers, possibly even globally renowned. In 2015, a journalist claimed to have received a letter from Xavier, stating he was alive, but the handwriting, DNA, and fingerprint analyses failed to yield any clues of evidence. On January 9, 2018, police raided a monastery in Rab-Brun-sur-Aran following a tip-off about a monk resembling Xavier, but after an intense 2-hour search, they determined it was a case of mistaken identity. On January 18, 2019, Angel died of a heart attack. And that same year, authorities arrested a man they believed to be Xavier at Glasgow Airport in Scotland. But once again, it proved to be a case of mistaken identity. Another theory proposes that Xavier might be hiding in South America, specifically Argentina, where his linguistic skills and charisma would enable him to seamlessly blend in. Years have passed, and the Church of Philadelphia has not only endured, but reportedly undergone a resurgence. This small, highly secretive group consists of members who have been part of it for nearly 40 years, living as if they have withdrawn from the world. In the summer of 2019, 2 brothers who were raised within the sect filed new complaints against Christine and GV, claiming that these women fervently preached that Xavier was alive, innocent, and hiding in the United States as part of a witness protection program. They alleged that everything written in the April 9th letter was pure fabrication. Since 2011, the case has been plagued by speculation and false leads, leading authorities down endless dead ends. The pressing question remains, will justice ever be served for Agnes and her children? Despite the bleak outlook, some still believe that the truth will eventually come to light. Jennifer Watkins lived in Colorado Springs in 1999. In October of that year, she was hired at the Memorial Hospital. A month later, on November 6th, Jennifer did not pick up her children from school. She also did not come home after her shift. This worried her husband, and he called the police. Her mom also did the same when she could not reach Jennifer. 2 days later, her body was discovered under a stairwell in an area of the hospital that was under construction. 2 workers found her because they noticed a distinctive smell. Her body was wrapped in plastic and bound with duct tape. The autopsy revealed that she passed away due to blunt force trauma to the head. She had also been assaulted. DNA of the attacker was found at the crime scene. It was stored to be used later. Jennifer's husband, Michael Watson, was interviewed several times and fully cooperated with any requests made by investigators. After an extensive investigation, no suspect was ever identified, and eventually the case went cold. Then, in 2017, detectives started to work with Parabon Nanolabs, a DNA company based in Virginia. They used DNA found at the crime scene to develop a composite of the suspect. It was believed that he was about 25 years old at the time of the crime and had blue or green eyes. In 2019, a DNA profile was developed for genetic research at Parabon. Then, in August 2020, investigators were notified of a potential lead of the unknown DNA profile. The person of interest was Ricky Sievert. He was 29 years old when Jennifer's life was taken. He also matched the composite pretty well. Sievert worked in the maintenance department of the Memorial Hospital since April of 1998. He was looked into in the initial investigation and interviewed by detectives. Sievert told them that he was working a swing shift on the day Jennifer's life was taken. Sievert denied having ever seen her before. Investigators found that he passed away on November 2, 2001, in a car accident on Highway 94, just east of Colorado Springs. The Colorado Bureau of Investigations conducted an analysis of familial DNA collected from surviving family members of Sievert. They determined that over 99.99% of the population could be excluded. Sievert could not be excluded. On October 1, 2020, the case was sent to the district attorney's office for review. In December, officials determined that Sievert was responsible for taking Jennifer's life. Colorado Springs Police Department Chief Vince Nisk said in a statement. 19-year-old Deborah Tomlinson lived in Grand Junction, Colorado in 1975. She was a college student. Deborah was outgoing, enjoyed being around people a lot, loved horses, and was a good student. Sadly, her life was taken in December 1975. Her body was found in her apartment in Belfort Avenue. The case was investigated by Grand Junction detectives who gathered extensive evidence. In April of 1976, they exhausted all their leads and the case went cold. In 2020, the case was looked into again. The Grand Junction Police Department partnered with Parabon Nanolabs. They analyzed DNA evidence left behind at the crime scene of the person that took Deborah's life. They processed the DNA and looked at 850,000 genetic markers that allowed them to build a family tree of the attacker. Ultimately, the process led them to Jimmy Dean Duncan. Investigators then asked Duncan's brother for DNA sample and he gave it to them. After some more testing, Detective Sean Crocker from the Grand Junction Police Department were able to say without a doubt Duncan is the person that took Deborah Tomlinson's life. At this point, you might wonder why did the investigators not go to Duncan himself for the DNA sample. The reason they could not is he passed away in 1987. This means that there unfortunately won't be justice. But the case being solved still provides some degree of closure for Deborah's family members. Deborah's dad, Jim Tomlinson, said in a response to the news, "It took a lot of weight off my mind. Still don't know why, but at least I know who." The Grand Junction Police Department has found no connection between Duncan and Deborah. Investigators did, however, find out that Duncan had a family member who lived close to the college Deborah attended. Detectives believe Duncan was visiting his relative, and this is how he possibly encountered Deborah. 59-year-old Wilda Wilkinson lived in Bangor, Michigan in 1986. She was a hardworking and loving person. One day, when she did not show up for work, her employer called her two daughters to hear if one of them knew where she was, but they did not. One of the daughters then found Wilda's lifeless body on the floor of her home. She had been strangled. It appeared to investigators who arrived on the scene that a break-in took place. Detectives collected DNA evidence from an unknown man at the crime scene in her home. Despite investigators' best efforts, the case went cold for many years. In 2010, the case was looked into again. This time, investigators were able to eliminate some people associated with the case and got useful statements from witnesses. In March 2019, investigators traveled to California to question a man by the name of Leon Curry. He had served about 27 years in prison for an assault in an unrelated case. Curry had been a person of interest for quite some time, because he lived in the same area as Wilda and committed a similar crime. When investigators talked to him this time, he confessed to taking her life. Since a lot of people make false confessions, investigators decided to use DNA testing to make sure what he said is true. His DNA did not match the DNA of the unknown offender though, and he was ruled out. Investigators were not done with the DNA they collected back in 1986, however. They entered it into a DNA database and found a match. Using the DNA technology, they identified 50-year-old Robert Waite as the person who took Wilda's life. When investigators went to talk to him, they found him serving time in a Florida prison for unrelated kidnapping and battery charges from 2007. In August of 2020, he confessed to the crime. In October, he was sentenced to 25 to 60 years. He was just 16 years old when he ended her life. Thank you for joining us on this journey into the depths of unsolved mysteries. Cold cases not only challenge our understanding of the past, but also ignite our curiosity and determination for answers. Remember to subscribe to stay updated on our latest investigations. And if you have any information regarding the cases we've covered, don't hesitate to reach out. Together, we can shed light on the shadows of the past and bring closure to those who seek it. Until next time, stay vigilant, stay curious, and never stop seeking the truth.